Chapter 1, App has mutated. Cloud City. It's a nice day. Today is my girlfriend Zhao Xiaolu's birthday. Lin Yi spent a month's living expenses to buy an Apple phone from Pinduoduo. At this moment, I was standing at the gate of Linhai University, happily waiting for her arrival. Lin Yi. Accompanied by a sweet voice. Lin Yi fixed his hairstyle, his heart beating fast. He turned around and was stunned. I saw Zhao Xiaolu walking towards me in a long dress that revealed half of her shoulders and her long hair fluttering in the wind. Both her temperament and appearance are top-notch. After the two met, Zhao Xiaolu looked disdainful and continued what she had just said. Actually, Lin Yi didn't notice anything unusual yet, and smiled. Honey. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. Happy birthday. As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly handed over the phone. Zhao Xiaolu only took a glance and a sneer appeared on her face. Oh, Apple, this must have cost a lot of money. Let me take a look first. As she spoke, she began to fiddle with it with her head down. Lin Yi saw it all, but couldn't tell that she had hidden meaning in her words. I thought she liked it, and my heart was immediately filled with excitement. Not much, maybe around 3,000 yuan. As long as you like it, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. However, after listening to this, Zhao Xiaolu suddenly said with a dark face, only 3,000 yuan? You bought it from Pinduoduo, right? Hey Lin Yi, do you look down on me so much? When Lin Yi saw that she was unhappy, he coaxed her. Baby, listen to me. Yes, I did buy this phone from Pinduoduo. But it's no different from the real thing. Besides. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaolu stamped her feet and bit her lip. That's enough. Lin Yi, I was so blind to fall for a fool like you. Don't you even look at the quality of this phone? It has 1 GB of memory, and it can barely even download WeChat. What can it do? $3,000? I think it's 300 at most. When she said this, Zhao Xiaolu's eyebrows instantly raised, and she threw the phone to the ground mercilessly. Lin Yi suddenly felt a pain in his flesh, and a feeling of being trampled upon, and his heart was very bitter. Zhao Xiaolu, what do you mean? Even if you don't like it, just give it back to me. Why throw it away? Do you know that this is my monthly living allowance? Zhao Xiaolu immediately showed sarcasm. Why? Are you upset about just 3,000 yuan? With your character, you still want to be with me? Stop dreaming. Lin Yi immediately understood what she was thinking. After knowing that she wanted to break up with him, he immediately broke up with her. If you want to break up, just say so. No one has to depend on anyone for the rest of their life. Anyway, I got a lot of advantages when I was with you. Just had enough fun. Zhao Xiaolu was furious and stretched out her hand, ready to hit Lin Yi. Even if we break up, I'm the one who dumped you. Lin Yi grabbed her wrist and pursed his lips. Oh? Really? Listen to what people around you are saying about you first. Zhao Xiaolu shifted her gaze and realized that there were many people surrounding her, pointing and talking. Look, this woman is really shameless. The man gave her a gift out of kindness, and she doesn't know how to accept it, but she's so arrogant? Just because you are beautiful, you think all the men in the world will revolve around you? Do you really think you are a pure saint? Brother, listen to me, it's better not to have such a woman. Chapter 2 Today's flash sale products are available. Lin Yi could not have imagined that at this critical moment, there were still many people standing on his side. The original bitterness disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is a sense of superiority. Zhao Xiaolu, you can go now. This $3,000 is my overnight fee to you. I don't want it anymore. Zhao Xiaolu was instantly furious, but then she smiled calmly. Okay, anyway, I have an appointment to celebrate my birthday today. I don't want to bother with someone like you. As she spoke, she walked towards a BMW car opposite. The whole process showed pride. Lin Yi didn't even look at her. After seeing that the phone was still worth repairing, he bent down to pick it up and headed to the repair department. Along the way, he became furious and clenched his fists. Hateful. 3 whole years. He could never have imagined that Zhao Xiaolu was such a person. The two of them started dating since their freshman year. At that time, she would be happy for a long time whenever he gave her a cheap handicraft. But in recent months, I have been busy preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination and have hardly seen her. Sometimes when I wanted to find time to go on a date with her, she would push me away with all kinds of excuses. Today, I finally saw her true face. Although Lin Yi seemed superior on the surface, Zhao Xiaolu's final move was really cruel. In front of so many people, he got into someone else's BMW. Isn't this equivalent to telling others that you are being cuckolded? Where is your face? The more Lin Yi thought about it, the angrier he became. He clenched the phone tightly in one hand and even dug his nails into the broken screen, gritting his teeth in hatred. At some point, blood began to flow out from between his fingernails and spread onto the screen. After feeling the pain, Lin Yi lowered his head and closed one eye. A bright light appeared on the screen and quickly dissipated. Lin Yi looked again. The phone turned out to be intact again. He opened it and found that there was only one daily flash sale app left on the screen. Moreover, the program will automatically enter without any click. Welcome to the Daily Flash Sale app. This app is a high-performance shopping software designed by Parallel Universe. Please read the instructions before using it. This app was created by a programmer in a parallel universe. It is a high-performance shopping software. Users only need to enter the page, select a product they like, and click on it to buy it. Note, if the product is too expensive, you need to invite others to participate in the flash sale. The specific number of people depends on the price of the item. Moreover, after each flash sale, new products will be available at midnight on the same day. Excuse me, do you want to enter? At this time, a mechanical sound came out of the app, and two characters suddenly appeared in the lower right corner, yes and no. Lin Yi read the instructions carefully, thinking it was just a prank, and clicked yes. As a result, what is presented before our eyes are all kinds of products, including clothes, pants, sports cars, and airplanes. What's even more surprising is that there are some things that I have never heard of before, such as invisibility potion and time-stopping watch. Various and beautiful. I wonder when did Pinduoduo become so high-end? Just as Lin Yi was surprised, the mechanical sound just now came again. Identity verification in progress. Authentication successful. The only user, Lin Yi, has been successfully bound. Today's flash sale products are now available. Chapter 3 Lamborghini. Porsche is temporarily out of stock. Update vehicle information. The latest Lamborghini Veneno is on sale for a limited time at 9.9 yuan. Do you want to buy it? Lamborghini. That's much cooler than a Porsche. Yes. 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 Ding. Lamborghini has been purchased. Upon seeing this news, Lin Yi immediately became eager to try. But after waiting for nearly 10 seconds, there was still no response. Where's the Lamborghini? Pin CC, you lied to me. Less than 3 seconds after Lin Yi finished saying this, a large truck roared towards Lin Yi. 4 or 5 workers quickly moved a brand new Lamborghini off the truck. The low chassis, sharp vehicle lines, and cool color matching are the dream of many men. Oh my god, it's actually true. Lin Yi couldn't believe it when he saw this scene. By the way, where are the keys? Ah. Suddenly, something hit Lin Yi's head. I reached up and found a car key. There is also a very conspicuous Lamborghini logo engraved in the middle of the key. Here is the key. Lin Yi felt like he was dreaming. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. He couldn't wait to get into the car. Since it was the first time for Lin Yi to drive this kind of sports car, he didn't even know how to open the door. After thinking for a long time, he finally opened the car door and started the engine. The sound of the engine roared, and what seemed like a very noisy sound before now sounded very beautiful. Let's go! Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini took off. At Linhai University, it was lunchtime and many young boys and girls who had just finished class were discussing what to eat for lunch. There were several men and women standing at the school gate, looking at their cell phones and talking and laughing. Hey, I heard that loser Lin Yi was dumped by Zhao Xiaolu. TSK, isn't it normal for that poor guy to be dumped? I heard that Zhao Xiaolu's new boyfriend drives a BMW. He's so rich. Just as this group of men and women were talking, a girl heard their conversation, walked up to them in 2 steps and said angrily. That's enough. Lin Yi is usually pretty nice to you guys, but now he's being teased and you still want to talk about him like this. The girl who said this was wearing a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, and was dressed elegantly. A boy jokingly asked, why, do you like that poor guy Lin Yi? The girl blushed for a moment after being confronted by this, not knowing how to respond. Yes, it's none of your business. I just can't stand you treating him like this. I really don't understand how someone could like that poor guy Lin Yi," said a boy, walking up to her and stretching out a big hand to hug her. "Look, I'm much richer than that loser Lin Yi." Then he waved his watch worth thousands of dollars in front of the girl. The girl struggled to break free from his restraints. Roll. When the group of men and women saw this, they laughed even louder. "Ah, there are people in this world who are so cheap as to like a poor guy. Xuan Yanji, your hobbies are really weird." Just at this moment, Lin Yi had just parked the car. As he was approaching the school gate, he saw them. "Shanyan, why are you here? Didn't you go to eat? You're not going to eat either?" When the group of men and women saw Lin Yi, they immediately started laughing. Chapter 4, A Big Investment. "Hey, Xuanyanji, your dream lover is here. Lin Yi, I heard that you and your girlfriend are very loving. How are you doing? Do you have any plans to go somewhere recently? Oh, by the way, I also heard that your girlfriend likes BMW cars. Do you plan to buy one?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that this group of people were deliberately mocking him. Xuanyanji trotted over to Lin Yi and asked with concern, "Ignore them. By the way, have you eaten? I'll go with you." Having said that, Xuanyanji took Lin Yi's hand and prepared to walk towards the cafeteria. When he saw Xuanyanji, the sadness that Lin Yi still felt after being dumped disappeared. Although Xuanyanji's dress was not very exquisite, her appearance was not inferior to any school beauty. She has fair skin, an oval face and big eyes. The group of men and women continued to laugh. "Oh, Xuanyanji, you are such a fool. I just got dumped, how can I be in the mood to eat? Maybe he wants to save money to buy a BMW now. Ha 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 ha." Xuanyanji gave them a fierce look, then looked at Lin Yi tenderly. "Ignore them, let's go eat." Lin Yi was not angry even though he was laughed at by everyone. Now he no longer needed to care about other people's eyes. "Let's go by car," Lin Yi said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, those people laughed even louder. What? Did I hear it right? Driving? Lin Yi, do you have a car? A poor bastard like you would probably drive a shared bike. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi picked up the Lamborghini's car key and pressed the automatic routing button. The latest models of Lamborghini all have automatic routing function, which can automatically drive to the vicinity of the owner. When the Lamborghini appeared in front of everyone, they all began to be surprised. Wow! The latest Lamborghini. Which rich person came to our school? Lin Yi opened the door of the Lamborghini with one hand and let Xuanyanji in. Come on, Xiaoyan, let's go have lunch. Xuanyanji was shocked. Where did you get this car from? The group of men and women who had mocked Lin Yi before were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped when they saw that Lin Yi actually got into a Lamborghini. Wow, what? That poor bastard Lin Yi actually drives a supercar? Rented. It must be rented. Xuanyanji was half pushed into the car by Lin Yi, as if he was still dreaming. Lin Yi walked to the driver's seat very skillfully and sat in. The supercar attracted the attention of people around. Especially some girls, their eyeballs almost popped out when they looked at Xuanyanji. What's so good about her that she can even ride in a sports car? I'm no worse than her. The car owner is really blind. Some people were talking around, and more people took out their phones to take pictures. Fasten your seatbelts, it's time to go. Lin Yi pushed Xuanyanji, who was still in a daze, and she immediately reacted and subconsciously pulled down her seatbelt. Hold on tight. Lin Yi held the steering wheel with both hands and stepped on the accelerator. The Lamborghini drove out like the wind. Only a group of people were left looking at the car and sighing. And those who had previously mocked Lin Yi for being a poor guy all blushed. Even if this car is rented, it will cost a lot of money for a day. It seems that Lin Yi really spent a lot of money to pick up girls. Chapter 5, Buy or Not. Lamborghinis go extremely fast. Plus Lin Yi's driving skills are also amazing. He got his driver's license very early, but never had the chance to drive because he was too poor. Now I can drive so skillfully right away. The main reason was that when he came here, he saw the skill point for driving a sports car in the daily flash sale on his mobile phone. Out of curiosity, he bought it at the price of 9.9 yuan. It's no wonder that after Lin Yi bought this skill point, driving a supercar became really easy. He looks just like the rich second generation who drives a sports car all day long. Xuan Yinji was feeling a little nervous in the car. In her impression, Lin Yi has always been an unknown poor boy. There is no way it can be related to such a luxury sports car. What's more, Lin Yi's driving skills are surprisingly proficient. She felt that the current Lin Yi seemed to have become strange and she didn't recognize him anymore. Of course, Lin Yi didn't know what she was thinking. He drove to the most luxurious restaurant in the city, Beize Restaurant. After parking the car, he let Xuan Yin get out. "Let's go, let's have lunch here today." Xuan Yinji looked out the window and was immediately frightened. Ah? Here? This is the highest class restaurant in the entire city. It is said that a single dish costs at least several hundred yuan. Lin Yi waved his hand generously. "It's okay, I'll treat you to this meal. You've treated me to meals so many times before, it's my turn to treat you this time." Xuan Yinji looked at Lin Yi with some embarrassment. In fact, she has always had a crush on Lin Yi. But later, when Lin Yi got a girlfriend, she chose to withdraw and silently wished him happiness. She didn't want him to spend so much money on her. She knew it was not easy to make money, and she felt bad. As soon as Lin Yi got off the car, he suddenly thought of something. "It seems that I only have 10,000 yuan in my hand. I don't know if it's enough." Thinking of this, Lin Yi became nervous. What if it wasn't enough? Wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? But then he regained his composure. With such a great system, are you still worried about not being able to solve the money problem? Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Lin Yi led Xuan Yinji and walked into the restaurant with confidence. As soon as Lin Yi entered the restaurant, he saw a very familiar figure. She had long hair down to her waist and was wearing a pair of high heels, and she walked in a twisting manner. Just by looking at her back, Lin Yi recognized her immediately. She was Zhao Xiaolu, who had fascinated his previous self. Xu Gang was standing next to her, touching her from time to time. She had no intention of resisting at all, and instead enjoyed it a bit. In the past, when she and Lin Yi went out, they always dressed very pure and always wore collared clothes. Even hugs are very rare, and kisses are out of the question. I didn't expect that once she changed her master to a rich one, she turned into a slut. Lin Yi looked at her with extreme disgust, and then turned his head away. It would definitely not be a bad thing to get rid of such a slut as soon as possible. At this moment, Lin Yi's cell phone suddenly vibrated. I picked it up and took a look, and found that the daily flash sale project had been updated again. New daily flash sales, Beize Restaurant, 9.9 yuan flash sales price. Do you want to buy it? When Lin Yi saw the words Beize Restaurant, he suddenly reacted. Isn't that the name of this restaurant? If Lin Yi told others that he bought a 5-star restaurant for 9.9 yuan, they would definitely think he was crazy. But Lin Yi knew that everything in this system was real. He pressed the confirm button without hesitation. Chapter 6, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. I only heard a ding sound, and the phone showed that the purchase was successful. At the same time, in a high-end commercial office building, Wang Beize, the founder of Beize Restaurant, is processing some documents. Suddenly, he received a call. "Boss. Someone spent a huge amount of money to buy your restaurant." Wang Beize was stunned for a moment, then he slammed the table and stood up. "What? Who is so bold as to spend such a large sum of money to buy it all at once?" Unable to believe it, he immediately turned on his computer to check the company's stock. Sure enough, at this time, most of the shares of Beize Restaurant had fallen into the hands of a mysterious man named Lin Yi. Wang Beize was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Beize Restaurant is the most high-end restaurant in the city. Buying it would cost at least tens of billions of dollars. Although Wang Beize got more money than this, he did not lose money. But Kitazawa Restaurant was founded by him and he gradually built it up and ran it. It's like watching a child grow up. How is it possible that the owner changes just like that? No, I have to meet this mysterious rich man and find out who he is. After thinking about it, Wang Beize picked up the phone and called Lin Yi's phone number on the website. Lin Yi was still choosing what to eat for lunch with Xuan Yinji. Xuan Yinji flipped through the menu, looking very anxious. The cheapest dish here starts at 300 yuan, and she was really afraid that Lin Yi couldn't afford it. And I didn't bring that much money. Lin Yi, how about, let's go to another restaurant? This one is too expensive. Lin Yi was very relaxed and looked nonchalant. It's okay, Xiaoyan, order whatever you want. This restaurant already belongs to me. Seeing that Lin Yi was still joking, Xuan Yinji punched him. You're just kidding. Come and take a look, everything here is so expensive. Don't eat a free meal, I don't want to wash the dishes with you. Lin Yi looked at Xuan Yanji with an innocent look on his face, and when he smiled, he looked like a flowering bud about to bloom. I couldn't help but sigh that I was so blind that I didn't realize that there was such a good girl by my side. Just as Xuan Yanji and the others were preparing to order food, Zhao Xiaolu and the others also sat down. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaolu was sitting next to Lin Yi. As soon as she saw Lin Yi, Zhao Xiaolu's face was full of disbelief. Lin Yi? How are you qualified to come here to eat? Lin Yi also saw Zhao Xiaolu, but he simply ignored her. Seeing that she was ignored and seeing that he brought a girl over, Zhao Xiaolu immediately became angry. She walked up to Lin Yi and pushed him hard. Okay, you used to cry poor in front of me, but now that we've broken up, you can bring other girls to eat at such a high-end place. Were you pretending to be poor before? Lin Yi looked at her with disdain. We have broken up. You can take anyone you want to dinner. What does it have to do with you? You. Zhao Xiaolu was furious, but helpless. She could only return to her seat angrily. Xu Gang washed his hands and returned to his seat. Seeing Zhao Xiaolu, who was very angry, he asked, "What's wrong, dear? Who made you angry?" Zhao Xiaolu threw the fork on the table and said, "Nothing, I just saw some people who shouldn't be there." Xu Gang turned his head, saw Lin Yi, and immediately laughed. Hey, isn't this our classmate Lin Yi? Why, you brought your girlfriend up to eat too? I wonder if you have prepared enough money. The minimum per capita consumption here is several thousand. A meal costs the same as your cell phone. Did you bring enough money? Chapter 7 Provocation. Xu Gang continued to mock Lin Yi with a few more vicious curses, saying that Lin Yi was a poor guy. Hey, Lin, I think it's wrong for you to deceive your female classmates. I heard that you rented a luxury car to save face, right? When Zhao Xiaolu heard what Xu Gang said, she immediately felt relieved. Yes, that poor guy Lin Yi must be pretending to be cool by bringing girls here to eat. How can someone who even buys second-hand mobile phones afford these meals? She looked at Xuan Yanji with ill intentions, and said with a fake smile, "Classmate, I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, maybe that liar Lin Yi will ask you to pay for him, and he wants to eat in free food." After saying that, Xu Gang and he both laughed. During this period, Zhao Xiaolu deliberately hugged and kissed Xu Gang and was very intimate with him, hoping to take the opportunity to anger Lin Yi. But Lin Yi looked indifferent and let them say and do whatever they wanted, just turning a deaf ear to them. Xuan Yanji couldn't sit still anymore. She knew how much Lin Yi liked Zhao Xiaolu before. That's enough. Zhao Xiaolu, you're really going too far. Lin Yi liked you so much before. I work part-time to earn money for my studies, and I'm exhausted, but I still want to buy you a phone. You actually say that about him now. Zhao Xiaolu was speechless after being scolded. She immediately started to make trouble and pointed at Xuan Yanji's nose and started to curse, "You stinky bitch, how dare you scold me? Don't want the remaining men I played with. I'll leave them to you." These words made Lin Yi stand up immediately. Waiter! The waiter heard Lin Yi's call and rushed over. Hello sir, how can I help you? Kick those two people out of here. Lin Yi pointed at Xu Gang and the others and said. When Xu Gang heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh my god, you really take yourself seriously? Have you become so pretentious that your brain is broken? I'm the supreme member of this restaurant. You can kick me out just like that. Do you think you're the boss? Waiter, come here. Xu Gang picked up a black card and threw it on the table. The waiter recognized it. This is the restaurant's supreme VIP card. Customers like this are the key service targets and cannot be offended. So he ran over happily. Hello sir, I'm so sorry, how can I help you? Kick that bullshitter out. He's disturbing my meal. After hearing this, the waiter bowed deeply and said, Yes, sir. Then, the waiter put on a ferocious face and walked in front of Lin Yi. Sir. Please get out now. Lin Yi looked at the waiter. It was obviously him who provoked me first. Why should I leave first? Does this hotel still have a management system? Whoever has money is the boss? The waiter didn't care what Lin Yi said. He didn't want to offend a supreme VIP customer. Sir, if you still act like this, don't blame us for using tough measures. As he spoke, the waiter picked up the intercom. Security, come up, there's someone causing trouble here. Xuan Yanji was frightened by this scene. She had never encountered such a thing before. She hid behind Lin Yi in fear, grabbing the corner of his clothes and said, "Or, let's just leave, the food here is so expensive, we can't afford it." Chapter 8 I'm the boss here. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Xuan Yinji jokingly, "Do you know you can't afford it? You dare to come here if you can't afford it, you must want to eat for free." Lin Yi, that poor bastard, probably can't even afford a single dish even with all his wealth added up. Shu Gang also laughed and said, "Let me tell you, my daily spending here is equal to your annual income." Know what you are. A poor person will always be a poor person. Don't dream of turning your life around one day. This sentence stimulated Lin Yi. Who says you can't turn over? Lin Yi now is completely different from before. He has money and confidence. No need to bow down to others for money anymore. Because the noise at the scene was too loud, Lin Yi didn't notice that he had several missed calls on his phone. Wang Bi's has been trying to contact Lin Yi, but no one answered. With no other choice, he had to go to the hotel first. Since the other party bought his restaurant. Then I will go and conduct an on-site inspection anyway. Having said that, he asked the driver to drive to Kitazawa Hotel. On the second floor of Bi's hotel, several security guards were already standing in front of Lin Yi. They were all strong and tall, holding batons in their hands. "Sir, please cooperate with our work. We don't want to hurt you either." Xuan Yinji was extremely scared at this moment. He hid behind Lin Yi and didn't even dare to speak. Even so, she still chose to believe that Lin Yi had a solution. She believed in Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart. Facing these security guards, Lin Yi remained calm. He said to the waiter, "I am the new owner of this hotel. Please ask your manager and president to come and see me." Shu Gang kept mocking him maliciously, "How dare you call yourself the boss when you look like that? If you are really the boss, I will kneel down and call you daddy." Naturally, the waiter didn't believe Lin Yi's words and prepared to ask the security guard to carry him out. "Are you sure you don't want to ask your manager to come see me? If something goes wrong, can you take the responsibility?" Lin Yi's words successfully made the waiter uncertain. Yes, what if something happens? If you think about it, how could really poor people choose to dine in these places? The waiter became more and more confused. If the other party is really a powerful person, then you have really offended him. He asked the security guard to stop what he was doing. It's better to call the manager over first, just in case. That way, even if something goes wrong, you won't be the one to take the blame. The waiter called the manager over. The manager agreed to come, but when he saw Lin Yi, he also said he didn't know him. The waiter was 100% sure at this point. Lin Yi is here to cause trouble. He immediately ordered the security guards to carry Lin Yi out. Just at this moment, Wang Bi's rushed to the restaurant. He looked around for the manager, wanting to ask if anyone special had been there, but he couldn't find him. After learning that the manager was handling some matters in the restaurant, he rushed over in 2 steps. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a group of security guards surrounding a man. When the manager saw Wang Bi's, he immediately bowed deeply and said, "Hello, boss." When the other employees heard that the boss had arrived, they all bowed to Wang Bi's and said, "Hello, boss." Wang Bi's looked at the group of security guards and then at Lin Yi. "What are you doing?" Chapter 9 Absurdity. What are you doing? "Mr. Wang, this gentleman disturbed the VIP's meal. We wanted to ask him to leave, but he refused to leave and even said that he was the owner of the restaurant." The manager respectfully reports. "I told you to get out but you didn't. And you still dare to speak so shamelessly. Now that the real boss is here, you can't run away even if you want to. Ha, this kid is in big trouble. It's going to be fun to watch." Shu Gang and Zhao Xiaolu did not forget to mock, with a look of gloating on their faces. Wang Bi's is a famous entrepreneur in Yuncheng. Everyone knows that he built the Bi's restaurant. Lin Yi is really trying to show off and ended up in trouble. They could already imagine that Lin Yi would be slapped in the face and kicked out in disgrace. New boss? However, when Wang Bi's heard this, his eyes were shocked. He looked at Lin Yi and thought to himself, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Lin Yi is very young, and he doesn't look like a big shot who spends money lavishly. Fraud? But currently, no more than 3 people know about the acquisition. Where did he get the information? "Excuse me, sir, what is your name?" he asked cautiously. "Lin Yi." Lin Yi looked indifferent. "Lin Yi? Are you the Mr. Lin?" Wang Bi's looked surprised. He was really surprised to find that the investor who bought his entire restaurant for over 1 billion yuan without saying a word was actually a young man. At this moment, the cell phone rang and the assistant sent Lin Yi's information and photos. Yes, it's really him. Wang Bi's was frightened for a moment. Being able to control such huge capital, this young man must have a very simple background. Then, he immediately stepped forward respectfully, stretched out his hands and held the back of Lin Yi's hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Wang Bi's, and I am the former president of Bi's restaurant. I didn't know Mr. Lin was coming, so I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please forgive me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. What? Mr. Lin. Did I hear you right? Zhu Gang and Zhao Shelu were even more confused and dumbfounded. Xuan Yinji had a silly look on his face, with a big question mark on his face. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Boss Wang, may I ask what this is? The manager and waiter looked confused. Wang Bi's waved his hand and explained, Don't call me Mr. Wang. Just now, Mr. Lin acquired the entire Bi's restaurant and held 80% of the shares, becoming the new owner of our hotel. You were blind and almost made a big mistake. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin? This is really ridiculous. But once it came out of his mouth, there was no doubt about it. I'm really sorry, I was blind and didn't know that Mr. Lin was coming. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. The manager was the first to react and bowed his head to apologize to Lin Yi. The waiter and security guard also quickly followed suit. I don't blame you for what happened today, but remember, any customer who comes here to consume, regardless of their status, is not allowed to be driven away at will without sufficient reason. Lin Yi just said lightly. He could easily make these people unemployed in a second, but from beginning to end, these people acted according to the rules and did not go too far. There was no need to cut off their livelihoods. Follow General Lin's instructions. Everyone panicked and nodded in unison. Even President Wang bowed to him. How is this possible? Seeing Lin Yi's arrogant look, Zhu Gang's face turned pale, as if he had eaten something stupid. With Zhu Gang's family background, he couldn't buy even 5% of the shares of Bi's restaurant even if he sold everything he had. Chapter 10 VIP and the Boss. How could he, Lin Yi, have the courage to swallow it whole? He couldn't believe it. But who is Mr. Wang? Would people recognize the wrong person? Thinking of the ridicule I had just made towards Lin Yi, he shuddered all over. He quickly pulled Zhao Xiaolu with him, ready to sneak away before Lin Yi could pursue the matter. Boss Wang, don't believe this kid's lies, he is lying to you. However, Zhao Xiaolu had no intention of leaving. She rushed up with a swagger, pointed at Lin Yi's nose and started scolding him. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. I know who you are. You've been wearing a pair of worn-out sneakers for 2 years, you eat in the cafeteria every day, and your laptop is second-hand. Only a fool would believe that you can buy the Kitazawa restaurant. She had gone a little crazy and didn't want to believe from the bottom of her heart that Lin Yi, whom she had dumped, would make a comeback. Where did this bitch come from? How dare she act like a spoiled child here? However, before Lin Yi could say anything, Mr. Wang on the side became unhappy. Only a fool would believe that? Who are you scolding? Boss Lin is so young, yet he has such capital. There are only a few people like him in the whole Yuncheng. He is definitely a dragon among men. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect Mr. Lin? Facing Wang Bi's rebuke, Zhao Xiaolu was extremely flustered. Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. Don't call me Mr. Wang. There's only Mr. Lin here. If you disrespect Mr. Lin, you're disrespecting me. Security guard, kick her out. At Wang Bi's command, 2 security guards immediately stepped forward and twisted her arms tightly. Zhu Gang, what are you doing hiding there? Save me. Zhao Xiaolu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Zhu Gang felt like crying but had no tears. Call you sister. Damn, you stupid teammate, it's fine if you want to die, but why do you have to involve me? But in public, he had no choice but to step forward and said in a low and flattering voice, Mr. Wang. No, Mr. Wang, my name is Zhu Gang, and I am the supreme VIP here. I am really sorry for what happened today. I hope you can give me face and let us leave in a decent manner. VIP? Wang Bi's raised his eyebrows and thought of something. Oh, you were the one who wanted to chase Mr. Lin away just now? No, no, no. Yes, it's him. Shu Gang denied it flatly, but was pointed out by the waiter next to him. Okay, kick them out together, cancel their qualifications, put them on the blacklist, and never let them set foot in the hotel again. Wang Bi's is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. Blacklist? Zhu Gang sat down on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Bi's restaurant is one of the most luxurious restaurants in Yuncheng. The threshold for becoming a member is extremely high. This supreme VIP status was obtained by his father with great effort, and he only dared to use it secretly occasionally. I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky today and meet Lin Yi. If I'm on the blacklist, then my hot-tempered dad. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, I was wrong. Please don't deprive me of my qualifications. I kneel down for you. He fell to his knees and kowtowed to admit his mistake. However, Lin Yi didn't even look at him. Just smiled. Apologies are useful, but what are rules for? No need to tell me. The security guards immediately threw the couple out. Oh my god, how could this happen? Zhao Xiaolu was crawling on the ground with disheveled hair, looking like a crazy woman. It was not until she was thrown out like a dog by the security guard that she realized where she went wrong. That's right, Lin Yi looks very poor and low-key. But he always has a kind of neither humble nor arrogant temperament. In the past, I was attracted by his temperament, so I walked with him. But later, I disliked him for being poor and incompetent. But I didn't expect that this might just be his disguise. But I was vain and materialistic and failed his test. Thinking of this, she felt extremely distressed and couldn't help shedding tears of regret. It's all your fault, you stinky bitch. You're looking for death. Don't you see that Lin Yi is someone we can afford to offend? Shu Gang cursed angrily. The weak get angry and draw their swords against the even weaker ones. He grabbed Zhao Xiaolu's hair and slapped her several times. I haven't blamed you yet. I was blind at the time, how could I be interested in a short person like you? Isn't Lin Yi 100 times better than you in that aspect? Zhao Xiaolu refused to give in, and the two men wrestled with each other, like a dog-eat-dog fight. Chapter 11. Aren't you afraid? A farce ended. Wang Bi's invited Lin Yi and others into the VIP room. A few people sat down and chatted casually for a while. Wang Bi's originally wanted to narrow the distance between the two through conversation so as to find out more about Lin Yi's background. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi was very tight-lipped and did not reveal any information except that he was attending college. This makes Lin Yi's identity even more mysterious in Wang Bi's mind, as if unfathomable. In fact, he was overthinking it. Lin Yi was just an ordinary college student. If there was any difference between him and other college students, it was just that he had good grades and was handsome. Boss Lin, please forgive me for asking, but what are your plans for the Baize restaurant? Wang Bi's finally couldn't help it and said what he was thinking. He has poured countless efforts into Bi's restaurant. From the management model to the business philosophy, all of them were accumulated bit by bit. It can be said that the restaurant is his child. Even though Lin Yi is generous, he can't help but regret listing the restaurant in the first place. Intend? Lin Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. What plans can I make? I have no management experience at all. After all, I am just an ordinary college student. But he didn't seem to be panicked, and asked with a slight smile, I wonder what Brother Wang thinks. He cleverly threw the question Wang Bi's asked him. When you are undecided, just ask back. This is what Lin Yi learned in the college student debate. Wang Bi's was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yi to ask this. It seems that this guy had already planned it out, so he was unwilling to reveal it. Well, I can give you some advice. Baize restaurant seems to be doing very well on the surface, but there is a hidden danger. That is, the expansion of too many branches has led to a decline in the reputation of the dishes. This is an inevitable problem brought about by the expansion strategy. Next, I think we should recruit more famous chefs and poach people from other small restaurants with high salaries. At the same time, we should also mobilize the power of the Human Resources Department to recruit a certain number of management trainees from universities. In this way, in just half a year, the quality of the dishes and services will be improved, and the reputation will naturally improve slowly. Similarly, there are also problems with hygiene. Wang Bi's couldn't stop talking. After all, he had invested too much emotion in Baize restaurant and didn't want to see it become a mess after he left, so he told it everything he knew. Lin Yi was confused by what he heard. I feel some admiration in my heart. This guy is really capable, no wonder he can run the Kitazawa restaurant in such an orderly manner. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the talent. What he admires most are those people who started from scratch and have real abilities. Watching Wang Bi's talking non-stop, his eyes lit up and he already had an idea in his mind. Brother Wang, there's no need to say anymore. He waved his hand. Why? Does Mr. Lin think there is something wrong? Wang Bi's then realized his own gaffe and straightened his sleeves. Because you are still the boss of this restaurant. Lin Yi suddenly stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with him. Boss Lin, what do you mean? Wang Bi's was so stunned when he saw it so rarely. Acquiring a group and replacing senior executives have become routine operations for merging a company or enterprise. How can a new official not replace his own people when he takes office? Letting the previous top leader continue to be the top leader is a big taboo in business. Although he is definitely not the kind of person who would betray his friends, how does Lin Yi know that he is not that kind of person? Aren't you afraid that you'll stab him in the back? Chapter 12 Arrangements. Brother Wang, if you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. To be honest, I really appreciate your suggestions for the restaurant. And to be honest, the acquisition of your restaurant was just a coincidence. It was an unintentional move on my part. I'm busy with my studies and I have to take the postgraduate entrance exam, so I hope you can help me manage the entire company. Lin Yi said sincerely. He could see that without Wang Bi's, the soul of the restaurant, Bi's restaurant could still make profits on the original basis, but who could guarantee that it would not run into trouble in the future? What should I do if I run into trouble? I have no experience. Besides, there are so many things to do in a restaurant, and there are tens of thousands of employees to manage. I don't want to be so troubled. Isn't it great to be a hands-off boss and make money without doing anything? After hearing these words, Wang Bi's was completely stunned. Although he was moved by Lin Yi's sincerity. But, coincidence, unintentional act? What does this mean? Could it be that the restaurant that I had worked so hard to run was just bought by him by chance? Just for fun. Oh my god, how big is this game? Spend billions playing? Besides, you are busy with schoolwork? You also need to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Are you kidding? No matter how good a university is, the best you can get out of it is a job that pays $1 million a year. Is that more important than running a ready-made company with a market value of billions? Wang Bi's complained bitterly in his heart and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He finally understood. This kid Lin Yi is not just a local tycoon, he is a super rich man. People buy their own properties just for fun, or because they think the food here is delicious. It's hard to change that everything comes so suddenly. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your appreciation. I will do my best to live up to Mr. Lin's expectations. He immediately felt grateful and held Lin Yi's hand tightly. I was reluctant to leave this restaurant in the first place, and besides, I must hold on to a big shot like Lin Yi. He is just a college student now, but he dares to play with such a huge capital. What if I graduate? If I can gain his appreciation, I will definitely achieve something in the future. By then, my ambitions will not only be limited to a small cloud city. Afterwards, Wang Bi's personally cooked a romantic dinner for Lin Yi and Xuanyanji. The two chatted and laughed, and ate with great satisfaction. After the meal, with the farewell of all the employees, Lin Yi and Xuanyanji walked out of the restaurant hand in hand and got into the Lamborghini. It was already night time. Lin Yi drove a Lamborghini and took Xuanyanji for a ride on the beach. Lin Yi, it turns out that you are really the owner of this restaurant. You are so rich, why didn't you tell me earlier? Xuanyanji was in a complicated mood. He was so worried about Lin Yi at that time, but who knew? He was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He had worried for nothing. Thinking about how I had quarreled with others because of him during the day, it was really like the eunuchs were anxious when the emperor was not. Hee hee, if I tell you, will you still be so close to me? Lin Yi smiled wickedly. You bastard. Xuanyanji snorted. If Lin Yi wasn't driving, he would have wanted to punch Lin Yi again. But what he said does make sense. If I had known that he had such a background, I would never have dared to get close to him. Thinking that this was the reason why he hid his super-rich identity, Xuanyanji's heart was deeply touched. Chapter 13, Second Kill Mansion. After the ride, he sent Xuanyanji back home. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening when Lin Yi returned to the dormitory. He had no roommates and lived in a single room by himself, while all other dormitories were four-person rooms. Because the number of students was estimated incorrectly when recruiting students that year, he was able to take advantage of the situation. There was nothing wrong with the single room except that it was small and damp. At first Lin Yi was a little dissatisfied, thinking that it was not lively enough with few people, but later he realized that at his age, living alone had many advantages, and others could not wait to envy him. As for what the benefits are, those who understand will understand. After washing up, I am about to go to bed. Ding dong! Suddenly, an app notification popped up in the notification bar above the phone. Ping 60, today's special flash sale products are online. Here we go again. Lin Yi then realized that it was already 12 o'clock, which was the time for a new round of product updates. He quickly clicked it excitedly. What comes into view is a row of luxurious houses. Tang has top-grade product. Shocking price, 168 yuan. 1,000 square meter villa in the center of Westlake. Lowest price, 666 yuan. Yundingshan Villa number 1. All-time low price, 888 yuan. There are more than 100 luxury houses on 3 pages, covering almost all the high-end areas of Binhai City, which dazzled the world-experienced Lin Yi. He never hides his poverty because it is the fact. What is the point of trying hard to save face? So ask yourself, except in movies and TV dramas, you have never seen such a gorgeous mansion. In China, buying a house is the pain of every teenager. Let alone a luxury villa with a swimming pool, garage or manor. In his lifetime, he would be thankful for what his ancestors had done if he could buy a fully furnished commercial house of over 100 square meters with a parking space. And these dreamy mansions are right in front of you, ready for you to choose. This feeling. It feels like a dream. Afterwards, Lin Yi searched the internet for the address of the mansion. Well, these mansions do exist. It's just that no one bought it. The reason why no one buys it is very simple, that is, it is too expensive. Tangha Apin top-level apartment, 300 million. 1,000 square meters villa in the center of Westlake, 600 million. The top-level villa in Hentaying Highlands was sold at a terrifying price of 1.2 billion. Oh my god, let alone an ordinary rich person, even if I met Wang Bi's today, I can't afford it at all. Oh my god. Is this life? Lin Yi knocked his forehead excitedly. I just hope I'm not dreaming. So, which of these 3 luxury houses should I buy? Thinking of this, even I started to laugh at myself. Choosing, that's something only children do. And he, Lin Yi, wants them all. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could take turns living in the 3 mansions? But soon, the system gave the conditions. To buy each villa, we need 15 people to help bargain. To buy 3 villas together, we need to gather 50 people to bargain within 1 hour. If you fail to do so, the original price will be restored. Please be advised, host. So that's how it is. I knew it wasn't that simple. However, it is not a difficult task. Lin Yi already had an idea in his mind. But there is one thing, system. If I send out the link for bargaining, won't others find out that I bought the mansion at a low price? He doesn't want to expose himself. Please rest assured, the links you sent have all been modified, and the other party cannot know the truth. In their eyes, the product you bought is just a random ordinary item. Oh, that's good. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire the humanity of the system. Afterwards, he immediately posted his bargaining link in the class group. Chapter 14. Thank you, brother. Everyone, please help cut it, thank you very much. However, after 10 minutes, only 7 or 8 female classmates and 2 or 3 boys helped him bargain. Hey, you don't chat with everyone normally, but you send this kind of stuff late at night. Lin Yi, how much do you need money? Yeah, you dare to buy a razor from Pink 60? Aren't you afraid that it will turn into a spinning top after you buy it? And it will take 50 people to chop this crap down. Don't even think about it. It's hopeless. There are only 80 people in the entire class. How can there be so many people to help you bargain? You have 1 hour to spare, and it's during this time period, so you should just go to bed. But it's okay if you can't afford it. Just use mine. I can lend it to you for 2 yuan each time. How about that? Brother, that's very considerate of you, right? Some people help, while others are sarcastic. Some people who usually thought that Lin Yi, who was low-key and unsociable, seized the opportunity to mock him. Of course they are not afraid of Lin Yi getting angry. They even hope that Lin Yi will be angered by them. Then, they can say that they were just joking and you can't afford to joke. Wow, thank you handsome Lin for the red envelope. However, a screenshot was soon circulated in the group, showing that the first female classmate who helped Lin Yi bargain received a red envelope of 8.8 yuan. Thank you, brother Lin. I have it too, thanks bro. Brother Shishi, thanks already. Brother Lin, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Then there is another series of screenshots. The first group of people who bargained with Lin Yi all received red envelopes, all of which were worth 8.8 yuan. Bargaining and giving red envelopes, Lin Yi, you are really considerate. Boss Lin, are you still giving me the red envelope? I'll help you chop too. In an instant, the students in the group were excited. Those who had been lurking received the red envelope notification and immediately joined the group chat. I'm sorry to bother you all. Let me tell you the rules. I'll give 8 yuan red envelopes to the first group of brothers and sisters who helped me bargain. There are 12 people in total. That's it. The next 18 people who helped me bargain will get 6.6 yuan red envelopes. The last 20 people will get 5 yuan red envelopes. Please don't pity me. Lin Yi said with a little mischief. In an instant, the whole group fell silent. Because everyone couldn't wait to open Pink Sixy and help Lin Yi bargain. Even if you are not a fan of Pink Sixy, you can download it immediately. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the successful instant sale. All 3 mansions are now available for purchase. In less than 3 minutes, the 50-person quota was filled. Thank you everyone. Lin Yi kept his word and gave them red envelopes one by one. No, thank you. Boss Lin, I love you. Ha, who said Lin Yi is poor? The red envelopes raining down are real. Boss Lin is really generous, just giving a red envelope for no effort. Alas, I missed the chance to go to the toilet just now. Lin Yi, could you please let me know in advance next time? That's right, it feels like I missed out on $1 billion. Although some were happy and some were sad, everyone's favorable impression of Lin Yi soared. A red envelope of a few dollars is nothing, but if you put in some effort you can get it, which is a real benefit for college students like them. Those who had mocked Lin Yi before also joined the ranks of receiving red envelopes after being slapped in the face, so naturally they had nothing to say. Chapter 15 Congratulations. For those who received the prizes, I wish you all had fun. For those who didn't, don't be discouraged. There will be more such activities next time, and the amount of the red envelopes will be even bigger. Lin Yi said in the group. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone cheered. Wow, there will be more next time, is this true? Oh my god, no way, there's really no way someone would be so nice to their classmates, no way, no way. Boss Lin, I love you. Just like Brother Lin Yi, I will follow you from now on. I'll chop down whoever you say I will chop down. Well, follow Lin and you'll have me to eat. Look forward to it. When will the next red envelope rain come? Classmate Lin, please let me know in advance. Some other people in the classmates group received the message and quickly joined in, ready to wait for the next event. In just a short period of time, the group of classmates that originally had only 80 people grew to 160 people. And the number is still increasing. Administrator, can you please stop adding more people? Some of them are not from our school. That's right, we all come here to grab the red envelopes. Shameless. I despise you. Hey, I heard there's a boss here, so I came to stay here. Although we are not in the same class, we are all classmates. Yeah, we're in the same school, and we have the same rich guy, so why can't we just rob him? Lin Yi didn't have time to watch their chattering. He switched to the app interface and immediately took pictures of all 3 villas. At the moment of payment, he felt as if his soul had been sublimated. Then, there was an exciting silence. 3, 2, 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for buying 3 luxury houses. All 3 properties have been transferred to the host's name. Top quality furniture has been installed in the house. All daily necessities are available. Double cleaning is done every day. Please check the house. Yes. Lin Yi was very excited. By the way, system, where's the key? Crash. A key and two room cards fell from the sky and hit Lin Yi's face unexpectedly. Oh my god. That night, Lin Yi was so excited that he almost couldn't sleep. The next morning, Lin Yi got up, washed and prepared to go out. Ding dong. A message from Pink Sixie popped up in the notification bar again. A new day has begun, please sign in, host. Lin Yi opened the app and casually clicked the sign in button. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a monetary reward of 10,000 renminbi. Oh my god, there is such a thing? Lin Yi was stunned. A text message came on the phone. Dear Huaxia Bank user, hello, your card number ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 123 yuan. Lin Yi is very happy. Although it was not a huge sum of money, after last night's shopping spree, there was little left in his piggy bank. As a result, refueling became a problem. He was originally worried about where to find a part-time job to earn some living expenses, but he didn't expect that the system had already arranged everything for him. You have signed in for 1 day in a row. The longer you sign in, the richer the reward. Good. Lin Yi closed the app. Then he carried a bag of garbage downstairs and walked out of the campus. Central South University Town was built a long time ago, and the garbage point is shared with a residential area outside, so every time Lin Yi throws out the garbage, he has to run a long way. But fortunately, this is the last time. Once you move into a mansion, you won't have to go through this trouble anymore. Recyclable. Not recyclable. When throwing away the garbage, an old lady bent over with difficulty and sorted the garbage in her hands in a daze. Chapter 16 The Nightmare in My Heart. Yunqing has fully implemented the garbage classification policy, but it is obvious that this old lady doesn't quite understand it. Lin Yi took a look and saw that the old man was not dressed very well. He was obviously from another place. If he was fined, it would be troublesome. Let me help you. Lin Yi walked over and quickly helped the old lady solve the problem. Thank you so much, young man. Here, take the money. The old lady took out $10 as a thank you fee. I don't do this. It's free. You can go to the community service office to get a manual and learn how to sort before throwing away. Otherwise, you will be fined next time. Lin Yi reminded. It seems that I have been treated as a garbage sorter. That's great, thank you, young man. The old lady said gratefully. After finishing the work, Lin Yi was about to leave. Hey, Lin Yi, is that you? Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded. Lin Yi turned his head and saw an obese middle-aged woman staring at him. Teacher Li? This person was his Chinese teacher in elementary school and also his class teacher. She was mean and sarcastic, and liked to ask for bribes from her parents. Lin Yi, who came from a poor family, was naturally oppressed and excluded by her. Those few years were a nightmare in Lin Yi's heart. Of course, when he saw her now, Lin Yi didn't have any thoughts, because he felt that there was really no point in living for such a person. Aya, Lin Yi, how did you end up like this? You're dealing with trash. But I heard that you can make 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, which is not bad for you. Teacher Li said sarcastically, having preconceived notions that Lin Yi was a garbage sorter. Since the popularization of garbage classification policy, garbage classification has become one of the three major industries alongside couriers and delivery boys. These are young people with little diploma who work hard to earn money. Lin Yi was not a good student when he was young, and Teacher Li had excluded and suppressed him several times. Naturally, he thought that he dropped out of school early and had no other choice but to end up in this state. Oh, if you say so, then it is. Lin Yi has always had one advantage, which is that he never argues with idiots, so he is very perfunctory. Teacher Li doesn't want to let it go. She happened to be visiting the university with a group of students at the time, so she immediately turned around and educated the students in front of them. Students, watch out, if you don't study hard, you will become like this in the future. Only if you listen to the teacher and study hard, you will not have a failed life in the future. Otherwise, you will be like him, hanging out with garbage here. Do you want to become that kind of person? No. The students shook their heads. Teacher Li smiled with satisfaction. Then, she saw the Lamborghini Veneno parked behind Lin Yi, and her eyes lit up. She continued, look at that luxury supercar. This is the car of successful people. If you don't want to become a low-class scoundrel who rides an electric bike to deliver food and pick up real garbage in the future, you have to study hard to have the chance to drive this kind of car. Do you understand? Clear. The students were obviously excited when they saw the sports car. Teacher Lee was very pleased with himself and was about to continue mocking. But teacher, this car seems to belong to that older brother. A little classmate asked doubtfully, pointing his finger behind her. What, big brother, are you kidding? Teacher Lee looked back. Lin Yi was sitting in the Lamborghini, looking at himself with a smile. Chapter 17 Adventure at the 4S store. Teacher Lee was stunned for a moment. What is going on? That uneducated guy who was repeatedly criticized as a negative example by himself actually owns a Lamborghini supercar? This. With her vision and knowledge, she was completely unable to comprehend the situation in front of her, and her brain froze instantly. Lin Yi, aren't you in charge of garbage sorting? How could you? Who told you that I am engaged in garbage sorting? Although this job is not bad, I am currently studying humanities at Central South University and am busy preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. I don't have time to experience it. Lin Yi smiled. Central South University? Are you a student of this school? How is this possible? Teacher Lee was even more incredulous, his jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. I thought Lin Yi was a complete loser, but I didn't expect that he not only reached the peak of his life, but also got admitted to Central South University. Oh my God. She fell to the ground and almost fainted. Goodbye, teacher. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator, took off, and the wild Lamborghini drove away in a cloud of dust. Wow. I want to be an excellent person like my big brother in the future. The little students' eyes lit up and they shouted excitedly. This big brother who can make their evil teacher so angry that she vomits blood is simply their idol. Teacher Lee felt like crying but had no tears. If I had known this, how could I have dared to insult Lin Yi like this? Teaching such a promising student is enough for me to brag about for a year. But she just looked down on others. Now, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Yi drove the Lamborghini with one hand and prepared to go for dinner. Suddenly I found that my car was covered with some dust. By the way, there was a strong wind in Yunqing last night and I forgot to harness the car. Well, it's time to wash the car and do some maintenance. Navigated to the nearest 4S car shop. Zunlong 4S store is the largest car dealership in Yunqing and also the most luxurious. The average price is several times higher than that of ordinary 4S stores. However, Lin Yi is not short of money now, so he finds a small shop to wash his clothes. Even if he dares to wash them himself, they won't dare to buy them. After driving for 10 minutes, Lin Yi arrived at the car shop. Unfamiliar with the rules, he drove his car directly into the open store. Fuck, who told you to drive in? Get out and line up. The employees heard the engine noise and turned around, cursing. But when they saw the dazzling and noble Lamborghini in front of them, they were all stunned. Oh my God, Lamborghini Veneno. The latest model of 2020. Oh my God, is this true? There are only 20 cars in the world. When will Yunqing have one? I was watching my friend's circle yesterday and someone said that they had taken a photo of a Lamborghini Veneno at Kitazawa restaurant. I didn't believe it, but it turned out to be true. Where did this rich man come from? No, this is a super rich man. Sorry, I don't quite understand. I'll just drive the car out and get in line. Lin Yi stuck his head out and said embarrassedly. No, you don't need to line up. This way please. Call the manager. The employees' attitudes changed 180 degrees, leaving Lin Yi a little confused. What's going on? The manager came out and was stunned when he saw Lin Yi's car. Then he immediately took out his cell phone. General manager, please come here quickly. The store. What? Lamborghini Veneno? Are you kidding me? The general manager rushed over and was also stunned. This. Boss. After a while, Lu Jinlong, the owner of Zunlong car dealership, arrived in person. Chapter 18 Distinguished Guests. Hello, sir. I am Lu Jinlong, the owner of the car dealership. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me directly. Come this way. Before Lin Yi knew what was going on, he was invited into the VIP room by a group of people. He had a dark face. Is it necessary? I just want to wash the car. For him, it was just a car wash. But for Lu Jinlong and others, this is no trivial matter. An ordinary luxury car only costs a few million. There are many rich people in Yuncheng, so it is not worth making a fuss about. But Lin Yi's car is a limited edition Lamborghini, which cannot be bought just by having money. This shows that Lin Yi's identity is definitely extraordinary, so Lu Jinlong naturally dared not neglect him. After some conversation, Lu Jinlong had someone draw up a contract and gave it to Lin Yi for review. Why is there still a contract? What's going on? Lin Yi was stunned after watching it all and was even more shocked. It actually said that as long as I signed, from now on all the services here would be free, for the rest of my life, and I would even get $100,000. Is there such a good thing? Lin Yi couldn't quite believe it. Lu Jinlong snapped his fingers, asked someone to bring 100,000 yuan in cash, and explained to Lin Yi. Little brother, we only have one request. We hope you can agree to let us use the maintenance of your expensive car in our store as an advertisement. I see. Lin Yi suddenly realized. This is a Lamborghini Veneno, and there are only a few of them in the whole of China. Being able to maintain this car is a great honor for Zuanlong Car Shop. What advertisement can be more effective than this one? Afterwards, Lin Yi didn't waste any time and just signed and took the money. After all, it's free maintenance and you can get money in return, so you're not losing out at all. Unexpectedly, spending money turned into making money. This world is really magical for rich people. Then, Lu Jinlong proposed to treat Lin Yi to a meal. Not only did he want to maintain Lin Yi's car, but from the sound of it, he also wanted to maintain Lin Yi's health. Lin Yi refused decisively, saying that he didn't have the time to make friends with him. Then I left my contact information and prepared to leave. What's going on? Why are you all serving that guy? How long have I been waiting here? Let me tell you, I'm a VIP here. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today, I will cancel my card immediately. At this moment, an Audi owner grumbled unhappily. Just now, everyone in the car dealership surrounded Lin Yi, so he was naturally very unhappy. Sir, please calm down, we will serve you immediately. No, I'm very angry. Why should you all serve one person? Am I not a customer? Is this how you treat VIP customers? It took me so long to wash a car. If my business fails, can you afford to take responsibility? The waiter said all the nice things he could, but the Audi owner still refused to give in and even walked towards Lin Yi, ready to curse. And at this moment, Lin Yi pressed the key of the Lamborghini Veneno. Buzz! The surging engine was full of passion, and the Lamborghini Veneno was like a beast ready to go, attracting the attention of the entire audience. The car owner was stunned for a moment. He swallowed the words in his mouth. Sir, are you okay? I'm fine. Then can we help you wash the car now? Sure. The Audi owner instantly became as obedient as his grandson. Nonsense. He drives a Lamborghini, and it's the latest limited edition. What kind of family background does this require? How many minds are there? Such a distinguished person. Is it wrong for the whole store to serve only him? Money makes you the boss. He knew that he was just a grandson in front of this old man. By the way, do you still want to return the card? The waiter asked mischievously. No way, why would I want to return my card? I feel so honored to be able to wash my car in the same shop as this handsome guy. The car was handed over to the 4S store. Feeling a little hungry, Lin Yi rode a shared bike to a home-style restaurant near the university town. Chapter 19, Gift Exchange. Feeling a little hungry, Lin Yi rode a shared bike to a home-style restaurant near the university town. The food here is as cheap as in the cafeteria and tastes good. Although Lin Yi is rich now, he still likes to eat here. Lin Yi? Why are you here so early? Don't you have to work a part-time job today? A short-haired girl with an 8-point appearance came up to them. Her name is Lu Yan. She is Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart and was admitted to Central South University together with Lin Yi. The relationship between the two is as close as that of brothers. Every noon, she always waits here for Lin Yi to eat, almost without fail. I have good news for you. I won't have to work part-time anymore. Lin Yi smiled. Why? Did you get rich? Sit down and talk, boss, let's order. Here I come. The delicious food is served. The two ate and chatted. Lu Yan kept asking questions out of curiosity. She has always been interested in everything about Lin Yi. Lin Yi was practicing Tai Chi, making Lu Yan run around in circles. By the way, I heard that Zhao Xiaolu dumped you. Do you want me to help you vent your anger? Lu Yan said angrily. Do you think I'm still angry? Lin Yi pointed at his own face, his expression calm. After all, the person who regrets the most now is Zhao Xiaolu. I can imagine how much pain she is in. You are such a carefree kid. Hee hee, breaking up with her is a good thing for you. Yes, there is always someone better out there. Lin Yi smiled. Ever since the incident with Zhao Xiaolu, he no longer believes in so-called love. Since ancient times, those who are in love have been hurt, and it is often the person I love who hurts me the most. He finally figured it out. Love is stronger than gold, bullshit. Although it is impossible for me to turn into a scumbag, it is impossible for him to take a relationship seriously for a long time. The two continued to talk and laugh. During the meal, Lin Yi received a call from Lu Jinlong, saying that the car had been maintained and asked whether he needed someone to deliver it. Okay, send it over. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and told the location of the restaurant. By the way, Lin Yi, I wish you a happy breakup. This is the gift I prepared for you, please don't despise it. As Lu Yan spoke, she took out a carefully wrapped gift box and placed it in front of Lin Yi embarrassedly. Thank you, Lu Yan, you are so kind to me. Lin Yi was deeply moved. If he was really sad because of Zhao Xiaolu, he would really need Lu Yan's comfort to cheer up. Although I don't know what the gift is, the thought behind it is enough. A true friend is hard to find, and a female confidant is even harder to find. Lin Yi is very happy to have such a close friend to accompany him. What are you thanking me for? We are no match for each other. Why don't you open it and take a look? At Lu Yan's urging, Lin Yi opened the package. Inside is a pure silver men's watch with a 4-leaf clover pattern on the frame. It looks simple and practical, and the concise design style is also in line with my own aesthetic. You're such a good man, I don't want any bad woman to hurt you again. With this 4-leaf clover watch, you will definitely be lucky enough to find true love. It's 10,000 times better than that Zhao Xiaolu. Lu Yan said gently. Lin Yi was so moved that he was speechless for a moment. This watch doesn't look like a valuable item, only about 1,000 yuan. But with such a confidant, what more could one ask for? If Lu Yan's appearance was not only 8 points, which really made me uninterested, why would we be good friends? She is definitely my true love. Seeing Lin Yi so happy, Lu Yan felt that everything was worth it. Chapter 20 paid 9.9. On the surface, she was just Lin Yi's best friend, but in fact, she had always had a deep crush on Lin Yi. However, she knew very well that her looks were not worthy of a handsome man like Lin Yi, so they could only be brothers. Oh, if only I could be a little more beautiful. She sighed inwardly. In fact, she has beautiful facial features and a tall figure, which is much better than Zhao Xiaolu, but her skin condition has always been not very good, which lowers her overall appearance. Otherwise, there would be no need to talk about that stinky bitch Zhao Xiaolu. Lin Yi put on the watch with a smile, without any false politeness. The relationship between him and Lu Yan has always been that I give it to you, you take it, and no one will say anything. However, he must return this gift. Ding dong. Suddenly, Pink 6CS advertisement appeared in the notification bar on the mobile phone again. Hello, today's limited time flash sale products are now online, please choose yours. Very good. Lin Yi immediately opened it excitedly. There are a total of 3 items on sale this time. The first item, Macho Armbar. As long as you use it to exercise, your strength will increase. It is not a dream to achieve a unicorn arm in 3 days. The second item is the Dili Zhang Gao 1. Just take one before going to bed, and when you wake up the next day, you will grow 5 to 7 centimeters taller. Lin Yi shook his head. He had no interest in either of these 2 things. I am very satisfied with my current body shape, but I don't want to become a big muscular man. As for height increasing pills, they are even more useless. He is 1.83 meters tall, which is already a golden ratio. If he grows to 1.9 meters, it would be inconvenient for him to drive his own sports car. What is the third item? Swipe downward. Magic Beauty Pill. It can improve your appearance and remove flaws based on your original appearance. Just take it and wash your face, and it will work. The results vary from person to person. Undoubtedly, it is another useless thing. His appearance is already good enough, even if it can be improved, it is not good to be too conspicuous. What's more, he doesn't like the fact that he has become a stranger now, which no longer has that charm. Wait, beauty. Seeing Lu Yan, who has an appearance score of 8, Lin Ye's eyes moved. That's right. For my confidant, isn't this the best gift in the world? Although Lu Yan never complained to him, Lin Yi could see that she often felt inferior because of her appearance. Although she was already very good compared to ordinary people and had many suitors, she acted very cool in front of other boys, but often revealed a sense of inferiority in front of him. Okay, place your order. Lin Yi immediately sold out the product. Paid 9.9. A small box immediately appeared in his trouser pocket. I took it out and opened it, and inside was a colorful little pill that looked like rainbow candy. Lu Yan, this is the gift I prepared for you. Try it and see if it tastes good. Lu Yan saw the rainbow candy in Lin Yi's hand and shook her head. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. This candy is either sour or smelly. Ha, whether you want to eat it or not is not up to you. Lin Yi had no choice but to snap the beauty pill into her mouth with a flick of his finger. Lu Yan was about to get angry, but suddenly she smacked her lips unconsciously. Oh my god, it's delicious. Where did you buy this candy? Hey, this candy isn't just delicious. I'll tell you its effects. They'll shock you. Lin Yi pretended to be mysterious. TSK, what good can a piece of candy do? Are you trying to play a trick on me again? Lu Yan looked unconvinced. Chapter 21, You've taken all the good cabbages. If you don't believe me, go wash your face now and try it. Why wash your face? You know I always put on heavy makeup every time I go out with you. Lu Yan said softly, with that inferiority complex revealed in her eyes again. Go quickly. Lin Yi had no choice but to refuse, so he grabbed her and pushed her into the women's restroom. What the hell is going on? Lu Yan was puzzled and washed her face with water in disbelief. Suddenly, something magical happened. She felt a sharp pain on her face, and when she looked up, she found that her face had turned white and rosy, so tender that it looked as if it could be broken by a touch. Oh my god, how is this possible? I even had 2 pimples this morning. Where did they all go? Lu Yan was stunned. Is it because of the mirror? She immediately took out her cell phone and took a selfie of herself. In an instant, I was stunned by her beauty. Oh my god. The beauty of herself in the photo is so unreal, it doesn't look like her at all. Lu Yan, who has flawless skin, turns out to be so beautiful. Now, her skin not only has no flaws, but has become her greatest advantage. Combined with her already perfect facial features and proud figure, she can be said to be radiant and a true goddess-level beauty. 8 points? Even 80 points is not enough. She ran out of the bathroom excitedly. Wow, beautiful lady, who are you? Lin Yi joked, and was very satisfied with the effect of this beauty pill. Lu Yan was indeed more beautiful than he had imagined. Although the beauty pill has its effect, without a foundation as good as Lu Yan's, it is impossible for a pheasant to turn into a phoenix all of a sudden. Thank you, Lin Yi. This thing must be expensive. I can't believe it. It's like a dream. I won't change back again, will I? Lu Yan was so excited and frightened that she became incoherent. After all, for a girl, this is too magical. Lin Yi grabbed her shoulders. Don't worry, this pill doesn't have any side effects. As for its origin, I'm afraid I can't tell you, but just trust me and accept who you are now. Lin Yi showed a warm smile, which immediately put Lu Yan at ease. After all, anyone could harm him, but it definitely couldn't be Lin Yi. Thank you, Lin Yi. Lu Yan was very moved and hugged Lin Yi. Her strong capital made Lin Yi feel breathless, but he was still enjoying it. At this time, a group of students walked into the restaurant and saw the 2 people hugging each other. Hey, look, isn't that the loser guy that Zhao Xiaolu dumped? It's him. He was pretending to be cool and sending out red envelopes in the group last night. Ha, isn't that Lu Yan he's holding? That tomboy. Humph, I knew that these 2 people who are together every day definitely have a special relationship. Lin Yi is really interesting. Even if you were dumped by Goddess Zhao, you wouldn't give up on yourself and look for a tomboy, right? What do you know? This is called a retreat. Everyone sneered. Zhao Xiaolu is the goddess-level figure in their grade, and countless people want her but cannot get her. In their eyes, apart from being tall and handsome, how can Lin Yi compare to them? Goddess Zhao, such a good cabbage, was ruined by him. Therefore, there are many male students in the school who are jealous of Lin Yi. Some time ago, when people heard that Zhao Xiaolu had dumped him, not only did they applaud, but some even set off firecrackers on campus. Lin Yi heard their words without any change in his expression. After all, these poor creatures know nothing and there is no need to waste time with them. Lu Yan couldn't help her bad temper. She simply picked up a wine bottle on the table next to her and walked towards the boys. "If you dare to fart again, I'll tear your head off." Her face was filled with murderous intent, and it looked as if she was about to fight with several people at any moment. Those boys were also bullies who were afraid of the strong and quickly shut up. They knew that Lu Yan, a well-known tomboy, would definitely dare to do such a thing. Last time, a green tea cousin said bad things about her behind her back, and the next day she became a sausage mouth. Although there is no reason why a few boys cannot beat the girls, if they really want to fight with the girls, they would have better not stay in school. Seeing that they all shut up, Lu Yan walked back and continued eating with Lin Yi. "Hey, wait. Am I seeing this wrong? Have you noticed that Lu Yan seems different today?" Suddenly, a boy came to his senses and said, "Yeah. I thought we recognized the wrong person just now. Isn't this tomboy's face full of acne? Look at her skin now, how come it's better than that of goddess Xiao Xiaolu? That's right, I just discovered today that this tomboy is so pretty. Oh my god, this beauty is not much worse than that of goddess Xiao Xiaolu. No, I think she's prettier than goddess Xiao. Oh my god, it seems that there is finally someone in our grade who is more beautiful than goddess Xiao, but I didn't expect it to be Lu Yan. Girls change a lot when they grow up. I was wrong about her. If I knew she was so beautiful, I would have pursued her a long time ago." Looking at Lu Yan, who was radiant and seemed like a completely different person, several boys drooled and felt filled with regret. In the past, they laughed at such beauties, but they never imagined that now they have turned from wild chickens into phoenixes, and they are not even qualified to marry her. Damn it, did this Lin Yi save the world in his previous life? He's so lucky that he has slept with all the goddesses in our grade. Yeah, no wonder goddess Xiao dumped him and he wasn't sad. I originally thought he was just pretending, but now it seems like this guy has too many backups. Fuck, I'm so jealous. The boys were so envious and jealous that they almost lost the mood to eat. But it doesn't matter. We brothers may not have no chance. After all, Lin Yi is a loser. He has been so arrogant recently. Not only does he send red envelopes in the group, but he also rents a luxury car to show off his wealth. I don't think he will be able to stay in this position for long. Yeah, truth will come out eventually. He will be exposed. In the end, he is just a poor loser. Yes, who among us is not better than him? Come on. Let's have a drink, guys. Don't take anything personally. A few boys used the method of spiritual victory and started to make noise heartlessly again. How is it, Lin Yi? Does the watch I gave you look good? Lu Yan asked. It looks good, but there is a problem. Lin Yi frowned, looking embarrassed. What's the problem? Lu Yan asked quickly. Will this watch affect my ability to drive a Lamborghini with one hand? Lu Yener was speechless. Chapter 22, Too Much Exaggeration. Don't worry, if you really have a Lamborghini, you can wear 10 watches, let alone just one. She sneered. That's good. Lin Yi smiled. Look at what you said, as if you really own a Lamborghini. Lu Yan cursed with a smile. But I do. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi looked so serious. What? There's really a Lamborghini? I heard that car wasn't rented by you? Lu Yan was stunned. Who told you that? I really did. I lied to you like a puppy. There is no need to hide the fact that you own a sports car from anyone. After all, what is real cannot be fake, and what is fake cannot be real. Ha 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 ha, what the hell? Did I hear you right? Does someone really think that a rented car is their own? You still need to fly with one hand, why don't you go to the sky? Hey, why do you care about other people? They have privileges, and bragging doesn't require tax. Yes, yes, yes. A tree without bark is doomed to die. A man without shame is invincible. When several boys heard Lin Ye's words, they immediately started to mock him in a sarcastic manner. They are all from the same school, so everyone knows who is poor and who is rich. Judging from Lin Yi's living conditions in the first 2 semesters, if he was a rich second generation, then he and others would be the richest people. Shut up, what does it have to do with you? Eavesdropping on other people's conversations, do you have any shame? Lu Yan glared at several people fiercely. A few boys just gave up. Lu Yan then asked in a low voice, Lin Yi, where is your Lamborghini? I sent it to the car dealership for maintenance this morning. Someone should be delivering it soon. Lin Yi said carelessly. When several boys heard what he said, they laughed so hard that they fell over. If it's a Lamborghini Veneno, it would cost at least $1,000 to maintain it. Lu Yan opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. No, Mr. Lu from Zuanlong Car Shop insisted on using my car for publicity, providing me with free services and even giving me 100,000 yuan. Oh my god, there is such a good thing, do you agree? Since he is a well-known figure, I gave him face and reluctantly agreed. Lin Yi said while eating. Fuck, I just can't stand it anymore. Oh my god, Lin Yi, you are such a boaster. Please give the cow back to the cow, cows need sex too. Listen to me, is that human language? Several boys were shocked. There is no shortage of vain people in the school, but all these boastful people combined are not as good as Lin Yi alone. The boss of Zuanlong Car Shop is the famous Mr. Lu in Yuncheng. My father took me to toast Mr. Lu at a banquet. Even the district chief calls him Brother Lu. How dare you, a loser, try to marry a big shot of this level? That's right, I'm giving you free maintenance and even paying you money. Wake up, how many dishes are there? You're drinking like this. I finally understand why Goddess Shell left you. Who can stand someone as boastful as you? Who do you think you are, even if you take a piss and look at the mirror? Several boys looked disdainful. One of the tall athletes walked directly towards Lin Yi and smashed the drink bottle in his hand hard on the dining table. Asshole, are you looking for death? Lu Yan stood up quickly and prepared to fuck him. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling her to sit down and not get excited. Lu Yan did as she was told. Lin Yi, you are a wild boy from another place. I don't care what you brag about, but you don't know that Master Lu and I are related. My second brother's aunt is her sister's classmate. You dare to use Master Lu's name to show off here. Believe it or not, I will spread this matter and make you pay for it. The gym student threatened viciously. I'm determined to make Lin Yi feel ashamed. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, giving him a word. A frog in a well. You, what did you say? I think you are looking for death. The gym student was furious and pointed at Lin Yi's nose and cursed. But no matter how angry he was, he still didn't dare to take action. Central South University has strict school rules, and fighting outside the school will result in severe punishment. Moreover, given Lin Yi's physique, even though he is a sports student, he may not be able to gain an absolute upper hand if he really fights with him. What's more, he has a workaholic by his side. Hey, why bother? Lowly, why bother with a boastful guy like him? That's right. My life is so dark, and you can't let me show off? Let's just treat it as a fly. Why make such a fuss? Several other male classmates came up to dissuade them. On the surface, they were trying to persuade, but in fact, they were joining forces to put pressure on Lin Yi. Seeing their teammates exert their strength, the athletes became even more arrogant. No, it's not your fault that you're poor, but it's wrong for you to show off. I'm going to fight you today. If you don't prove that you really have a Lamborghini, I will never let you go. At this time, Lin Yi noticed that a text message came from his mobile phone. He took a look, then sneered at the sports student. Do you really want to see my Lamborghini? Right. The gym student's nose is upturned. Well, I'll show you enough. Suddenly, Lin Yi stood up, grabbed the back of his head and pushed him towards the door. Although the gym student was tall and strong, he never expected that Lin Yi would dare to attack him, and he was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. How dare you hit me? He was about to turn over and compete with Lin Yi. However, the scene before him left him stunned for a moment. I saw a Lamborghini parked outside the restaurant. On both sides of the luxury car stood a row of bodyguards in suits. Then, the bodyguard opened the car door and a man in fancy clothes walked down. He had a stern face and was intimidating without even getting angry. It was Lu Jinlong, the owner of Zuanlong car dealership. Brother Lin, I've personally driven the car to you. Come and take a look. Are you satisfied with our service? When he saw Lin Yi, Lu Jinlong's stern face suddenly broke into a smile and he walked in with great enthusiasm. No need to look at it, I trust Mr. Lu's work. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Okay, here are your car keys, brother. I have something important to do in the city center. If you have any questions, just call my private number. Zhou Jinlong left a business card and was about to leave when he suddenly spotted the gym student lying on the ground. Brother Lin, what is this? Nothing, just teaching a few clowns a lesson. Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Okay, have fun then. Then, Lu Jinlong took his men away. Of course he understood that someone of Lin Yi's status was more than capable of dealing with a few thugs and he didn't need to worry about it at all. If he insisted on helping, it would be a bit undesirable. Oh my god, this. The boys were stunned. They looked at Lu Jinlong's departing back, then looked at the luxury car parked at the door, and finally turned their gazes to Lin Yi who was standing still. Hiss. Chapter 23, Acceptance of Luxury House. They all gasped. I never thought that such unrealistic bragging was actually true. Lin Yi, this poor boy, actually has the capital to order Lu Jinlong around. This was beyond their imagination. He and others are just college students and have not experienced the hardships of society, but Lin Yi has not even graduated yet, but he has such strong capital that he can have a car personally delivered to him by a well-known big shot in society. What kind of treatment is this? Oldly, is that man really Lu Jinlong? Some classmates didn't believe it and asked. Yes, it's him. The gym student trembled. As a small person like me, I am proud to be able to toast Lu Jinlong at his banquet. But when they saw him, they didn't remember him at all. Compared to Lin Yi, he is not even as good as a stink bug. After being slapped in the face, the boys now just want to find a place to hide quickly. Did you see it clearly? If not, you can catch up with Boss Lu and ask for clarification. Lin Yi didn't even look at them and smiled at the gym student lying on the ground. I see clearly. The gym student nodded repeatedly, sweating profusely. Even if he didn't see the car clearly, he would not mistake Lu Jinlong's face. You've seen it clearly, why are you still hanging around? Get out of here now. Lin Yi said impatiently. Okay, let's go now. The gym student didn't dare to say a word. He pulled a few classmates together, paid the bill immediately, and left in disgrace. At this moment, the restaurant was silent. The diners nearby were also whispering and giving Lin Yi a thumbs up. At such a young age, he drives a Lamborghini. Why is the gap between people so big? They also thought that Lin Yi was a psychopath at the time. Looking back, they were lucky that they did not join in the ridicule, otherwise, they should have gotten out by now. See, son? Never underestimate anyone, especially someone whose temperament is different from ordinary people. Do you understand? In the corner, a parent took the opportunity to educate his child. I understand, and I learned a little bit. What else? Money makes you the boss. Oh my god, Lin Yi, are you serious? When did you become so powerful? Lu Yan was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. As Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart, doesn't she know Lin Yi's family background? But now, Lin Yi in front of him seemed to have become a stranger. Unconsciously, she felt a little panic. There are some things I can't say too much about, but please believe me, I am still the me you know, and this will never change. Lin Yi said gently. These words immediately put Lu Yan's uneasy heart at ease. After the two finished their meal, Lin Yi drove Lu Yan back to the dormitory. By the way, Lin Yi, are you free tonight? Lu Yan asked. What do you want to do? Lin Yi protected his chest. Fuck you. I mean, our high school classmates are going to hold a class reunion at the Sunshine Bar tonight. Many old classmates will be there. Do you want to go? Lu Yan cursed with a smile. Okay, if you want to go, I'll go with you. Lin Yi agreed. Anyway, I have nothing to do at night, so I might as well go to the bar and have some fun. If it were the Lin Yi of the past, he would not dare to go to high-consumption entertainment venues such as bars. After all, a month's living expenses would be gone if he went there once. But now, he can do whatever he wants. Okay, come pick me up at 8 o'clock tonight. See you there. After saying goodbye to Lu Yan, I walked back to the dormitory. Lin Yi then remembered that he had not done any serious work today. I bought 3 luxury houses last night and they are still waiting for him to inspect them. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at himself. This person wanted something when he didn't have it, but forgot about it when he had it. It was really too real. Afterwards, he immediately drove to the first luxury house, Tang Chenjiipan's high-end apartment. Donghuan Road is the Yun family's most prosperous and high-end construction area. Ordinary people cannot settle here even if they work hard all their lives. Lin Yi's Tangchangyipin luxury apartment is located here. Not wanting to draw unnecessary attention, he parked his car in the parking lot outside and walked to the front entrance. 2 security guards were standing guard at the door. After all, it is a high-end residential complex, and the security guards at the gate are all tall and strong, and they don't look like ordinary people. Wait, where did that come from? Lin Yi was about to enter the door when suddenly, a security guard reached out to stop him. He looked up and down at Lin Yi, feeling a little disdainful. He knew most of the residents in the community, but had never seen Lin Yi before. Moreover, he was dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't look like a resident here at all. In his opinion, Lin Yi was just a wild boy who wanted to get in and see the world. "Hello, I am a resident here, please let me in." Lin Yi was not angry, but said politely, after all, he also had his own responsibilities. "Resident? How come I have never seen you before? And regardless of whether you are a resident or not, do you have a pass?" A pass? This stumped Lin Yi. He only had a room card and had never heard that he needed a pass. Seeing Lin Yi in a dilemma, the security guard said bluntly, "If you don't have it, go away. Don't even think about getting in from me. If I see you again in the future, I won't be so polite." Lin Yi was about to explain something. Suddenly, a Ferrari sports car came from behind. Instantly, the security guard straightened his chest and raised his head, stood straight, saluted the car owner and said, "Hello, owner, welcome home." "Owner, please come in." Afterwards, another security guard hurriedly opened the door, bent down and bowed, just like the eunuchs beside the emperor in movies and TV dramas. The Ferrari drove into the community unimpeded, and the whole journey took only a few seconds. Lin Ye's eyes were somewhat displeased. He asked the security guard, "If I want to go in, I need a pass. Why didn't I see you asking him for a pass?" The flattery on the security guard's face disappeared instantly. As if he had heard a joke, he looked at Lin Yi with disdain. "You want to compete with me? Who said I don't have a pass? The Ferrari is the pass." "Huh, kid, if you have a luxury car like this, we 2 brothers will let you in. Why do you need a pass? It's a pity that you are only fit to take the bus in your condition." Another security guard also taunted. When Lin Yi heard this, his eyes turned cold. "Why, you still don't accept it? Hurry up, get out of here, don't disturb our work, we brothers don't have time to tangle with a poor boy like you. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up." The 2 security guards were showing off their power. Lin Yi did not refute, but turned and left. "Ha, what kind of person is this? How dare you come here to fish in troubled waters?" The 2 security guards looked at Lin Ye's back, sneered, and continued to stand guard. A few minutes later, a Lamborghini drove over from a distance. The 2 security guards were stunned on the spot, and then they stood up straight immediately. "Fuck, a Lamborghini Veneno. It's a limited edition. Whose car is this? Could it be that Mr. Chow from Building 6 bought a new car?" Chapter 24 Good Neighbors. What do you know? Mr. Chow is only worth hundreds of millions. He doesn't have the money to drive such a luxury car. This Lamborghini Veneno is 10 times more expensive than the Ferrari just now. It's much more impressive. Oh my god, he's richer than Mr. Chow, how can he be a big shot? Shoo, keep your voice down, people are coming. Hello, owner. Welcome home. When the Lamborghini drove up to them, the 2 security guards perked up, held their heads high and saluted solemnly. No matter who is driving the car, he must be a big shot that they cannot afford, so they must provide attentive service. If they can make the big shots feel comfortable and say a few good words to the security captain, they can even get a salary increase. Owner, please come in. The 2 men bowed and opened the door. However, the Lamborghini did not enter, but stopped beside the 2 men. What's going on? The 2 were confused, but then they were overjoyed. Could it be that their dedication to their work had been discovered by the boss? At this moment, the car window slowly opened. When the 2 security guards saw Lin Yi in the car, they were stunned for a moment and the smiles on their faces stopped abruptly. Why, don't you recognize me? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Do you still need a pass? I heard that you can't enter without a pass, or do you not need a pass if you drive a luxury car? We. The 2 security guards were speaking incoherently. He didn't even have the courage to look Lin Yi in the face. Holy shit, who would have thought that this wild boy is actually a rich man? Looking at the car he drives, no one would doubt it, let alone owning a property here, even if he said the entire community belonged to him. But when he doesn't drive, he is just an ordinary boy. Who could have thought of this? It's over. The two men were filled with deep regret. They looked down on others and never thought that they would offend such an important person. If the other person just said thank you to their superiors, they would lose their jobs. I'm sorry, sir. I'm really sorry. We are blind. We shouldn't look down on others. Please forgive us. The two of them hung their heads and begged desperately. Being able to work as a security guard at Thompson Epine on Donghuan Road is a glamorous job. They are both proud of it and cannot imagine what the consequences of being fired would be. Lin Yi said word by word, I forgive you, but remember not to judge people by appearance in the future. If there is a next time. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. We will definitely treat everyone equally in the future. The two security guards nodded frantically. Even if Lin Yi didn't say it, they would never dare to look down on anyone again. Originally, people thought that the wealthy lived a life of luxury, but this time, Lin Yi taught them a lesson. It turns out that there are such low-key rich people in the world. Seeing that both of them were crying with fear, Lin Yi didn't bother to say anything more. He stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini drove into the community. After taking out the house ID for verification and entering the apartment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The style of the house is Chinese, which he likes very much. The exquisite decoration, coupled with the spacious space of 3 floors, 4 rooms and 3 bedrooms, is really hard for him to imagine. Apart from the main street, this is the first time he has lived in such a large place. Just this Tangshan Epine is enough to open my eyes. It is hard to imagine how luxurious the villas in the West Lake District and Hentaying Highlands that follow are. Boss, look at the car across the street, isn't that Mr. Lin's? On the street outside the villa, Lu Jinlong, who had just arrived home, was reminded by his bodyguard. Oh, it's true. Could it be that Brother Lin has moved in as well? Lu Jinlong was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. In the whole Yuncheng, apart from Thompson 1 on East Ring Road, there are only 2 other more high-end residential areas in the West Lake District and Hentaying Highlands. Where else can he live? He had already been very interested in Lin Ye's identity, and now that he had the opportunity to communicate further, he certainly would not miss the chance. Afterwards, Lu Jinlong brought 2 of his men and knocked on Lin Ye's door. Brother Lin, you didn't even tell me about your new home. Lu Jinlong congratulated. Brother Lu, you live here too? Lin Yi smiled politely. Although Lu Jinlong is notorious and everyone seems to be afraid of him, in Lin Ye's opinion, he has a kind face and is quite easy to get along with. Yes, it's fate that we two can live together. Lu Jinlong laughed, and then Lin Yi invited him in. Looking around, Lu Jinlong exclaimed, Brother Lin has a really good eye. This house number 8 has the best feng shui in the entire community and is also the most luxurious house. You must have spent a lot of money to buy it this time. Although they all live in the same community, they live in different houses, which makes a world of difference. The price of house number 8 is too high. Although it is worth the price, not many people are willing to buy it. After all, the price is 50 to 60% higher than that of nearby houses. The fact that Lin Yi was able to win the bid is enough to show how wealthy he is. Well, my decision to make friends with him was the right one. Brother, you are too kind. I didn't spend much money. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. This is his true words. He bought the luxury house for 168 yuan, which is less than 50 cents per square meter. Can this price be considered high? Whether it's expensive or not depends on who you are talking to. For Brother Lin, this money is of course a drop in the bucket. Lu Jinlong smiled and changed the subject. By the way, brother, since you are new here, you must not be familiar with the surroundings. I happen to be the leader of our community. How about I personally organize a banquet tonight to welcome you? It will also be a good opportunity for you to get to know the neighbors around you. Mr. Zhu, you have a business deal tonight. The subordinate reminded in a low voice. Lu Jinlong immediately waved his hand. It's just a little money. Is it as important as helping Brother Lin celebrate? See this scene. Lin Yi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Lu, but I don't plan to live here for long, so I won't bother you. Lin Yi said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh? Wouldn't it be a shame if you bought such a nice house and didn't live in it? Lu Jilong asked, secretly surprised in his heart. Could it be that this kid spent hundreds of millions to buy a mansion just to take a break? Brother Lu, you misunderstood. I meant that I have 2 other properties, so I won't live in one place for a long time. Lin Yi explained. What? There are 2 more properties. Are they also in Thompson first floor? Lu Jilong was surprised, his shocked expression was obvious. Not here. Lin Yi shook his head. Oh. Lu Jilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yi really has 2 apartments in Thompson first floor, then I can't imagine how wealthy his family is. Chapter 25, Rich and Inhumane. After all, land is very expensive here, and he has only used his life savings to buy 2 houses. Lin Yi is young and doesn't like to hoard houses like the older generation of businessmen. He doesn't look like someone who would buy 3 houses. What are the other 2 rooms and where are they? There are 2 villas, one in the center of West Lake District, and one in Yunding Mountain Villa. Lin Yi continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Jilong was stunned for a moment. The heart of West Lake District. Hentaying Highlands. Oh my god. He was surprised. If someone else said this, he would definitely think it was bragging. After all, owning a mansion in Thompson first floor was enough to surpass 99% of the people in Yunqing and be considered a superior person, not to mention the more high-end West Lake District and Hentaying Highlands. But since these words came out of Lin Yi's mouth, he had no choice but to doubt it. After all, his Lamborghini Veneno is still parked at the doorstep. Oh my god, how rich is this guy? Lu Jilong broke out in a cold sweat. He had thought Lin Yi was rich enough, but he still underestimated him. These 3 properties cannot be bought with money, especially the villa in Hentaying Highlands. Back then, he also wanted to buy a house in Hentaying Highlands, but he was outbid by other wealthy people in the auction, which became an eternal regret in his heart. After all, Hentaying Highlands is the most high-end residential area for the wealthy in Yunqing. Any rich person in Yunqing would be proud to live there. Ordinary people can only sigh in admiration. Brother Lu, why are you silent? Lin Yi asked, a little confused. Ever since he exposed the 3 properties, Lu Jilong has been scratching his head without saying a word. Did he say that this guy was autistic? After coughing twice, Lu Jilong finally recovered from his shock. Ah, it's okay, Brother Lin, I just envy you. You are so young, but you have such capital. I admire you. Lu Jilong said sincerely. The 2 chatted for a few more sentences. Lu Jilong asked his men to present a few bags of top-grade Longjing tea, and then he planned to say goodbye and leave. Since Brother Lin doesn't live here permanently, there's still a long way to go. We can talk about holding a welcome party for you later. Whenever you want to live here, remember to call me Brother Lu. Okay, thank you Brother Lu. Afterwards, Lu Jilong left with his men. Lin Yi took a rest. Go out, get in the car and leave. There are 2 more houses waiting for my inspection. I will move in when I have time. Goodbye, owner. Farewell to the owner. When the 2 security guards saw Lin Yi's car, they nodded and bowed, just like pugs. 20 minutes later. Lin Yi drove to Shihu District. Shihu District is indeed a higher-end residential area than Donghuan Road. The property management agency sent people to guard the area early to welcome Lin Yi's arrival. Afterwards, a special person was sent to accompany Lin Yi to inspect the house. Lin Yi feels that this 1,000-square-meter villa in the center of West Lake District is much better than Thompson 1. Not to mention that the 4-story building is much larger than Thompson 1. The European-style cold decoration and low-key and steady decoration make Lin Yi's eyes bright and very comfortable and relaxing. The most surprising thing is that you can directly appreciate the beautiful scenery of West Lake from any door or window of your villa, which makes you feel refreshed. Lin Yi was very satisfied and had the urge to live here permanently, but after thinking carefully, no. He hadn't finished looking at the last house yet, so he couldn't easily draw a conclusion. After all, Hentaying Highlands was even more high-end than West Lake District. It's really exciting. Lin Yi went to the next house and was driving on the road when suddenly, a strange number called. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhou Jiwei, the general manager of the property management department of Hentaying Highlands. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. I specially invite you to come and handle the formalities today. Do you need me to pick you up? The other party's attitude was very respectful, especially when he heard that Lin Yi's voice was very young, he did not dare to be negligent. That's not necessary. Give me the address and I'll go there myself. Lin Yi replied. If she was a very beautiful woman, I might consider it, but it always feels weird to let a grown man pick me up. Okay, Mr. Lin, then all our property management staff are waiting for Mr. Lin to come. The phone call was hung up. During the following period, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He first went back to the dormitory and packed his things. He originally thought that this was a big project, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing worth taking away except a few sets of old clothes and shoes, and his laptop. The daily necessities of the 3 residences were all available, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. Let us move into our new home. As soon as Lin Yi walked out of the boys' dormitory, he saw a familiar figure from afar. It's Zhao Xiao. Next to her, there was a cold and beautiful woman with a frosty face. She was her elder sister, Zhao Xiaoru. Why are you crying, you useless guy? He's just a stinky man. I'll just dump him. But you actually want to come to my house to make peace, and you even have to ask me to come with you. I have to entertain a big client soon, so I don't have the time to care about your trivial matters with that stinky loser. Zhao Xiaoru cursed. But sister, I really regret it. If I had known earlier. Zhao Xiao cried so much that her eyes were swollen. It seemed that she had been crying all day these days. He's just a loser. What do you have to regret? There are many men as handsome as him. I can find you another one. Zhao Xiaoru said disdainfully. Sister, didn't I tell you? Lin Yi is not a loser, but... I know, he's the boss of BI's restaurant. Stop joking, they saw that you have little experience, so they hired a few actors to fool you, and you took it seriously. I'm your sister, but I'm the business manager of Hentaying Highlands. I've seen all kinds of rich people. I can tell whether they're real or fake at a glance. With the look of Lin Yi, he's definitely a loser. An extremely disdainful look appeared on Zhao Xiaoru's cold face. No matter how her sister explained, she didn't believe that Lin Yi would be a rich second generation and rich enough to acquire the BI's restaurant. If Lin Yi is so rich, what does his sister have to do with him? This pair of sisters? When he saw the 2 sisters, Lin Yi just looked at Zhao Xiaoru deeply and prepared to leave quietly. It's funny to say that the reason why I got together with Zhao Xiao was entirely because of her sister. Thanks to genes, Zhao Xiao's sister Zhao Xiaoru is also a stunning beauty, and she has the charm of a mature woman. Combined with her hot body and cool temperament, she is a real teenage killer. At that lantern show, Lin Yi bravely invited her out on a date. In order to get rid of this little brat, Zhao Xiaoru asked her younger sister Zhao Xiao to go on the date, and that is how things happened later. It was a regret for Lin Yi that he didn't win over Zhao Xiaoru. Although he did get a sister, they had become enemies now, so he didn't want to waste time with them. Lin Yi, stop right there. Chapter 26 Beauty Zhao Xiaoru. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Zhao Xiaoru spotted Lin Yi, roared, and walked straight over. You little bastard, I reluctantly gave my sister to you because you looked pretty. You have accumulated a lifetime of kindness to date my sister for just one day. It would be fine if you didn't care about our past, but you even pretended to lie to her and made my sister regret it so much that she couldn't even eat. You are a little bastard who hasn't even graduated yet, and you dare to say that you are the boss of a listed company. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Zhao Xiaoru pointed at Lin Yi's face and started scolding him. Lin Yi smiled helplessly, he was too lazy to explain. Tell me, what do you sisters want? I'm giving you a chance to mend your ways and continue to be with my sister. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it. Zhao Xiaoru threatened harshly. She is not so easy to mess with. The opportunity to work in Hentaying Highlands allowed him to get to know many upper-class people. With her connections, it is not easy for her to deal with Lin Yi, a college student. Okay. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi agreed immediately. Humph, you're smart, kid. Zhao Xiaoru put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. It's just that I want to change the taste this time. My sister has finished playing, and it's time for you and me to be together. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Xiaoru's figure with a wicked smile. What did you say, little brat? Zhao Xiaoru was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Yi to dare to speak to her so frivolously. Lin Yi, you've been joked. I beg you, let's make peace. From now on, I will stick by your word. Zhao Xiao pleaded. Who said I was joking? I've wanted to date your sister for a long time. As for you and me, do you think it's possible? Lin Yi smiled mercilessly. He is not the kind of saint who would feel heartbroken when seeing a girl crying. Why didn't he feel sorry for himself when she changed her mind? He remembered very clearly Zhao Zhao's arrogant and disgusted expression at that time. It was because of her betrayal that Lin Yi learned to cherish himself. Falling in love again? No way. From then on, before meeting true love, relationships between men and women were just a game for Lin Yi. You little bastard. The fact that our Zhao Xiao likes you is a blessing you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Do you have the right to reject my sister? Zhao Xiaoru cursed angrily. Of course. Not only can I reject your sister, I can also reject you in the future. Believe it or not. Lin Yi smiled. He naturally knew what Zhao Xiaoru did for a living and knew what would happen next. Ha, stop daydreaming. You are just a little brat, and you dare to set your sights on me? You are just daydreaming. I think you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Zhao Xiaoru said with great disdain. I work as a business manager at Hentaying Highlands, with an annual salary of about 800,000 new Taiwan dollars, which is equivalent to the elite class of white-collar workers. She could achieve financial freedom by herself. Although she couldn't compare with the truly wealthy, it would be easy for her to find a rich man with her looks. It was just that she hadn't found the right target yet. To put it bluntly, even if he took out any half of his 34 spare tires, they would be better than 10 Lin Yi combined. Therefore, Lin Yi wanted to be with him? It was impossible. They are all so materialistic and vain. It's true that if they are not from the same family, they will not marry. Lin Yi just smiled, said that and left without looking back. Lin Yi, please, don't go. Zhao Xiao burst into tears and felt desperate. She understood that she could no longer win Lin Yi back. You little bastard, I will never forgive you. Zhao Xiaoru said viciously. She originally wanted to vent her anger on her sister, but she didn't expect that her sister would cry even harder, and she was teased by Lin Yi instead. Damn you stinky dick. Don't cry, I will take care of him. There is a big client in the company that needs me to meet him. When I come back, I will make this guy cry and beg you to get back together. She comforted Zhao Xiao. Then the phone rang. Zhao Xiaoru, where are you? The big shot is coming soon, and the boss is going crazy. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't let the boss find out that I'm late. Zhao Xiaoru hung up the phone and rushed back to the company immediately. Hentaying Highlands, Property Department. Hurry, the big shot is coming soon, hang up the banner. Where's the flower basket? I tell you, if it's not ready before the big shot arrives, you can't do it. Also, Laojiu, change the water in the water dispenser. If the big shot is thirsty, make sure he drinks the most expensive water. General Manager Zhou shouted until his voice became hoarse. All employees are on high alert. What do you think of this big client named Lin Yi? Who is he? Yes, I earn 500,000 yuan a year and have just paid the down payment for an 80 square meter apartment. This guy is 5 years younger than me and paid the full amount for our #1 villa. Wow, the gap is too big. Over 1 billion in one lump sum, my goodness, how rich is that? Several young employees sighed. They have been in the real estate business for some time. I have seen all kinds of tycoons, but I am sorry to see a super tycoon like this one who paid in full for a villa worth more than 1 billion yuan. I've never seen that before. Ah, you are so naive. Do you think that he is just rich? The old employee Lao Jiu standing nearby had a smile on his face. Brother Li, what do you mean? Oh, you have never been exposed to this level of real estate, and you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lao Jiu pretends to be profound. Hey, Brother Li. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Just tell me. Open your eyes, little brothers. Everyone was filled with curiosity. Lao Jiu looked around and there was no one else. So he lowered his voice and said, let me tell you, the Tianziho mansion they bought is not just an ordinary villa. I heard from the people at the headquarters that it is our high-end concept house. What is a high-end concept room? It's the future technology. The furniture and supplies inside are all highly intelligent. For example, the air conditioners, refrigerators, etc. in the mansion are all automated. The system will accurately detect every speck of dust in the house, every temperature, and whether it is dry or humid to determine whether the electrical appliances are turned on or off, so as to keep the environment as comfortable as possible for the human body. It also automatically adjusts according to the day, night, and outdoor weather. Isn't that amazing? Originally, this house was not sold for a long time, not only because there were no buyers who could afford it, but also because it was the first smart house in China and the headquarters wanted to use it as a demonstration house. But for some reason, the highest person in charge of the headquarters personally decided to sell the house to this local tycoon. Think about it, could the person who bought the house be a wealthy person? Oh my god, there is such a thing? Everyone looked surprised. Chapter 27, Enemies Meet. Advanced Intelligent Technology. No wonder the headquarters has been reluctant to sell this house. Yes, after hearing what you said, it's worth it for this rich man to spend more than $1 billion to experience the future life. Old 9, if you hadn't told us, we really wouldn't have known. Lao Jiao chuckled. Ha, there are so many things you don't know. Do you think that rich guy is just rich and well connected? At this point, he acted mysterious. What else? Old 9, you're not going to say that he's the eldest son of some Kyoto family, are you? I don't believe it. That's right, why would someone from Kyoto come here? Ha, you know nothing, what do those big families in Kyoto mean? Let me tell you, the second richest man in Kyoto, the eldest son of the Ma family, is rich enough, right? As a result, he used his connections last year to buy our house, but the boss would rather offend him than refuse. In the end, they offered a sky-high price of $3 billion, but the boss still refused. Think about it carefully. Fuck. Oh my god, doesn't that mean that this big customer's background? Hiss. Even more awesome than the Ma family, I can't even imagine. No wonder the head office takes it so seriously. Brother Jiao, you really understand. As expected of a veteran employee. Awesome. It's really an eye-opener for us. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. I originally thought that we were just frogs at the bottom of a well, but now it seems that we are even worse than frogs at the bottom of a well. Everyone looked admiring. It's no big deal. You'll understand after doing it for a while. Lao Jiao looked proud. Brother Jiao knows so much, so you must know the origin of this great man, right? Why don't you tell us about it? Sudden. Someone asked. Yes. Brother Jiao, please analyze it. Well. Ninth brother looked embarrassed. This involves his blind spot in knowledge. After all, he can only brag and knows nothing. Don't tell me, brother 9, you don't know either? Alas, how can you and I figure out a person of that level? Besides, some things can't be said. He said in a mysterious way and used his ultimate move. We are all smart people. We all know what they are thinking. Do I need to explain it to you? I understand. I understand, too. That's what Brother 9 said. The boss always tells us not to talk about customers. So this is the reason. Old 9. Why don't you go change the water? Do you really want to do this? On the side, Zhao Xiaoru, who overheard the whole process of Lao Jiao blowing, couldn't help but feel moved. I originally thought he was a wealthy man with great wealth, but unexpectedly, he had a mysterious background. She had just learned from the boss's secretary that the rich man was a young man. That is to say, the opportunity has come. Zhao Xiaoru's eyes lit up. If you say that being beautiful is a gift from God, then she is definitely God's biological daughter. 95 points for an angelic look. Almost perfect devilish figure. Which man can resist her temptation? She has encountered hundreds of suitors since she was a child. It's right here, I've seen it before. There are countless people who have never even looked at it. But she remains single after college. To this day, she is still a virgin. As chaste as Joan of Arc. In the eyes of others, she is a goddess who is detached from the world. But you know best. All this reserved. Just to sell it at a good price. As a goddess, the man you love must be the best among men. In her eyes, the ordinary rich second generation and the so-called tall, rich and handsome men are just cabbages that are everywhere. Rich and well connected? No. What she wants is to be super rich and have a great background. For example, this Lin Yi. He. It's interesting to talk about. The name of this rich man is exactly the same as that of his sister's ex-boyfriend. What a pity. That poor guy Lin Yi has no talent at all except for being handsome. When she thought of this guy, Zhao Xiaoru became angry again. Humph, wait until I find a rich man, and then I'll show you how I'll deal with you. But even if I can't get by with him, I have 100 ways to kill him. It's really ridiculous to think about it. Not only did his sister get taken away by this pig, but he also wants to attack me. If I don't beat you until you cry out, you have thick skin. Thinking about it. The big shot is coming. I don't know who shouted. As soon as General Manager Joe called out, everyone went out immediately. Line up to welcome. Buzz. Lamborghini Venom comes in. Draw a cool drift. To be honest, Lin Ye's driving skills are not that good. But the noble aura of the poison gave his drift an unparalleled bonus. After all, this top-level supercar is so handsome that it makes people unable to close their legs even if it is parked motionless. OMG. Lamborghini Venom. Oh my god. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Although I knew that the big shot would come in a luxury car, this is too luxurious. Compared to this Lamborghini Veneno, other million-level luxury cars are simply trash. In the parking lot in front of me, even if all the luxury cars were packed together and doubled, they would not be worth half the value of this car. Zhao Xiaoru's heart was pounding. Yes, it's a heart-pounding feeling. I was originally wondering if this rich guy was already married. But now, even if he has many descendants, it doesn't matter. Oh, not bad, it's quite a big scene. Lin Yi took a glance and got out of the car in a casual manner. Fuck, it's actually a young hunk. Oh my god, this is so handsome. So young, so rich, and so handsome. God, please let other men live. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Many young female employees even screamed in surprise. Lin Yi is already very handsome, and now with the bonus of a sports car, he is simply like a god descended from heaven, so handsome that it is deadly. Lin Yi. When Zhao Xiaoru saw her old acquaintance, her face turned pale and she stood there in a daze. How is that possible? Did I see it wrong? But this handsome face. There can't be any mistake. It's really this brat. This. Zhao Xiaoru opened her mouth wide and her thoughts were in a mess. Xiao Xiao said he was the boss of BI's restaurant, but he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. But now, luxury cars and mansions. That brat whom I always mocked and looked down upon has ended up like this. Could it be that he was really a hidden rich second generation? Was it that I had misjudged him? Too much information. Her brain froze instantly. Dear Mr. Lin, hello. All the staff of the Property Management Department of Hentang Highlands would like to extend our warmest welcome to you. General Manager Joe rushed over and shook hands with Lin Yi. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. The crowd applauded like thunder. The scene was a bit too big, which made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. He wanted to finish it quickly. Suddenly, I saw Zhao Xiaoru. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 28. Be sincere. Hey, you never expected that, did you? Lin Yi smiled inwardly. Zhao Xiaoru had mixed feelings. She didn't know what to do, so she just turned and ran away. Want to escape? Lin Yi sneered. Mr. Zhou, Zhao Xiaoru is an old friend of mine, so I won't bother you to receive me. If there's anything I need to do, just let her take me there by herself, and we can catch up. Lin Yi said to the general manager. Okay, Mr. Lin can do whatever he wants. Zhao Xiaoru, come here quickly. General Manager Zhou said with great joy. He was worried about how to receive such an important person, but now that he was someone he knew, it would be easy. Zhao Xiaoru was helpless and walked over silently. Hello, Mr. Lin, please follow me. She lowered her head in humiliation, then took Lin Yi upstairs. I didn't expect that Zhao Xiaoru actually knew such an important person. Alas, Zhao Xiaoru is already very pretty and has connections with rich people. It looks like there is no hope for us. It is her blessing that she has cultivated for 7 lifetimes to know such a wealthy man. Look, she's still pretending to be so reserved, but in fact she couldn't help herself a long time ago. TSK, you hypocrite. The female employees looked at each other with jealousy and whispered to each other. Zhao Xiaoru led Lin Yi upstairs. The employees wanted to follow them to see the fun, but the general manager was no fool and immediately stopped them. Come out, don't disturb the big customers. As a result, all employees evacuated the office building and went outside to bask in the sun. Pop. At the corner. Lin Yi patted Zhao Xiaoru in front of him. You. Zhao Xiaoru turned back in shame and anger and wanted to curse. What about me? Tell me. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Zhao Xiaoru lowered her head and said nothing. She knew that Lin Yi was no longer someone she could point her finger at and scold. Just one word from him and I would lose my job. In front of him, I am just an ant. Then she took Lin Yi into the office. He closed the door and took out the procedural documents from the safe. This is our company's second transfer agreement. Please review it. If there is nothing wrong with it, please sign it here. Can I sign here? Lin Yi held the pen and smiled at Zhao Xiaoru's face. Zhao Xiaoru didn't dare to speak. She looked at the tip of the pen in front of her with an evasive look in her eyes. Do not move. Lin Yi said coldly. Zhao Xiaoru's delicate body trembled, and she had to close her eyes quietly to show her obedience. I felt something scratching my face. Okay. Lin Yi smiled. Zhao Xiaoru immediately opened her eyes and looked at the mirror beside her. She thought Lin Yi would draw a turtle or something on her face, but unexpectedly, there was nothing. You're kidding me. She said angrily. So what if I'm teasing you? I can't bear to paint flowers on such a pretty face. Lin Yi burst into laughter. This feeling of bullying others was really good. Mr. Lin, let's get down to business. If you think there is no problem with this agreement, please sign it quickly and put your signature here. Zhao Xiaoru endured the humiliation and said that she just wanted to end it all quickly. Otherwise, who knows how this guy will bully me again. Zhao Xiaoru, are you teaching me how to do things? Instead of doing as she said, Lin Yi threw the pen aside and stared at her coldly. I don't have it, Mr. Lin, please sign it. Zhao Xiaoru was about to cry. She knew that Lin Yi would not let her go easily. Well, that's a pretty good attitude. Pick up the pen and I'll sign it. Lin Yi touched his chin and said. Zhao Xiaoru picked up the pen from the ground and presented it with both hands. Lin Yi scanned the agreement. Yeah, nothing wrong. He signed his name quickly. Zhao Xiaoru turned pale. This is a property worth billions. How can Lin Yi be so calm and composed? What kind of state of mind is this? Suddenly, she realized. Is it a bad thing that Lin Yi is a rich man? It is easier to attack acquaintances. Although we are enemies, we are also acquaintances. I don't know why. The more she looked at Lin Yi, the more she liked him. Even his previous shamelessness became cute. After all, it was just a disguise of a rich young master. Poor? Just because we are ants, are we qualified to point fingers at Haoyue? Although Lin Yi seems to be taking his anger out on me now, why would he do this if he is not interested in me? When he wanted to be with me, he didn't spend money but pretended to be poor. This shows that he is sincere to himself. Zhao Xiaoru kept imagining, and the plot of a domineering president falling in love with me was born. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have cared about my sister back then. She immediately regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Zhao Xiaoru, the Prince Charming you have been looking for your whole life is right in front of you. Not only are you blind, but you are also cheap, and yet you look down on him. You are so blind. Damn it. Sudden. She immediately knelt in front of Lin Yi and held Lin Yi's hand tightly. I'm going, what are you going to do? Lin Yi's expression changed. It seemed that something was wrong with the script. I tease her like this because she looks down on me, but why is it that the more I abuse her, the closer she becomes to me? Is this the legendary masochist? Lin Yi, I was blind at the beginning, and I didn't cherish you. Can we start over? I will do anything you want me to do. Zhao Xiaoru was tearful and charming. Lin Yi's face darkened when he heard this. It sounds like we were once a couple. Sister, my previous partner was your sister, not you, okay? But isn't this exactly what I was hoping for? Thinking of this, Lin Yi smiled wickedly. No. Why not? Zhao Xiaoru's eyes were filled with despair. You're not sincere enough. Lin Yi said. So what does it mean to be sincere? Zhao Xiaoru was stunned. Needless to say, she gave her most precious thing. Lin Yi also made up for his regrets. It's been 2 hours. What kind of contract took so long to sign? You know nothing. You can't just catch up with old friends. Outside the office building, everyone was almost tanned by the sun. After a while, Lin Yi walked out full of energy. Mr. Zhou, the contract has been signed. Mr. Lin Yi is very satisfied. Zhao Xiaoru followed closely behind. Her face was rosy, but her walk was a little awkward. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll give you a ride. No, I'll go by myself. Lin Yi waved his hand. Get in the car and drive away. Afterwards, after entering the villa in Hentang Highlands, Lin Yi realized how narrow his vision was. Tangqing Yipin's apartment and the villa in West Lake District can be considered luxury homes, but compared with the Tianziho villa in Hentang Highlands, they are not worthy of the word luxury at all. This is simply a European castle. It covers an area of 3,000 square meters and has 6 floors. Not only is the space vast, but the luxurious decoration is elegant and grand, giving people a majestic visual experience like a museum. Chapter 29. What kind of fairy house? What surprised Lin Yi the most was that the smart appliances in this house did not require him to press a button or move a finger at all. It was really suitable for a lazy and comfort-seeking otaku like him. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Hentang Highlands is truly a top-notch luxury residence. Even in movies and TV dramas, he has never seen such a luxurious residence. Lying on the sofa in the lobby, Lin Yi took a nap, but not long after, he was awakened by the vibration of his cell phone. Ding dong! Pink 60, the store grandly launches a promotion, limited time flash sale. Oh my god, another instant kill. Lin Yi clicked on it immediately. But there are no products on the store page. All product pages have a big question mark. What's going on? System, are you cheating me? Lin Yi was confused. Host, this time the product flash sale is all random. After the host pays, you can click on up to 2 products it will within a limited time. The quality depends entirely on luck. Oh my god, this is just like Minesweeper. Lin Yi was speechless. But it still sounds interesting. Okay, pay. Lin Yi paid without hesitation, then closed his eyes and clicked on 2 items at random. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful instant kill. Obtained the skill, Divine Skill Wing Chun. Get the talent, Dionysus. Oh my god! Lin Yi was shocked instantly. Of course he knew what Wing Chun was, but this divine level Wing Chun was too amazing. If he is really god level, doesn't that mean he is even better than Ip Man? Lin Yi jumped down from the sofa excitedly, then gathered his energy in his dantian and performed a set of boxing techniques. As if he was born with this skill, all the techniques of Wing Chun have become a part of his instinct. No matter how difficult or complicated the moves are, Lin Yi can perform them easily. The seemingly light movements are actually extremely powerful and contain murderous intent. Chinese martial arts, not for performance, only for killing. Lin Yi finally understood that this was not a joke. With the advancement of science and technology, Chinese martial arts have declined, and many Chinese people look down on the kung fu left by their ancestors. However, Lin Yi has always believed that what their ancestors have passed down for 5,000 years cannot be dross. Now he is even more certain that the Chinese martial arts of killing people without them being seen do exist, but there are very few people in modern times who can master it. If anyone dares to say that Chinese martial arts are not good again in the future, Lin Yi will let him taste his fist. Chinese martial arts is definitely not a performance. My own existence is living proof. As for the other product, the talent of the god of wine, Lin Yi was not very interested in it. As the name suggests, the god of wine is synonymous with being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. However, as a young person of the new era, Lin Yi hates the drinking culture and dislikes drinking even more, so this skill seems a bit useless. Of course, Lin Yi can choose not to drink, but he cannot be without skills. You never know when it might come in handy. After resting for a while, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi drove back to the school and picked up Lu Yan. For this class reunion, Lu Yan dressed up very exquisitely. After taking beauty pills, she has become a goddess. After dressing up carefully, she is even more radiant. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at the bar. Many classmates recognized Lin Yi and came up to reminisce about the past. When they found out that the beautiful woman next to Lin Yi was Lu Yan, their jaws dropped in shock. Everyone was talking and laughing, and they were having a good time. Lin Yi and Lu Yan were sitting together, about to drink a cup of wine together as a joke. Just at this moment, an uninvited guest patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Classmate, go away. I want your seat. Lin Yi turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was Wei Tianlong, the second generation of the school. Wei Tianlong, also known as Young Master Long, was from a wealthy family that ran a foreign trade business. He was a very influential person in school. Naturally, the poor Lin Yi had little contact with this second-generation person, so young Master Long did not know him. Lu Yan, long time no see, you are so beautiful now. Actually, I knew you were a good candidate back then. Unfortunately, you went to college and I didn't study well, so I can only inherit billions of wealth. Ha, just kidding, I wonder if the beautiful Lu would be so kind as to have a drink with me? Wei Tianlong smiled maliciously, his eyes full of lust. He had played with all the beauties in school back then, but he didn't expect to miss the most beautiful one. Now that he saw the ugly duckling turned into a white swan, he naturally couldn't control himself. She may not be free, because she is mine tonight. Suddenly, Lin Yi on the side said coldly. Hearing his words, Lu Yan's face turned slightly red. And young Master Long was obviously stunned for a moment. He just told the boy to get lost and give up his seat, and he thought he would definitely do as he was told, so he didn't even look at him again. But I didn't expect that not only would he not give up his seat, but he would also dare to snatch the woman from me. Classmate, what's your name? Don't you know me? Thinking that this guy might not recognize him, Long Xiao asked in a condescending manner. My name is Lin Yi. Since you don't know me either, why are you so sure that I need to know you? Lin Yi smiled. You're kidding, don't you know me, Wei Tianlong? Hearing this, Long Xiao's expression obviously turned cold and he raised his voice. The students all stopped and looked over here. Lin Yi is drunk, how dare he challenge Wei Tianlong? But it looks like young Master Long was the one who provoked us first. Alas, what class of people does he belong to? It would be a mistake for us rat people to avoid him. If we provoke him, will there be any good results? I heard that Wei Tianlong was in a bad mood today, and Lin Yi provoked him again. With his petty character, he will definitely not let Lin Yi off. They are probably going to use him to establish their authority. Everyone was talking at once, most people were gloating, while a few were worried about Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi, who was in the vortex, was sipping the wine in his hand calmly and said to Long Xiao with a smile, I've already said that you and I are strangers. Please don't try to make things difficult for me, okay? Looking for the picture? Young Master Long's face turned livid. I am a famous figure in the school. How dare this formerly unknown brat say that I am looking for trouble with him? He couldn't help but want to take action. However, he came here tonight for entertainment and did not bring any bodyguards. Moreover, he took action in public. Considering his status as young Master Long, it was too low. It would be better to use what you are best at to humiliate him and make him feel ashamed. This is the smartest way to do it. Thinking of this, Long Xiao sneered. You are very courageous, you dare to go against me, young Master Long. Well, it has been a long time since anyone dared to challenge me like this. Since you think you are qualified to fight me, why don't we have a competition? Chapter 30 Drink You to Death. He took off his suit jacket, asked his attendant to bring a table and a chair, and sat down face to face with Lin Yi. What on earth are you doing? Lin Yi asked with a smile. He who can drink is a real hero, a real man. Do you dare to compete with me in drinking? Whoever gets drunk first will be the grandson. Young Master Long said proudly. Hearing this, Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. Oh my god. I was just worrying about where to use my skills, and now I get some experience for free. It's like giving you an umbrella on a rainy day. So, he nodded in agreement without saying anything. Okay. I accept your challenge. Young Master Long was a little confused. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would agree so readily. It would be fine if you agreed readily, but why do you look so eager to try? Ha, but it doesn't matter. You dare to drink with me without knowing anything. Just wait and see how I can defeat you miserably. He was about to drink, when suddenly Lin Yi shook his head. Wait, no. What's wrong? Young Master Long was confused again. What on earth was this kid up to? Are you scared? No, I'm not afraid. I just want to ask, who's going to pay for our drinks? Although Lin Yi is rich, it doesn't mean he is a wasteful person. I am the god of wine, and drinking alcohol is no different from drinking air. But alcohol costs money, and the alcohol in this bar is not cheap. He didn't want to spend so much money just to defeat a fool. Ah, I see. Well, little brat, drink as much as you want. I, young Master Long, will pay the bill when the time comes. Don't worry about that. Long Xiao snorted coldly. It's true that people are poor and have low aspirations. With such little ability, he dares to drink with me. For someone like him, he would just drink a few bottles at most. It was just a drop in the bucket, so of course he didn't care. Ha, Lin Yi hasn't changed at all. I remember that he was so poor back then that he had to pick his feet. Now it seems that he is still a poor bastard. By the way, should someone tell him how much young Master Long drinks, so that he won't? Why remind him? To offend young Master Long? Forget it, let's just continue to watch the fun. Everyone discussed. Long Shaoran was nicknamed he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. His highest record was once that he made 7 or 8 northern men drunk by himself. It can be said that alcohol was no different from water to him. Lu Yan sensed something was wrong, because she had also heard about the legend of young Master Long drinking, and immediately reminded Lin Yi in his ear. Lin Yi, you have to be careful, this guy seems to be a heavy drinker, you may not be his match. It's okay, don't worry, just wait and see. Lin Yi said disdainfully. Can you drink? No matter how much you drink, how can I drink more than you, the god of wine? Seeing that Lin Yi refused to listen, Lu Yan stopped saying anything. Anyway, she was by his side and would not let anything get into trouble. Boy, drinking alone is not exciting enough. Why don't we make a bet? Whoever loses will kneel on the ground and call the other person grandpa 3 times. Do you dare? Young Master Long said with ill intention. What's there to be afraid of? It's okay. Lin Yi said happily. Isn't this just asking for trouble? To be honest, I'm an expert when it comes to drinking, and you're just a rookie. I don't want to bully the weak. So, you can choose the rules, boxing or flying waves, it's up to you. Young Master Long pretends to be magnanimous. As expected of young Master Long, whether in terms of aura or alcohol tolerance, this is a complete suppression. Mr. Long is so domineering. Hee, do you really think it's that simple? Young Master Long is the best at these 2 ways of playing. Lin Yi will lose anyway. What? Lin Yi was a little confused. He doesn't understand these 2 ways of playing because he doesn't drink alcohol at all. Seeing Lin Yi being so innocent, Long Xiao felt more relieved. Then he snapped his fingers and asked someone to put all the wine on the table. That's fine. Let's keep it simple. You can choose any of the wine on the table, and I'll let you have a hand. You only need to drink 1 glass and I'll drink 2. If you lose both of them, then... Young Master Long looked mockingly. Don't worry, I won't be the loser. Lin Yi said with a smile. Then he immediately picked up a bottle of Russian vodka on the table. I'm going to play big. This rookie, is he really not understanding or is he pretending not to understand? Does he know what kind of wine this is? Isn't this courting death? Everyone gloated over the other's misfortune. The Russian vodka is the strongest liquor, with an alcohol content of 75%. This bottle is gold medal vodka, known as the fountain of life, which can get even a bear drunk. Lin Yi, a novice in alcohol, chose gold medal vodka right away. They could not think of a second reason other than seeking death. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you fall into it. Young Master Long sneered inwardly, confident of victory. If I had picked some ordinary beer, I could have played with him for a while longer. But, he dared to touch this gold medal vodka when he himself didn't dare to touch it? It seems that this drinking contest will be over soon. Lin Yi poured a glass of vodka, then raised his head and drank it all. Gurgle gurgle. Possessed by the god of wine, he thought that drinking alcohol would be the same as drinking water, but he didn't expect that after a glass of wine, the mellow taste of the wine and the strong hit in the throat made him unable to stop. This feeling is what people often call being drunk. Oh my god, Lin Yi was stunned. When I drank alcohol before, I thought it tasted terrible. Now that I have experienced the essence of alcohol, I understand why so many people are addicted. Oh my god, 6,666. Lin Yi, you are really good. I didn't realize it didn't fall. I can finish 1 cup without even frowning. That's good. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Yi with a new respect. Everyone thought Lin Yi couldn't hold back the first glass, but he unexpectedly drank it down easily, which made some people feel slapped in the face. Good boy, but you are still too young, watch me. Young Master Long's eyes turned cold, then he poured 2 glasses of vodka and drank them directly. Oh my god, Long Xiao is still the best. Young Master Long's title as the Wine King is indeed well deserved, so awesome. He is young Master Long after all. Even when drinking, he is different from us rat people. Everyone admired him very much. Young Master Long had a smug look on his face and looked at Lingy in front of him with a sneer. No matter what, he would definitely lose the next round. Even if he is holding on now, a rookie is still a rookie. Once the vodka takes effect, he will fall dead immediately. However, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. When the competition reached the 7th round, Lingy was still calm and collected, drinking the wine as if it were water, without any fluctuation. Oh my god, this kid, is he serious? Young Master Long's expression changed drastically and his eyes were filled with surprise. Logically speaking, Lingy should have been defeated in the second game. But the fact is, he has already drunk 3 bottles of the Fountain of Life, and he is still fine. He seems to be getting more and more energetic. Chapter 31 Dionysus. What is going on? So he can drink so much? Everyone was stunned. Are you kidding me? Where's the instant kill you promised me? How come after drinking for so long, Lingy is fine, but young Master Long seems to be a little overwhelmed? Is this true? I must be seeing things. Is this guy really the teetotaler Lingy? I don't believe it. Lingy must be holding on, or he must have done something. Otherwise, how could young Master Long not be able to drink more than him? Oh, boring. Suddenly, Lingy stood up and shook his head. He drank in small cups and suddenly felt bored. Looking at young Master Long, who was holding the small cup with a dark face, he laughed sarcastically. That's not the way to drink. You have to finish this wine in one go. Drink it all in one go? You must be kidding, this is not beer, this is vodka. You talk as if you can do it. If you can, drink it. It's not your fault that you're drunk, but it's your fault that you're bragging. Ha, in my opinion, this kid is already drunk and confused. Seeing this, young Master Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, you finally can't hold it anymore and you're so drunk. Fine, I have my chance, but next, I'm going to make you fail miserably. However, he couldn't pretend. Lingy picked up 2 bottles of vodka from the table and poured them directly into his mouth. Oh my god. Oh my god. This can kill people. Everyone looked at each other, and all of them opened their mouths wide, looking stupid. They couldn't imagine that there would be such a god in the world. Hold 2 bottles of vodka and blow into each other's mouths. Is this still a human being? Everyone was stunned. Gurgle gurgle. Lingy drank the 2 bottles of Fountain of Life in one gulp, not leaving a drop. Everyone was stunned, and Long Xiao was trembling. He was about to say something. Lingy picked up 2 more bottles and continued drinking. 4 bottles. 5 bottles. 6 bottles. After drinking 10 bottles, Lingy finally stopped and wiped his mouth. Well, that's more like it. The entire bar was silent. Everyone was shocked by Lingy's crazy behavior. Lingy, you. Wei Tianlong was stunned and couldn't utter a word. Mr. Long, didn't you say, I drink 1 cup and you drink 2? Okay, it's your turn. Lingy pointed at 10 empty bottles and smiled at him. Wei Tianlong was stunned. Nonsense, can I really drink 20 bottles? However, once a word is spoken, if you go back on your word, how can you survive in the future? Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. I just don't believe it. If you can drink, why can't I? He simply picked up a bottle and blew it into his mouth. But the wine wasn't even half finished yet. Phew! He kept spitting, and then he leaned against the wall and vomited until he became a fool. Oh my god, young Master Long actually lost. Yes, he is the real wine king. It's simply Dionysus possessed. Lingy, awesome. Everyone was full of admiration. After all, the facts were there. Anyone who thought he was awesome could try drinking 10 bottles of vodka in a row. With that amount of alcohol, he could even apply for the Guinness World Record. Damn bastard. Wei Tianlong's eyes were filled with viciousness. Not only did he fail to defeat Lingy, he was also drunk by him and made a fool of himself. This time, he ended up losing more than he gained. I will take revenge for this sooner or later, but not now. When he thought of what he had said before, that the loser would kneel down and kowtow and call him grandpa, he quickly rolled and crawled, and escaped from the bar while Lin Yi and others were not paying attention. Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be such a drinker. I didn't even know this. Lu Yan gave a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. Just for fun. Lin Yi disagreed. Although he was possessed by the god of wine, he still didn't think that drinking was a skill. If he didn't have this skill, he would rather use it than drink it. He would rather die than drink it. By the way, do you think this party is interesting? Lin Yi asked with a smile. In his opinion, apart from the fact that he had just driven young Master Long away, this party was really boring. It's not as interesting as I thought. It seems that we have grown up after all. Some things can never go back to the past. Lu Yan sighed. Lin Yi had already understood it. Everyone has their own aspirations, especially after entering society. Many people have changed. In a society where profit is the top priority, the friendship between colleagues and classmates is nothing but empty. If I hadn't been possessed by the god of wine today and been drunk by young Master Long, how could those classmates look at me straight in the eye? Afterwards, Lin Yi took Lu Yan out of the bar and breathed in the fresh air. Go home? Go home. The two smiled at each other tacitly, and Lin Yi immediately went to drive. Lu Yan, why are you out? We were looking for you. We were planning to check in at a restaurant later. Come along. Some classmates followed. No, it's too late. I have to go back. Let's talk next time. Lu Yan decisively refused. Why are you going back? It's not cheap to take a taxi this late. I drove here today. When you're done playing, I'll take you home. A rich second-generation classmate was very generous. At this moment, Lin Yi drove a Lamborghini Veneno and stopped on the side. No need, Lin Yi and I will go together. Lu Yan got in the car. See Lin Yi driving. Everyone was stunned. Lamborghini. Oh my god. Lin Yi, you are rich. Is this true or false? They couldn't believe that the notoriously poor boy in school could actually drive a luxury car that they could never imagine in their entire lives. Lin Yi didn't say anything, just waved his hand, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. After sending Lu Yan back to the dormitory door, I was about to say goodbye. Lu Yan suddenly hugged up and gave Lin Yi a sweet kiss. Good night. See you tomorrow. After seeing Lu Yan off to home safely, Lin Yi drove for a ride on the road. He was not in a hurry to go home, letting the evening breeze help him sober up. Suddenly, when passing by a bush, he heard a cry for help. Help! Help! In the wild, two thugs were seen grabbing a girl's arms, pressing her to the ground, and preparing to beat her. If you can't resist, just enjoy it. Why bother yourself? Don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. The girl had a pure and lovely appearance and a perfect figure. The two thugs had obviously never seen such a beautiful girl before, and their actions were extremely obscene. Please don't. The girl's eyes were filled with tears and she looked extremely desperate. Hey, stop shouting. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you today. The gangster laughed shamelessly. What are you doing, friend? Take me with you? Sudden. A cold voice came from behind the two of them. The two thugs were startled and turned back immediately. They saw Lin Yi alone, looking at the two of them with his hands in his pockets. Chapter 32, A Hero Saves a Beauty. Damn it, who did I think he was? Turns out to be just a blind brat. Get lost. Can't you see I'm doing something important? Are you looking for death by disturbing my interest? A gangster took out a switchblade without saying a word and pointed it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi is unarmed and weak, but he also wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? It's a pipe dream. They are not afraid of this brat. In their opinion, as long as they took out the knife and threatened him, the bad boy would drop his wallet and run away. But who would have thought that Lin Yi was not afraid at all? Instead, he walked over slowly. I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of that girl and get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll make sure you two never forget this night. Lin Yi said coldly. Oh, you look pretty scary. Fuck, do you think we grew up scared? The two thugs said disdainfully. Since you want to be a hero, I'm going to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, one of them brandished a dagger and rushed towards Lin Yi. However, before his knife touched Lin Yi grabbed his wrist with one move. Just as he was surprised, Lin Yi threw 3 lightning-fast punches at him, smashing his face beyond recognition, blood gushing out. He actually lost one eye. Ah! The gangster screamed like a pig being slaughtered, covered his bloody face, and rolled around on the ground. The force of Lin Yi's punch, how could it be just a fist? It's clearly a hammer. Damn it, a martial artist. The other gangster's face changed drastically. As if facing a formidable enemy, he pulled out a wide-bladed machete from his back and rushed towards Lin Yi. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Even if Lin Yi is a martial artist, he would not have any advantage against the long sword in his hand. That's what he thought. However, before he could make a move, Lin Yi dodged and punched him, causing the knife in his hand to fly away. He fell straight to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Even if he didn't die, this punch was enough to paralyze him. The girl's beautiful eyes widened as she watched all this in shock. 5 minutes ago, she thought she was destined to be humiliated or even killed. But now, the appearance of this young man has changed everything. I was saved by a boy. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have believed that the thin Lin Yi could kill these 2 knife-wielding thugs in seconds. It's all right. It's all right. Lin Yi put a piece of clothing on her and helped her stand up. The girl was obviously too frightened, she staggered and fell into his arms. Only at this time did the girl see Lin Yi's face clearly. This man is not only strong and powerful, but also handsome. She had never had a boyfriend before, but suddenly she felt like she was in love. What's going on? I was doing an outdoor live broadcast until late at night, but I forgot to take my keys and couldn't go home, so I planned to stay in a nearby hotel for one night. Who knew that the hotel was closed today, and I happened to meet the 2 of them. The girl said this, her eyes still filled with panic. Her name is Gao Xiaoman, a native of Yuncheng. She is a female anchor on the Shark platform, one of the stars in the beauty zone, and is quite popular online. I thought the security in the city was good enough for a girl to go out in the middle of the night, but I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky to meet 2 perverts. Thank you. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she would have. It's nothing, it's just that this world is not as safe as you think. If you have nowhere to go tonight, just stay at my house for one night. The kind-hearted Lin Yi certainly couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl wandering on the streets. If these 2 perverts had accomplices, she would still be in danger. Is this really possible? Gao Xiaoman blushed when she heard this. This is the first time we meet, and I want to live with him at his house. I have never spent the night at a man's house, let alone a stranger. Even if Lin Yi saved me, it would be a bit too much. But she could see that Lin Yi was also concerned about her own safety, and she really had nowhere else to go. Of course, come on, get in the car. Lin Yi said happily. You drive a Lamborghini. Gao Xiaoman was horrified when she saw Lin Yi's car. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can recognize the car logo clearly. A supercar like this cannot be bought without 5 million. She didn't expect that Lin Yi was actually a rich second generation. Afterwards, she got into the car carefully and followed Lin Yi back to the Tianzi Villa in Hentang Highlands. OMG. Looking at Lin Yi's car, you can tell that the place he lives in is not bad. But she was still shocked by Lin Yi's wealth. Hentang Highlands Villa, and it's a top-notch villa, this is too rich. She now understood that it was nothing for others to drive a Lamborghini. As a female anchor, and one of the top 10 female anchors in terms of appearance, the tips and salary she receives every month add up to over 100,000 yuan, which is much better than the average white-collar elite. This always makes her feel very proud, but now, she knows what humility means. Because even if you don't eat or drink for your entire life, you can't afford to buy a toilet in someone else's villa. What am I in front of others? Aunt? Ha, are you okay? Lin Yi found Gao Xiaoman's silly and cute look very funny. He likes this kind of inexperienced look. It's okay. I just didn't expect you to be so rich. Gao Xiaoman spoke the truth and did not pretend to be indifferent. She is a simple girl. The only trick she knows is how to ask for gifts and tips from her boss. She cannot do things like worshipping money or being a green tea lover. What's more, no matter how high the level of a money-worshipping bitch or a pretentious person is, they would not dare to act rashly in front of someone of this level. Afterwards, Lin Yi arranged a room for her, next to his own. After all, the house was too empty, and being closer would allow her to be taken care of if anything happened. Sleep. At night, Lin Yi, who was drunk, even had a dream. In the dream, there were 2 big, fragrant buns, soft and delicious. He held it and chewed it hungrily. I can never finish it no matter how much I eat. It's so addictive. Until the next morning. As soon as Lin Yi opened his eyes, he felt unprecedented comfort all over his body. I squeezed my hands subconsciously. Alas? What? He shuddered and looked to the side. The picture is blood spurting. I saw Gao Xiaoman, a delicate girl, lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. The loose nightgown could not hide her sexy figure at all, full of temptation. Lin Yi was confused. What is happening? Although I drank last night, I clearly went to bed alone, right? Why is there a woman next to me when I wake up? However, this is not the most important issue. What to do next? Wake her up? Still. Chapter 33, picked up a beauty and took her home. 9 years of compulsory education allowed Lin Yi to make the right choice. He stood up silently and prepared to take his hand back. However, I don't know what Gao Xiaoman was thinking, but she held onto his arm tightly and refused to let go, hugging him even tighter. Is this a bit too much? Lin Yi's nose almost bleeds. You can't play it like this. Do you understand that it will cost lives? To prevent the situation from getting worse. Hey, wake up. He grabbed Gao Xiaoman's shoulders and woke her up. Gao Xiaoman opened her eyes dazedly. However, when she saw that the person in front of her was Lin Yi, she had no reaction. Instead, he complained, well, it's you when I close my eyes, but why is it you when I open my eyes? Then he closed his eyes again and prepared to take a nap. Alas? Etc. Something seems wrong? She stood up suddenly and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Then there was a scream of terror. Ah! The decibel level was higher than that of a groundhog, and it almost made Lin Yi deaf. He covered his ears, speechless. It was obviously you who got into my bed, and I didn't say anything, so why did you call me? The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Half an hour later, Lin Yi finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Gao Xiaoman had always had a habit of sleepwalking, and usually relied on taking medicine to control it, but she didn't have time to take the medicine last night, so... Oh my god, what is going on? Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. Gao Xiaoman, who was lying on the bed, kept crying. Losing your virginity is fine. It's not a loss to give it to Lin Yi. But the problem is that they have nothing to do with me. He was neither her boyfriend nor her husband, so naturally she, with her conservative mindset, found it unacceptable. Lin Yi was given a headache by her noise, but he had no choice but to comfort her. Okay, don't cry, this is the situation. Instead of regretting, you might as well accept the reality. Yes, accept the reality. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoman wiped her tears and looked at Lin Yi quietly. Lin Yi was a little confused. Okay, from now on, you are my boyfriend. Lin Yi was stunned. What's going on? What did I say? Why do you just take it for granted? Although Gao Xiaoman is also a top-notch girl and seems to be younger than me, she would be a good girlfriend, but I don't even know her. Sister, I don't know you well. We can get familiar with each other later. But we have no feelings. Emotions can also be cultivated slowly. Lin Yi was speechless. Why did I become such a sucker? But, even if you take advantage of someone, you can't just kick them away. Alas, there is no other way. Let's just leave it like this. You live here for the next few days and we'll talk about it later. Seeing that she was so stubborn, Lin Yi had no choice but to do so. Maybe this girl was just impulsive at the moment, but after a while, she will realize how childish she was. Before that, my own home was quite quiet anyway, so I might as well let her live with me to make it more lively. It would be a pleasure to open my eyes every day with a stunning beauty by my side. Afterwards, Lin Yi helped Gao Xiaoman move all her household items over and drove to the property branch to get her a pass. Lin Yi, who is this person? Zhao Xiaoru, with her sharp eyes, naturally noticed the clue and asked. My cousin. Your cousin? When did you get a cousin? Zhao Xiaoru naturally didn't believe it. What are you asking? What does it have to do with you? Lin Yi got angry and his eyes turned cold, and Zhao Xiaoru immediately shut up. Oh, woman. Lin Yi went downstairs. Come to the parking lot. I found a man and a woman talking loudly in front of my car. The woman was posing and the man was filming with his mobile phone. It seemed like they were doing a live broadcast. Hello, everyone, welcome to my live broadcast room. Recently, many people asked me, Sister Shuang, you are such a successful woman, what kind of car do you drive? Today I will show you my car. The woman leaned on Lin Ye's Lamborghini, looking superior. Instantly, the live broadcast room was boiling. OMG! What a magical car this is! This gorgeous car logo, could it be a Lamborghini? Yes, it really is a Lamborghini, and it's the latest model of Venom. Oh my god, Sister Shuang is so generous. It really blinded my eyes. To own a car like this, Sister Shuang's wealth is truly unfathomable. You are like the person who drives the car. Sister Shuang is awesome. Lin Yi said, it's quite interesting. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely go up and slap him in the face at this time. But Lin Yi, instead, sat aside and watched with great interest. Ignorance is fearless. If she really knew the value of this sports car, she would not dare to commit fraud even if she had 10,000 guts. There are shameless people these days, but those who are this shameless and brainless are the worst. It's rare to see such a good monkey show, and it doesn't cost any money. It's so wonderful. Congratulations to Shuangjia, the founder of the weight loss milkshake, for getting her favorite Lamborghini supercar. Sister Shuang joined the WeChat business 3 months ago and bought a Lamborghini through her own efforts. She is a new WeChat businesswoman who is enthusiastic, generous, and youthful. She has a career on her left hand and a family on her right hand. She bought a Lamborghini just to give face to the family members of the WeChat business team. The man filming shouted, "Oh shit." Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. It turns out that he is a WeChat businessman. Bah, bad luck. Lin Yi looked disgusted. He doesn't look down on WeChat business, he just discriminates against them. After all, who would do micro business if they have hands, feet, and brains? I don't care if you want to make money from me, but if you want to use my car to cheat people, 2 words, no way. Lin Yi couldn't sit still anymore. I assure you that our weight loss milkshake is absolutely effective. The stock is almost sold out. Agents who want to buy it must hurry up and grab it. Sister Shuang waved her sickle and the leaks cheered. I'll buy it. Give me 10 boxes first. I want 20 boxes. Ha, you bunch of idiots, you deserve to be deceived to death. There was a hint of smug sneer on Sister Shuang's lips. I want 100 boxes. Sudden. Lin Yi walked into the camera. Sister Shuang was stunned, and the live broadcast room exploded. Who is this handsome guy? Where did this little brother come from? Oh my god, he's so handsome. Little brother, come to your sister's arms. Sister Shuang is really amazing. Even passers-by want to buy it. Let him buy it, let him buy it. Yes, let him buy it. Sister Shuang, I'm going to buy 10 boxes for this guy. Please make sure he leaves his contact information. The above person is dreaming. You want to win the little brother with just 10 boxes? I'll give you 20 boxes. Most of the people in the live broadcast room were women, and Lin Yi's appearance was like throwing Mentos into Coke, causing an uproar. Ha, here comes another leak. My tricks are getting better and better. Even passers-by were infected, how awesome. Sister Shuang was secretly proud of herself. Chapter 34, Ruining the Scene. Little brother, you really have a good vision. You seized the good opportunity to make a fortune. She laughed. No, I'm not interested in getting rich. Lin Yi shook his head. Then why did you buy so much? Sister Shuang was stunned. Question marks also appeared in the live broadcast room. Of course I bought it for you. You're as fat as a pig, and you still have the nerve to sell milkshakes here. I can't stand it anymore. If you want to make money, at least you have to have some capital. You're as fat as a pig, and you still sell weight loss products. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Lin Yi attacked fiercely. Sister Shuang's expression changed instantly. You dare to say I'm fat? Is that what I said? You look like this. How come you can't even tell if you're fat or not after you turn on the beauty filter? Don't you have any idea of what's going on? You're so fat that the air behind you is deformed. Lin Yi showed no mercy. A general critical hit from a barrage of attacks. You. Sister Shuang's face turned green, and she was so angry that she wanted to curse Lin Yi's ancestors for 18 generations, but she couldn't refute. The live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Fuck, what's going on? Are our colleagues here to mess things up? Yes, they must be from the same industry. I think what the little brother said makes some sense. Yeah, Sister Shuang is also so fat, why doesn't she use her own products? If this product is really good, why doesn't she have a good figure? That's not convincing. Is this little brother telling the truth? I don't care. The little brother is so handsome, he will definitely not lie. Beauty is justice. That's true. I don't believe such a handsome guy would lie. Support my little brother. Well, I also think it's unreliable. Let's wait and see. Everyone originally used their hard-earned money to buy things, and seeing that what Lin Yi said made some sense, they naturally did not dare to sell anything. At this time, people in the parking lot saw this scene and gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Little brother 66,666. What a courage! I respect you as a real man if you confront WeChat business head on. Every word is so heart-wrenching. It hits the nail on the head. That's right. She looks like a pig monster, but she still has the nerve to sell weight loss products. It's not excessive to scold such a person. Good job. Support little brother. You've really said what's on my mind. I've been annoyed with these WeChat merchants for a long time. You brag about it every day, Pat, is that yours? Looking at hundreds of cancelled shopping orders. The merchant's mentality exploded. Where did this brat come from? He's just telling the truth. Didn't your mother teach you that you should see through people's troubles but not say anything, and you should not tear people down? I worked so hard to cut leaks, is it easy to cheat people out of money? You just cut off my source of income like this. Sister Xuan was furious. He gave a look to the man filming the video, asking him to chase Lin Yi away. The man was stunned and looked at Lin Yi, but didn't dare to move. Nonsense, there is a tall guy over 1.8 meters right there. He won't gain any advantage by going up there. It is also very likely that you will be criticized as a villain in front of tens of thousands of people. Ding dong. Just at this moment, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. On the notification bar, Pink Sixie's new product flash sale is now online. What the hell? Lin Yi didn't care about Sister Shuang in front of him and immediately turned around and walked to the corner. Although the task was only half done, he had already given a reminder after all. If this did not wake those people up and someone still fell for it, he would have no other choice. After all, there is no cure for stupidity. Gone, just like that? Sister Shuang was stunned. Little brother, where are you going? Don't go. Brother, come back soon. What on earth is going on? The little brother is such a good person. There was a loud bang in the sky, and he made a brilliant appearance, reminding us that Sister Shuang is a liar. We should be careful that she will hide her merits and fame in the future. Yes, he is simply the modern Lei Feng. He's so handsome and kind-hearted, I love him so much. No one can snatch my little brother from me. Oh, I can't see my little brother anymore. The first minute my little brother disappeared, I missed him. What Lei Feng? I think this guy is just a colleague. He is jealous of Sister Shuang and came here to cause trouble. Yes, I believe in Sister Shuang. Everyone, please don't be fooled by his handsome appearance. Don't let him lead the way. Fortunately, this guy left, otherwise I would have no chance of selling goods and cheating people today. Sister Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. Although such an incident happened, the leeks still need to be harvested. Otherwise, would I still be considered a profiteer? There are not many people like him in this society, otherwise how could a profiteer like me continue to do business? My dear family, please don't take what happened just now to heart. Some of our peers were really unscrupulous. Fortunately, they finally found their conscience and stopped slandering our products. In order to avoid the unhappiness that everyone has just had, I have decided to give a 30% discount to the first 100 customers who purchase our products today. Don't miss this opportunity. Sister Shuang used her ultimate move, intending to lure the enemy and then run away. I saw someone placing an order immediately. She was even more smug. Even if someone warns you, there will always be idiots who will fall for it. You can't persuade a damned ghost with kind words. That's how the world is. You little bastard, you want to stop me from doing business? Dream on. Congratulations to the host for the successful instant kill. Get the card, a truth card. Lin Yi was stunned. Truth card? Never heard of it, but he knew about truth serum. I heard that this thing is used in interrogation and espionage to make people tell the truth. Ha, that's interesting. Lin Yi smiled. Anyway, he couldn't suffer any loss or be cheated with the 9.9 price tag. So, there was nothing to be afraid of. He just had to do it. Then he returned to where he was just now. You thought you could do whatever you wanted after I left. You are so naive. I will kill you. Lin Yi used the truth card. Ding dong. Used successfully. Thank you all for your support, idiots. Sister Shuang looked at the camera with a grateful look on her face. What's going on? Idiot, who are you scolding, Sister Shuang? Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Sister Shuang was also dumbfounded. What I clearly wanted to say was thank you all for your support. Oh, how come you accidentally said what was in your heart? Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing just now. What I wanted to say is that I sincerely thank you all for your support. Without your generosity, how could I make so much money so easily? If you weren't stupid, people like me who have no education and no ability would have starved to death at the bottom of society. I can only maintain my life by cheating you idiots and selling no-name products. I love cheating you guys. Sister Shuang gave some explanation. However, the expression was so sincere, but the words spoken were so harsh. Chapter 35 Program Effects. It's like someone says to you with a smile, CNM. Oh shit, what is going on? Sister Shuang quickly covered her mouth. The truth she just told was more than he had told in his entire life. The live broadcast room exploded. Sister Shuang, what do you mean? How dare you call us idiots? 3 no products, damn, is this true or fake? Nima, you just said what's on your mind, right? Swindler, I knew there would be no such thing as a free lunch. I finally understand. You don't even consider us as human beings. In your eyes, we are all leaks. I admit that I was wrong. I was so blind that I still trusted you so much. That little brother is a truly kind person. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you and supported Sister Shuang, the beast. I've already told you that little brother is an angel who came to remind us, but you still don't believe it. Okay, Yuju Shuang, next time I buy your stuff, I'm a dog. I have already reported it. Let's all file a complaint together and kill this idiot. I've also reported it, Zhu Xuan, just wait for your account to be blocked. You're the fucking idiot. Not only the live broadcast room of WeChat merchants exploded. The entire parking lot exploded. The sound of 66,666 can be heard continuously. Haha, it exploded. This wave, it feels good. This is what you call getting what you deserve. God is watching what you do. Public self-explosion is so satisfying. Oh my god, what is going on? Why do I always tell the truth? Zhu Xuan was dumbfounded. Lin Yi, who was standing aside, burst into laughter. This thing, the show effect is really good. I haven't seen such an interesting scene for a long time. The effect of truth transmission gradually wore off. Shuang Jia immediately defended herself, don't be impulsive, I was just joking with you. Think about it, if I was really a liar, how could I afford a Lamborghini? The fact that I can drive a Lamborghini shows that my status and identity are there, so why would I cheat you out of so much money? What am I trying to do? Think about it carefully. That's true. A person who has a Lamborghini wants to cheat us. What does she want? Does she value our little money? Let alone this Lamborghini, all of our combined net worth alone cannot afford it. That makes sense. Maybe Sister Shuan was just joking. There are still some leaks who refuse to repent. Sister Shuang let out a long sigh. It's not too tragic. There are still more fools than liars in this world. Buzz. At this moment, the lights of the Rolls-Royce flashed, and the engine roared like a beast, frightening Sister Shuang so much that she fell down hard and fell flat on her face. The man was so frightened that he almost dropped his phone on the ground. Lin Yi opened the door with the car keys in his hand and got into the car silently. Everything is implied. The two were stunned. Fuck. They never expected that Lin Yi was the owner of the car. But how is it possible? Lin Yi is dressed in ordinary clothes, and the total amount of his clothes is less than 200 yuan, but he can afford such a top-of-the-line sports car. Are you kidding? If he is a rich second generation, why would he be so low-key? They had been acting so cautiously, fearing that they would be caught by the car owner. However, they didn't know that the car owner was both far away and right in front of them, but they just didn't recognize him. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this car is not his, it belongs to my little brother. Oh my god. Little brother, you are actually a rich man. You are so handsome and rich, why would you let other men live? Oh my god, I thought men like this only existed in CEO novels, but I didn't expect that they actually exist. Little brother, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. The man upstairs, draw your swords and duel. This little brother belongs to me alone. Wake up and stop dreaming. How can such a young, rich, and handsome guy like you? Don't you have any idea? Only a fair, rich, and beautiful girl like me is worthy of this little brother. Wake up, everyone. This kind of guy should be handed over to the country. Shu Shuang, you damned liar, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Your mother's grocery shopping will be more expensive tonight, and your father will be cut off when playing mahjong. Get lost. You liar. Luckily, a little brother stood up and exposed your true face, otherwise I would really think you were something else. My little brother is simply an angel. I love my little brother. Zhu Xuan was completely dumbfounded, watching her live broadcast room losing hundreds of followers in a second. Not only did she lose all her fans, but her live broadcast room was also blocked for selling 3 no products. She was dumbfounded. You deserve it, because you do evil and then you will be punished. Lin Yi turned a blind eye and stepped on the accelerator, knocking the 2 men to the ground. Sister Shuang was so scared that she peed her pants instantly. Although she really wanted to blackmail people. However, can these micro-businessmen afford to offend someone so young who drives this kind of car? Although they make millions every year and strike out in their circle of friends, in reality, they are at the bottom of society and are submissive. Alas, I've been happy to get this and that all day long, but I didn't expect that today I got a grumpy old man. It's over. It's all over. Lin Yi drove back home. However, as soon as I entered the door, I smelled the fragrance of rice. Welcome home, you've worked hard. Gao Xiaoman, wearing an apron, came up to greet them. There are a wide variety of dishes on the table, all rich and delicious. You can actually cook? Lin Yi didn't expect this. It is said that beautiful women can't cook, and Gao Xiaoman is a female anchor, so it is even more impossible for her to cook. My dad is a famous chef in Kyoto. As his daughter, I have been influenced by him. Although I can't say that the dishes I cook are comparable to those in star-rated hotels, they are definitely much better than those in ordinary small restaurants. Gao Xiaoman was as proud as a little peacock. In fact, she hadn't cooked for a long time. In order to cook for Lin Yi today, she made a long video call to her father. Under the guidance of her father, a famous chef, she made such a sumptuous banquet. My sister is awesome. Lin Yi took a bite of the sweet and sour pork with half belief and half doubt, and immediately found it crispy and delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. It was indeed much better than the ones in ordinary small restaurants. Well, it seems that I did the right thing. Letting this little girl stay at home, at least I won't have to worry about food. Hearing Lin Yi's praise, Gao Xiaoman was very excited and immediately went to the kitchen to cook soup. That's enough. If you make more, you won't be able to finish it. It's okay. I'm happy to do that. Okay, as long as you're happy. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. Come to think of it, I seem to have watched Gao Xiaoman's live broadcast before. At that time, for an ordinary college student like me, female anchors were like goddesses that I needed to look up to. And now. Chapter 36. Let's eat chicken together. After dinner, Gao Xiaoman invited Lin Yi to play games together. Lin Yi refused. I'm not a big shot at playing games, let alone a live broadcast, so I won't go on stage and make a fool of myself. Just as Gao Xiaoman was trying to persuade Lin Yi's cell phone rang. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has not signed in today. The remaining sign-in time is 10 minutes. Please sign in immediately. Oh, I haven't signed in today. Lin Yi immediately clicked into the app and signed again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Get reward, God-level gaming talent. The host has signed in for 2 consecutive days and received an additional reward, Hacker Mastery. Host, please keep up the good work. You will get more generous rewards if you sign in continuously. Lin Yi was stunned. Oh my god, god-level gaming talent, mastery of hacking. These two skills are something that many people cannot obtain in their entire lives. As for myself, I can just sign in. Besides, isn't this like giving away a pillow when you're sleepy? Here, Gao Xiaoman was feeling depressed because of Lin Yi's rejection, but Lin Yi suddenly came to her room with a notebook. Don't you want to play? I suddenly changed my mind. Lin Yi smiled. How about trying out this skill? Gao Xiaoman was pleasantly surprised and immediately invited Lin Yi to join her in playing PUBG. The audience was very unhappy when they saw the strange man suddenly appearing in the camera. Goddess Xiaoman, who is this? You were fooling around with other men behind my back. Goddess, you have changed. Aren't you insulated from the opposite sex? That man, get out of here, don't be with my goddess. Looking at the barrage, Gao Xiaoman had a headache. Although the audience were all joking, most of her fans were male, so naturally they were not happy to see Lin Yi playing games with them. But now Lin Yi is half of my boyfriend, and I want to get to know him better, which makes me feel awkward. Okay, 3 wins in a row. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly smiled at the camera. What do you mean? Isn't this guy a fool? No one is talking to you, shut up. Gao Xiaoman was also confused. What was Lin Yi doing? I'm going to make a bet with you all. If I can lead Gao Xiaoman to 3 consecutive wins in PUBG, you'll have to swallow back everything you just said. Lin Yi said confidently. Ha, Xiaoman is playing in the diamond game, it's hard to win even 1 game, can you lead her to win 3 games in a row? How shameless. There are no cheats in this game now. It's useless to use your crooked ideas. Who are you? You are so good, why don't you go pro? Just you? Are you kidding me? What if you can't win? Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. If I lose a single game and fail to win 3 games in a row, from now on, you will never see me in the live broadcast room again. Lin Yi said solemnly. Oh my god, that's awesome. Interesting. This kid is serious. Although you definitely can't win, I admire your courage. Don't worry, we will remember you if you lose. The audience immediately agreed to Lin Yi's bet. In their opinion, Lin Yi would definitely lose. Lin Yi, is this true? Gao Xiaoman was confused. Lin Yi had made a boast. If he lost, wouldn't he really not be able to appear in his live broadcast room again? If that's the case, how can I get close to him? Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Yi smiled confidently. All right. Gao Xiaoman believed Lin Yi's lies for the time being, and then called 2 more friends to fill in the numbers, forming a team of 4. These 2 friends have strong skills, so even if Lin Yi performs poorly, they will not lose. Then, she took a look at Lin Yi's rank. Wait, silver? Oh my god, silver. Is this true? Ha 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 ha, no way. From the way the guy talked, I thought he was at least a diamond. You're at the silver level, and you dare to play with Xiaoman? Ning worthy? A mere silver, are you qualified to form a team with my Xiaoman? What rubbish! The comments were full of sarcasm and ridicule, and those who had some expectations of Lin Yi were all shocked and treated him as a joke. Lin Yi disagreed. Soon, the game officially began. During the parachuting phase, Lin Yi took the lead in command. Come on, do the G-spot dance with me. The G-spot is so far away, why jump there? You don't want to stay alive for the whole game, do you? Xiaoman, where did you recruit this guy from? Does he know how to play? The 2 masters were obviously very disdainful of the words of a stranger. What's more, Lin Yi is just a silver rookie, and he wants to command these diamond masters like him. It's really funny. Gao Xiaoman also disagreed with Lin Yi jumping into such a dangerous place, and wanted him to go with the 3 of them so that she could protect him. Lin Yi simply jumped to the G-spot himself and played it as if he were playing solo. The reason why he chose this place was not because he was timid or wanted to hide, but because he wanted to get familiar with the game. After all, I haven't played for a long time. Even though I have god-level talent, I still need to familiarize myself with the key positions and practice my gun feel first. Landed. Determine what no one is. Lin Yi immediately went into the townhouse and began searching for supplies. But after a while, I found an M16, a level 2 armor, and a level 2 helmet, which are pretty good starting equipment. Then, he started to practice shooting against the wall, 50 yards, 100 yards, 150 yards. Bang 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 bang. Lin Yi was surprised to find that his arm holding the mouse was more stable than ever before, as if he had turned on an automatic gun control plug-in. No, it is more accurate and stable than plug-ins. At a distance of 100 yards, his fledgling M16's single-shot burst speed is faster than the M4 fully automatic. Moreover, all 30 bullets were pressed at one point. It's so terrifying. Fortunately, there are no cheats in this game anymore, otherwise, if I showed my abilities, I would definitely be beaten up. Time passes slowly. Start brushing poison. Point G, where Lin Yi was located, was the farthest from the safe zone, so he found transportation early and continued to collect supplies while traveling. As for Gao Xiaoman, she originally wanted to wait for Lin Yi at the edge of the safe zone and meet up with him. However, the two teammates played very aggressively and kept fighting with their guns, with no intention of waiting for Lin Yi at all. Soon, they were intercepted by a team of extremely high skills and suffered heavy losses. The two masters had already fallen to the ground, leaving Gao Xiaoman alone struggling to hold on. The sniper in the distance did not give Gao Xiaoman a chance to turn the tables. He shot her in the head while she was not paying attention. Alas, I'm sorry, Lin Yi. Gao Xiaoman lamented in her heart. She knew she was bound to lose this round. Oh wait, this yellow dot on the map? She suddenly discovered that Lin Yi was approaching her and the others quickly. Chapter 37. Just do it. Buzz. With the roaring sound of the motorcycle's engine, Lin Yi was seen speeding out from the bushes, drifting to a stop, and rushing towards himself and others. Oh my god. When she saw Lin Yi, she screamed. The two masters were also stunned. I thought Lin Yi had died suddenly, but who knew he was still alive, and had a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and all the necessary equipment. However, there are 3 people on the opposite side, 2 riflemen and 1 sniper. No matter how good Lin Yi's equipment is, it is impossible for him to face them head-on. However, Lin Yi thought this was possible. The M16 in his hand fired rapidly. Day. The 2 riflemen were shot in the head and fell to the ground. What's going on? Brother, there is another person here. Okay, I'll take care of him. The sniper in the distance was the captain of this team. He knew of Lin Yi's existence. With the help of his teammates, he aimed the crosshairs of the scope at Lin Yi's bunker. Headshot line. As long as Lin Yi could dodge, he was sure that he could kill Lin Yi with 1 shot. Although Lin Yi has a level 3 helmet, the gun in his hand is the AWM from the airdrop. Even with a level 3 helmet, he can still hit a headshot. Hey, you're dead, little brat. Gao Xiaoman and others also knew that Lin Yi was trapped in a quagmire, and immediately reminded him, Lin Yi, do you have any smoke bombs? Throw 2 quickly and hide over there. Need not. Lin Yi didn't want to go through so much trouble. He remembered the position that the sniper had just exposed, and then fired a shot. Bang bang bang. Everything happened without any warning. Lin Yi dodged, and the flame of the M16 appeared in the sniper's eyes. He wanted to pull the trigger, but he was shot in the head. Oh my god. The scene before them stunned Gao Xiaoman and others. A rifle killed a sniper rifle. Who would dare to believe this? How can one shoot someone in the head from such a long distance? How is this possible? This guy is actually an expert. The 2 masters were even more dumbfounded. They had thought it was an honor for the silver rookie to be able to play with them. Unexpectedly, he is not a noob at all, he is just low-key. An expert can tell whether a person is strong or weak with just 1 move. Just based on Lin Yi's control of the gun just now, the 2 of them knew that they were inferior to him. They had never seen such a high level of pressure before, it was a textbook gun pull. Everything was so easy and smooth. This guy is definitely a top master. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. Some people think that Lin Yi is just lucky. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not luck, but real strength. All 3 were eliminated, leaving only Lin Yi, who made it to the final round. However, the game was not suspenseful. Day. Fire, headshot. Lin Yi was almost going crazy with killing. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, everyone was stunned. Oh my god. It's a naked massacre. What kind of technology is this? Why do you feel more powerful than a professional? I've never seen such a powerful M16. Is it really the same gun that the great god uses as we do? Why is this gun like a fire stick in my hand? Everyone was puzzled and astonished. Good luck, chicken, tonight. Lin Yi easily dealt with the last enemy. The number of his kills reached a terrifying 27. In other words, about 30% of the players were eliminated by him personally. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. 6666 filled the screen. Everyone admired Lin Yi to the extreme. This strength is really impressive. Then, in the next two games, it was a fight of kills and kills without any suspense. Lin Yi was the only one slaughtering in the front, and the three of them only needed to scoop up the loot from behind, and they couldn't even get a single kill. Game over. In total, Lin Yi killed more than 70 people in the 3 games. Oh my god, I kneel down to you. Awesome, so strong. You are my grandpa. Please teach me how to play this game. I want to be as good as you. No wonder you are the only member of the opposite sex that Goddess Xiaoman has contact with. I am convinced, really convinced. You are so good, why don't you go pro, master? I understand, you must think that pro is too easy and boring. You are really strong and really handsome. I declare that from now on, you are my male god. 66,666. Everyone had no resistance to Lin Yi anymore, and were all conquered by his abnormal strength. Gao Xiaoman looked at Lin Yi deeply, her eyes full of little stars. It would be fine if Lin Yi was a tall, rich and handsome man who knew martial arts. This is already the best among men, excellent enough. But he also now shows strong game skills. Oh my goodness, is there anything you can't do? How can other men survive? If we were to describe someone like Lin Yi in the same way as playing on the internet, he would be the dream of 300 million girls. Come on, play with me for a while. No, I'm still taking my postgraduate entrance exams, so I have to go to the library. Lin Yi waved his hands. He still had some self-control. What? Postgraduate entrance exam, you're still a college student? Gao Xiaoman was shocked again. Don't these rich second generations just eat, drink and have fun every day? Don't they still need to go to school? Yes, I'm at Central South University in Yuncheng. Why, don't I look like a college student? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Oh my god, Central South University? Gao Xiaoman was stunned. Central South University is a mid-level 211 university. It is not the top one, but it is definitely among the top universities. Lin Yi is actually a top student? Oh my god, how much virtue did I have to be able to meet such an outstanding male god? Gao Xiaoman's gaze at Lin Yi became more and more passionate. Lin Yi ran away immediately. Drove to the school library. It was 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon and there was no one in the library. The reason why Lin Yi chose this time to come is because this is the quietest time and most suitable for deep learning. However, he was obviously not the only one who had the same idea. Not far away, a JK female student with a long ponytail, gold-rimmed glasses and a cool appearance was also typing away on the keyboard. Lin Yi knew this person. It could be said that she was a prominent figure in the entire Central South University and a legend. Her name is Song Yusin. She is the top student in 3 subjects in Southern Province. She was admitted to Central South University with the highest score in Yuncheng. She has been the best student in all subjects for 2 consecutive years and is truly a top student among top students. What's more amazing is that she is not a bookworm. I heard that she started to teach herself computer last year, and in just 1 year, she broke through the firewalls of 2 major software companies. Before she even graduated, she was hired by Penguin Company with a high salary. Lin Yi admired this kind of genius very much, but every time he tried to talk to him, he was ignored by others. It's true. I am an average student and can't compare to a real academic master like him. But now, things are different. Chapter 38, The First Experience of a Beautiful and Smart Girl. Hello, beautiful, can I sit next to you? Lin Yi greeted him with a smile. Song Yusin glanced at Lin Yi, too lazy to say anything, just nodded. Most girls of this age would stare at a handsome guy like Lin Yi, but she seemed to have no interest at all. Because in her opinion, being handsome or ugly is very boring. The value of a person should be measured by his ability. She is too lazy to waste her time on a poor student like Lin Yi, with whom she has nothing in common. It can be said that in the entire Central South University, except for the teachers and professors, all these students are unqualified wastes and boring parasites in her eyes. Time passes by every second. Song Yusin looked at the computer and rubbed her forehead. Oh, this is too difficult. She lamented. She was trying to crack a firewall, but the firewall used the latest security technology, and none of her old methods worked. She had been trying for a whole morning. I've tried IP spoofing, fragmentation attacks, and DOS denial of service, but none of them work. This firewall is too powerful. She talked to herself. Have you ever tried a Trojan attack? However, Lin Yi on the side leaned over and asked. Of course I have tried, but for any Trojan to work, the other party must install my Trojan. But I can't break the firewall. How can I bypass the protocol and implant the Trojan? This is a dead end. Song Yusin shook her head. That's the Trojan horse you wrote. Lin Yi smiled. Can you? Wait, who are you? Song Yusin was stunned and couldn't help but doubt her life. I was actually talking to a poor student about cracking the network firewall. Moreover, we had a great time chatting. What is going on? Hey, I can do it. Lin Yi sneered. Since you are such a bother, why not let me do it? He picked her up like a chicken and sat down with a thud. You come, then what should I do? Song Yusin was a little confused and asked in a silly way, pointing at her own little face. You, help me take notes for the postgraduate entrance examination. Lin Yi said bluntly. Then, start hacker mode. Clap, clap, clap. His hands turned into after images. Lines of code are displayed on the screen. Oh my god. Song Yusin was shocked. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. This guy's code is so well written. So fast that I can't even see clearly. And when she was lucky enough to see a line of code clearly, his complexion changed drastically. This is too complicated. But such a huge project would take him 5 days to complete even if he had divine help. Have to. Don't bother the great god. You'd better just go and take notes for others. Pity. Lin Yi was not as if he had divine help. But it's super god. It took less than 5 minutes to finish the job. Try it. Click send, and the Trojan will take effect instantly. The indestructible firewall is like window paper, which can be broken with just a poke. OMG. Song Yusin stared in amazement. Is there such an operation? Who are you? Only then did she look at Lin Yi straight in the eye. I totally don't remember that there are such talented students in Central South University. In the entire Central South University, there is no one who can compete with him in the field of internet, let alone someone like Lin Yi who can crush him. I'm just a poor student. Have you finished taking notes for me? Lin Yi smiled. I've finished. Song Yusin's eyes were shocked. Slacker student? You are a poor student, what am I? Lin Yi looked at his notes and was very satisfied. He thought to himself that a top student is a top student. If he were to record these knowledge points, it would take him a whole day, but the top student understood them thoroughly in just a few minutes. The gap between people is really huge. However, Song Yusin also thought so. She knew that even if she studied hard for another 3 years, she might not be able to achieve hacking skills as good as Lin Yi's. Her eyes flashed with light, and she immediately shook Lin Yi's hand and said, Hello, classmate, my name is Song Yusin, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Yi, and I'm just as happy. Lin Yi was confused. What's up with this mechanical elementary school student's self-introduction? What are you trying to do, top student? I noticed that you are preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. If you don't mind, I can help you record your study notes, and you can help me improve my hacking skills. How about we set up a study group, learn from each other, and make progress together? Song Yusin said this with her eyes shining. Lin Yi was speechless. It was the first time he saw someone who loved studying so much. Aren't you too excited? But he still agreed readily. A top female student helps me take notes for my postgraduate entrance exam. How many people in China can have such treatment? When the time comes, you can just memorize the ready-made ones. It's so cool just thinking about it. As for hacking techniques, just a few pointers from me would be enough for her to learn endlessly. There is no reason to refuse such a good thing. Afterwards, I added Song Yusin on WeChat and they said goodbye. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Ding dong. Pink 60 random flash sale products are now online. Oh my god, here it comes again. Lin Yi clicked on it immediately. He was already familiar with this random activity. Unfortunately, this event is not as strong as yesterday, and there is only one item that can be sold out in seconds. But it's better to have something than nothing, so be content. Lin Yi paid and ordered one at random. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the successful instant kill. Game talent, god level sweet talk. What the hell? Lin Yi was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. From Zwan? Of course he knew what a person with sweet words was. Isn't this a person from Zwan? Oh my god, I'm not arguing with anyone, what's the use of this thing, it's useless. Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment. Then returned home. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the voice of Gao Xiaoman broadcasting live. Lin Yi opened the door to check the room, wanting to give her a scare. Who would have thought that I would see her crying with tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered some injustice? What's going on? Lin Yi looked at the computer screen. It turned out that many comments were slandering Gao Xiaoman, and these numbers were all garbled IDs, and the slanderous words were also made up out of thin air. Obviously, this was a group of online water armies hired to target her. Where did these wild dogs come from? Stop barking, or I'll kill you. Lin Yi started to curse directly. Gao Xiaoman didn't dare to fight back against these comments, but he would not tolerate them. Ha, you idiot, mind your own business, did I scold you? Get lost. You dare to go against us? Brothers, come on, spray him to death. They were extremely arrogant and didn't take Lin Yi seriously at all. After all, they are paid to do the job, so they don't care about so much. Afterwards, the barrage of comments attacked Lin Yi crazily, and the insults were as harsh as they could be. My god, don't argue with them. We can't beat them in an argument. The fans consoled. Can't scold? Does not exist. Chapter 39, Zwan People and Zwan Souls. Lin Yi gathered his strength and started to rant. There are people who have lives but no one to raise them, people who have lives but no one to teach them, people who have lives but no one to teach them, people who have lives but no humanity. Your mother is a female demon who stabs everywhere with a fork. Your father is a Batman who flies in the sky and crawls on the ground. Your mother-in-law is a whore who stabs everywhere with a stick. Your grandfather is a fly swatter who kills flies without shedding blood. Look at you, handsome, elegant, suave, and charming. You must be the best of scum, the best of beasts. Look at your face, it's so thin that you don't even look like a pig. If I throw you into the toilet, you will vomit. If I throw you into a black hole, the black hole will explode. You lacked calcium since childhood, and lacked love when you grew up. Your grandma doesn't love you, and your uncle doesn't love you. Your left cheek deserves a slap, and your right cheek deserves a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys, and pigs step on pigs. You were born to be a cucumber, and you deserve to be slapped. You were born to be a walnut, and you deserve to be beaten. You will be a broken motorcycle all your life, and you deserve to be kicked. Find a wife who is a screw, and she deserves to be screwed. You are holding your fucking mouth, you are holding your hair, you are holding your fucking mouth, you are holding your mouth weakly, you have a rat-like face with a screw neck and a hedgehog butt. Every word Lin Yi said was heart-piercing, as if it had magical power. It was unpleasant to hear in the first place, and it was even more painful to hear. Somewhere in a cold, damp basement. One by one, the men began to foam at the mouth, their hands and feet twitched. Soon, the live broadcast room became quiet. 6666, the great god is too strong. 10 sprays per second, is this what a Zon person is? Love it. Still calling me great god? Come on, kneel down with me and call me god. That's right, Master Spray God, please accept my respect. My man, I want to learn how to curse from you, can you teach me the number? Excellent. It really makes my scalp tingle. Ha, even the internet trolls have become autistic because of you. A male god is a male god. I didn't expect he has this ability. So strong. The fans clapped and cheered. Gao Xiaoman looked intoxicated. The curse was obviously very unpleasant, but the way Lin Yi stood up for him was so cool. I didn't expect that he cared about me so much. As she thought about it, she was intoxicated. What on earth is going on? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Gao Xiaoman gave some explanation. It turned out that the culprit was an anchor named Ma Pengfei. He was an outdoor anchor of the Shark platform and was very popular. He had always been interested in Xiaoman. Today he asked Gao Xiaoman out for a drink, but Gao Xiaoman refused. He became angry and resorted to such a move, which was really shameless. Forget it, Lin Yi. There's no need to bother with him about things on the internet. Besides, who knows how a villain like him will retaliate against us? Gao Xiaoman advised. Lin Yi shook his head. No, this guy called Ma Pengfei must be eliminated today. Those who bully you are seeking death. Awesome. So domineering. The male god is a real man. Fuck him. When fans saw this scene, they were all excited. Although the other person is a big anchor, how could they swallow this when their own anchor was bullied? Lin Yi immediately dialed Ma Pengfei's video call. That side. When Ma Pengfei saw Gao Xiaoman's invitation, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Hee, you can't hold on any longer. This woman is so cheap. Do you want me to torture you before you know how powerful I am? He excitedly accepted the connection. However, when he saw Lin Yi's face, he was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Where is Gao Xiaoman? I'm here to help you realize your wish. Don't you want to make an offline appointment with Gao Xiaoman? I'll take her place. Lin Yi smiled. Ma Pengfei was a little confused. I've heard of replacing alcohol with tea. I have never heard of replacing tea with wine. But, looking at this boy, he seems to be Gao Xiaoman's boyfriend. Torture this kid. Gao Xiaoman, wasn't it easy to get her? Okay, I promise you, but let me be frank with you. Whoever loses in this outdoor competition will immediately cancel his account and get out of the live broadcast industry. He said viciously. It's a deal. Lin Yi didn't think twice. Court death. The two switched to live streaming on their mobile phones. Before going out, Ma Pengfei deliberately showed off his luxury apartment in Thompson 1. 666. Fuck, what a big house. It's very impressive. Master, is your house still in need of servants? I want to be a fish in your pool. The barrage is like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Ma Pengfei was very proud. He is a second-generation rich man with family assets of over 100 million. He emptied 4 wallets in his family to buy this Tangchini Pin house with a loan. Although it is tiring to pay back the money, being able to live here is the pinnacle of his life. Etc. I seem to hear someone in the barrage say swimming pool? Don't you have a swimming pool at home? He looked closely. Only then did he realize that Lin Yi was in a castle-like mansion. The decoration is elegant and grand. Garden, swimming pool, home theater, everything. And they are all intelligent. Shit, you're talking about him. Ma Pengfei was confused. I can't believe this guy is so rich. This Nima. No. He hurriedly drove out his Mustang sports car. If he can't compare with the house, he doesn't believe that the car can't compare with it. But the moment when Lin Yi sat in the independent elevator that went directly to the underground garage, he already knew it in his heart. I lost. Buzz. The Lamborghini Veneno roars. The barrage exploded instantly. 666,666. Oh my god, this is a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. What a rich man. The great god is the great god. He is also a god in reality. Master, can you tell us what it feels like to drive a Ferrari with one hand? As for how it feels, it's okay. After all, this is my first car. I haven't driven other cars, so I can't give any comments. Lin Yi said lightly. Oh my god. Listen, is this human language? What do you mean by pretending to be cool? This is the real pretending to be cool. King B, please accept our greetings. What do you mean by Bai Wang? He is really awesome, okay? The barrage went crazy. There were all kinds of gifts, sports cars, villas, big rockets, and so on. They couldn't be stopped. Lin Yi's live broadcast room also increased from 100,000 to 500,000. Among them, there are many fans of Ma Pengfei. Ma Pengfei felt very uncomfortable. In this war of money and pretense, he failed miserably. Soon. Times Square in downtown. The two met. Oh my god, Master Lin Yi is so tall. A genuine tall, rich and handsome guy. The barrage was stunned. It can't be seen in their respective live broadcasts. When the two of them are in the same frame, Ma Pengfei looks like a fool. Not only is his height defeated by Lin Yi, but his temperament is also gone. Ma Pengfei gritted his teeth. He is 178 centimeters tall and claims to have the golden proportions of a male god, but when he sees Lin Yi, who is 183 centimeters tall, he wishes he could use his second brother's length to make up for his height, so that he could at least grow 6 or 7 centimeters taller. Lin Yi, outside, were competing on talent. The two of us will perform live here and see who can get the whole audience excited. He vowed to regain his face. It's just street performance, why do you make it sound so high-sounding? Lin Yi looked disdainful. Chapter 40 Scan. Please start your performance. Ma Pengfei hung up his guitar and sang a folk song from Drunken Country. The pleasant singing attracted many listeners. On Lin Yi's side, except for 1 or 2 girls who asked for his WeChat number, the whole place was deserted. Fuck, master, this is going to lose. I have to say, Ma Pengfei is quite capable. The barrage was full of worry. Lin Yi was also a little depressed. He can sell his body, but he really can't sell his art. Even though I am strong, it is too lame to show how to break a stone with my chest. What to do? As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. There are many street performers on the street. Some were singing, some were playing the piano. Boring. I don't like these. Practice Wing Chun? No, Chinese martial arts are not for performance, they are only for killing people. It seems that I have to let the system help me. Lin Yi opened the app. Although there was no activity, he still planned to study it in depth. Maybe there is some loophole in this app that I can exploit. However, after looking for a long time, there was nothing that could help me. Wait, I think I haven't tried the scan function yet? Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Click scan to enter the camera screen. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden function of this app, scan it. Today's scan function is the copy system. Host, please enjoy the experience. What's the meaning? Copy system? Lin Yi was confused. He really didn't understand, what was the point of this copying? Copy the look? Replication capabilities? Or copy talent? Forget it, why don't you just give it a try and know? Of course, Lin Yi did not use ordinary people to conduct experiments. After all, they were all ordinary people. What was the point of copying themselves? He looked at the store next to him that sold color TVs, which was playing a foreign movie called The Great Magician. Lin Yi had a vague impression of this movie. The magician in it seemed to be omnipotent. How about copying this and giving it a try? Lin Yi took a quick look. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for scanning the skill, magician. Current experience time remaining, 1 hour. Oh my god, it really works. Lin Yi was very excited. If the characters in the movie could copy a god themselves, wouldn't that be? Host, please don't be fanciful. Your current strength is not enough to replicate power beyond the framework of reality. The system was interrupted immediately. Well, YY is not guilty. Lin Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. He now felt that his hands seemed to have magic and were omnipotent. Try it first. Lin Yi caught a little girl who was alone. Xiaopingyu, do you want to see some magic? Think about it. What do you want to see? Unicorn. Good. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously, and a unicorn made of a balloon appeared out of thin air in his hand. Ah! The little girl showed her cute tiger face and was very surprised. I'll give it to you. Thank you, big brother. The next second, countless children came forward. Lin Yi waved his hands, and the toys made from balloons looked lifelike. Wow, this is amazing. Is this true? How did it become like this? Many people were attracted. This young man, damn. Even the old man on the roadside side. The magic on TV is so lame. Show. The great God is the great God. It's only us who can't think of it, there's nothing God can't do. 6,666. The barrage of comments was flying everywhere. Fuck, where are the people? Ma Pengfei closed his eyes and sang in ecstasy. Only then did I realize that there was no hair in front of me except a dog. On Lin Yi's side, there were huge crowds of people. This. Ma Pengfei was stunned. Is this even possible? Ma Pengfei, I admit defeat. You have 3 minutes to cancel your account. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the live streaming circle. Ha, I let you act cool, now you're done. There are always people who are better than you. Although you looked very embarrassed when you lost, the way you hired the internet trolls was really cool. Don't worry, Ma Pengfei, we will remember you. Amid the overwhelming ridicule from the barrage, Ma Pengfei ended the live broadcast in shame. I originally wanted to say a few soft words to Lin Yi to save face. Who knows? Lin Yi is addicted to magic and cannot extricate himself. Without even looking at him. Nima, it's just a crappy magic trick, what's so great about it? He bit it like a lemon. Then uncle, will you change? A little kid asked. No, get out. Ma Pengfei was angry. Woo woo woo. Hey, how do you talk like that, young man? The parents scolded him so much that he was choked up. Ma Pengfei felt even more frustrated. Regret. I regret it very much. If I had known Gao Xiaoman had such a powerful backer, no matter how lecherous I was, I would not have dared to slander her. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lin Yi enjoyed the broadcast to the fullest. After the incident, I found that Gao Xiaoman had gained hundreds of thousands of followers. Gao Xiaoman was very grateful. A wonderful night passed. Wake up. It's already noon. Lin Yi went to the school library to study as usual. Hi, Lin. When Song Yusin saw Lin Yi, she ran over with her eyes shining. Hi. Lin Yi smiled and suddenly found that Song Yusin was more beautiful than usual, perhaps because of the makeup. Student Lin, you don't have to thank me. Song Yusin suddenly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Lin Yi was confused. Thank you for what? Please forgive me for being so self-willed. You are my only friend at school, so I checked your student file and found that your family is not well off. So, I signed you up for the school's community service activities. You can help the neighbors near the university town to sort their garbage. You can get a 10 yuan subsidy for each door-to-door service. How about that? Am I good to you? Song Yusin looked innocent, waiting for Lin Yi to thank her. Lin Yi was stunned. Door-to-door garbage collection? Am I sick? How come this girl is so capable of handling things? But the other person meant well, and Lin Yi didn't want to reveal his true identity. Okay, thank you then. Lin Yi tried hard not to swear. Ha, you're welcome, Lin. If you need any help in the future, please let me know. Song Yusin got the answer and left happily. Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. Afterwards, he immediately found the service association and wanted to cancel his registration. However, what is very uncomfortable is that once you sign up, you have to serve for at least 7 days before you can cancel your place. Well, 7 days is 7 days. It's a good deed anyway. Just think of it as a charity. Women are really a source of trouble. Lin Yi was helpless. Just do it. The community service department was very efficient and assigned him a task right away. Lin Yi had no choice but to drive there. The Lamborghini Veneno whistled. Lin Yi came to an old neighborhood. Get off. Went upstairs and knocked on the door. There was a foul smell of garbage. The client is an elderly lady living alone. I have no children and my eyes are not good, so I asked someone for help. Chapter 41, Collecting Trash in a Sports Car. Grandma Li, why are you spending this money? Didn't I tell you that I'm enough? Another girl wearing a free service volunteer armband said dissatisfiedly. She has a bun on her head, has fair skin, and is tall and slender. It's really eye-catching. That's impossible. There's so much garbage. How can a girl like you clean it all up? The old lady said. But the girl wanted to say something else. Recyclable. Not recyclable. Harmful. Lin Yi's actions were as fierce as a tiger. Sort the garbage properly. He used to work part-time as a garbage sorter for 3 years, so when it comes to sorting garbage, I'm sorry, everyone here is garbage. I was busy for a long time but still couldn't finish cleaning. They actually finished it in just one go? The girl was stunned. How does the saying go? Don't use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. Young man, I'm sorry to bother you. The old man grabbed Lin Yi's hand. Thank you very much. Fine. Lin Yi picked up the garbage and left in a leisurely manner. Looking at Lin Yi's handsome back. The girl looked ashamed. Hey, I haven't paid the boy yet. The old lady then remembered that she had not paid yet and was stunned. Wait a minute, handsome. The girl was startled. Chase downstairs immediately. Buzz. Lin Yi has already got on the Lamborghini. Walk away. She was dumbfounded again. Am I seeing that? Driving a supercar to collect garbage? No wonder they don't want money. This is not a lack of money. She is far behind. Silently wrote down Lin Yi's license plate number. There will be a chance later. Be sure to thank this great man in person. On the way. Ding dong. The notification bar at the top of the phone showed the pink 6E notification again. Free cold drinks on a hot summer day. All drinks are 0 yuan. An iced drink would be nice too. Lin Yi was thirsty. Just clicked in and ordered a bottle. Ding dong. Get a cool drink, a bottle of beef beer. Damn. Lin Yi stopped the car. Sudden. There is an extra glass of draft beer in my hand. The golden liquid is sparkling and very tempting. It's really great beer. However, don't drink and drive, and don't drive after drinking. I don't dare to drink this now. Host, please rest assured, there is no alcohol in it, you can drink it with confidence. The system will remind you in time. So cool? Lin Yi was very excited. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Do it all. Cool. The taste is mellow and leaves a long aftertaste. Not at all addictive. If there really was such beer, I'm afraid there would be several times more alcoholics in the world. Next second. A surge of great power surged in the body. It's cruel to the cows though. But if I have to describe it, it feels like I can kill a cow with one punch. He was eager to try. Find a small tree on the side of the road. With one punch, without using any skills, he broke it in half. Yeah. Very good and powerful. Lin Yi nodded. Fuck, this young man. The old man next to him screamed. Oh no. Withdraw. Afterwards, Lin Yi came to the Zuanlong 4S store again. Mr. Lin, you are here. What can I do for you? The general manager of the 4S store came up to greet us. I was very nervous. He is in the 4S shop and has seen all kinds of luxury cars. But these wheels are worth 2 BMWs. Sorry, I haven't seen it. The trunk space of my car is too small, please make it bigger for me. Lin Yi said. This Lamborghini is good in every way, except that it can't hold much junk. Okay, that's no problem. Excuse me, what is the purpose of the enlargement? The manager asked. Buying groceries. Lin Yi said. It's not that he wanted to lie. If you say it's used to store garbage, no one will believe it. Buying groceries. The manager was confused. He thought of countless possibilities. Used to hold valuables. Used for modification. Or used for shock. But he really didn't expect to be able to buy groceries. Why, is there a problem? No. No problem. Okay, I'll call you when the time comes. Okay. With the farewell of all the employees of the 4S store, Lin Yi walked away. The weather is clear and cloudless. Which bus to take? Doesn't it smell nice while riding a bike and feeling the breeze? Lin Yi scanned a shared bicycle. Raise the seat. Sit on it happily. I can't push. Depend on. The rear wheel of the car was locked. How wicked. Change 1. There is still a lock. Change again. There is more. Take a closer look. Only then did I realize that the cars next to me were all locked. The shared bicycles have become exclusive to one person. Lin Yi was so angry. He hates these kind of people who harm others for their own benefit the most. If you want to lock your car so much, why don't you spend a few $100s to buy a bicycle? Why do you have to lock the public bicycles? Exclusive? I'll let you have it all to yourself. Click. He broke the lock. Take it easy. Liberate all the cars. Soon. A few energetic young men came over, talking and laughing. The sky is clear. What a great day for cycling in the breeze. Next second. Their faces changed drastically. Wait. Where's our car? Oh my god, it's gone? Did someone ride it away? How is this possible? We obviously have a lock. By the way, where is my lock? Several people were stunned to see several locks on the ground squeezed into an iron ball. The fingerprints above are lifelike. What the hell? It's a ghost. Several people were instantly frightened. After completing one task, the service office immediately issued another task. Lin Yi had no choice but to rush over. It's still the same process. Lin Yi went downstairs. It didn't take long to throw away all the garbage. Alas, young people today are much worse than before. They don't even sort their garbage. Have they lost their sense of civic morality? Beside, an old Mediterranean man wearing glasses said sarcastically. You didn't even look at it, how do you know I didn't do it? Lin Yi asked. Do I need to see this? I've been sorting the garbage here for half an hour, and I haven't even finished sorting half of it, and you threw it all away at once. Isn't that just not doing anything? The man said disdainfully. Continue BB. Alas, each generation is really worse than the previous one. Back then, we valued civilization and quality. If it were someone else, there might be an argument at this moment. But Lin Yi never argues with idiots. Well, you have a point. Lin Yi said. He took out $1,000. The man's eyes widened instantly. If you don't believe me, you can check it. If I sorted the garbage by mistake and found even one piece of paper, the $1,000 will be yours. Are you serious? The man was stunned. If you don't believe it, forget it. Lin Yi turned and left. Hey! Wait a minute, little brother, let me make a bet with you. The man made the Kong hand gesture. If it were 10 white pieces, it would be fine. But it's 1,000. Although this kid looks very confident. But even if he really sorted out the garbage, with such a large amount, it is impossible that there is no mistake at all. Just find the mistakes. It's not 1,000 for nothing. Thinking of this, he buried his head directly into the garbage dump, carefully looking for Lin Yi's loopholes. Chapter 42. What is professionalism? Lin Yi smiled but said nothing. Something went wrong? Does not exist. Sort your garbage. I am a professional. I found it, you put the wrong lithium battery. It should be hazardous waste, but you put it in the recyclable garbage. The man was sweating and excited. Proud of oneself. It's indeed a young man, pattern. Oh, look carefully, is that what I just threw? Lin Yi sneered. Damn, I found the wrong one. The man then realized that his efforts were in vain. He was unwilling to give up and continued to rummage through the smelly garbage dump. However, nothing was found. This kid's garbage classification level is too high. I insisted that others did not divide the property, but not only did they divide it, they did it in an orderly manner. How did you do that? The man felt his face was swollen. It's only practice that makes the difference. Lin Yi left with a smile. On the way home, Gao Xiaoman suddenly called. Lin Yi, I feel a little uncomfortable. Gao Xiaoman came straight to the point, making it seem very sudden. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked with a frown. My stomach, no, it's my stomach. I just feel like I can't swallow anything I eat. It tastes bland. Gao Xiaoman's voice was soft. In fact, she is fine. The purpose of making this call is to get closer to Lin Yi. Women who act coquettishly have the best life. She wanted to arouse Lin Yi's deep love for women, and then make it a fait accompli. Oh, so what do you want me to do? Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that this woman must be fine. Hey, Lin Yi, please bring me some food when you come back. Gao Xiaoman revealed her true purpose. All right. Of course Lin Yi agreed. It was not a difficult task. It has to be delicious and rich, just like what I made for you yesterday, and it's better to be simple. Gao Xiaoman reminded. This put Lin Yi in a difficult position. Delicious, hearty, and simple. This requirement is a bit high. However, if you have money, are these still problems? Suddenly, he had an idea. Well, let us do it. Half an hour later. Lin Yi returned home. Gao Xiaoman went up to him excitedly and started the live broadcast. She wants to announce to the world how much her man cares about her and show off their love. However, Lin Yi had empty hands and took nothing. Where's the stuff? Gao Xiaoman was confused. Lin Yi smiled and took out a pack of instant noodles. Gao Xiaoman was stunned for a moment. The live broadcast room immediately became lively. Ha ha ha, the male god is indeed the straightest of straight men. This instant noodle is the cheapest, the kind without seasoning. Are you kidding me? Where's the sumptuous dinner you promised me? Oh my god, does the male god have any misunderstanding about the word abundance? The instant noodles I eat now are better than this. I didn't expect to see this kind of instant noodles for 1.2 yuan a pack in the live broadcast room of the male and female idols. It just shocked my mom. Ha, I finally feel a little superior to my idol. I feel sorry for the goddess, but eating bad food is better than being poisoned to death. What do you know? The male god is doing this for Xiaoman's life. That's right, don't underestimate this bag of instant noodles, it's full of love. I declare that if Lin Yi is not among the top 10 people who move China next year, I will not watch it. Hey, you didn't expect that, did you? Lin Yi smiled evilly. He laughed so hard that he really deserved a beating. Gao Xiaoman really didn't expect this. This guy actually has the nerve to smile. Bought a pack of instant noodles. Shameless guy still smiling. Lin Yi, are you serious? You're just going to give me this to eat? She asked. Hey, don't underestimate this instant noodle. It's a delicacy. Wait until I make it, and you'll know. Lin Yi is full of confidence. Manya has no fuck to say. It's just a bag of instant noodles, the kind without any seasoning packet. What can you do with it? Is this an insult to my intelligence? Oh, forget it. To be honest, she was very satisfied that Lin Yi could make instant noodles for her. What bicycle do you want? Just see. Lin Yi came to the kitchen. I took a pot and put it on the induction cooker. Unpack the instant noodles and throw the noodles in. Then he looked at his watch. Not moving. What's going on? Is my screen stuck? You upstairs don't have a card. What's going on? Is the man stuck? No, the male god is not stuck either. Wait a minute, man, you've never cooked before, don't you know that you need to add water to instant noodles? Besides, the pot isn't even on. Fuck, what kind of confusing behavior is this? Do you want to eat it dry? I don't understand. I don't understand. Ha, you don't understand this, right? The male god is waiting for the dough to come into contact with the air, and the starch to come into contact with the air, so that. Damn it, I can't make it up anymore. My god, why are you staring at instant noodles? Are you waiting for Xiaoman to do it? Ha, this silly and cute look makes me feel a little superior to my idol. Gao Xiaoman was also stunned. What's going on? Does Lin Yi have to be so particular about the sense of ritual when making instant noodles that he has to wait for a timing? Well, it's time. Go open the door and bring the things in. Lin Yi put down his watch and said to Gao Xiaoman. Gao Xiaoman was confused. What time? Which door? There's no one outside. Damn it, please don't scare me in the middle of the night. Boom boom boom. As soon as the words fell, there was a gentle knock on the door. Hello, this is the famous chef Fresh Food. Celebrity chef Fresh Food? Gao Xiaoman was stunned. Mingchu Fresh is the top fresh food delivery brand in China. It has its own distribution centers in major cities and has unique refrigeration technology. Therefore, no matter how top-notch the ingredients are, as long as one has money, Mingchu Fresh can deliver them to your door in a short time. Although she has never used it, she has heard of it and has seen Mingchu Fresh's overwhelming advertisements. The barrage of comments also started to appear. Celebrity Chef Fresh, wow, it's a big brand. What big brand? Isn't it just a fresh food delivery company? They focus on high-end services, the delivery fee starts at hundreds of yuan, and they have their own planting base and distribution center. Do you think they are buying vegetables from Tuan Tuan? Oh my god, is this so awesome? My takeaway meal costs less than 20 yuan, and the delivery fee is enough for me to eat takeaway for several days. It's inhumane. Poverty limits my imagination. The male god asked them to come. Did he buy something? What did you buy? The live broadcast room was full of curiosity. Gao Xiaoman walked over and opened the door. Hello, these are the ingredients ordered by Mr. Lin Yi. I wish you a pleasant meal. The staff was warm and polite, and presented us with a beautifully packaged refrigerated box. Gao Xiaoman took the box to the kitchen and handed it to Lin Yi. Chapter 43, Let me eat my male god's bottom. Lin Yi, what did you buy? She asked. The curiosity of the audience in the live broadcast room was also aroused. If they could not only watch through the screen, they really wanted to open the box and find out. You'll find out in a moment. Lin Yi would never reveal the answer so early. Want to know? Take your time to read it. Fuck, my man, you are so bad. If you weren't a man of your dreams, this cyber mob would spray you to death right now. It's over, it's over. The less my idol talks, the more curious I am. I'm going crazy. What's in there? You're keeping me in suspense. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'll just keep watching. I'm not afraid of you. I have a lot of traffic, I want to see what the male god is up to. Don't panic, everyone. First use the process of elimination to eliminate the inflatable doll. Lin Yi opened the refrigerated box and took out a bottle of mineral water. No way, mineral water? TSK, what was I thinking? It's just a bottle of mineral water. That's it? I have, too. Wait, take a closer look, this mineral water seems to be different from the one in my hand. Everyone looked closely and found that it was more than just different. The mineral water in Lin Yi's hand was not packaged in an ordinary plastic bottle, but was made of thin glass. There were golden patterns engraved on the bottle, in the shape of wings and a crown, similar to crystal. A string of English words Philip was carved on the top of the bottle. Oh my god, it's Philip. Yes, it's Philip. Netizens who knew the value of the product screamed immediately. What is Philip? Ordinary netizens were confused. A bunch of foreign words. Look how you're making such a fuss. It's just a bottle of mineral water, isn't it? Someone said sarcastically. Stupid, do you think there is only one kind of mineral water in the world? See the golden wings and crown above? This is Philip, known as crown water, also known as Kobe water, the purest natural mineral water in the world. Only 800 kilograms are produced each year, occupying the global high-end market. It is the exclusive water for leaders of many countries. According to the current market price, a bottle costs at least 1,000 yuan. Fuck, how much did you say? Thousands? Just this small bottle of water, 1,000? Oh my god. Everyone was stunned. I've always heard of crown water, and today I finally saw it. As an art student, I don't care about the water. I only care about the carvings on the bottle. It's simply a work of art. It's high-end, classy, and not just water. It's class. I don't understand, but it looks really awesome, no wonder it's sold at this price. Wow, this bottle of water is equivalent to my monthly living expenses. The guy above, I just checked, you can't buy this kind of water for 1,000 yuan anymore. It would cost at least 2,000 yuan online now, so it would be your living expenses for 2 months. The one upstairs, are you a devil? Wrong, what you said is not right. As a qualified young man, I have the honor to drink this kind of water in the island country. The water we have online is different from the one in the male god's hand. There is a number on the bottle cap in the male god's hand. This is the best crown water, a limited edition specially made in Kobe. In other words, it is higher end than ordinary crown water. Fuck, what a joke, it's bad enough that it beats ordinary mineral water, but it also beats crown water. I suddenly felt that the Coke in my hand was tasteless. The barrage went crazy. 2,000 is not a lot, but who is willing to spend 2,000 yuan to buy mineral water? By the way, am I the only one who is curious about what the male god is going to do with this mineral water? An honest netizen posted a comment. Everyone was silent. They looked at the pot in Lin Yi's hand. Wait, could it be? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lin Yi unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the entire bottle of water into the instant noodle pot without saying a word. There was no fluctuation on his face, he looked calm, as if he was pouring tap water. Then, he threw the empty bottle into the trash can. Turn on the induction cooker and wait quietly for the water to boil. Oh my god. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. My God, what are you doing? Stop it now. Please, pour it on my head, that piece of instant noodles is not worth it. Are you crazy? God, please give me the empty bottle. As a work of art, it shouldn't stay there. Using crown water to boil instant noodles is an unprecedented and unparalleled practice. Most of the people in the live broadcast room have never even seen crown water. Who would have thought that the first time I saw this high-end water, it was actually used to cook instant noodles? Just a moment. The water is boiling and the dough has been unfolded. Lin Yi nodded. Remove the dough from the pan. Then, pour out all the water in the pot. The live broadcast room was quiet for about a minute. Immediately afterwards, barrages of comments flooded in. My God, I can't stand it anymore. What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? If you don't want to drink it, you can leave it for me. Why are you pouring it out? This kind of water is more precious than chicken soup. It's a waste to use it to water the flowers. You actually poured it into the sewer. Are you still human? Why? Why? Gao Xiaoman on the side was also stunned. It's okay if you use this crown water to cook instant noodles. Even if I can't accept it, I can pretend not to see it. But you actually poured out the water. That's too much. Is the sewer where this kind of water should go? Can't you give me a drink? Well, don't get excited, I did this for a reason. Seeing that the barrage of comments was too crazy, Lin Yi had no choice but to speak. Everyone knows that the reason why instant noodles are unhealthy is that the noodles are fried, so the water used to cook the noodles for the first time must be thrown away. He explained everything in detail. It sounds very reasonable. However, the audience clearly lost their minds. It would have been fine if he didn't explain. Once he explained, the barrage of comments became even crazier. Listen, everyone. Is this human language? Healthy? Aren't instant noodles used to fill your stomach? Are there any healthy ways to eat it? Damn, you rich people really know how to have fun. If it's really for health, wouldn't it want to spend your 2,000 yuan to buy a truckload of fruits and vegetables? Is this your reason for pouring over 2,000 yuan down the drain? My dear male god, do you know that for your own health, you have made all of us mentally unhealthy? My heart is bleeding. Why do you want to provoke me like this? I don't want to hear it, you big waste of money. This is the first time I've heard that instant noodles are just like tea, and there are special requirements for the first brew? Chapter 44, Let me eat my male god's bottom too. Nonsense, you eat instant noodles because you are poor. If you are so poor that you can only eat instant noodles, what's the point of talking about whether it is healthy or not? But the male god cooks instant noodles, is that for eating? This is called self-cultivation. I don't understand. Can't I cultivate my character by using tap water? These days, don't poor people even have the right to maintain their health? That's right. Although what the above person said makes sense, it can't suppress the irritability in my heart. My living expenses for 1 month, no, my living expenses for 2 months. Is it only enough for one bowl of instant noodles? I suddenly felt that my life was worse than a piece of instant noodles. It should be me who poured it into the sewer. Etc. My male god said that this is only the first time to cross the water, could it be? And a second time? Just see. Lin Yi took out the second bottle of crown water. Pass the face. Then the third bottle. The fourth bottle. Every time a bottle is opened, the comments are overwhelming and getting more and more intense. Finally, Lin Yi stopped. It's over. It's finally over. It was a close call. If my boyfriend had opened one more bottle, I would have lost my life. This man finally ended his sinful life. It's so exciting. Fortunately, everything is over. Well, the noodle cooking stage is over. Next, let's add some soup ingredients. Lin Yi said softly to everyone. Then, he took out some seasonings such as wolfberry from the refrigerator box and put them into the pot according to the proportion. Finally, he took out a palm-sized piece of meat-colored food. Start slicing. Mushrooms, I like them. Great minds think alike. I also like to put some mushrooms in my instant noodles. Malatang is a must. Oh, the male god finally got down to earth for once. That's what we call cooking noodles. Everyone calmed down. However, this peace did not last long. It was broken because of Lin Ye's knife. Just see. Every piece of the mushroom that Lin Yi cut open was clearly visible, and there were 5 colors among them. Oh my god. Why does this mushroom look like this? Is it bad? The one above, this is a mushroom, this is Ganoderma lucidum, okay? Fuck, Lingji? Yes, it's Ganoderma. I've seen Ganoderma before, and it looks like this, but what's with the color? Hello, audience friends. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. I can tell you responsibly that this is the meat Ganoderma, but it is different from the ordinary Ganoderma. It is known as the king of Ganoderma, the colorful Ganoderma. Eating it can replenish essence, qi and blood, strengthen the body, and has a great therapeutic effect on respiratory diseases. However, this kind of Ganoderma is extremely rare and difficult to pick. If you are not careful, it is easy to destroy the entire Ganoderma. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the Ganoderma in the male god's hand is the best among the colorful Ganoderma. I will not say much else. You taste it carefully. Someone in the barrage gave some scientific advice. Are you kidding? Are there any ordinary Lingji? I understand what you said above. That is to say, the Lingji in the male god's hand is the best of the best. Colorful Ganoderma? Isn't this something from urban doctor novels? Does it really exist in reality? Art comes from life, but is lower than life. I believe it. Oh my god, such a big Ganoderma lucidum must cost at least several $1,000s, right? I almost laughed out loud upstairs. Thousands? You should go buy mushrooms. Such a large colored Ganoderma lucidum, and it is of the best quality, it must cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands? How dare you laugh at me, tens of thousands of dollars each. I'll buy as many as you have. I sell medicinal herbs. If I were to estimate the value of a colorful Ganoderma lucidum of this level, it would be at least hundreds of thousands. But this is just a conservative estimate. After all, there is no market for this kind of thing. I have been selling medicine for 20 years and have never seen such a rare one. Wait, we've strayed off topic. No matter how precious this Ganoderma is, this is what the male god uses to cook instant noodles. Fuck, I just remembered that my idol wants to use this Ganoderma lucidum to cook instant noodles. Damn, this is a natural gift. Boys, stop now, there's still time. Let the barrage of comments fly. Lin Yi didn't even look at it anymore. He put the colorful Ganoderma lucidum into the pot, and then silently took out a piece of ginger. Wait, what is this again? Is this ginger? I don't quite recognize it. I dare not admit it either. After being slapped in the face several times above, I feel that I have too many wrong perceptions of the world. I am just a frog in a well and I don't know anything. Cowards, let me do this. I'm sure this is ginger, because my family sells ginger. On the street, don't tell me your family sells ginger. Even if you are a ginger, I don't dare to believe it. According to the nature of male gods who have money but nowhere to spend it, this should at least be a ginseng, right? You're kidding. Even I, who don't know much about ginseng, know that ginseng roots are thick and strong. How can one be this small? This thin root must be ginger. That's true. Hundreds of thousands of colorful Ganoderma lucidum were put into the pot with the instant noodles. How could the male god take out such a small ginseng? That would be too humiliating. Well, considering the above, it is certain that he is Jiang. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it is still ginger. The King of Heaven is here. No, it's me, the herbal medicine seller, who is here. Sorry, everyone above guessed wrong, this thing is called wild ginseng, and it is 100-year-old wild ginseng. What? 100-year-old wild ginseng? Are you kidding me? I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. How can this be ginseng? Ginseng can't be this small. That's right, isn't life bigger as the years go by? I don't trust you, you are a very bad herbal medicine seller. Ha, this is a common sense misunderstanding. There are 2 types of ginseng. One is the ginseng cultivated by humans, and the bigger the better. The other is wild ginseng. As the name suggests, the growth environment of wild ginseng is extremely harsh. As the years go by, it gets smaller and smaller. This just proves the saying that concentration is the essence. Moreover, through the roots of this wild ginseng, I can conclude that this is the best wild ginseng, the wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Damn, I am shocked when I say this. I have never seen a few roots as a herbal medicine seller. I really don't know where the male god got it from. I won't say more. I am envious and jealous. Fuck, I checked it out, and what the above person said is true. This is really 100-year-old wild ginseng. I've seen this thing. A famous Chinese medicine practitioner here also has one in his home. It's exactly the same as the one in my male god's hand, but my male god seems to be smaller. Fuck, I don't understand. Just tell me how much it is. At least 300,000. Chapter 45, let me eat my male god's bottom 3. Oh my god, 300,000? Who would offer such a high price? Me. I'll pay for it, but if it really exists, there's no way I can buy it at this price. Oh my god, is it so mysterious? It seems that this thing is even better than the colorful Ganoderma lucidum just now. The ginger seller upstairs, get out here. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, you'll have done it cleanly. You are guilty of spreading rumors and misleading the people, and you deserve to be put to death. Tandang, luckily it's not you, a ginger seller, digging ginseng with me, otherwise, I would have missed so much ginseng. I'm the ginger seller. Hello everyone, I'm looking for ginseng in my own warehouse now. Please don't scold me. When I find it, I'll treat everyone to a meal. What do you want to eat? Instant noodles? Etc. I just remembered it again. My idol is using this ginseng to make instant noodles. Damn, why did you wake us up? Oh my god. No more talking. I'm turning off the barrage. I have to treat it as junk, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. My god, what are you doing? This is for curing illnesses and saving lives, not for making soup. Such precious medicinal materials are cooked together with instant noodles. My god, you are so awesome, do your family know? If it wasn't for my male god doing this, I'm afraid I would never tie them together in my life. My dear, please tell us where your home is? Can you save some soup base for me? You are ugly, but you are dreaming. My male god, I don't want the soup base, just let me sip it. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation now. If I sip it, I will definitely be able to break through immediately. My god, I won't suck it, just let me smell it. Be good. Gao Xiaoman was stunned. Cook instant noodles with Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng. I'm afraid only Lin Yi, who has a unique way of thinking, could come up with this kind of operation. Moreover, he not only dares to think, but also dares to do. It turns out that if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Simmer over low heat until the juice comes out. Lin Yi tasted the soup. To be honest, he couldn't taste anything except a strong and irresistible aroma. Fair. The soup base is basically ready, but the only drawback is that it seems a little too plain. Lin Yi said to himself. Then, he reached into the box again. Quick, everyone, take this opportunity to guess, what else will the male god take out? It must be meat. Nonsense, I just don't know if it's chicken or pork. Poverty really limits your imagination. As a qualified young man, I think that only high-quality meat like Kobe beef or Wagyu beef is worthy of the status of a male god. That's right. Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng are both added. Is ordinary meat also suitable for the pot? Well, considering the nature of the male god, I think it must be beef, but I don't know how high-end the beef is. Alas, I can't even afford pork, so I shed tears silently. The claws upstairs, I can't even afford the chicken. The comments were full of speculation. Gao Xiaoman also came to the box. She stood on tiptoe and looked inside. I saw two big black guys looking at me with their claws bared. Oh my god. Gao Xiaoman was startled, but fortunately Lin Yi held her waist and prevented her from falling. Swish. Just see. Lin Yi took out a big lobster from the box with his left hand, and took out a big crab from the box with his right hand. The entire live broadcast room was quiet. Although everyone recognized that these were lobsters and crabs, no one dared to be the first to say what species they were. After all, every time Lin Yi took out something, the first group of people would always fail to recognize the gold and jade and get slapped in the face. Therefore, when Lin Yi took out these two living creatures, everyone rushed to the internet to look up information. Watching them anxiously searching for information in front of the computer, if you didn't know them, you would think they were working on a paper. Well, after my search, if I am not mistaken, the lobster in the male god's left hand should be the famous Boston lobster. Of course, this is what Baidu told me, and I am not responsible for the above remarks. The people upstairs have an extremely strong desire to survive. Yes, I sell seafood. I can tell you that this is a Boston lobster. And from the size of the lobster and its front claws, you can tell that it is the top-grade Boston lobster. The guy above, just tell me how much money you want, and I'll give up. Don't worry, this kind of thing is in short supply and there is no price standard. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Thank you, I feel worse than death right now. Oh my god, a lobster this big, I've never even seen one, let alone eat it. I can only afford spicy crayfish, so I shed tears silently. I know about the lobster, but what about the big crab in the man's right hand? Why does this crab, with its claws waving, look more ferocious than the lobster next to it? My family raises crabs. I would like to say that this thing looks like the most famous Yanghu hairy crab, but for some reason, it looks lighter in color than the Yanghu hairy crab. My family is also engaged in breeding, and I don't quite understand it. I don't think I have ever seen this kind of crab in China. Here comes the biology representative. I think I've seen this thing in a biology textbook before. I even marked it at the time. Wait for me to look it up in the book. Don't bother the person above. As a biology teacher, I can tell you responsibly that this thing is called a king crab. It lives in the deep sea and is one of the ancient sea creatures. People usually eat shallow water crabs, so naturally they have never seen one. I have learned a lot. Thank you, teacher. Thanks, bullshit. I'm a biology professor. I can tell you with my life that what the biology teacher above said is not accurate. Although this crab looks very similar to the king crab and also lives in the deep sea, it is a completely different species. It lives in deeper waters than the king crab. See its light white shell? This is the characteristic of snow crabs. I have only seen specimens of this big snow crab in foreign museums. I really can't understand how Lin Yi got such a rare species. 66666, the professor is still awesome. A professor is a professor. You have to obey him. Then here comes the question, Professor, how much does this thing cost? I don't know. Logically, there is no such channel in China. Snow crabs are deep-sea crabs that Europeans eat more. Historically, ancient European nobles could only eat snow crabs occasionally during festivals. Until now, the entire European market is in short supply. Chapter 46, Divine Instant Noodles. That means this is another ingredient that is out of stock? That's correct. As a seafood lover, I really want to eat it, what should I do? Just think about it. Although everyone was shocked, they were no longer as crazy as before. After all, hundreds of thousands of Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng have been put into the pot to accompany the instant noodles, so what's wrong with adding some precious seafood? After going through so many ups and downs, I don't think I would be surprised even if my idol takes out more precious ingredients. That's right. I have never been so calm before. I was very calm because I knew it would be useless if I wasn't calm. Watching the Male Gods live broadcast is really an eye-opener. If my idol was my biology teacher, I would probably be a biology professor now. Lin Yi took a look at the barrage. Well, it seems that there is no need to do any science popularization myself. China is full of talented people, and there are still hidden dragons and crouching tigers among these millions of viewers. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi began to process the ingredients. Let the two distinguished guests go to the west. Lin Yi raised his knife and cut off the lobster's front claws with one stroke, then opened the crab's back cover with another knife and cut off its claws, then put the 3 parts into the pot. As for the rest, they were all thrown into the trash can. The barrage paused for a minute after a long absence. It was as if we were mourning for the lobsters and crabs. Then, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Why? Why are you so skilled? My God, can't you just let them be together neatly? Do you know what you are doing? Your actions have hurt the hearts of millions of our viewers. I don't accept it. Why do you want to separate these two brothers in distress? Damn you, crabs and lobsters won't let you go. We won't let you go either. As someone who has never eaten Boston lobster, I strongly protest. As someone who has never eaten snow crab, I also strongly protest. Take the essence and discard the dregs. I understand this, but my male god, do you have any misunderstandings about the dregs? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Give me a shell and I will lick it with relish until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. My God, doesn't your conscience hurt? Does your family still need a trash can? The kind that's over 1.7 meters tall? Gao Xiaoman looked at the trash can and couldn't say a word. As a goddess, she actually had the urge to dig in the trash can at this moment. Nonsense, these are delicacies from land and sea that you can't eat on a normal day. Lin Yi just threw it away. Now she understood why Lin Yi said that he would definitely be satisfied. If you are not satisfied with this, is there still justice in the world? The condiments for this meal alone cost hundreds of thousands, and the ingredients were even more expensive. It can be said that this instant noodles is definitely the most luxurious instant noodles ever. The instant noodles were ready and Lin Yi placed them on the dining table. Eat it while it's hot. He touched Gao Xiaoman's head, because Gao Xiaoman at this time looked silly and cute, and didn't seem to be very smart. Gao Xiaoman picked up the chopsticks, hands trembling slightly. Just eat it like that? I can't do it. With such a bowl of super instant noodles that embodies the essence of heaven and earth, she even felt that she, a goddess of otaku, was not even qualified to have a sip of the soup. As a huge foodie, she never thought that one day she would be afraid of a bowl of instant noodles. This is too rich. She even felt that if Grandpa Wine, who lived next door when she was a child, could have eaten a bowl of noodles like this before he passed away, he might have lived a few more years. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully ordering ingredients and cooking for the first time using the app. System rating, S level. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement, Money Powerful Gourmet. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill reward, Tamer. Skill effect, tame all animals within 10 meters, except humans. Oh my God. Lin Yi didn't expect this skill. Well, if the Boston lobster and snow crab were still alive, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill them. Wouldn't it be nice to just let them commit suicide? Are you a devil? The system asked. Of course not, I just can't think of what use your skill is for. Lin Yi asked back. The skill is a good skill. However, I live in a steel jungle where there are not many birds and beasts. Even if I am the king of beasts, I have no place to use my skills. Animal training? What the hell? Disappointed, very disappointed. Can tame mosquitoes. The system only said one sentence. I'm fucking awesome. Lin Yi's sadness turned into joy immediately. In the hot summer, the most terrifying thing is not the sun, but the mosquitoes. Lin Yi didn't know why, but he had always been the one that mosquitoes liked since he was a child. Maybe it was because his blood was a little sweet? But now, he no longer has this worry. Well, I sensed a mosquito hiding nearby. Damn it, it was you who bit me yesterday, right? Lin Yi resisted the urge to slap him to death. After all, I can control it now. New and old grudges can be written off at one stroke. Try your hand first. Mosquito, bite that woman eating instant noodles. Lin Yi gave an order. Buzz buzz buzz. The mosquito immediately took the order, circled around, slowly rose into the air, and flew towards Gao Xiaoman. Lin Yi was very satisfied. It felt like seeing my own fighter jet taking off. Bang! Where did this dead mosquito come from? Unfortunately, Gao Xiaoman killed it with one slap. Well, I hope you can still be of use to me in my next life. I'm not greedy, I'm not envious. I'm not greedy, I'm not envious. I'm not greedy, oh I can't stand it anymore, I really want to have a bite. The people upstairs have such poor self-control that they can't stand it. I just want to say that I want to eat, too. I just want to ask, why is the male god so good? Goddess, is it delicious? Does it feel like you're ascending to heaven? Please, goddess, please tell me quickly, this is not delicious, so that I can stop craving for it. Goddess, let me discuss something with you. I'd like to exchange my steamed bread for your instant noodles. Do you want to do it? The one upstairs, you got 4 steamed buns for $1, and you want to exchange them for instant noodles. You're dreaming, goddess, I'll trade you 4 dishes and a soup. You want to exchange 4 dishes and a soup for the royal instant noodles carefully made by your idol? Aren't you just trying to get something for nothing? Goddess, I have a bag of spicy noodles here, it's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not. The barrage is crazy. Gao Xiaoman had no time to interact with everyone. Because this instant noodles is so delicious. I didn't expect that this would be the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life. It turned out to be instant noodles overnight. The mellow soup, the delicious lobster and crab, and the chewy and tasty noodles. Take a mouthful of noodles and then drink a mouthful of soup. Ah! Life is like this, what else can I ask for? Such delicious delicacy would probably make even the gods in heaven drool. Chapter 47 Moses. After eating the noodles, Gao Xiaoman admired Lin Yi even more. In the past, I was just a little fan of Lin Yi, but this time, Lin Yi conquered my stomach. This may be what netizens often say, one step to the stomach. After a full meal, I think about that. She began to feel amorous. How should I thank Lin Yi for such a sumptuous dinner? Also make him some instant noodles? No, although her cooking skills were amazing, she asked herself, even if she was given the ingredients, she couldn't make this bowl of instant noodles. Because she couldn't bear to do so. After all, not everyone can treat money as waste paper like Lin Yi. After thinking about it, wait, am I not the best gift? Just dedicate yourself to him, that's all. Hee, I am such a clever kid. In the future, find an opportunity and make sure that the matter is settled. The live broadcast is over. Lin Yi took a shower and went to bed. A night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Yi smelled a fragrance. Gao Xiaoman actually used yesterday's soup base to make a pot of porridge. Well, she's a woman who knows how to live. Finish eating. Lin Yi signed in while going to the toilet. Today the system was very stingy and only gave him 200,000 renminbi without any rewards, which made Lin Yi feel a little uncomfortable. He ran to school, intending to hang out with Lu Yan, but as soon as he entered the school gate, he was pulled over by someone from the student services department, who gave him 2 tasks. Just do it. Just consider it as exercise. Sweating profusely. After Lin Yi finished the task, he bought an ice cream with the 20 yuan given by the service department. Then he came to the square near the city center. In order to avoid unnecessary romantic encounters, he found a shady corner and played a few games of King of Glory. Well, 1v9, we won, pretty easy. Well, I'm a little hungry. I haven't eaten with Lu Yan for a few days, and I'm not used to it. He immediately made a dinner appointment with Lu Yan, and of course Lu Yan happily agreed. She hadn't seen Lin Yi for 2 days and she missed him very much. Just as he was about to rush to the restaurant, Lin Yi suddenly discovered that someone had left a cashew nut phone on the ground next to him. It seemed to be the latest model. There are too many people here and it's too messy. I guess the phone will be lost in a while. The light of righteousness shone on Lin Yi's big butt. Lin Yi picked up the phone and prepared to hand it over to the service desk at the mall. And just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Lin Yi answered the call. Moshi. You stole my phone, didn't you? I'm telling you, give it back to me right now, or you'll be in trouble. As soon as Lin Yi said a word, the woman opposite him immediately started cursing angrily. Well, what a high quality. Lin Yi didn't intend to argue with her. He said calmly, you misunderstood, I am not a thief, I found the phone. You'd better not. Return your phone to me right now. I won't call the police. Otherwise, my phone has a GPS location. If I find it, you will be in big trouble. The other side is very powerful. At first glance, she looks like a shrew who never suffers a loss in an argument. Lin Yi was a little scared. Your phone has GPS, right? He asked. Nonsense, this is the latest version of cashews. If you don't give it back to me, I'll come find you right now. Oh, that's all right. Lin Yi said. I hung up the phone decisively. I turned around and went to the mall and bought a dozen happy balloons. Handsome boy, did you buy so many balloons to entertain your children? The boss was a little confused. It's not about teasing a child, it's about teasing a dog. Lin Yi turned and left. Play with the dog? The boss was even more confused. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall and tied a dozen balloons to his mobile phone. Woohoo! Take off! He opened his hands towards the sky, and a dozen happy people with their cell phones slowly floated away into the distance. GPS positioning? Well, take your time. Lin Yi returned to school, studied in the library for a while, and prepared to go home for dinner. Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of the school gate, several big men came up and surrounded me. Do I know you? You don't need to know us. We are from Huawei Security. Come with us. Without further ado, several people wanted to tie Lin Yi up and put him in the car. However, without them having to do anything, Lin Yi jumped into the car. These people were obviously hired to deal with him. Those who took the lead were obviously some minions. Lin Yi wanted to go to the tiger's den to see who was so blind as to dare to attack him. Several big men were stunned for a moment. But he immediately revealed a smug smile. You are very sensible, kid, that's right, if you don't want to get hurt just be obedient. Several people immediately drove away in a cloud of dust. Half an hour later. In a basement in the suburbs. This is the base of Huawei Security Company. Huawei Security, on the surface, is a security business, but in fact, the company is full of ex-convicts with violent crimes. The company's president, Brother Hu, is the head of a criminal group. He is ruthless and has single-handedly built Huawei Security into a leader among the underground forces in Yuncheng. Someone is coming? Brother Hu was fat and strong. He looked at the kidnapped Lin Yi with a look of disdain. What is young Master Long thinking? You are the eldest son of a family, so why are you so angry at a wild boy? I heard that this boy is a garbage collector. Unlucky. Also make sure to do it yourself. It's simply a blasphemy to the power of the tiger. But he gave too much. Don't blame us for being cruel, brat. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Brother Tiger said coldly. Who? Lin Yi asked. You little brat, you didn't even realize you messed with such a big shot, you deserve to be captured by us, don't you know that young Master Long hates you to the core? If young Master Long hadn't begged our brother Tiger with a large sum of money, how could we have attacked a little brat like you? One of the men explained. It turned out to be him. Lin Yi's eyes moved. This young Master Long is really petty. I just made a fool of myself by you and you are vomiting so hard. Why do you have to find such an evil force to deal with me? Okay, let's keep this grudge in mind for now. A stinky garbage collector, this is too easy money. Beat him up and throw him into the wild to fend for himself. Brother Hu waved his hand, turned around and didn't look at Lin Yi again. There was a scream behind me. Brother Hu nodded slightly. Etc. There's something wrong with this cry. He turned his head and saw that Lin Yi had unleashed a powerful force and beat several of his men half to death. Oh shit? Brother Hu was stunned for a moment. His trusted aides were all top-notch fighters who could defeat 10 at a time in a street fight. How could Lin Yi, a young boy with bare hands, kill them all in an instant? Did I see it wrong? Chapter 48. Please advise. You guys are just a bunch of scumbags, and you want to mess with me? Lin Yi brushed the dust off his clothes with a look of disdain. Now that the culprit has been found, he has no time to waste with these hooligans. Humph, I never thought you were a martial artist, brat. If you had surrendered obediently, it would have been fine, but you dared to resist and hurt my people. I think you are courting death. Come on. Brother Tiger roared. Immediately, a dozen thugs rushed over, holding machetes and sticks in their hands. They looked ferocious and looked like they wanted to eat Lin Yi alive. However, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. He actually took the initiative to rush into the thugs, like a flash of lightning. Less than 5 seconds. More than a dozen thugs were already dying, some with broken arms, some with broken waists, unable to get up again. What the hell? Brother Hu's hand holding the cigarette was shaking slightly. Damn, this kid's fighting ability is too terrifying. Okay, you have succeeded in angering me. If I don't kill you today, I, Tiger Brother, will not be a human being. Brother Hu stamped out his cigarette with a fierce look in his eyes. He rushed directly towards Lin Yi and punched him with such power that it was like a tiger descending from the mountain. He was able to establish Huawei and gain a foothold in Yuncheng not just by relying on his brain. He was once a lay disciple of Shaolin and practiced Luohan Fist for 18 years. Even the old monks in the temple were no match for him. Back then, he relied on his martial arts to conquer a territory in one day and disintegrate a force in 3 days. That's how Huawei became what it is today. Therefore, in his eyes, Lin Yi was just a chick, and he was an eagle. Just one move is enough to kill instantly. Unfortunately, he thought too much. Lin Yi used Wing Chun's unique skills, a bridge move to resolve his attack, followed by another tender finger. Phew! Brother Hu's brow bone was cut like a knife and exploded instantly. He was about to fight back. Between breaths, Lin Yi's 6 consecutive punches, with full force, hit him in the face. Thump! Brother whose body, as majestic as a mountain, fell down in an instant, his flesh and blood were a mess, and he had no ability to resist at all. You, who are you? Brother who looked horrified. He knew that there were many strong people in Chinese martial arts, but most of them lived in seclusion and kept a low profile. But he never knew that there was such a strong man in Yuncheng. And, still so young. You don't deserve to know. Lin Yi said coldly. Hearing this, Brother who was immediately frightened and trembling. He knew that with Lin Yi's ability, it would not be difficult to wipe out his power. Killing everyone present would be as easy as a feather. Master, I, Li Linhu, am blind and ignorant. I have offended you. Please spare my life. From now on, I, Li Linhu, will be loyal to you and willing to work like a slave for you. Brother who knelt down and begged for mercy, kowtowed madly. He is not a fool. As long as Lin Yi has an idea, he will be finished. In the face of death, how much is dignity worth? At the same time, he asked someone to open the safe and handed over the 500,000 yuan reward given to him by young Master Long and his own 2 million yuan in savings to Lin Yi. This is just a small token of my filial piety. I only ask the master to forgive me and spare my life. You are quite sensible. Lin Yi smiled. He had no intention of killing anyone. After all, crippling them was legitimate defense, but if excessive defense resulted in someone's death, he would become Zhang San in Professor Luo's words. He took the money directly, and then educated Brother Tiger and others. Fat Tiger, don't do evil things again in the future. If I see you again, you know. I know. I know. Being called Fat Tiger by Lin Yi, Li Linhu not only did not dare to get angry, but instead felt as if he was favored. Ding dong. Just then, the cell phone rang. Lin Yi originally thought that Pink Sixy had added new products, but when he clicked on it, he found that the Student Services Department had placed another order for him. Slipped away. Slipped away. After depositing the money in the bank and completing a day's work, Lin Yi went home to have dinner with Gao Xiaoman. The next day, Lin Yi got his car back. I have to say that Zunlong Car Shop has good craftsmanship. They have expanded the space of their Lamborghini without sacrificing any beauty. Although there is no improvement, it is enough. After all, this is a Lamborghini, not a Santana, and I can't make things difficult for it. Damn, Student Services sent out another list. Helpless Lin Yi drove there and arrived at an old community near the university town according to the address on the list. I saw that the entrance of the community was filled with smoke. A group of social people were squatting, eating melon seeds, chatting, and leading a few big wolfhounds. Pedestrians nearby consciously kept away from them. Not far away, there were a few delivery guys with helpless looks on their faces. One younger one was so anxious that he started to cry. Damn, is the security guard in this community so social? Lin Yi was confused. The client called. Hello, little brother. The person on the other end sounded like a little girl with a sweet and polite voice. You're at the door now, right? Don't rush up. Those people at the door are dangerous. Don't get into a fight with them. I'll go downstairs with the garbage to find you. The girl seemed very worried about Lin Yi. What's going on at the gate of this community? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. The girl sighed and told the story. It turned out that the original property of the community was replaced by a new property, and this new property was a completely black property. In order to collect high property fees, they use all means to disturb the entire community. They do not allow any takeout couriers or service personnel to enter. Otherwise, they will threaten them at the very least and beat them up at the worst. Last month, a courier was seriously injured in a beating by them. It was also because of this that she was so worried about Lin Yi. I see. Lin Yi also remembered. Someone from the Student Services Department said before that when they came here, a college student seemed to have been almost beaten up and was complaining in the student union. A few days ago, a girl was bullied here and even slapped in the face. So, please don't come up. I'll be going down right now with the garbage. Please wait for me for a moment. The girl reminded again and again. No, you wait for me at home. 5 minutes, I'll be up on time. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said righteously. Hang up the phone. Home service is door-to-door service. Even if you don't want to do this job, since you have done it, you have to do it well. As for the so-called social people, it was just bad luck for them to meet me. Hello? Hello? Oh my God. The little girl opposite was confused. He is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. This little brother is so awesome. Brother, please, just let us in to deliver it, otherwise the order will be overdue again, and then I will have to pay for it. 2 more delivery guys wanted to go in and deliver the food. Chapter 49 Dog Training. I don't care if you're delivering food or delivering courier, you're not allowed in. I'll beat up anyone who dares to come in. Several social people are fierce and domineering. The delivery guy didn't dare to get into a conflict and turned away angrily. People in society are very proud of themselves. Just see. Lin Yi, who was standing aside, walked over silently. The social person was stunned. Stop. What the hell are you doing? Are you deaf? No takeout or delivery service is allowed in. They immediately stood in front of Lin Yi. What do I do? You are blind, can't you see? Lin Yi pointed at his armband and said confidently. Seeing Lin Yi's extraordinary appearance, several people were slightly stunned. Look down. Garbage also has a home, and classification depends on everyone. Student Public Welfare Service Department of Central South University. Damn it, it feels like he is a garbage collector. Ha, what did I think you were doing? Get out of here, collecting garbage, you're not allowed in. What if I must go in? Lin Yi smiled. If you say you want tea let them in, then you want tea let them in. Are you a G8? Ha, if you don't want to die, you can give it a try. The social man pointed to several large wolfhounds behind him. Don't blame me for not telling you. We are big wolfhounds and don't recognize humans. We will not be responsible if you get bitten. Several people sneered. They were also very cunning, knowing that taking action would only make things worse, so they specially got a few big wolfhounds to guard here. Even if the wolfhounds bit someone, they could still distance themselves from the matter. When ordinary people see these ferocious dogs, they dare not approach them easily. After all, animals are not humans and have no humanity. If they are bitten, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Thinking of this, they became even more proud. Who the hell came up with this idea? It's genius. However, Lin Yi walked straight over. He stretched out his hand. Good dog, come here. People in society are confused. When ordinary people see these wolfhounds, they don't even have time to hide. This guy is actually teasing the dog? Do you fucking think this is Teddy? It's like touching a tiger's butt. It's like risking your life. Fuck, you country bumpkin, I can't bite you to death. Several people sneered. Their dogs are professionally trained. Once a stranger approaches, they will immediately open their bloody mouths and bite wildly. There is no doubt that this kid will be miserable. Sure enough, when several wolfhounds saw Lin Yi, they ran towards him as if they had seen meat. Opened its bloody mouth. Then, licked his hand. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? How did a good German Shepherd wolfdog become an idiot? I and others feed them every day, and sometimes we get bitten if we are not careful. I have never seen them so well behaved. How is this possible? However, what they didn't expect was yet to come. Lin Yi was seen smiling and touching the dog's head. Shake hands. Get down. Somersault. Lin Yi issued an order. Several German shepherds seemed to understand what people said and did as they were told. Just like a circus. Fuck. Everyone was shocked. It would be fine if they didn't bite Lin Yi. What's with this obedient look? Where is the vicious dog? How come you are even more stupid than Era? Bite him. Come on, bite him. Several men became anxious. Yelling and yelling. This reminded Lin Yi. Did you hear that? Bite. Lin Yi pointed at a few people and gave an order. In an instant, several dogs pounced on the men and bit them so hard that they were pissing and shitting and unable to move. This scene is simply horrific. Lin Yi walked into the community without any effort, leaving behind a chic back. The delivery guy and his friends were all stunned. Fuck, this handsome boy is truly a god. Is this the legendary dog trainer? Dog trainer? I saw him on TikTok, awesome. But even the gold medal dog trainer in Country M isn't this good. Too cool. Speaking of which, what are we still standing there for? Let's go in quickly. Go, go, go. Thanks to Lin Yi. The delivery guys and courier guys also rushed in. The delivery guy who was crying in panic gave a big middle finger to the worker who was bitten by the dog. Fuck. Oh shit. People in society are frustrated and furious. Quick, call the boss. The property owners who were watching in the community were instantly furious. Fuck, did you see that? I saw it. As soon as I opened the window, I saw Lai Fu biting Chang Wei. Interesting. Who is this little brother? He is so fierce. Your mom is the only one who can train a German Shepherd into a husky. It's outrageous. Community. In residence. A beautiful girl wearing training clothes, tall, dark skin, and heroic appearance, was unconsciously looking down at her watch. Her name is Sun Yanan, and she is the client that Lin Yi is serving this time. Well, 5 minutes are up. This little brother should be coming up soon, right? She looked up blankly. Etc. Oh my god, why am I so stupid that I am actually waiting for this little brother? There were so many gangsters at the door, and a few vicious dogs. Not to mention him alone, even 10 people couldn't get in. It's bad. She turned pale. It's all this little brother's fault. He speaks too steadily and makes people feel too safe. I actually believed it. Oh no. I have to go down and save him. Sun Yanan put on her shoes, opened the door, and rushed out. This charge hit Lin Yi hard in the chest. Hello, have you thrown it away? Is this Ms. Sun Yanan? Looking at the young girl in front of him, whose looks were at least 90 points, Lin Yi asked. According to Lin Yi's past experience, people who can make such a sweet sound just now are generally very beautiful, and the girl in front of him is so beautiful that it must be her. It's you? The little brother on the phone just now, oh my god, how did you get up here so easily? Isn't there a vicious dog down there? Sun Yanan was very shocked. It's not just because Lin Yi can get up there, but also because of his face. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is handsome and masculine. So handsome that it's unfair. Are all garbage collectors prettier than models these days? Well, without those vicious dogs, it really wouldn't be that easy for me to get up here. Lin Yi smiled. The girl looked incredulous. Does being handsome mean you want to be bitten? Or did this garbage collector secretly feed those dogs at night? By the way, what kind of trash are you? Sun Yanan invited Lin Yi in. Seeing Lin Yi working attentively, she made him a cup of kung fu tea. Looking at the clothes you're wearing, are you a martial artist? It was rare for Lin Yi to take the initiative to speak. Sun Yanan was admiring Lin Yi's appearance, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to suddenly talk to her. She was slightly stunned and felt flattered. Yes, I practice ancient martial arts. Speaking of which, handsome guy, you have such a good figure, why don't you consider practicing martial arts? Handsome guys and martial arts are a perfect match. Sun Yanan was not an introverted girl. She was lively and active, and she immediately started to circle around Lin Yi. Chapter 50, A Critical Punch. I'm not interested in martial arts. Lin Yi shook his head. After all, he was already a god-level Wing Chun master, so what else was there for him to practice? Was he going to practice to the point of being a god and fighting aliens? That would be too cruel for aliens. Seeing that Lin Yi was not interested, Sun Yanan became more interested. Handsome guy, you don't understand. Practicing martial arts is about self-cultivation, not just fighting and killing. Besides, as long as you are willing to learn martial arts, I can be your master for free. She put her hands on her hips. Really? That's great, thank you, you're so nice. Lin Yi was speechless. I'm more like your master. She is really beautiful. That's wishful thinking. TSK, that's spicy. Then, Sun Yanan started talking. Chattering non-stop. Lin Yi regretted it very much. Why was I so mean at that time? While doing it perfunctorily, he completed the job perfectly. Lin Yi carried the garbage and said goodbye. Remember to give a 5-star review, thank you. However, as soon as he went out, he found that Sun Yanan followed him quietly. Every time Lin Yi took a step forward, she would take a step forward. Lin Yi stopped, and she stopped too. Lin Yi turned around, and she also turned around, pretending to look at the scenery. Lin Yi was confused. The service is over, what are you following me for? He asked. Who said I can't follow you when the service is over? Sun Yanan is confident. Are you dissatisfied with my service? Satisfied, you are the best I have ever seen. So what are you doing? I still want you to serve me. But I don't have any more. Lin Yi pointed at the garbage. I can let you have it. The conversation between the two was extremely bad. Children. Uncle Li begs you to be human beings. In the corridor, Mr. Li, who was repairing a bicycle, couldn't stand it anymore. Are young people nowadays so open-minded? I am already old, but I still made myself blush. The world is going downhill, the world is going downhill. It's none of your business, Uncle Li. Aren't you ashamed to listen to the affairs of us young people every day? The corridor is your home, go home and fix your bicycle. Sun Yanan respects the elderly and loves the young. Okay. Uncle Li took the bicycle home and went to repair it. Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. What do you want? Lin Yi asked. Well, seeing how fragile you are, it arouses my desire to protect you. I want to protect you and get you out of the community. Sun Yanan said seriously. Although Lin Yi came up, that group of people would definitely not let him go when he went down. She felt that she needed to escort Lin Yi. It's exciting to think about a beautiful woman saving a hero. Protect me? As the person who needs the least protection in the world, Lin Yi didn't know what to say. I don't need your protection, go back and cool off. Lin Yi refused mercilessly. You look down on me because I'm a girl. Sun Yanan stood in front of Lin Yi and questioned. Yes. Lin Yi said decisively. Sun Yanan was stunned and got angry. Without saying anything, she immediately grabbed Lin Yi's hand and dragged him to the corner of the corridor. After a disagreement, he lifted up half of his shirt. Lin Yi was stunned. Ah! My eyes, what are you doing? You idiot, you don't believe me, okay? Well, to prove my strength, I'll let you hit me with a punch for nothing. Just hit me in the abdomen. If you frown, I lose. Sun Yanan's face turned slightly red, but she still insisted. Shit, are you a masochist? Lin Yi was ashamed. This was the first time he had seen such a request. I don't hit women. He shook his head and turned to leave. Sun Yanan held his hand. Don't think about leaving if you don't hit me. I fuck. Lin Yi was helpless. But he turned and left. If you don't hit me, you're not a man. Are you done yet? Take my punch. Lin Yi turned around instantly and punched Sun Yanan in the abdomen. Of course, less than 1% of the power was used. Oh my god. Sun Yanan was shocked. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be so shameless. He would actually make a feint and then attack in the west. He said that he would not hit women, but then turned around and punched hard. How despicable. But I like it. She patted her belly happily. How is it? Look, there is no injury at all, this is hard qigong, do you accept it? I am convinced. You are really so strong. I, Lin Yi, am convinced. Lin Yi said perfunctorily. If I dare to express my dissatisfaction, I don't know where this girl will ask me to hit her. Sun Yanan was ecstatic. Jumping and dancing. Instantly, her expression changed. He immediately squatted down and covered his lower abdomen. Lin Yi was shocked. What's going on? Where is the hard qigong you promised? Are you trying to blackmail me? Lin Yi, I feel weird. Your punch hurt my stomach so much. It feels like... Sun Yanan frowned. Like what? Lin Yi asked. It seems like my period has come. Lin Yi was more confused than ever before. Knock out your period with one punch, that's too cool. Really? You knew your relatives were coming, but you still asked me to do this. Aren't you just looking for excitement? Lin Yi sighed. Who knew that this sentence would blow up Uncle Li again? He opened the door, pointed at Lin Yi's nose and said, You are really not a human being. Uncle Li, go back. Sun Yanan frowned. Okay. Uncle Li closed the door. Come on, I'll help you back home. You should have something at home, right? Lin Yi asked. Yes. No, not at all. Sun Yanan changed his words. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Mom said, even if there are no difficulties, you have to go ahead, even if you create difficulties. Now is a good time to create opportunities. What should we do then? Lin Yi was at a loss. I can only ask you to buy it for me. Sun Yanan took the opportunity to say. All right. What can Lin Yi do? He is also very desperate. Although it was Sun Yanan who forced me to fight, since I did it, I have to take responsibility. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Okay, remember to buy 7 dimensions. Lin Yi went downstairs. Right now. At the entrance of the community. Dozens of social people stood in a row obediently. Their respectful eyes were all directed towards the middle-aged man in front of them, who was sturdy and a little fat. Brother Hu, you are finally here, you have to help us deal with this kid. Humph, a mere brat scared you like this, what do you do for a living? Brother Tiger said disdainfully. Brother Hu is right, but we feel relieved now that you are here. Everyone knows that this North District is your territory. Is there anything you can't handle? The social person knelt down and lit a cigarette for Brother Hu. Chapter 51. What a coincidence. Their gang is a branch of the Huawei security group. Over the years, with Brother Hu's support, I have been able to resolve many troubles. Brother Hu looked proud. Speaking of that boy, what's his name? Where does he come from? I don't know. I just know that he seems to be a garbage collector. Social people scratched their heads. What? Garbage collector? Brother Hu's expression changed. He dropped the cigarette in his mouth onto the ground. After yesterday's tragic experience, he felt inexplicably nervous when he heard the words garbage collection. However, who is the master? How could he really be a garbage collector? This garbage collection is just a metaphor. For example, in front of him, you are just garbage. Anyway, that is how Brother Hu understands it. It's okay. I'm just surprised that a mere garbage collector can mess you up like this. You are really a bunch of good-for-nothings. Brother Tiger calmed down and scolded. No matter how scared you are, you still have to pretend. Brother Tiger taught me a lesson. The men nodded quickly. By the way, what does that kid look like? Brother Hu continued to ask. I didn't see his exact appearance clearly, but he was very, very handsome, like a celebrity from TV. Judging from his appearance, he didn't look like a garbage collector at all. Social people answered truthfully. Extremely handsome? The fat-on Brother Hu's face trembled and his expression changed drastically. What is his biggest impression of Lin Yi? There are 2 reasons. 1, he is incredibly strong, and 2, he is incredibly handsome. So, the 3 words very handsome, like garbage collecting, have become a shadow in his heart. Sounds so familiar. Could it really be the evil star from yesterday? The younger brothers were also panicked, looking at each other. Among the crowd that was originally as powerful as a tiger, a trace of fear descended quietly and silently and spread rapidly. Well, let me ask you again, is this boy tall? Brother Hu continued to ask. There shouldn't be such a coincidence in the world, right? Very tall, at least 1.8 meters. The subordinates were a little confused. Brother Hu has always been a ruthless man of few words, why is he so talkative today? Another special one. This time it is particularly high. Cold sweat broke out on Brother Hu's forehead. Very handsome and very tall, which is exactly the boy's characteristics. However, it is not certain yet. I checked the almanac before going out today. It's impossible to be so unlucky. He quickly asked the last question. What's his figure like? The men were dumbfounded. Why are Brother Hu's questions getting weirder and weirder? Helplessly, he answered truthfully. He has a good figure, like a model. Fuck. In an instant, Brother Hu's face turned pale and he was stunned. The garbage collector is very handsome, tall, and has a good figure. How many people like this are there in the entire Yuncheng? It's over. Brother Hu slapped his thigh. He immediately pointed in the direction of the campus gate. Brothers, retreat quickly. Hi, fat tiger. However, the word quickly withdraw had not yet been uttered. Lin Yi walked over slowly. Greeted him cordially. In an instant, the air froze. Dozens of people from the Huawei society were collectively terrified and had an instant urge to escape, but their legs and feet were weak and they dared not run. They could only lower their heads silently, like elementary school students who had made a mistake and were meeting their teacher, standing out as being well behaved. Brother Hu, this is the guy. You must avenge us. The social person pointed at Lin Yi and shouted to Brother Hu. Brother Hu didn't say anything. Revenge? He did want to. But my strength doesn't allow it. Beneath his strong appearance, he was crying like a child inside. He was in seclusion all night last night and finally came out of the shadow. It's a nice day today, so I plan to go out and show off. As a result, I met this evil star again. Damn it, is my Brother Hu so unlucky? Lin Yi simply ignored the few people and asked Brother Hu with a smile. What's going on, Fat Tiger? Are you guys doing the social dance? I. Fat Tiger was sweating profusely and his mouth was drooping. This is a life-threatening question. He did not forget that Lin Yi had said that if he saw him breaking the law again, he would transform into the 3-day killing god and take his life. Brother Hu is still young and doesn't want to die. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he spoke quickly. Master, I know you are in trouble, so I brought people to support you immediately. Is that right, brothers? He waved his hand. All the younger brothers bowed in unison. Hello, Master. Oh? Really? Lin Yi touched his chin and looked doubtful. Brother Tiger shuddered. In order to prove himself, he immediately ordered his men to tie up several gangsters without saying a word. Several social people were completely confused. Brother Tiger, what are you doing? Shut up, I'm not Brother Tiger, my name is Fat Tiger. Brother Hu said righteously. Fat Tiger? Social people are stupid. How come Doraemon is out? Feeling Lin Yi, who was silent beside him. Brother Tiger gritted his teeth. In order to increase the sense of reality, he needs to show off his acting skills. Snap. 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 He just swung his arms and slapped several people in the face. You are blind, you dare to offend even the master, you are asking for your life, tell me, who sent you here? Brother Tiger questioned. At this moment, he no longer had any trace of the Black Knife's habits. His whole body was filled with righteousness, as if he had transformed into the light of righteousness. Brother Hu, our boss is you, right? A few social people pouted their lips, with grievance written all over their faces. Nonsense, who the hell is your boss? I say it again, I'm Fat Tiger. Brother Tiger emphasized. Pop, 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 hands rose and palms fell, and there were several big slaps on the face, and several people were lying on the ground in a mess, like dead dogs. Boss. The social person raised his hands miserably and tried to struggle. Brothers, hit them hard. Hit them in the mouth. Beat them so that they can't speak. Then you won't dare to speak rudely to the master. Brother Hu gave the order and decided to silence the witness. The younger brothers rushed forward. Crackling. The scene was extremely cruel. After some operations, Brother Hu turned around, bowed his head flatteringly, and lit a cigarette of 9-5 Supreme for Lin Yi. The boss smokes. Lin Yi blew out a smoke ring with satisfaction. Although Fat Tiger's acting was very fake, his fake simplicity is also a kind of skill. At least it's attentive. Moreover, this cigarette is really delicious. I wonder why the master came here today. Brother Tiger asked respectfully. Seeing the question, Lin Yi almost blurted out that he came from the Tang dynasty in the east and went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Collecting garbage. He tapped off the ash and said calmly. Garbage collection. Brother Hu was stunned, and then he noticed the garbage bag in Lin Yi's hand, and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 52, Ignorance? Cute girl? So the master really is a garbage collector? What the hell, what kind of hobby is this? Such an awesome person actually collects garbage. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. At the same time, many property owners in the community leaned their heads out of the windows or gathered at the door of the apartment building and looked over here. They heard that a garbage collector broke in today, so they all displayed the traditional virtues of the Chinese people and came to watch. My little brother is a handsome man with commendable courage. He is truly a young man to be feared. Alas, what a pity. Impulse is the devil. He even dared to offend the people of Hui society. Now he is in trouble. The Hui society is ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals. I heard that the leader, Brother Hu, is even more vicious and domineering. He dominates the suburbs and no one dares to mess with him. He is known as the most ruthless person in the suburbs. The young man has been surrounded by them. The situation is not good. But it seems that the little brother is still calm and is even smoking. You're quite capable. If it were me, I would have peed my pants by now. It's a pity that no matter how capable he is, it's useless. A hero can't stand up to a large number of people, not to mention the Tiger Power Society. He can't escape today. But they just beat up their own people. What kind of operation is this? Is there any need to ask? Of course, it's because they didn't do their job well. We're killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Fuck, that's too cruel, it's scary. Everyone was worried. Everyone thought that Lin Yi would run away or give in the next second. However, Lin Yi smiled, stretched out his hand and touched Brother Hu's head. Everyone was stunned. What is he doing? Is this guy crazy? Don't you know that you can't touch a tiger's butt? To dare to touch the head of the gang leader, this is more than just courage. I think this guy is a psychopath. It's over, it's over. He's really dead this time. I'm afraid even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Everyone was panicking and extremely nervous. Some of the timid ones even covered their eyes and dared not look anymore. Just when everyone thought that Brother Hu was about to take action and gave an order for his men to cut Lin Yi into pieces. He lowered his head and looked kind, with a simple and honest smile on his face. Not only that, he also took the garbage from Lin Yi's hand, put it on his shoulder, and jogged all the way to sort the garbage and put it away. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? The legendary most ruthless man in the suburbs, the boss of the Tiger Power Society, is he so easy to get along with? When someone touches his head, he smiles and takes the initiative to help others throw away the trash. This is too humble. Are you really the boss of the club? The owners all had black question marks on their faces. Who are the Black Society? Excuse me, Master, do you have any other instructions? I will do it. Brother Tiger said respectfully. Go buy me a pack of 7 degrees of space. Lin Yi ordered bluntly. He didn't forget the important things. Now there is a weak woman who is bleeding profusely and needs to be saved by myself. 7th dimension? As soon as these words were spoken, the world became quiet. Brother Hu looked embarrassed. Wei Wei asked. Master, may I ask what the 7th dimension is? It sounds very high-end. Is it a foreign cigarette? He thought to himself. The master is indeed extraordinary, even the cigarettes he smokes are so classy. Lin Yi was speechless. It seems that I overestimated Brother Hu's IQ. As expected, people in society have little culture. It's not scary to be uneducated, what is scary is to not even have common sense. It's a cigarette, do you dare to smoke it? But, for the sake of image. Lin Yi couldn't explain to him what the 7th dimension was in public. After all, I'm not selling goods through live streaming. So he put his hand to his mouth and whispered in Brother Hu's ear. Ignorance. I mean the kind of days a month that women have. I see. In an instant, Brother Hu suddenly realized and nodded. Then he turned around and spoke to his men. You guys, go find a cute girl for the master. She's got to be on her period. Lin Yi was stunned on the spot. Everyone in the Huwei society was even more stunned. Cute girl, but also with blood. Oh shit. Ruthless. No, it's simply Langmi. This habit is too weird. Even Brother Tiger was trembling inside. I didn't expect that such a handsome master could be so perverted. Are you fucking kidding me? Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. I actually heard Mengmei is Mengmei. It's terrible to be uneducated. Who told you to rob a woman? Lin Yi slapped him on the back of his head. With a snap, Tiger started spinning and jumping again. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't stop. Fuck. Witnessing this scene, everyone was amazed. The boss of Huwei bowed and scraped to him, obeyed his orders, but he was not satisfied at all and slapped him in the face if he disagreed with him. Fuck, this is too crazy. It's more than just awesome. Are all garbage collectors so fierce these days? Brother Tiger is worse than a dog in front of him. Fuck, I really don't understand, who the hell is this Black Society? What is the background of this handsome boy? Klaus is even more awesome than Tiger Brother. Could he be the legendary Tiger General? After Brother Tiger landed, kneeling on the ground, feeling very aggrieved. Master, didn't you ask me to find it? I clearly did what you said, why did you hit me? Bullying, so much bullying. Lin Yi is even more unreasonable than this group of social forces. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain it to him, it was too embarrassing after all. At this time, a good-looking little girl with blonde hair came out. She really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If this continued, the boss would probably be beaten to death by Lin Yi. Then, there would be no leader, so how would she eat? So she mustered up the courage to run over and explain everything to Brother Hu. This is so, blah blah. Shock. Brother Hu was stunned. Strange knowledge has been added. Master, I understand. I will send my men to buy it right away. I just don't know how much you need. He asked respectfully. Now it was Lin Yi's turn to be confused. He didn't know how much to use. After all, he had never used it and lacked experience. He stroked his chin. Looked at the little girl just now. Come. Lin Yi grabbed her hand without saying a word and went to an empty corner. Master, my father died young, I am from a single-parent family, my mother is seriously ill, and my sister just started school this year. So, please let me go. The little girl was acting pitiful like crazy, her eyes were filled with fear, and she was so scared that she couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Yi has a weird personality. He is a grown man, but he is so obsessed with women's products. He is most likely a super pervert. Abnormalities are not scary, what is scary is that abnormalities are too powerful. If Lin Yeshui wasn't so harmless, she would have wanted to run away now. Chapter 53, How Many Dimensions? Don't be afraid, relax, I just want to ask you something. Lin Yi comforted. The deep voice and gentle eyes finally made the little girl let down her guard. What do you want to ask, master? She nodded and relaxed a lot. How many sanitary napkins do you use each time? Lin Yi asked quietly in her ear. Ah, this. The little girl was confused. So much? Lin Yi stretched out a hand and made a gesture. The little girl bit her red lips and shook her head. So many? He stretched out his two hands and made a gesture. The little girl lowered her head and nodded shyly. This woman who had been in society was blushing and her heart was beating fast, like a young girl in love. Not far away, everyone from the Wu society was collectively stunned. Fuck, am I seeing right? 13th sister is actually blushing? Have you seen it? No, never. It is said that 13-year-old girl has watched more movies than I know, and she never fast-forwards when watching movies. Can such a ruthless person blush like this? Oh my god, what did the master say to her? Yeah, how come a hand gesture made 13th sister blush like this? And he nodded? Damn, is this evil gesture, the master showing off his length? Fuck, isn't this too naked? This length can be used as a belt. Fierce than African brothers, is this guy still human? To be honest, I could tell at first sight that this guy is not a human being. Brother Hu looked wilted, like an eggplant hit by frost. Face? Does not exist. I never expected that Lin Yi, who looked so righteous and upright, was actually so despicable and perverted behind the scenes. It's fine if you hit my members and my boss. Now he still bullies the girls in the club. Hashtag depend on. This is intolerable. Brother Tiger is angry. He immediately stepped forward and shouted. 13th sister, why are you pretending to be so reserved? It's your blessing that the master likes you. Why don't you find a place and serve the master well? Everyone was stunned. 13th sister was stunned. Lin Yi was also dumbfounded. What is this pig thinking about? Are you that kind of person? Lin Yi had the urge to hammer him to death. Forget it, forget it. I promised my mom that I wouldn't kill anyone this year. Do you understand what I mean? Go ahead. He said to his 13th sister. Understand, master. 13th sister turned around and stretched out her jade hand to Brother Tiger. What? Brother Tiger asked. Give me money. I want to buy something for the master. 13th sister said. What? Brother Tiger was shocked. You are such a good master, not only do you bully the girls in my club, but you also ask me for money? Forget it, the girl has already given it to me, what else is there to worry about? He took out $100 bill. He placed it in 13th sister's hand and whispered earnestly. Go ahead, sister. Remember, you must buy the best, thinnest, and most breathable ones. Don't let the master down. Promise me that you will take good care of him. This is related to the survival of our club. 13th sister was stunned. I thought to myself, I didn't realize that brother who was so knowledgeable about sanitary napkins. He is really an expert. Well, don't worry, brother Tiger. She took the money and turned and left. Letting Lin Yi buy supplies for me will not only enhance our relationship, but also leave an indelible impression on Lin Yi. Kill two birds with one stone. I am such a clever kid. Sun Yanan was lying in bed, and couldn't help laughing out loud when she thought of her own clever operation. Well, etc. Will those guys from Huey Society let the handsome guy out? Oh no. How could I have forgotten this? Sun Yanan quickly got up and went to the balcony. Sure enough, Lin Yi was surrounded by a group of fierce gangsters and his situation was precarious. No matter how you look at it, it's dangerous. Not good. Her face turned pale and she wanted to rush down immediately to rescue Lin Yi. But, I am unable to move now. In desperation, Sun Yanan gritted her teeth and called her father. Her father, named Sun Wanli, is the current president of the Yunqing Ancient Martial Arts Association. He has 3,000 disciples and is considered a well-known figure in Yunqing. But since her parents divorced, Sun Yanan, who lives with her mother, no longer cares about her father. Humph, you finally remembered, girl, that you have a handsome, romantic, free and easy, charming father? Sun Wanli on the other end of the conversation said this unhappily, but his words were filled with joy that could not be concealed enough. TSK, you narcissist, who would miss you? I have a friend who is in trouble, he is being besieged, you should bring some people over here. Sun Yanan said helplessly. Okay, don't panic. You know your father's strength. He has 3,000 disciples and is invincible in Yunqing. With me, there will be no problem. I will bring 2 cars of disciples over now. Their chest muscles are bigger than yours. Are they strong enough? Sun Wanli said proudly. Don't be so sarcastic, come quickly, or someone will die. Sun Yanan told her father roughly what had happened and hung up the phone. I prayed silently in my heart, Lin Yi, please don't get into any trouble. I bought it back. 13th sister rushed back and handed the 7th dimension to Lin Yi. Thank you very much. Lin Yi said. Master, it's my honor to be able to serve you. 13th sister said. I feel inexplicably comfortable inside. Fuck, so many, 13th sister, can you handle it? Brother who looked at the big bag in Lin Yi's hand. His face changed drastically. His conscience finally began to bother him. Get out of here before I kill you. Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. If brother who said one more word, he was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would break his vow of killing. Okay, bye, master. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'll be there whenever you call. Goodbye, master. Brother who felt relieved and ran away with his brothers Woyang. Well, it's finally quiet. Lin Yi turned around and went upstairs. My goodness, what on earth is going on? Only a large group of onlookers were left, stunned. Boom boom boom. Lin Yi knocked on the door. Dad. Sun Yanan quickly opened the door. See Lin Yi. The little face was confused. What did you call me? Lin Yi looked confused. We've only known each other for less than an hour, and you're already so close? Lin Yi, you are in danger, where are the people from Huey Society? Sun Yanan said in surprise. Seeing that Lin Yi was unharmed was even more unbelievable. Even if I were in my prime, it would be impossible for me to escape unscathed after dealing with so many evil forces. People from Huey Society? They helped me buy things and then left. Lin Yi said honestly. Help you buy things? Looked at the 7-dimensional space in Lin Yi's hand. Sun Yanan was dumbfounded. You mean, not only did they not beat you, they also helped you buy things? What else? Lin Yi spread his hands. Sun Yanan was speechless. I can't help but doubt life. This plot is wrong. Could it be that this guy Lin Yi is much more powerful than I thought? Or is there some terrible background? Chapter 54, Imperial City PK. I've already bought what you wanted. Now you can let me go. Lin Yi said helplessly. I can let you go, but before you go, there's one more thing. Sun Yinan put her hands on her hips and looked at Lin Yi. What do you want to do? Lin Yi unconsciously protected his chest with his hands, and his heart tightened. Add WeChat. Good. After finally completing the order, Lin Yi left the old community. On the way home. Ding dong. Pink 60 random flash sales are online again. Wow. Lin Yi was already familiar with the process and clicked directly into the app. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful instant kill. Gain talent, God level live broadcasting skills. Oh my god, live streaming skills? Lin Yi was stunned. I'm not a host, what's the use of this skill? System, can I return the product? No returns for flash sale items. Is it so real? Forget it, it's better to have it than not to have it, just in case it can be useful. Lin Yi comforted himself. Then, I returned home. Gao Xiaoman rushed out from the side and scared herself. Lin Yi, you are finally back, help me. What can I do for you? Lin Yi was confused. Shark has an event today. If you win 10 consecutive PK games, you can get a mysterious reward. I have won 8 games in a row, and there are 2 games left. I don't know if I can do it. Gao Xiaoman was very nervous. She participates in this event every year, but unfortunately, she is not on her time and always fails in the last 2 games. Therefore, she thought of Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi did nothing and just sat next to her, it would make her feel much more at ease and allow her to perform well. TSK, what am I supposed to be? Let me help you get it. Lin Yi said carelessly. I didn't expect that the skills I just acquired would come in handy. Let us give it a try. Lin Yi and Gao Xiaoman sat in front of the computer. Some debugging and searching. PK begins. The opponent in the 9th game was a middle-aged woman. She looks kind and amiable, with a confident smile on her face. Oh my god, this is terrible, it turned out to be Sister Yain, it's over, it's all over. It's not that we don't have a chance. Sister Yain is good at chatting, but she doesn't have any talent. If we compete with her in talent, we'll have a chance. Otherwise, if we chat with her, we'll definitely lose. Gao Xiaoman felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. Sister Yain is a million-level anchor on the Shark platform. She is the top anchor in the chat channel and is quite famous. Modern young people are overwhelmed and stressed by buying a house, a car, and working. Therefore, they watch live broadcasts online just to relieve stress, and Sister Yain is proficient in all kinds of chicken soup, and young people can't resist drinking it bowl after bowl. Oh, it's Xiaoman. I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting more and more beautiful. What should we compete for this time? Sister Yain chatted while drinking tea. A leisurely comparison. Nonsense. This naive little girl was totally not on the same level as herself. It was no exaggeration to say that she could easily kill her with just a few words. There is absolutely no suspense in this PK. Sister, let's chat for a while. Who knows? Before Gao Xiaoman could speak, Lin Yi smiled at Sister Yain. My god, you are crazy. If you talk to Sister Yain, you will be brainwashed. My god, have you ever played Red Alert? Do you know Yuri's Revenge? Sister Yain is even more powerful than Yuri. How can you fight her? It's over, it's over. Did the male god just fall down and become stupid? Gao Xiaoman was also dumbfounded. As the saying goes, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, but why did Lin Yi do the opposite? But since Lin Yi had made the decision, she had nothing to say. I'll stick with you till the end. Anyway, I have won 8 games in a row, which is my best result this year. Even if I can't win 10 games in a row, it will be glorious. Besides, losing to a big anchor like Yain is not a loss. Okay, little brother, I'll listen to you. Let's go and chat. We'll pick a few lucky audience members and answer their questions one by one. Sister Yain was smiling. I feel so happy inside. Damn, this young man. He looks quite energetic, but he is actually mentally retarded. Are you worthy enough to play and chat with me? Court death. Then. The audience asked questions enthusiastically. Mostly some troubles and complaints. Sister Yain selected a few of them. Start answering. Sister Yain, everything has been going wrong for me lately. I have failed at everything I do. I feel like my life is full of suffering. It's so hard for me. What should I do? Young man, don't worry. I'll tell you something based on my life experience. Please listen carefully. Life is like a cup of tea. It will only be bitter for a while, but not for a lifetime. Sister Yain said softly. Insightful. Excellent. It's really a divine metaphor. As expected of Sister Yain, even though I know it's chicken soup, I'm still willing to drink it because it's so delicious. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Everyone was enlightened. Well, life is like a cup of tea. I think what Sister Yain said is very right. Lin Yi agreed. He. Sister Yain was very proud. But you know, if the tea is no longer bitter, it's time to throw it away. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi continued. Everyone was excited. Yes, if the tea is no longer bitter, then it must be thrown away. 66,666. Don't tell me, that's the truth. If tea isn't bitter, who will drink it? The male god is right. Tea tastes good only when it is bitter. If it is not bitter, it will taste bland. Life is the same. It is normal to have both bitterness and sweetness. People like me will never be able to rise to prominence in our lifetime. Therefore, learning to find joy in adversity is the most important thing. Upstairs, enterprise level understanding. Chinese class representative, the teacher asked you to collect the homework, please stop showing off. Oh my god, did I hear it wrong? The advice given by my idol is even better than Sister Yain's. More than one step ahead? I am a fan of Sister Yain, but I have to admit that this handsome boy is quite capable. Sharp. This kid is not simple. Sister Yain's expression changed. It seems that I can't be careless anymore. I need to sprinkle more MSG on my chicken soup. Then she chose another question. Sister, I have been with my girlfriend for 3 years. I always feel like she is hiding something from me. She has been very cold to me recently. Her family wants a lot of dowry, and my parents are forcing me. It makes me very tired. Do I need to end this relationship? To this, Sister Yain replied with a smile. In the past, transportation was slow and we could only communicate through letters. We could only love one person in our lifetime, but we would not get tired of each other. What you should end is not this relationship, but your own impetuous mentality. Chapter 55, Drink this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. Thank you, sister. I am so lucky that you can answer my questions. The young man was very satisfied with the answer and expressed his gratitude. You're right. People nowadays are too impetuous. Loving only one person in your life, how romantic. It was still better than before. I want to travel through time. Everyone was moved. Lin Yi smiled. I don't agree. Disagree? In ancient times, people only loved one person in their lifetime. Am I wrong? Sister Yain asked. No, but why didn't you mention that in ancient times people could have many concubines? Lin Yi said. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. Yes, in ancient my country, the practice was monogamy with multiple concubines. Men at that time were allowed to take concubines. Yeah, what about 3 or 4 bedrooms, small or big? Oh my god, how could we lose such a good cultural tradition? If I were to travel back in time, I would marry 100 women. The guy upstairs, wake up. In ancient times, a man like this male god could have 3,000 beauties in his harem without any problems. But if you were to travel back in time, you wouldn't even be able to find a wife. Ha, that is so true. So, it's better now. At least you can shoot at the goddess on the screen. You who worship the past and despise the present are all idiots. Little brother, what you said is good advice. At this time, the person who asked the question suddenly felt stupid. There are plenty of fish in the sea. If it's so tiring, why push yourself? My male god has learned his lesson. I'm going to break up with him now. That's right, brother, share the damn thing. A dog licks until he has nothing left. Point. 66,666. It was the male god who saved your life. This. Sister Yayin's face became much darker. Damn it, where does this kid get so many messed up and twisted ideas from? The key point is that these fallacies are rough but reasonable. This is going to ruin your own place. She immediately re-selected the question. Sister, I was on a business trip, but when I got home I found used condoms and men's cigarette butts at home. I knew she must have cheated on me, but I couldn't bear to leave her. What should I do? If you really love a girl, you have to tolerate her mistakes and move on with your life. Sister Yayin replied. Yes, and you have to prepare the cost of an abortion so that you don't end up being a father. Lin Yi added. 6666. My male god is right. If you go on a business trip for a year, I'm afraid she will be pregnant for 10 months. Then give birth to a little black man. Fuck, you guys upstairs, are you devils? This bitch doesn't know how to tell the difference, and keeps a dyed hat? Overwhelming assists from netizens. Sister Yayin was obviously at a disadvantage. She continued to ask questions. Sister Yayin, please tell me, my girlfriend is ugly, and I don't really dislike her, but she likes those handsome guys on TikTok every day and never respects my feelings. Should I break up? Of course not. I won't quote you here. Don't you young people always say that it's the same when you turn off the lights? Sister Yayin answered. 66666, my sister can drive too. Nyopi, you are so awesome, you even forced my sister onto the road. Road killer. But the truth is there. It's the same even if the lights are off, huh? There's nothing you can do about it, my male god. I don't agree. However, Lin Yi still shook his head. Those who have beautiful girlfriends never turn off the lights, because they still want to take short videos. Puff. Ha 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 ha. 66,666. No problem. We should thank these people, otherwise where do the videos we watch come from? I am an environmentalist and I insist on saving energy, but if I had a beautiful girlfriend, I wouldn't turn off the lights. Okay, it's real. I love to hear such honest words. That's right. Only those who are ugly will have their lights turned off. Who would turn off the lights if they are pretty? Isn't that a waste of nature's gifts? Brother, I understand. I'm going to break up with you right now. Sister Yayin was speechless. This kid is too cruel. Every word he said left me speechless. What is the origin? Sister, I want to lose weight. I've been thinking about it for 3 years, but I can't lose weight. Do you have any suggestions for me? Watch your mouth and move your legs. I believe you can do it. Sister Yayin said. There's nothing wrong with this wave of inspiration, right? Really? Lin Yi replied. No problem. As long as you control your mouth and move your legs, you will find that you are not fat, you just have a big face. Ha 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 ha. No problem. You know you're fat and want to lose weight, but you don't take action. And you come here to seek comfort. If you're not fat, then who is? That's too much upstairs. Ha, netizens are not your parents, there is no reason for them to spoil you. That's right. I hate these people who seek self-comfort the most. If you don't drink chicken soup for a day, you will die. Good medicine tastes bitter but is good for the disease. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear but is good for action. The more you drink chicken soup, the fatter you will get. Another overwhelming victory. Sister Yayin is suffocating. What kind of magical logic is this? Poisonous. It's really poisonous. This kid turned my chicken soup into poisonous chicken soup. She had no power to fight back at all. Sister, I've been frustrated recently and feel like my life is a mess. I've also been defrauded of all my money in business. I feel like I have no hope. What should I do next? Sister Yayin answered. If life deceives you, don't be sad, don't be disappointed. You can't have to give birth to a child for him just because life has made you stronger. Lin Yi interrupted. 6666. No problem. Sister, I was cheated on by my best friend. He is now begging for my forgiveness, saying that he didn't mean it. What should I do? Should I forgive him? As long as you are true friends, just remember one sentence: brothers are like limbs, and wives are like clothes. That's right. If anyone wears my clothes, I'll chop off his hands and feet. If anyone touches my hands and feet, I'll wear his clothes. Ha 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 ha. Sister, my life is so difficult now. I feel like living in this world is a torture. What should I do? This time, before Sister Yain could even open her mouth, Lingyi answered first. Don't always think that the world has given you too many hardships. The world has no time to care about you. The question has been answered. The live broadcast room was boiling. 66666, every word from this male god is heart-wrenching, and I really like it. My dear male god, my class teacher would like to call you the best. Chicken soup is shit. If you really want to drink it, you'd better drink poisonous chicken soup. It's so refreshing in 1 second. Yeah, what's the point of doing those nonsense things? Isn't it just to fool fools? Chapter 56, If it tastes good, drink more. Although the male god is vicious and ruthless, he hits the nail on the head and makes people see the facts, give up their fantasies, and make real changes. On the other hand, Sister Yain's chicken soup will only make idiots more stupid and make miserable people more miserable. I support the male god. The male god is the fattest. Support the male god +1. Compared to the true insights of the male god, Sister Yain's chicken soup is too hypocritical. That is, do you think we are fools? It's proven that we, the audience, will always grow up. There will always be a day when we get tired of drinking chicken soup. Thank you, little brother, for waking me up from my dream. I used to think that what Sister Yain said was true, but if I think about it carefully, if he is really a hidden master, how could he save people and make money in the live broadcast room? From now on, I am the sweet dog of the male god. He watched his popularity plummet while Lin Yi's popularity soared. Sister Yain's hands were shaking with anger. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. In anger, she turned off the live broadcast room. Lin Yi and others successfully advanced. 9 consecutive wins. My male god, 6666. My male god, awesome. Cao Xiaoman was very excited. I didn't expect Lin Yi to have such ability, especially those few toxic remarks against Yin, which were simply hilarious and satisfying. The 10th PK will begin soon. Both hosts, please be ready. I'm so nervous. Oh my god, me too, I didn't expect Xiaoman to win so far. Come on, Xiaoman, come on. Come on, man. The live broadcast room was full of encouragement. It's Sister Tao. Sister Tao was the star anchor who tortured Gao Xiaoman to a pulp last time. Not only can she sing, she can also act. She has appeared in many popular domestic film and television dramas and is a top domestic actress. Moreover, she has 2 brokerage companies and a film and television company under her, and she is also a strong businesswoman. Hello everyone. Sister Tao shows up. She is beautiful. Although she is over 30 years old, she has a plump figure and very well-maintained skin. She has the temperament of a queen, mature and free, intellectual and charming. Any man who sees her will be unable to control himself. Sister Tao. I love you. Sister Tao, I'm your little fanboy. Sister Tao, I don't want to work hard anymore. It turned out to be Sister Tao. This is a contest between goddesses. No, it's a contest between goddesses and male gods. My male god, you have to avenge Man. Brothers, the situation is not optimistic. It depends on what we compete in. As long as it's not music, we won't necessarily lose. The 10th game will be decided by an official draw. Therefore, both sides are waiting for the results of the draw. The final event is singing. Singing? I was a DJ, and I was screwed. The guy above, you were such a bad jinx, you really got it right. Kill the traitors, kill. Brothers, don't kill me. I will commit suicide to atone for my crime. The singing competition with Sister Tao is over, it's over, brothers, we'll fight again next year. Goddess, don't cry, next year we'll be here soon. Wow, you bunch of traitors, Goddess Man is not good enough, but who says our male god is not good enough? It's hard to be a male god, do you want a male god to shout into the mic? You seem to be making me laugh. Yeah, if I shout into the mic, that would be too embarrassing. Forget it, surrender. It's not shameful to lose to Sister Tao. Is this the only way we can go? Gao Xiaoman sighed. In terms of beauty, Sister Tao and I are equally good, each has our own merits. I am better than her at playing games, but when it comes to singing, even 100 of myself cannot compare to her. Sister Tao has released albums and held concerts. She is a powerful singer and has made great achievements in pop music. She also often performs at major evening parties. Don't use your hobbies to interfere with other people's jobs. My level of being a KTV king is a joke in front of others. It seems that we are doomed to lose this game. Hello, Gao Xiaoman. Sister Tao greeted me warmly. Hi. Gao Xiaoman forced a smile. Wow, Sister Tao is so cool, and Gao Xiaoman is so weak. I feel like they are a perfect match. Hey, I think so too. No, I can't betray my idol. I can't think about it that way. But I still have to say that I'm already drawing a book. The live broadcast room is full of YY flavor. The atmosphere between the two sides was inexplicably harmonious, not at all like the tension before. Gao Xiaoman, who is that person next to you? Is he your boyfriend? Sister Tao suddenly noticed Lin Yi. I was slightly startled by his handsomeness. Not yet. Lin Yi was still unwilling to obey him. Of course Gao Xiaoman didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Oh, I see, handsome boy, have you signed with any company? No. Lin Yi said. Oh? With your qualifications, you haven't signed with a company yet. What do you do? Sister Tao asked curiously. A college student who occasionally helps out in the student services club. Lin Yi said modestly. How can I help you? Collecting garbage. Sister Tao was stunned. Haha laugh. You're quite a joker, kid. I think you have a good appearance. I'm currently filming a movie and there's a role that's suitable for you. Do you want to give it a try? Don't worry, there are lines. Then she extended an olive branch to Lin Yi. The barrage went crazy. 666. Sister Xing'an Tao, sign people online. My male god, hurry up and tell me, rich woman, give me a hug. It's still a movie, and there are lines. It seems like they are trying to praise the male god. I have to say, Sister Tao has a sharp eye. She can tell at a glance that this guy has potential. My dear, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, hurry up and agree to it. Sister Tao, do you want to take me with you? I'm just a little bit uglier than the male god. Sister Tao is so strong, would she want to take advantage of the male god? You know shit. How many handsome young men have to line up to get Sister Tao to sneak away? This male god has met a noble person. Everyone was envious and jealous. Lin Yi shook his head. Thank you, but no thanks. I'm not interested in being famous. Let's just PK now. Everyone was shocked. My god, are you serious? Don't want to be famous? My goodness, did people say that? Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yi, your male god, a ruthless PK machine. My male god, no feelings. Sister Tao was also stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Yi would reject her. She has her own company and often looks for young people with qualifications and potential. So far, no one has ever said no to her, let alone dared to reject her in a pretentious manner. However, she had seen countless people, so she could naturally tell that Lin Yi didn't seem to be pretending. This kid is quite interesting. Okay, since you are so eager to PK, let's get started. I wish you good luck. Sister Tao smiled slightly. Be the first to start the performance. She sang a song without makeup. Chapter 57, Redfoot Fitness? Another quiet evening. A person is curled up in a rocking chair to enjoy the cool air. I admit it's really peaceful. Before everyone had time to be shocked, they were deeply attracted. Beautiful tone and unique beauty. Sister Tao is indeed a star-level singer, and she interprets the original beauty of the song to the fullest. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Sister Tao, I love you. It's so good that it makes me cry. Sister Tao, hug me. Sister Tao, are you an angel? This voice strikes deep into my soul. Clap, clap, clap. Even Gao Xiaoman was mesmerized and couldn't help but applaud. Yeah, it sounds nice indeed. Little brother, you've met your match now. I'm afraid it's hard to surpass. This lady is so awesome, I like her. The guy upstairs, I've tolerated you for a long time. As long as she's a pretty girl, who wouldn't like you? Even the gods in heaven sighed. The song is over. Sister Tao smiled slightly. It's basically stable now. Handsome guy, please start your performance. She said with a smile. Took a sip of water. Lin Yi nodded. The show began. A red song of Zulijian for everyone. Phew! Sister Tao spat out a mouthful of water. What? The barrage was also shocked. What the hell is red foot power? Shouldn't it be red high heels? Sorry, I said the wrong thing. What I wanted to sing was red high heel shoes. Lin Yi said. 6666. My male god, you really know how to have fun. You know, the red high-heeled shoes joke is the dark history that Sister Tao wants to delete the most. This story begins at a party on a certain TV station. That day, Sister Tao seemed to have drunk fake wine before going on stage. When she was singing the song Red High Heels, she let herself go and her facial expressions were seriously out of control. The song Red High Heels was sung into the drunken concubine. It's like a car accident scene. This incident attracted great attention at the time and was talked about by many netizens. When they heard that Lin Yi was going to sing this song in front of Sister Tao and deliberately called the high heels Zulijian, everyone was immediately attracted. There is no doubt that in the stage of song selection, Lin Yi has surpassed Sister Tao. What did this kid want to do by choosing this song? Are you causing trouble? What a bad boy. Sister Tao also showed a rare shyness. With everyone's love and support, Lin Yi spoke. How can I best describe you? What can I compare you with to make you special? My feelings for you are strong. The singing is pleasant and soothing. Wow, I was watching this with the intention of seeing a joke. Is the singing so good? Is this true? The male god can even handle this kind of song. Oh my god, this is way better than the original. Is it really improvisation? The barrage went crazy. Sister Tao's eyes also lit up. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be such a talented person with such a great voice. However, this is not the most exciting part. How can I describe you most appropriately? When singing this sentence. Suddenly, the expression on Lin Yi's face changed subtly. Here it comes. Here it comes. At this time, some netizens said excitedly. Lin Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. The eyes are wanton. It seems like 3 parts indifference, 3 parts ridicule, and 4 parts indifference. It's like letting myself go. Happy in intoxication. The barrage exploded instantly. It's a perfect imitation. 666,666. But it's still not funny enough. People who are too handsome are handsome no matter what they do. Ha, what is supposed to come will come. This expression is simply amazing. It reminds me of the horror I experienced that night when I was dominated by Sister Tao. This little expression is so cool. My male god, I only asked you to imitate, not to surpass. He managed his time first and his facial expressions later. He managed to catch the attention of the male god. I love this feeling of being out of control. You good-looking people really know how to have fun. Seeing that Lin Yi imitated so well, Sister Tao almost laughed out loud. This brat is always talking about things that are not relevant to the topic. If she hadn't practiced facial expression control so hard after that accident, she would probably be laughing so hard that her body would be shaking. Lin Yi finished singing. Subsequently, PK also entered the voting stage. The audience's eyes are sharp. Although the difference in their singing skills is not particularly large, Lin Yi's effect is undoubtedly overwhelming. In the end, Lin Yi got 10 million votes, while Sister Tao got 6 million votes. Lin Yi and Gao Xiaoman won the final victory with a huge advantage of 4 million votes. Congratulations, handsome boy, man, you really found a good helper this time. Sister Tao smiled. This was the first time she was defeated. Although she lost in terms of entertainment effect, she was still convinced by Lin Yi's singing skills. Although his expression is a plus, it is by no means the whole of his victory. This guy is a talent, no, a genius. Sister Tao said to herself. I also looked at Lin Yi with admiration. He's handsome, can sing, and maybe even rap and play basketball. If he were sent to South Korea to be a trainee for 2.5 years, Lin Yi would definitely be famous all over China. The future is limitless. Lin Yi, right? She has made up her mind. I will find an opportunity in the future to recruit Lin Yi into my team. Oh my god, we won, I can't believe it. We are the champions. Brothers, I cried. Thank you, my male god, for letting us experience the feeling of being a champion. Man, you must reward your idol well tonight. Gao Xiaoman was also extremely excited. He admires Lin Yi even more. Lin Yi is so strong that he can win the championship as soon as he says it. Congratulations to Gao Xiaoman for winning the final PK victory. Afterwards, Gao Xiaoman thanked the audience. Live broadcast ends. The mysterious reward mentioned by Shark Platform will be revealed in a week. Close the live broadcast room. Gao Xiaoman counted the gifts and rewards she received in the evening. Oh my goodness, this is too amazing. In just half a night, I received more tips and gifts than I did in the previous half a year of live streaming. Oh my god. This is all thanks to Lin Yi, and should be given to him. But think about it carefully, do these rich second generations lack money? Alright, then, save it and use it as a small piggy bank for both of you. Hey. She pounced on Lin Yi, who had just finished taking a shower, and walked out of the bathroom. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Yi, who originally wanted to go to the library to study, was caught by the student services department again. The female minister was a very tall teacher with a long ponytail. She was slender and, at first glance, looked like a volleyball player. Well, what do you want me to do today? Lin Yi spread his hands. Student Lin Yi, thank you so much. However, the female minister held his hand tightly with a look of gratitude. Lin Yi was confused. He didn't understand why he should thank himself. I have worked in the student department for so many years, and no one has ever brought honor to the students like you have. You have only been working for 2 or 3 days, and I have received 10 pieces of feedback, not only letters of thanks, but some people even want to send a silk banner to our student department. Thank you so much. The female minister said softly, looking at Lin Yi's eyes, as if she saw the savior who would save the student department. Chapter 58 Lin Dai. This is what I should do. What else can Lin Yi say? Looking at the scorching eyes of the student department staff around him, he just wanted to leave quickly. Please assign me a task, he asked proactively. After hearing what Lin Yi said, the female teacher looked at Lin Yi with even higher regard. Phew, I finally escaped. Lin Yi drove to a high-end residential area. Cars were not allowed to enter the community, so Lin Yi had to park his car outside. When he entered the community, Lin Yi realized that something was wrong. The customer of this order did not have a house number and only half of the address was written, so it was a lonely experience. He had no choice but to call someone. Sure enough, no one answered. Just when Lin Yi was getting anxious, he suddenly thought of something and opened the app. System, is there anything that can help me find people? For example, GPS, missing person pins, or a dog that can find people. If you have it, I will buy it immediately. There are all kinds of products on the app, and Lin Yi feels that what he wants must exist. There is only one item that meets your requirements. The system prompts. Okay, place your order now. Lin Yi was very excited. Then, there was a flash of golden light. A big loudspeaker appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Damn it! He was stunned for a moment. So the condition you are talking about is just such a broken loudspeaker? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Host, please don't cry. This speaker is not an ordinary speaker. Not only is its sound quality top-notch, but once you open the microphone, I guarantee that everyone in this community will be able to hear it. The system's voice was a little proud. Okay, you're right. Lin Yi was helpless and had to raise the loudspeaker. Cleared his throat. Ms. Lin Dai, can you hear me? Ms. Lin Dai, can you hear me? A few roars of the Hadong lion. The neighbors in the community were blown out one after another. Lin Dai? Ha, how come this name seems like a joke? Is it your biological child? These parents are really talented at naming. Lin Yi didn't care that he made everyone laugh and continued shouting. Lin Dai. So cool. Lin Dai. So cool. I don't know where this young man came from, but he followed Lin Yi's lead and started the rhythm. For a while, people who had nothing to do followed suit. Lin Yi called out Lin Dai. They were very happy. The scene was very funny. Suddenly, an unknown object flew down from the sky. I'm hiding. Lin Yi moved swiftly and barely dodged it. A Kumaman doll fell to the ground and the cotton flew out. Although Kumaman is very cute, it would not be pleasant if such a big doll fell on your head from a high altitude. Lin Yi was confused. Who harmed me? But he wasn't too angry. This method of committing the crime is actually a bit cute. Brother, are you okay? Suddenly, several young girls came out to ask about my well-being. They have been secretly admiring Lin Yi's face. Although anyone with eyes knows that Lin Yi is fine, how can they let go of such a good opportunity? Thank you, I'm fine, Lin Yi said. Some girls didn't care about this. They put their hands on their hips and cursed the sky. Who is bullying my little brother? Have you asked me? He looks like a service worker, so he's easy to bully, right? I hate bullying of the disadvantaged the most. According to the criminal law, anything above the second floor can be defined as falling objects, and you will be held legally responsible. Lin Yi was speechless. As a garbage collector, he was the one who disturbed the neighbors in the first place, but he didn't want to make things worse. After persuading them with kind words and maintaining his prestige, he sent the people away. I feel like I've been tricked. Then he picked up the trumpet again. Whoever hit me, please stand up and admit your mistake, thank you. I smashed it, so what? Suddenly, a girl with twin ponytails popped her head out from the window on the 7th floor next to her. As he spoke, another big doll fell on Lin Yi's head. Come again? Lin Yi dodged. This time the one thrown was a Doraemon. He was completely confused. Why do you have so many dolls? Do you sell dolls? Girl, you and I don't know each other, why are you hitting me? He was puzzled. Do I look like her ex-boyfriend? How dare you say that? Let me ask you, what were you yelling about just now? The girl with twin ponytails and a Lolita face said angrily. Lin Dai? Lin Yi said. Dai, your sister. Was your Chinese language taught by a PE teacher? My name is Lin Mei. Not Lin Dai. If you insist on reading them separately, who else should I hit? The girl with twin ponytails had a pink face due to anger. Since you are so good at demolishing things, why don't you go do the demolition work? Lin Yi was stunned. Something seems to be wrong. As long as they are biological parents, they will not give such a name. I'm sorry, I thought you weren't my biological child. Lin Yi apologized sincerely. You just wait. Lin Mei's blood pressure rose again. Ha, what a silly and cute little brother. It's so cute that they can get this wrong. The female residents covered their mouths and laughed. The male residents were all upset. They know that good-looking people are called cute, and if they look like themselves and others, they are probably uneducated. Hi, this world where appearance matters. Lin Mei trotted downstairs and came to Lin Yi. You bastard. He was about to point at Lin Yi's nose and scold him. Suddenly, she froze. I was so busy throwing the doll that I could only see the top of Lin Yi's head. I haven't looked closely at his face. How come you are so handsome? Lin Mei couldn't help but say. Lin Yi is 1.83 meters tall, with a model figure, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. There is almost no straight girl who cannot be attracted by his looks. And his sunny and handsome appearance was exactly what Lin Mei wanted. Good parents. Lin Yi said weakly. I'm so sorry, Ms. Lin Dai. No, Miss Lin Mei. Please don't complain to me. Lin Yi scratched his head. He had called someone by the wrong name, which was indeed a bit too much. Besides, the student department had just praised him in front of the whole school, and he didn't want to disappoint the female teacher. That would be too cruel. Humph. Don't worry, I'm not such a mean person. Lin Mei's big eyes turned, and a hint of cunning flashed across them. But you have to compensate me. Lin Yi was confused. Compensation? How? Take the doll and follow me and you will find out. Lin Mei looked at Lin Yi meaningfully and hooked his finger. Lin Yi was caught in a dilemma and had no choice but to follow with the two babies in his arms. WTF? The neighbors who were preparing to watch the show were completely confused. You promised me that you would wait for me? I thought there was going to be a fight. How come he was taken away instead? Is this so exciting? Just because you're handsome, you can do whatever you want? Dad, is this what the adult world is like? I like it. You're just daydreaming. Little brother, don't go with her, choose me, I have good skills. The neighbors were agitated. Chapter 59 I'm not that kind of person. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mei took Lin Yi to his home. She pointed at the bed and ordered Lin Yi. Sit on it. Ah, this? Lin Yi was stunned. This loli is talking about compensation. Is she asking me to pay with my body? Girl, I'm not that kind of person. Although Lin Yi's looks are at least 90 points and a loli also has 3 good qualities, Lin Yi is not the kind of person who would bow down for a 5-star review. Lin Mei ignored Lin Yi and took out a box from under the bed. Any props? Lin Yi was stunned. TSK, what are you thinking? I asked you to sew my 2 dolls together. Lin Mei opened the box and found some needle and thread inside. I see. Lin Yi wiped the sweat off his face. But I can't sew. How could he, a grown man, do needlework? Isn't this difficult for him? TSK, I don't care. If you can't sew it well today, don't even think about leaving my house. And if you sew it as perfunctorily as a bow, don't even think about leaving. Lin Mei threatened. I thought to myself, if I let you get away so easily, how can I make fun of you? How could Lin Yi, a 7-foot-tall man, be forced to sew dolls by a loli? He thought about it. Okay, I'll sew. An interlude. Lin Yi finally managed to sew the 2 dolls into something complete with noses and eyes. When Lin Mei came over and took a look, he was stunned. Lin Yi actually sewed Doraemon's head onto Kumamon's body. And Kumamon's head naturally moved to Doraemon's body. You. Lin Mei was extremely angry. But looking at Lin Yi's handsome face with an aggrieved look on it, he couldn't get angry at all. Afterwards, Lin Yi collected the garbage and left immediately. Ding dong. The system reminds the host that today's scan activity is to find the mark. Please find the pattern below and open the app to scan. Time limit, 1 hour. Scan successfully and get rewards, God-level skills and talents. Penalty for failure, my brother will be 3 centimeters shorter. Oh my god. When Lin Yi heard this, he was stunned on the spot. If 3 were missing, there would only be 15 left. No, absolutely not. But I have never seen this pattern before, how can I find it? System, can you give me some clues? Lin Yi asked. Sorry, please find it yourself. System road. There's no way. It seems there's no way to take shortcuts. Lin Yi returned to the library and borrowed a laptop from Song Yusin. He then used his hacking skills to break into the database of a certain mapping software. After some searching and comparing, Lin Yi finally found the pattern. This is the logo of Yunqing Jianda Hospital. However, this sign was replaced by Jianda Hospital 10 years ago. After some analysis, Lin Yi concluded that the most likely place to find the sign was the warehouse of Jianda Hospital. Thinking of this, he returned the notebook to Song Yusin and immediately rushed to the hospital. Song Yusin was left stunned. Oh my god, I must have seen it right. It only took Lin Yi a few minutes to hack into the largest map database in the country. She was sure that even the world's #1 hacker could not reach this level. Lin Yi, if you are going there, take me with you. By the time she reacted, Lin Yi had already disappeared. Since there was no one guarding it, Lin Yi easily entered the hospital warehouse. After some searching, I finally found the old logo of Jianda Hospital. Open the app. Scan it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the scan limited time event. Obtained skills, divine medical skills. Gained the talent, X-ray vision. Obtained the best elixir, a plant of alien magic grass. Effect, cures all diseases. What the hell? Lin Yi couldn't help feeling a little dizzy after receiving so many rewards at once. But if you think about it carefully, you will acquire medical-related skills in the hospital. What if it's at an airport? At a military base? Lin Yi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Scan this limited time event, it's really exciting. Lin Yi was very satisfied after obtaining 2 magical skills at once. Just as he was about to leave. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? A cold and arrogant voice sounded in my ears. Lin Yi turned his head and saw a face that was completely opposite to the voice. The beauty in front of me has delicate facial features, neat short hair, and appears to have a good temperament. Although she was serious at this moment, her almond-shaped eyes were particularly charming. The light eyeliner brought out the barely perceptible wildness in her pupils. Her thin and delicate lips combined with her eyebrows made her stand out from ordinary beauties. She looked at Lin Yi arrogantly. In his opinion, this must be the hospital's new security guard who was slacking off. You asked me, and I want to ask you something else. What do you do? Lin Yi asked back cleverly. He couldn't say that he sneaked in. I'm Zhang Jia, the attending physician here. Don't you even know me? The female doctor frowned and said impatiently. As the most beautiful star in the hospital, she always treats people with aloofness and coldness. He felt that the name Zhang Jia sounded familiar and wanted to say something, but suddenly, he was stunned. Zhang Jia's face is exquisite, but her figure is even more exquisite. Hey, kid, what are you looking at? Zhang Jia protected her chest with her hands and said angrily. Such a hot and erotic scene made Lin Yi's heart beat faster. However, more than that, many obscure things similar to classical Chinese appeared in his mind, such as the harmony of yin and yang, the qi of the human body. His mind was full of medical skills that he had never heard of. I guess this is the god-level medical skill that the system just gave me. Come with me now. The hospital is so busy today, and you are still slacking off here. Be careful or I will find your captain and deduct your salary. Zhang Jia scolded and turned to leave. This young boy is not worth wasting any more of my time. Lin Yi blinked, and the Zhang Jia in his eyes was no longer like that. She was wearing a short shirt and long skirt. But even so, the traditional doctor's uniform still can't cover Zhang Jia's hot body. Lin Yi looked at her charmingly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Don't worry, you won't deduct my money. On the contrary, you will give me money. Lin Yi seemed unusually calm, with a confident smile on his lips. Chapter 60. You are sick. Huh, I give you money? Why? Just because you're handsome. Zhang Jia laughed sarcastically as if she had heard a joke. Lin Yi is very handsome, but she is not a little girl anymore and won't be that obsessed with young handsome guys. It's not just because of this. Lin Yi smiled, with a more playful look in his eyes. You little brat, are you sick? Go to work and stop flirting with me. I'm not interested in little brats like you. Zhang Jia just felt that Lin Yi was unreasonable and said with her hands on her hips. Wanting to have anything to do with me, the most beautiful girl in the hospital, is simply wishful thinking. There are countless people pursuing Zhang Jia. Many rich young men and second-generation officials have been crazy about her, but Zhang Jia doesn't like them all. She doesn't even give them a chance to get in touch with her. Therefore, she never dates and is still a single noble. How could a virgin like me be attracted to a scoundrel with no status or position? Impossible. You are sick, really sick, do you believe it? Lin Yi spread his hands and smiled. Haha, I'm sick. Then tell me, what's wrong with me? Zhang Jia wanted to see how long he could keep talking nonsense. I work in a hospital and have to have physical examinations several times a month. The physical examination report a few days ago showed that all aspects of her physical data were normal. How could she be sick? In her opinion, it was clearly Lin Yi who was sick. You have occasional chest pain at night and shoulder pain during the day, and you think it's just overwork. In fact, Lin Yi chuckled, his bright eyes staring straight at Zhang Jia. Under the effect of perspective, Zhang Jia was completely seen through. What did you say? How did you know? Zhang Jia stood there in a daze, her pretty face full of disbelief. This kid was right, she did have these symptoms, and they had been with her for 3 years. She thought it was just because she was overtired and her body was not in good condition. But in recent days, the pain has become more severe and unbearable, and she is planning to take a leave to have a good rest. If you have the guts, just keep talking. Although Zhang Jia was shocked, she was still skeptical. On the one hand, what Lin Yi said was very accurate, but on the other hand, he was just a kid, how could he have such ability? Without any instruments or palpation, you can know the exact symptoms. I'm afraid such a person has never appeared in the world. Ha, not only can I speak, I can also heal. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, deliberately stopping himself from speaking. Can you cure it? I think you can eat it. Zhang Jia said sarcastically. Lin Yi is quite capable as he can see his own illness. But if he says he can cure it, that is nonsense. How can a mere security guard treat a doctor like me? I can eat a lot, but unfortunately, you can't eat anymore. If you don't let me treat you, you will lose your appetite in 6 months. These two kinds of pain will torture you to the point where you can neither live nor die. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said lazily. I can neither live nor die. Zhang Jia was panicking now. Her appetite had indeed been getting worse recently, and her family members thought she was trying to lose weight. Only she herself knew that this was a danger signal sent by her body. Lin Yi was right again. Zhang Jia couldn't help but be shocked. Can you really cure my illness? A pleading look appeared on her usually arrogant and cold face, and her big eyes were red and touching. It's just a minor illness. There's nothing to be afraid of. Come sit on the bed, quickly. Lin Yi casually pulled out a used mattress from the corner of the warehouse, confidently and without any hesitation. Get on the bed? What are you going to do? Zhang Jia blushed immediately and cursed the bastard. In broad daylight, in the open air, he wanted to give himself to. This is simply too much. Whether you want to live or die, it's your choice. I will never force anyone to do anything. Lin Yi said coldly, looking indifferent. Okay, I'll trust you just this once. If you can't cure me, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Zhang Jia was afraid of death after all, so she had no choice but to follow Lin Yi's orders and sat on the bed obediently. Take off your clothes. Lin Yi continued to give orders. Zhang Jia looked humiliated, but she dared not disobey and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. Things have come to this point, and she can only agree to Lin Yi with the mentality of giving it a try. The plump body reappeared before his eyes. Lin Yi sat behind Zhang Jia, smelling the faint fragrance, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This woman is truly the best of the best. Lin Yi's hand suddenly pressed on Zhang Jia's body, from bottom to top, slowly and forcefully. Zhang Jia was shocked at first, but when she found out he was giving her a massage, she immediately calmed down and thought, it's nothing, just a massage. Zhang Jia exhaled hot air from her red face and her heart beat faster for some reason. This was the first time she was touched by a strange man. If this rascal dared to take advantage of her. But it's so comfortable. I didn't expect this guy to be so professional. Lin Yi's 10 fingers were like 10 electric currents, flowing through Zhang Jia's whole body. She slowly closed her eyes, relaxed, and unconsciously began to enjoy it. Right here, For a moment, bursts of blushing gasps were heard in the warehouse. Listen, isn't this Zhang Jia's voice? Yes, she's been in there for an hour and hasn't come out yet. Several young nurses hid in front of the door, talking at once. Zhang Jia usually keeps her chastity to herself and can't even get a date with the second young master of the Tang family. But now she had sex with someone in the ward. They couldn't help but wonder. Who is this lucky man, who could have such great charm? Zhang Jia felt great, but Lin Yi was so tired that he was sweating all over. This is a kind of massage technique. Massage is different from general medical techniques and is extremely laborious. Even if Lin Yi has mastered the technique, his body does not have enough energy and physical strength to perform massage for a long time. Gradually, he became exhausted and fell on the bed. Why did you stop? Keep going. Zhang Jia turned around and looked at Lin Yi, who was so tired that he had muted his voice, and said dissatisfiedly. She is still not satisfied. Lin Yi's massage just now made her experience a feeling she had never experienced before. It was a perfect experience, just like taking the sweetest bite of a ripe fruit. She was enjoying it, so how could she stop halfway? Please forgive me. If you continue to torment me, I will be the one who gets sick. Lin Yi shook his head and had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery in front of him. Zhang Jia then remembered her situation and immediately put on her clothes. Okay, I'll pretend I didn't notice you being lazy today, but you have to promise me that you will continue to give me massages in the future. Zhang Jia came to her senses and spoke with her head down embarrassedly. After treatment, her shoulder pain has completely disappeared, and she is now feeling an unstoppable sense of comfort. Oh my god, this guy is addicted. Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. Chapter 61, Alien Magic Herb? He is not a security guard here, and he doesn't work in the hospital, so he doesn't want to come and give her a massage every day. It would be better to solve the problem once and for all and cure her illness directly. After thinking about it, Lin Yi took out the alien magic herb. You don't need me to help you with your illness. I don't want you to get addicted. Soak this magic herb in water and drink it 3 times a day. I guarantee that you will be cured within a month and be out of danger. Is this true? Is this grass so powerful? Zhang Jia looked skeptical. Believe it or not, goodbye. Lin Yi was too lazy to get entangled with her and planned to just run away. Wait, hey! Handsome boy, add me on WeChat. Zhang Jia immediately followed, and Lin Yi added her reluctantly. She looked up and was about to say something, but saw that Lin Yi had disappeared. This guy runs really fast. She shook her head. She just thought that since Lin Yi had such ability, she might as well help him and recommend him to be a medical assistant. Who knew that Lin Yi would slip away so soon? But it doesn't matter. There is plenty of time. Next time I see him, I must not let him run away. By the way, why does this grass look weird? Could it be poisonous? Zhang Jia looked at the magic herb in her hand carefully. Then I went back to the office, made a cup of coffee and planned to taste it first. She took a sip with some doubt. Suddenly, the tip of the tongue tastes slightly sweet, and the aftertaste makes you salivate with thirst. As soon as I swallowed it, a warm current surged through my internal organs, and I felt indescribably comfortable and relaxed. What is even more amazing is that she felt refreshed, her mind was as calm as water, all her troubles and worries were thrown away, and she entered into an ethereal state. When I came to my senses, I found that my headache had disappeared and my whole body was full of energy. Oh my God! She was shocked. What kind of grass is this? It tastes so good, it's obviously the quality of the tea. However, she had been influenced by her family since she was young and was very knowledgeable about tea. She had tasted all the famous teas in the world, but she had never seen this kind of tea. Moreover, compared with Lin Yi's tea, the famous teas he had drunk were no more than boiled water. She had never heard of or seen such magical tea before. She couldn't help but be aroused by her curiosity. What kind of tea is this? She asked Lin Yi excitedly on WeChat. Tea, didn't I say it's a magical herb? Lin Yi was speechless. He hadn't even gotten home yet, so why did this guy start again? Stop joking. This must be your treasured tea, right? Tell me, what kind of tea is it? It looked like Zhang Jia was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Lin Yi had no choice but to tell a lie. This is just some wild tea I picked while I was out and about. Wild tea? Zhang Jia was stunned. Lin Yi's luck is so great that he can pick this magical wild tea in the wild. Since it is wild tea, it must be rare. Holding the half cup of tea in her hand, she treated it as a treasure and was reluctant to drink it. You gave me such a good thing? Zhang Jia said in surprise. This tea tastes so good that she doesn't care whether it can cure the disease or not. Please don't be polite. I have plenty of this wild tea. If you like it, I can get you a few pounds. Lin Yi said calmly. Ever since he obtained this alien magic herb, his app page has unlocked it, so naturally he wants to buy as much as he wants. I'll go. Zhang Jia was shocked. Such rare and magical tea, 1 gram is worth a fortune, and you actually sell it by kilogram. You dare to say that you will give away a few kilograms casually? Do you think this is potatoes and cabbages? If she hadn't really drunk it, she would probably think Lin Yi was bragging. However, she was not the kind of person who would take advantage of the situation, and she immediately rejected Lin Yi's kindness. Ended the chat. Zhang Jia was so excited that she immediately sealed up the remaining half cup of water. She couldn't figure out why this tea had such magical effects. Her teacher in the medical school was a professor at the medical school and a top expert in material research. She planned to give it to him for research to find out the truth. After that, she immediately drove to the medical school. After waiting in the office for a while, the old professor finally finished the get out of class. Zhang Jia hurried to meet him. Hey, Xiao Jie? Why did you think of coming to see me today? Professor Zhao Yu was a little surprised. Of course he was happy that his favorite student had come. Teacher, I have something here and I want you to help test it. What? The professor became interested. Tea? Are you kidding? The professor smiled. Do you really need to test tea leaves? Don't forget, I'm known as a walking encyclopedia. Just take it out and let me take a look at it and you'll know. He looked confident. Zhang Jia took out a teacup. See the tea leaves. The professor was stunned for a moment, his eyes slightly surprised. The tea leaves in front of him were different from any tea leaves he had ever seen. They had a strange shape, with separate stems and leaves, and were floating up and down in the water. When he took out a magnifying glass and took a closer look, he was even more shocked. There were thousands of lines on the small tea leaves, densely packed, crisscrossed, and clear. A green light flickered faintly among the lines, as if releasing some kind of energy. This is not tea at all, it is clearly a living being that contains mysterious energy. Strange, really strange. He couldn't help but sigh. Teacher, this is nothing. The taste of this tea is the most magical. I'll let you taste it and you'll know. But you have to drink it sparingly, it's very precious. Zhang Jie took a cup and poured out a little bit of tea. The professor was unhappy when he heard this. Look at what you are doing, is it really that mysterious? He took a bite in disbelief. Suddenly, the tip of the tongue tasted slightly sweet, and a tea fragrance slowly seeped from the nose to the throat, and every part of my body felt indescribably relaxed and comfortable. His eyes widened. The fragrance is like orchid and the taste is like sweet rain. The tea aroma has a long aftertaste and makes people feel refreshed. This tea is truly the best in the world. It's amazing. He was amazed and became very curious. He immediately took Zhang Jie to the laboratory and tested the tea. The results are shocking. The elements in tea are not in the periodic table and are beyond the scope of known species. It is a completely new species. Professor Zhao was very excited. He took out his mobile phone and opened a WeChat group directly. This WeChat group is full of top experts in various fields, and they are all Professor Zhao's old friends. Major discovery. Major discovery. I discovered a new species. I discovered a new species. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and soon the group exploded. A physicist, old Zhao, are you kidding me? Is it so easy to discover new species? A biology professor, old Zhao, you are not so ignorant that you say it is a new species when you don't even know it. Would you like to treat me to a meal? If so, I can go check it out for you. An ecologist, it's been a while since we've gotten together, let's do it today. Lao Zhao has cost you a lot of money. Smirk. Chapter 62 Alien Species? A chemist, I second the motion. A historian, +1. A certain writer, don't make it sound so revealing. We are a team to help Lao Zhao. A mathematician, nonsense, you guys want to help people, you guys want to eat for free. But if you don't eat when you have food, you bastard, take me with you. When it comes to gatherings and meals, everyone is very enthusiastic. It's only been half an hour. Downstairs of the medical school laboratory. Hey, Lao-san, you're here. Pretty quick. Ha, old buddy, long time no see. Look, Lao Wang, who's here? Oh my god, Mr. Li, you are here too. Mr. Li, let me help you up. Go, go, go. A group of people went upstairs laughing and joking. Go upstairs and open the door. Lao Zhao, let's eat, we are all here to help you. What new species? Take it out and let's see it. We have worked so hard to come here to help you, and it's almost time for dinner, so please don't be lazy about this meal. A group of people laughed and joked, what new species is there? Are new species so easy to discover? The ultimate goal is to have a meal with old friends. Professor Zhao just smiled. You don't believe it, right? He brought out the teacup directly. A group of big shots didn't take it seriously at first. But I saw the tea leaves. His eyes couldn't help but change. Then followed a series of screams. Biologist Lao Wang, am I seeing things? The stems and leaves of this species are actually separated? Physicist Lao Li, I have studied physics for so many years, but I have never seen a plant that can float up and down. This is too unscientific. Lao Chen, a plant expert, I have studied tens of thousands of plants, and I have never seen a plant with such complex veins. Chemistry professor Lao Su, the main vein of this leaf is still glowing. Oh my god. Am I hallucinating? Artist Lao Wu, beautiful. It's so beautiful. I want to draw it now. A group of big bulls were deeply attracted. The matter of eating for free was thrown out of the window. After a long while, everyone exclaimed, Old Zhao is awesome. He discovered a new species on Earth. This is a great contribution. Professor Zhao Yu was elated, what a fuss. You are shocked by this? You haven't experienced the true magic of this species yet. Full of ambition and pride. What? Is there something even more amazing? A group of experts asked questions. Of course not. If I don't tell you, you won't be able to figure it out even if you rack your brains. Old Zhao said proudly. Old Zhao, no, brother Zhao. Then just tell me now. Why keep it a secret? That is. Don't make me beg you. Professor Zhao Yu was very satisfied, and then he said, the real magic of this tea lies in its taste. You will know it after you try it, but everyone can only drink a little bit, and no one can drink more. After saying that, he asked Zhang Jia to bring a very small spoon. That's all. What can you taste? I spit more than that. Look at your precious stuff, how delicious can it be? Everyone expressed doubt. Then took a bite. Suddenly, the expressions on everyone's faces became wonderful. It is like orchid on the tongue, refreshing, fragrant and sweet, and pleasant. Good tea, good tea. There is a fairy product in the world. Tea is the treasure of plants and trees, its reputation is in the cup, it is the glory of tea, and it is my honor to be able to drink this tea. Fuck, please forgive my lack of knowledge, this is too damn delicious. Compared with this nectar, all the best teas in the world are nothing but rotten tree leaves soaked in water. A group of big cows were amazed. I felt that I was still not satisfied, so I looked at the remaining tea. You wish. If you want to drink it, wait until I finish my research. Old Zhao picked up the teacup and said unhappily. Well, we'll help you. There is strength in numbers, take me with you. I'm coming too. At this moment, everyone is unprecedentedly united. Start research right away. The experts in various fields all showed their unique abilities. However, despite my best efforts, I still cannot detect the elements in the tea leaves. But such a magical thing has aroused their desire to explore. I will never give up until I find out the reason. So, a group of big shots called another group of big shots. A fierce battle. Finally, the test report came out. Professor Zhao Yu placed the test report directly on the table. When the big guys saw it, they all gasped. Not the kind of plants common on Earth. After further testing, we found that the elements contained in it are not included in the periodic table. In other words, this is not a creature from Earth? If it's not an Earth creature, then it must be from outer space? The more the group of big shots speculated, the more frightened they became. Although this was just speculation, Zhang Jia's expression changed when she heard it. She remembered that Lin Yi had said before that this tea was brought back by him when he was traveling outside. Could this outside refer to outer space? Oh my god, this is incredible. When everyone was at a loss. Although they dared not believe it, this was the only possibility at the moment. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Oh my god. Zhang Jia, who was listening, was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but recall Lin Yi's words. This is the wild tea I picked when I was out playing. If tea is really an alien species, then the outside that Lin Yi refers to must be an alien planet. Going to an alien planet to pick tea. This is too fantastical. Sha Jia, where did you get this tea? Professor Zhao Yu asked earnestly, and everyone was looking at her. Faced with a group of big shots, Zhang Jia didn't dare to lie and had to tell them everything. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What? Your hospital's security guard? Are you kidding me? It is too magical that this alien species was actually taken from a security guard. Find him now. Everyone made up their mind. In his capacity as a professor, Zhao Yu directly called the director of Jianda Hospital. However, after searching and verifying for several times, they got the news that the hospital did not have such a security guard at all. Oh my god, did I see a ghost today? The more Zhang Jia thought about it, the more horrified she felt. How powerful is Lin Yi's background? He actually treated him as a security guard in the hospital and ordered him around. He was completely ignorant of his own limitations. We have to find him no matter what. We will use all our resources and abilities at all costs. All the experts made up their minds that this unknown young man was the clue to the alien species, and if they found him, everything would be solved. Besides, who can guarantee that he doesn't have something else in his hands? Thinking of this, everyone took a deep breath. What is the identity of this young man? When he returned home that night, Lin Yi lay on the bed and started reading a novel. Well, actually I also have a dream of writing online articles. Unfortunately, he is clumsy and cannot write a good story even if he has a good imagination. Having this self-knowledge can help you avoid getting sad. Chapter 63, Taking Down Hilton. I had just finished reading a novel when my phone vibrated. It turns out that there is a new flash sale online. After so many days of flash sales and price cuts, Lin Yi was no longer surprised. He calmly opened the app and was about to place an order. Suddenly, he was stunned. Hilton 5-star International Hotel. Limited time sale. Damn, Hilton? Lin Yi was stunned. This is the most luxurious hotel in Yuncheng. The BI's restaurant that Lin Yi previously owned was already the leader among restaurants, but it was still dwarfed by Hilton. Can a hotel like this be hacked and killed? If this isn't a second, is he still a human being? Lin Yi clicked immediately. However, it is not that simple. The condition given by the system is that Lin Yi needs to collect 500 likes within 1 hour. Last time it was about asking people to bargain, this time it's about asking people to collect likes. Lin Yi had to say, "System, you always come up with new tricks for me. 500 likes, for ordinary people, that is unimaginable. After all, the average person only has a few dozen friends in their friend list. If there are more than 50, they are either social princes or insurance brokers." But for Lin Yi, this is not a difficult task. 1 hour? Too many. 15 minutes was enough for him. Afterwards, Lin Yi immediately opened the classmates group and posted a message. "Hello everyone, I am participating in an event and need you to like my posts. As usual, I will send red envelopes to those who like my posts in order, first come first served." His news immediately set the silent classmates group abuzz. "Boss Lin, you're here to help us again. Love you. Order now, order now." Some people responded positively, while others were sarcastic. "Lin Yi, is this event of yours real? 500 people? There are about 200 people in the class group right now. Even if everyone gives you 2 clicks, it still won't be enough. Brother Lin, are you possessed? No one really wants your red envelope of a few dollars, so please don't make the group chat chaotic, okay? Wow, has classmate Lin Yi made a fortune?" Of course Lin Yi didn't even bother to pay any attention to these people. Ding ding ding. There are constant messages in the circle of friends. In just 5 minutes, there were already 80 or 90 likes. Lin Yi had already made preparations and installed an app on his mobile phone to automatically send red envelopes. The first group of people who liked the post received a red envelope of 28 yuan. Everyone took screenshots and excitedly thanked Lin Yi in the group. "Boss Lin, I have received the money. Happy cooperation. Boss Lin, I love you. Wow, I have money for supper tonight. Last time it was 8.8 yuan, this time it's 20 yuan, Boss Lin is really generous. Always follow Boss Lin. Everyone stand up and salute." I thought that Lin Yi's red envelope this time would be similar to the last time, but unexpectedly, he gave 20, and everyone got a share. Even though they couldn't believe that they could get so much money by just clicking a like button, once the real money was in their hands, there was nothing they could do even if they didn't believe it. In an instant, all those people who had been acting sarcastic just now stopped talking. The leading few even took the initiative to like Lin Yi's post, and they used different phones to do so, just for the 20 yuan red envelope. Nonsense, the real thing is when you get the money. Just click like and get free money, isn't that great? 1 mobile phone costs 20, 2 mobile phones would cost 40. Of course, the few people who already disliked Lin Yi remained unmoved. Humph, there are only so many people in the group anyway, even if one person has 2 mobile phones, it is impossible to get 500 likes. Lin Yi's money must have been wasted. However, what they thought of, Lin Yi had already thought of. Classmates, don't stop after you click the like button. Help me forward it and collect likes. Every time someone likes my post, I will get a reward of 5 yuan. Lin Yi said with great confidence. As soon as these words were spoken, there was even more excitement in the group. In an instant, word spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. The power of red envelopes is great. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, Lin Yi got 700 likes. He was not stingy with those comrades who liked his post and gave each of them 8 yuan as a token of his appreciation. At the same time, he also pulled all these people into a group. There are a total of 400 to 500 people, serving as resources for the next killing campaign. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the successful kill. Get a Hilton hotel. Cool. Lin Yi was delighted. Just then, Lu Yan called and chatted with him for a while, wanting to ask him out for dinner tomorrow. Lin Yi also missed Lu Yan very much, so of course he agreed immediately and made an appointment to have dinner at the Hilton. The next day, Lin Yi went out and just got into the car when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is my back itchy? Looking back, Gao Xiaoman was following him closely. What's wrong with you? Lin Yi was confused. Don't think I don't know. A woman called you yesterday and said she wanted to have dinner with you. Gao Xiaoman looked resentful. Then what? Lin Yi said nonchalantly that he didn't think there was anything wrong. Then, I want to go too. Gao Xiaoman said hesitantly. Let Lin Yi cut off contact with this woman? Who is she? She is just a tenant, how can she have such qualifications? What's more, I don't know Lin Yi yet, so I can take this opportunity to get to know his friends. Okay, get in the car. Lin Yi agreed generously. A journey. The two met Lu Yan in the square. When Lu Yan saw the beautiful Gao Xiaoman beside Lin Yi, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she found out that Lin Yi lived with her, her veins almost popped out. If you don't get jealous, can you still be called a woman? Gao Xiaoman was also full of hostility towards Lu Yan. Nonsense, she couldn't help but be on guard against such a beautiful woman. Lin Yi was caught in the middle. It feels like suffering in life. He originally came out to enjoy the meal, but ended up being squeezed around by the two women. Only he knew how it felt. Brought the two girls to Hilton. The waiter led Lin Yi and others to their seats. Hello sir, please look at the menu. No need to look, a big bowl of wide noodles, thank you. Lin Yi said directly. He didn't come here just to eat, drink and have fun this time. Hilton has become his own asset. Although he has always been a hands-off boss, he still needs to investigate thoroughly and not play by the rules in order to find out where the problems with the hotel lie. The waiter was slightly startled. But the professional smile remained. Instead, he said enthusiastically, okay, I will ask the chef to cook for you right away. No, make noodles. If an ordinary kid came here to order noodles, he would probably be kicked out. But although Lin Yi was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a stunning appearance and a bursting temperament. Moreover, he was accompanied by two goddess-level beauties, so it was obvious that he had an extraordinary identity. So, let alone Lin Yi just asking for a bowl of noodles, even if he asked for half a bowl, the waiter would not look down on him at all. And the two ladies? A small bowl of wide noodles, thank you. Gao Xiaoman and Lu Yan originally wanted to eat something else, but when they saw Lin Yi eating noodles, they also wanted to eat noodles. So, 3 people and 3 bowls of noodles became a beautiful scenery in the hotel. Chapter 64, Eating Noodles. Hey Lin Yi? What a coincidence that I'm here. Sudden. A sarcastic voice. The manager of the Hilton Hotel came over. It was Lin Yi's former classmate Tian Qi. Tian Qi. Lin Yi's eyes moved. It would be better to say that Tian Qi was his enemy in high school rather than his old classmate. This guy was petty and narrow-minded, and had nothing to do with Lin Yi. But his fickle girlfriend had attacked him, so this guy did everything he could to trip him up. Whenever he thought of this, Lin Yi's face would be filled with black lines. If you can't even take care of your girlfriend, why do you mind my business? Tian Qi's eyes were cold. He held a grudge against Lin Yi and had been looking for an opportunity to severely humiliate him. Unexpectedly, God was merciful and I met him so soon. Still in my home turf. Lin Yi, why are you bringing 2 beautiful girls here to eat noodles? Really, aren't you wronging them? If you really don't have money, just tell me when you come. At most, I'll treat you. This is so embarrassing. He said sarcastically. What? A treat? Lin Yi's expression changed. He immediately stood up and greeted him. Did you hear that? This gentleman is treating us. Waiter, please bring us your best dishes. No, not the best, but the most expensive. Also, please open 3 bottles of 1982 Lafite. No, 4 bottles. What the hell? Tian Qi was dumbfounded. Are you so shameless? Brother, you can't do that. He hurried to stop it. These expenses add up to tens of thousands, which he cannot afford. Why, do you think I ordered too little and didn't give you enough face? Well, I'll order again. Lin Yi said proudly. I immediately called the waiter again. No, brother Lin, you are kidding me. The dishes you ordered are not enough for my annual salary. Tian Qi was sweating profusely. I'll go, what are you pretending to be? Lin Yi snorted. Tian Qi was instantly furious. Even though it was wrong for me to show off, I never thought that you, a bastard, would be so shameless. It's fun. The 2 girls saw the situation clearly and started giggling. Why pick a fight with anyone else but Lin Yi? Tianqi is clearly asking for trouble. You little bastard, wait and see how I make you look bad. Tianqi brought a glass of water and deliberately placed it next to Lin Yi's elbow. Sure enough, Lin Yi accidentally knocked over the cup, splashing water all over his pants. Ha, Lin Yi, are you a fool? Tianqi taunted happily. This guy must have felt really embarrassed to be embarrassed in front of two beautiful women. Hee, you deserve it. However. Oh, come on, so careless. Don't worry, I'll wipe it for you. Unexpectedly, Gao Xiaoman and Lu Yan rushed to take the towels and bent down, one on the left and one on the right. Rub it for Lin Yi. What the hell? This scene made the onlookers present couldn't help but express envy. I originally thought that the other person accidentally spilled the water, but I never imagined that it was all a trick. This is what we call wit. 666. I know how to play. I really know how to play. Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Woo, I also want the little sister to rub me. Don't dream, you're not even qualified to lick the soles of a young lady's shoes. I learned it. Waiter, please give me a glass of boiled water. You think too much. I'm afraid you can only rub it silently by yourself. FCK that. Reality. Tianqi was stunned for a moment. It was agreed that I would be embarrassed and despised by others. But it won the applause of the whole audience. Are you serious? This is so fucking unfair. No, I have to keep going. Then he deliberately gave Lin Yi a pair of slightly bent chopsticks. Really? Lin Yi ate noodles with big mouthfuls. He ate voraciously, like a hungry child. The oily soup stained the corners of his mouth, making him look disgusting. Oh, look how hungry the child is. Really? You don't pay attention at all. What can I say to you? However, before Tianqi could make any effort, unexpectedly, Gao Xiaoman and Lu Yan picked up tissues and wiped Lin Yi's mouth. Friction. The two women's actions were indescribably gentle and considerate. This scene shocked everyone again. I am really impressed by this mouth wipe. Is this an illusion? Why is it so magical? Fuck, is this ever going to end? There are still single people here who want to survive. Are we singles no longer dogs? Still showing off, are you going to let others live or not? This dog food smells so damn good. Woo, I want the little sister to wipe my mouth, too. Wipe your mouth? It's more like the young lady gives you a big slap in the face. They are both men, but the difference is too big. 666. Being handsome means you can do whatever you want. Let me do it. Finished the meal. Lin Yi offered to pay the bill. He chose WX payment. Tianqi was very happy now. He finally found a good opportunity to make fun of Lin Yi. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, if you haven't noticed, this is a 5-star hotel, not a small shop, and WeChat payment is not accepted. He said coldly, with a condescending look. Why can't I use it? Never mind. In that case, I won't pay for this meal. I'll just put it on the bill. Lin Yi frowned. Well, he finally found the problem with this hotel. This is really inhumane. It's true that 5-star hotels need to be classy, but service must be put first. Doesn't it make things difficult for ordinary customers if they can't pay with WeChat? What the hell? Tianqi was completely confused. Lin Yi, you are crazy, this is a 5-star Hilton hotel, it's your family's store, why don't you give it to me? Who do you think you are? He humiliated viciously. Oh, you're right. How did you know this is my family's? You're really smart. Lin Yi laughed back. Just you? This is Hilton. Don't think I don't know that you haven't even graduated yet, you're just a student. How dare you say that you are the owner of the Hilton Hotel? Aren't you afraid that your tongue will be blown away by the wind? Tianqi looked disdainful. He was very clear about Lin Yi's family background. If this kid was a powerful rich second generation, how dare he target him? He would even be tempted to lick his ass. What you said is interesting, but I want to ask you, what if I really am? Lin Yi asked with a smirk on his face. This kind of person must be allowed to gamble on something. If you really are, then that's fine. Tianqi, will go to the toilet right now and eat 3 pounds of shit. Of course, if you're not, you'll be miserable today, Tianqi said without hesitation, and then he immediately called a team of security guards using the intercom, and immediately notified the hotel's top management to come. Chapter 65, The Real Boss. Boss, hi, I'm Tianqi. Someone in the hotel said he is the owner of our hotel. I want to confirm with you if there is such a person. Ha? Is there such a thing? What does he look like? Hai Dafu asked. He is the general manager of Hilton Hotel. He just received the news that Hilton has been acquired by someone else, and it is a full acquisition. Therefore, he has been worried, fearing that he will be removed and replaced. Now that this kind of thing has happened, he naturally became alert immediately. He's one of my classmates. Tianqi sneered. Classmate? Are you kidding? Wait, I'll be there soon. Hai Dafu decided to go and see for himself. After all, he had seen the man's appearance in the notice sent down by the top management. Okay, Mr. Hai, don't worry, I have the person under my control. You can do whatever you want with him. Tianqi was very proud. By that time, if Mr. Hai relies on him and he exposes Lin Yi on the spot, he will be finished. Dare to pretend to be Hilton's boss? How many heads does this kid have? Moreover, catching someone yourself is a great achievement. It makes me feel happy just thinking about it. Just a moment. The general manager arrived. Hai Dafu, with a big belly, said in a dignified manner, Tianqi, tell me quickly, who is that person? Boss Hai, it's this brat. Tianqi pointed at Lin Yi's nose and identified him. When Hai Dafu saw Lin Yi, his expression changed, and then he looked at Lin Yi deeply. Following right on. He walked quickly forward, bowed 90 degrees to Lin Yi, and said humbly, Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Hai Dafu, the general manager of this hotel. Please forgive me for not having time to greet you. On behalf of all my colleagues, I would like to express my highest respect to Mr. Lin. Oh my God, Mr. Lin. Everyone was stunned. You know me, have I seen you before? Lin Yi was a little confused. I clearly didn't show any signs of leaking anything. Mr. Lin, you worry too much. I am not qualified to meet Mr. Lin because of my low status. But the hotel executives have already issued a notice and published your photo, so I recognized you at a glance. I see. Lin Yi nodded. Gao Xiaoman and Lu Yan were also shocked. They knew that Lin Yi was rich, but this was too exaggerated. The Hilton International Hotel, the most high-end hotel in Yuncheng, was actually opened by him? This is more than just luxury, it is simply luxury. Boss Hai, you must have made a mistake. How is this possible? This kid is obviously a poor classmate of mine. I know him best. Tianqi found it hard to accept this reality, and he immediately yelled at President Hai. Tianqi, you blind bastard, it's okay for you to admit the mistake to the boss, but you even dare to slander the boss. What's the use of a bastard like you? Hai Dafu cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap him. With a slap, Tianqi rolled on the ground. How is this possible? Tianqi was stunned. Really stupid. Lin Yi, whom he had always looked down upon because of his family background, turned out to be his boss, the owner of this super 5-star hotel. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? This is too unscientific. Could it be that this kid's poverty all along was just a low-key disguise? This is too nonsensical. Thinking of this, he regretted it to death. However, it is useless to regret it. Today is actually his first day at work. Moreover, he had passed the exam with great difficulty to get this position. He was unwilling to give up all this. Lin Yi. No, it's Mr. Lin. I, Tianqi, look down on others and fail to recognize a great man. I deserve death. I will never dare to do it again. Please be lenient with me. Even if you send me to be a security guard, I will be willing to do it. He fell to his knees and kowtowed madly. Being a security guard? Is that suitable for you? Lin Yi smiled. By the way, did you forget to eat something? As soon as he looked at her, several security guards came over and carried Tianqi to the toilet. If you can finish it, I won't fire you, I'll just demote you. If you can't finish it, I hate people who don't keep their promises. Lin Yi snorted coldly. To deal with people like Tianqi, you must use such means to vent your anger. Although I don't have any hatred towards him. Oh my God, city people really know how to have fun. Is this the result of eating and drinking for free? I didn't expect this guy to be the boss of Hilton. Yeah, you're so young, I can't believe it. I heard that the owner of Kitazawa restaurant was also replaced by a young man some time ago. I'm afraid things are going to change in Yuncheng. Then, he pretended to inspect the hotel's work. Lin Yi took the two women away. Oh my god. Hai Dafu wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling frightened. When he heard that the new boss was a young man, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, young people only care about business profits and are unlikely to pay too much attention to management. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi came incognito to inspect the work secretly the day after he bought the hotel. Fortunately, he is a magnanimous person, otherwise, my career as general manager would probably be over. There is an old Chinese saying that goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. From now on, don't be careless. Afterwards, Lin Yi and his group came to the amusement park. Some fun. The relationship between the three is good. Especially Gao Xiaoman and Lu Yan, although there is still a gap between them, they have become good friends who can talk about anything. In addition to liking Lin Yi, the two of them also have many things in common, such as anime, games, etc. After all, they are both homebuddies. The two of them were talking and laughing. Instead, Lin Yi was left aside. It doesn't matter, just get used to it. Lu Yan and Gao Xiaoman were sent back home respectively. Lin Yi was about to go to the library to study when he suddenly received a call. The person who called was Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia asked her to go to the hospital immediately, saying that there was a little girl who had the same disease as her but could not be cured, and wanted to seek her help. From her voice, she seemed nervous. Lin Yi didn't know how serious this matter was, but he had a good impression of Zhang Jia. After all, there were not many women he had met who were as good looking and had such a good figure. Afterwards, Lin Yi came to Jinda Hospital. Outpatient department. A man was making noise and destroying things. You are a bunch of useless people. You can't even save my daughter. Are you still doctors? If you can't cure my daughter, you will all die today. The man was full of hostility, wearing gold and silver, and looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Sir, this condition is really strange. Don't worry, I can try again. Please give us enough time to diagnose it. Zhang Jie stepped forward to comfort her. However, the man did not appreciate it. What kind of quack are you? Where is your dean? Call him out. The dean is not here today. If he's not here, then don't do it. The man pushed Zhang Jie hard, causing her to fall to the ground. Several young nurses nearby stepped forward to dissuade him, but were slapped to the ground by him. The medical staff were either elderly or women, and they were all terrified. The security guards could only persuade them but did not dare to take any action. Chapter 66, 6 Needles of the Gods. The man was about to continue to get angry. Lin Yi walked in. Stop. The man was startled when he heard this, and glanced at Lin Yi, saying with disdain, Where did you come from, you stinky boy, to dare to fart here? Tell your grandpa that he is in a bad mood today, so don't mess with me. Lin Yi said bluntly, It's not your fault that you are in a bad mood, but it's wrong for you to act wildly. Stop it immediately and don't affect the order of the hospital, otherwise. Otherwise what? Seeing that Lin Yi dared to threaten him, the man immediately picked up a glass bottle, strode over, and smashed it towards Lin Yi's head. Bang! This. Suddenly, the man's whole body trembled and his face changed drastically. That moment. He had no idea what was going on. Look down. The hand holding the glass bottle was already bloody and the entire palm was covered with broken glass. It's so horrible. Ah! The fingers are connected to the heart. The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and fell to his knees in front of Lin Yi with a thud. Why are you making trouble? Lin Yi asked coldly. He hates unreasonable people the most. I didn't want this to happen either. I took action because these useless doctors couldn't cure my daughter. The man complained bitterly. Is that so? Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Jie slightly. He's right, but I'm sorry. I've tried my best. This kind of strange disease is simply not something I can cure. Zhang Jie felt very guilty. Although her ability was limited, she would inevitably suffer the condemnation of her conscience if she could not cure the child. Hee, you're smart. Did you hear that? I didn't beat her for nothing. When the man saw that Zhang Jia was apologetic, he immediately became arrogant and aggressive. Apologize. However, Lin Yi didn't care about that. What did you say? Why should I apologize to her? The young man was stunned for a moment, then roared with his fists clenched. If he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi, he would have taught him a lesson. You want us to apologize? Unless you have the ability to cure my child, then, let alone make amends, you can even ask our whole family to kowtow to this useless doctor. Otherwise, dream on. At this time, the child's mother also came out and took the opportunity to join in. I thought that after hearing this, Lin Yi would be speechless. Who knows, he said lightly. Can. Then he immediately walked towards the bed. What? Are you kidding me? You're not even a doctor, how can you save my daughter? If something goes wrong, can you at least take responsibility? The man and woman's faces changed drastically and they immediately started accusing each other. Lin Yi turned a deaf ear to it. He placed his hand on the child's pulse and found that her pulse was slowing down rapidly. Obviously, the girl had fallen into a state of shock. Not only that, blood was slowly oozing from her mouth and nose. I see. Lin Yi's eyes moved. Swish. 6 flashes of silver light flew out, and they turned out to be 6 silver needles. Then, he circulated his qi and inserted 6 silver needles into the child's Linghai acupoint, Tianqian acupoint and Zhongshu acupoint. These are the 6 major acupuncture points of the human body. If there were any famous doctors present, they would surely be amazed and shocked, because this move is none other than the famous 6 needles of the gods in classical Chinese medicine. Lin Yi has never used the god-level medical skills since he obtained them last time. Now he has finally realized the charm of medicine. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a middle-aged, bald, pot-bellied doctor opened the door and walked in. Vice President Gua. When the doctors and nurses around him saw him, they all showed respect and stepped aside one by one. Vice President Gua, you're here. That's great. My child can be saved. The man immediately went up to him respectfully and told him everything about Lin Yi's forced rescue. Don't worry, I will definitely save the child. Vice President Guo promised solemnly. As for you kid, get out of here. He spoke to Lin Yi bluntly. This is my hospital. What are you doing? Haha, acupuncture? Have you sterilized the needles? If something goes wrong while treating the patient, can you take the responsibility? This is something that has forgotten its roots, and Chinese medicine doesn't even recognize it? Lin Yi didn't even look at him, but just sneered. You dare to scold me. What about Chinese medicine? Do you have a medical qualification certificate? Vice President Guo cursed angrily. I'm a doctor, you don't need to ask me. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Lin Yi said softly, still not even looking at him. You're responsible? If someone's life is lost, can you take the responsibility? Go away, get out of here right now, or I'll have someone arrest you right away. Did you hear me? Get out of here. Deputy Director Gui is a real doctor. His skills are far superior to yours. Do I need a barefoot doctor like you to save my daughter? Vice President Gui gave him a scolding. The couple also came up and pointed at Lin Yi's nose and scolded him. Lin Yi suddenly laughed. He stood up coldly and made a gesture. Okay, come on. Ha, you're smart, get out of here. Vice President Guo glared at Lin Yi and sneered. However, Lin Yi remained unmoved and still stood there silently. Are you deaf? I told you to get out, why are you standing here? Wait until you beg me. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Wait for me, please? You are crazy, you little brat. Well, just stand there and watch how a real doctor saves people. Vice President Guo snorted coldly and walked over to check the patient's condition. Acupuncture to stop bleeding? Bullshit Chinese medicine, it's simply taking human life lightly. He laughed and pulled out the 6 silver needles. Puff! Who knew that as soon as the silver needle was pulled out, the blood in the girl's mouth and nose suddenly flowed out again? The situation is critical. What's going on? Why is this happening? Vice President Guo's face changed, and then he immediately took out medical supplies and started to stop the bleeding. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, there was no effect. The man and woman were extremely anxious and asked hurriedly, Vice President Guo, how is my daughter? From what I can see, the child has already gone into initial shock. The situation is extremely dangerous. There is nothing I can do. He needs to be sent to a hospital in Kyoto for emergency treatment immediately. Vice President Guo said in panic, cold sweat the size of soybeans running down his cheeks. I originally thought it was just a minor illness, but who knew it would be so serious and weird? Oh my god, I'm calling for a helicopter. The man and woman were immediately frightened out of their wits. At this time, Lin Yi shook his head. It will take at least 5 hours for the helicopter to transport the child to Kyoto. You should use this time to collect your daughter's body. The man and woman were instantly at a loss and burst into tears. Since there is not enough time, can they only watch their daughter die tragically? Chapter 67, Healing the World. Suddenly, the man knelt down in front of Lin Yi and cried loudly, "My little brother, I said the wrong thing just now and shouldn't have insulted you. Please, for God's sake, you must save my precious daughter. As long as you save my daughter, I will agree to anything you want. Even this life, I will give it to you." At this moment, Lin Yi had obviously become his last straw. Lin Yi had expected this and didn't say anything. Walked towards Vice President Guo, who looked anxious. Roll. He has a sweet mouth. Vice President Guo had no choice but to walk away in shame. Then, Lin Yi used acupuncture again to seal the 6 major acupoints. The girl's bleeding stopped instantly. Then, Lin Yi used his fingers to press the girl's Tianling acupoint. As the fingers moved, the girl's face became more and more red. Suddenly, her throat moved and she spurted out a mouthful of black blood. Lin Yi immediately pulled out the 6 silver needles. The disease has been cured. Lin Yi clapped his hands, as if nothing had happened. Hubby, look. Our baby is moving. Oh my god, my baby. The little girl's eyelids moved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. The man and woman were very excited. The clinic was in an uproar. Are you kidding me? He actually recovered? How is this possible? This is a disease that even Vice President Gui can't cure. Miracle, this is simply a medical miracle. Such a strange disease is easy to cure. Who is this guy? Everyone was talking about it. Zhang Jia was even more frightened and shocked. She knew that Lin Yi had special skills, but she didn't expect that he could treat terminal illnesses so easily and bring patients back to life with ease. The man and woman were so grateful to Lin Yi that they both knelt on the ground. Thank you, little doctor, for your help. I am so grateful and willing to work like a slave to repay you. He kowtowed to Lin Yi as if he was worshipping a god. The two of them are now regretting their decision. If they hadn't looked down on others, the child would have been cured long ago and there would be no need for him to go through the gates of hell. You only kneel to me? Lin Yi asked with a smile. The young man was startled. Then he pulled the woman towards Zhang Jia. I was wrong. Madam, I acted on impulse. I apologize. Please forgive me. Zhang Jia had never expected that things would turn out like this. These middle and low-level medical staff may seem glamorous on the surface, but in fact their work is very tiring and hard. Faced with such medical disputes, they often have no choice but to swallow their anger. No one ever apologizes to her. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. I only heard Lin Yi's voice ringing in my ears. That's all? Of course not. The young man shuddered. Afterwards, he crawled towards Zhang Jia step by step, and when he reached her feet, he prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed. This 500,000 is my compensation to you. I only beg you to forgive me. He kowtowed and slapped himself hard. Take out a card and present it with both hands. Zhang Jia accepted it with a bewildered look on her face. Lin Yi then waved his hand. Go away. The man was confused and quickly begged for help. But I haven't thanked you properly yet. Please, let me do something for you. I have money, I can do it. Having said this, he suddenly felt very ashamed and couldn't continue. Because he knew very well that everything he valued was insignificant in the eyes of this man. Money? Would a person with such skills and such extraordinary medical skills be short of money? Mentioning money is undoubtedly an insult to him. Right now, it's best to do as he says. That is, get out. Benefactor. He kowtowed heavily to Lin Yi again, then walked out with the woman and the child. Wait a minute, sir, since I cured your illness, you see, there is no way. Vice President Guo approached enthusiastically, no doubt wanting some benefits. Get out of here, you quack. The man cursed as if he saw a dog and walked away with the woman without looking back. Vice President Gui was rejected for his kindness and immediately became furious. He turned around and immediately took out his anger on Zhang Jia. You are such a traitor, how dare you bring an outsider to mess up the hospital? Believe it or not, I will fire you right now. In his opinion, the reason why the sign was destroyed was because Zhang Jia found Lin Yi, who was stronger than himself. He would rather the girl not be rescued than have anyone steal his limelight. He didn't dare to do that to other people, but he knew Zhang Jia's background very well. This strong woman seemed cold and aloof on the surface, but she was actually very simple. Not only did she have no power, but he was also her immediate superior, so naturally he had no fear at all. I'm sorry, Vice Dean, it's my fault, please don't fire me. Zhang Jia was panicked and immediately bowed her head to admit her mistake. This is her only job, and she depends on it to earn money to support her family. If she loses it, she will be left with nothing. Ha, I'm glad to know. You should give me the money now. It's not too late. Vice President Guo was very proud. Looking at the bank card in Zhang Jia's hand, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. No, I can't give you this money. This is the reward that Brother Lin Yi deserves for saving people. It's not mine, and it has nothing to do with you. Zhang Jia immediately handed the money to Lin Yi, who was standing beside her, and said with courage, You don't want to do this anymore, right? Vice President Guo's face suddenly turned pale and he threatened fiercely. Give. However, at some point, Lin Yi walked in front of him and threw the card at his feet. You. Vice President Guo was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Humph, you're smart, kid. He was about to bend down to pick up the money. Only Lin Yi's cold voice was heard. I can give you the money, but if you take it, you won't survive the night. You have to choose between money and life. You. Vice President Gui was suddenly panicked. Lin Yi's words were like words from hell, so chilling that one had to obey. Lin Yi learned this line from a movie. He didn't expect that it would sound good when he said it himself. Vice President Gui was immediately sweating profusely. His instinct told him that this guy was not joking. What's more, he doesn't even know where the person comes from. At this time, a girl nearby recognized Lin Yi. Handsome boy, I remember you. I think you served me before. Lin Yi was confused. This is a bit too much to say. Miss, how can you talk like that? I have never served you before. Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. Sorry. I mean, you're from the Student Services Department of Central South University, right? You collected trash for me before. Have you forgotten? The girl said embarrassedly. Only then did Lin Yi recognize that this girl was the girl with a bun hair that he had helped before. Unexpectedly, she also works in this hospital. Chapter 68. Are you noble? Garbage collector? Upon hearing this, Vice President Guo's expression changed. Are you really a garbage collector? So what? Lin Yi smiled. Ha, who did I think you were? Turns out you're just a garbage collector. How dare you threaten a vice president like me? You're going to act wildly on my territory? What a joke! Vice President Guo laughed without any scruples. People of his status naturally don't take Lin Yi seriously, just a garbage collector. They originally thought that Lin Yi was some big shot, but now it seems that he is just a poor college student who knows some medical skills. He was about to continue his rant. Bang! Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he flew out and hit the wall hard. There was a bright red mark of 5 fingers on his face. His left face was covered in blood and he was dizzy. He had suffered a concussion. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his hand and looked at him with disdain. There is no distinction between high and low occupations, so what is wrong with collecting garbage? He hated these self-righteous bitches the most. You dare to hit me. Brat, do you know who my uncle is? I am a member of the Guo family, and my uncle is the famous Guo Fengxian. If you mess with me, you can't stay in Yunqing anymore. Vice President Gui was stunned, covering his face and roaring in anger. As the vice president, this was the first time he was beaten like this. Brother Lin, the Guo family is one of the 4 great families in Nanhai. They are very powerful. Guo Fengxian is the manager of the Guo family. We cannot afford to offend him. On the side, Zhang Jie saw that things were not going well and hurriedly tried to dissuade them. Although Lin Ye's identity must be very unusual, he is just a student after all. How could he possibly afford to offend the famous Guo family? Guo family? Lin Ye's expression changed. He seemed to have no memory of the Guo family. Oh yeah, I remember now. Isn't the Guo family the one that makes money by speculating in real estate? I see people scolding them online every day. They're like rats crossing the street. Lin Yi smiled slightly. You. Vice President Gui was almost so angry that he vomited blood. He originally thought that Lin Yi would definitely give in if he moved out of the Guo family. However, who knew that this kid not only became more aggressive, but also started to insult the Guo family? You ignorant dog, do you know that the Guo family will cut you into pieces just based on what you just said? Now kneel down and wag your tail like a dog, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. It's not too late. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Vice President Gui was furious and threatened viciously. Wag your head and tail, kowtow, and admit your mistakes? Well, you can try this trick. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi touched his chin and smiled. Then he walked towards Vice President Gui. Vice President Guo was very proud and thought that Lin Yi was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. Bang! Unexpectedly, another slap was given to him. Bang! 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 Lin Yi attacked with both hands, but it was not just as simple as turning into a pig's head. He only used 10% of his strength to slap Vice President Guo's face to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. All of a sudden, Gui Jiqiang, who had been so arrogant just now, lay on the ground like a dying dog, emitting miserable screams. Stop! Stop hitting me! Please, let me go! Master, please let me live! Gui Jiqiang knelt on the ground, shook his head and kowtowed to admit his mistake. He was scared, really scared. Kneeling down and begging for mercy, kowtowing like a dog, what's wrong with that? What he was really afraid of was that Lin Yi would take his life. He understood that this kid would definitely dare to do it. This time, I have met an unlucky star. Go away, don't let me see you again. Lin Ye's eyes were filled with disgust. The appearance of this pork was neither human nor ghost, which was really disgusting. I understand. Thank you for sparing my life. Gui Jiqiang rolled and crawled away. Lin Yi, thank you, but he won't stop. Zhang Jie said gratefully and couldn't help but worry about Lin Yi. Don't worry, this pig and dog can't hurt me at all. Lin Yi said carelessly. With his current assets and strength, he would not care even if one of the 4 major families went against him, let alone the other. Ordinary people are afraid of them because of their wealth. But in terms of wealth, Lin Yi, who now owns BI's restaurant and Hilton Hotel, is already one of the top 10 invisible rich people in Yuncheng. Moreover, with the app, he is the son of the god of wealth. In the future, he will have more money. By then, what will happen to the 4 great families? They will still lick their shoes. Zhang Jie turned pale. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be so crazy. However, there must be a reason why they are so arrogant. That alien magic herb and this peerless medical skill show that Lin Yi is definitely not an ordinary person. I am not qualified to make others worry. As for Professor Zhao asking her to find Lin Yi, she had been keeping it in mind and did not reveal much information except Lin Yi's name and appearance. After all, the other person was able to help her in a low-key manner and cured her illness. She was so grateful that she couldn't express it quickly enough. If she revealed her identity and brought trouble to the other person, that would be repaying kindness with enmity. The two separated. Lin Yi didn't care about what happened just now. But what he didn't know was that all of this was captured on camera by curious onlookers and uploaded to the internet. The brave young man solved the medical dispute and slapped the vice president in the face. The Chinese medicine doctor has brought back the dead with his magic hands. Rehabilitate the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Once a video is released, countless titles will be derived. Then it became an internet sensation. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine is declining and medical disputes are also very serious. Once Lin Yi's video was leaked, it happened to catch the trend and was widely publicized and forwarded. Therefore, Lin Yi has become a celebrity on the internet. People nicknamed him Brother Divine Needle. For the rest of the time, Lin Yi should eat and drink. Waiting for the limited time sale at 12 o'clock. For some reason, he had a feeling that tonight's instant kill would most likely be a heavyweight. As the time spent using the app increases, the rewards for the app become more and more generous. Lin Yi didn't even dare to think about what benefits it would send him today. Ding dong! New products are now online. Lin Yi, who was on duty, clicked on it immediately. Refresh and take a look. It turned out to be a series of dazzling titles and positions. The title of Chairman of the Triumvirate Chamber of Commerce, 60% loyalty from the top management, veto power, and 40% of the shares. He holds the title of President of the Northern E-Commerce Association, has 40% of the elite employees loyal to him, has the power to sign the general agreement, and controls 50% of the company's shares. President of the Four Provinces United Company, a veteran of the board of directors, with every position shocked Lin Yi. What the hell? Can I buy a job? This is too amazing. Lin Yi only knew that there was a job search software called Boss. What I am doing can be called direct selection of boss. But which position should I choose? Chapter 69, Four Provinces Joint Company. The Triumvirate is basically a chamber of commerce formed by the three largest trading companies in China. If Lin Yi could join, the annual dividends alone would be enough to make him listed on the Forbes Asia Pacific Rich List. But Lin Yi was unfamiliar with foreign trade and was not very interested in it. Pass. The Northern E-Commerce Association is basically a community of interests consisting of hundreds of e-commerce companies of all sizes. By mastering it, Lin Yi will become the leader of e-commerce in northern China and have the right to speak in this future industry. But Lin Yi was also not interested. That's the last one. Four Provinces Joint Company. Lin Yi made a quick search. This company seems to be very mysterious. Not only is it not listed, there is also very little news about it. After further inquiry, he finally understood. It turns out that the Four Provinces United Company is only a community on the surface. The company's business network spans finance, real estate, and entertainment industries. It was jointly founded by the bosses of several companies in order to avoid competition. It has a history of 30 years. The company adopts a club system. It has no employees, only members, and every member is a well-known entrepreneur in the four provinces. This just suits Lin Yi's taste. After all, he didn't know what he should do, so he might as well choose to do everything and make plans when he had ideas later. So, Lin Yi immediately took the title of president of the Four Province Joint Company. Ding dong! 50% of the shares and equity certificates of the joint company were obtained instantly. At the same time, Lin Yi had a box of glittering business cards in his hand, which were signed, President of the Four Provinces United Company, Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi felt as if his life had reached its peak and reached great heights. It's amazing. Afterwards, Lin Yi suddenly received a call. It turned out to be Xuanyanji who called. She implicitly expressed her longing for Lin Yi these days, and at the same time asked Lin Yi to attend the summit auction tomorrow. Lin Yi knew very little about the auction, but he still agreed. Unexpectedly, not long after I hung up the phone, a strange number called. Hello, guess who I am? A sweet female voice came from the other side. Guess your sister. Lin Yi hung up directly. Beep beep beep. Instantly, a video call came in. Lin Yi answered the call. You're such a garbage collector, you actually dared to hang up on me, don't you want to do this job anymore? Lin Mei was seen grumbling. The expression is extremely cute. Hi, it's you. If you hadn't told me earlier, I would have thought you were a liar. Lin Yi said helplessly. TSK, who is the liar? Lin Mei snorted coldly. Well, what do you want from me? Ha, listen carefully, don't get too excited. You know the famous peak auction, right? No. That's good to know. I'm in a good mood tomorrow and I received an invitation. I can bring someone with me, so I chose you and plan to take you to see the world. How about it, don't you feel lucky? Yes, I am so lucky. Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. That's good to know. Meet outside the Golden Deer building at noon tomorrow. Remember to dress up and don't embarrass me. Lin Mei hung up the call without waiting for Lin Yi to refuse. Well, it seems that I have to bring one more ancestor. Lin Yi covered his face. Since you are going to attend the auction, you need to make some preparations in advance. Then he searched online for clues about the peak auction. I found a video introduction. The annual peak auction is about to begin. The Peak Auction is one of the largest auction houses in China. It is said that any treasure can be obtained there, and the threshold for admission to the auction is also very high. To get an invitation letter, one must be worth at least hundreds of millions. There is even a saying that only those who are qualified to participate in the Peak Auction are the real upper class. The items being auctioned at this exhibition include the Heart of the Ocean necklace, the Golden Cup of the 18 Arhats, Double Dragon Jade Pendant, the Old House of the Shui family. Lin Ye's expression changed. The Shui family's old house. Isn't the Xuanyan's ancestral house? Xuanyinji appears to be very low-key, but in fact her family is of great pedigree. Her grandfather Xueqinan was once the richest man in Yuncheng. He made his fortune in transportation and built the Shui family into the richest family in Yuncheng from scratch. Unfortunately, Xueqinan's children and grandchildren were not good enough to inherit the family business. On his 80th birthday, he suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, which left him paralyzed on one side of his body and suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Without Xueqinan's management, the Shui family soon fell into decline. As the poorest member of the Shui family, Xuanyinji was naturally no different from an ordinary college student. And now, the Shui family's ancestral home has become an ownerless auction item. It seems that the reason why Xuanyinji participated in this auction was that he was worried about this house. Lin Yi once heard her say that she grew up in the Shui family's main residence and had a wonderful childhood. Well, Xuanyinji treats me well. If she really likes him, I can take a picture of him for her. Etc. Summit Auction. The sharp-eyed Lin Yi suddenly discovered that there was an arrow mark in the lower right corner of the Peak Auction's official website. If I am not mistaken, this mark is the logo of the Four Provinces Federation. Could it be that the Peak Auction is also a member of the Four Provinces Alliance? Lin Yi checked. As expected, Zhou Tianfeng, the owner of the Peak Auction, is a veteran member of the United Federation. It turned out to be an auction at home. Well, it seems that this auction will be very interesting. Lin Yi took out the information directory of the Federation and called Zhou Tianfeng. Hey, who are you? A hoarse and steady voice came from the other side. It was Zhou Tianfeng. He was very confused as to why an unfamiliar number called his personal number. Hello, Boss Zhou, my name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi politely introduced himself. Lin Yi? Zhou Tianfeng's face changed, and then he immediately took out the notice issued by the headquarters. As expected, Lin Yi, the new mysterious boss of the Four Provinces Federation. It is said that just now, the previous boss, the old man of the Wang family in Kyoto, handed over the entire association to this mysterious man without any reason. The entire federation was thrown into panic. After all, no one knows where this new boss comes from or what his intentions are. With his shares and capital, if he wanted to dismantle the entire Chamber of Commerce, they would be powerless to fight back. I never expected that he would call me personally. Zhou Tianfeng suppressed his inner panic and said respectfully, Boss Lin, congratulations on taking over the headquarters. May I ask what you can do for your subordinates? Nothing. You have an auction in Yuncheng tomorrow, right? Lin Yi asked. That's right. My branch will hold an auction in Yuncheng tomorrow. If you have any instructions, just give them and I will definitely get it done. Zhou Tianfeng nodded in agreement. Chapter 70 Peak Auction. Zhou Tianfeng thought to himself, could it be that his auction had affected the business of this big shot subordinates? That's impossible. It's just an auction of a branch bank. How could it catch the eye of this big shot? Just as he was daydreaming, Lin Yi spoke. Tomorrow, I will attend. What? Zhou Tianfeng was stunned for a moment. Boss Lin, are you kidding me? With the scale of this auction, we have no right to ask you to leave. How about this, if you have any auction items you like, just tell me and I'll have someone deliver them to your door right away. Zhou Tianfeng said in surprise. No need, I'll go there myself tomorrow. I just want to let you know. Say something? What does this mean? Zhou Tianfeng was puzzled. I had no choice but to say, I'll book the entire venue and accompany you. No, everything will proceed as usual. Lin Yi said. If you make too much of a fuss, your identity will undoubtedly be exposed, and that would be no fun. Okay, I understand. A night passed. Lin Yi drove to the venue. After parking the car and putting on a windbreaker, he walked towards the reception area of the venue. Lin Yi, you're here. A graceful woman with a beautiful figure came forward. When she saw Lin Tianjiao, her body seemed to be electrocuted and her eyes were full of surprise. "Nianji, you are dressed so beautifully." Lin Yi smiled. The most outstanding feature of Xue Nianji's appearance is her eyes that are as bright as the starry sky, and her slender white neck, which can be described as stunning beauty. She is now wearing an exquisite red dress, which gives her an intellectual and elegant temperament, which together with her beauty constitutes a holy beauty. Just like a goddess high above, she can only be admired from afar and not touched. But deep in Lin Yi's heart, she is still that lovely classmate. "I'm sorry, Lin Yi, please come with me. I know you don't like to participate in such grand events, but I really don't have anyone to invite." Xue Nianji said silently. "We are friends, it's too polite of you to say that." Lin Yi smiled. The thing he liked most about Xue Nianji was that this woman knew her limits and was considerate of others. If you want to choose a beauty around you to be your wife, Xue Nianji is definitely the best choice. Afterwards, Xue Nianji took Lin Yi's arm and joined the line. "Who is the man next to Miss Xue?" "Master Lu has been pursuing Miss Xue for a long time, but he can't even touch her hand. How can he be so close to her? Damn it, who said that Miss Xue doesn't like men? It's obvious that she just doesn't like other men. Oh my god, goddess. My heart is broken. I dressed up carefully today just to come here for Miss Xue. I wanted to go up and chat with her, but now I feel like a fool. Damn, this is really weird. How could this guy, who is unknown, have such good fortune?" The people around were all young men and women from Yuncheng. They naturally recognized Xue Nianji, but not Lin Yi. And just as everyone was talking about it, "Lin Yi, you know Miss Xue?" Another surprised voice was heard, and a young and beautiful woman walked over from a distance. It was Lin Mei who came late. When she saw Xue Nianji holding Lin Yi's hand, her face changed drastically. "Lin Mei, I didn't expect you to come too." Xue Nianji looked embarrassed. "Why? Is it that only you, the eldest daughter of the Xue family, can come, but I can't come?" Lin Mei is the daughter of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Once upon a time, the Lin family and the Xue family were brother families, and the two were very good friends. But the business world is like a battlefield. Because of interests, the two families severed their ties and no longer had any contact with each other. The relationship between the two women also became very delicate. Now, with Lin Yi's joining, this relationship has become even more indescribable. "Lin Mei, Xue Nianji is my classmate," Lin Yi explained, looking a little embarrassed. Little did he know that the two women actually knew each other. "Now that's great, we've entered the Shura field again. Lin Mei, since you also know Lin Yi, let's enter together." Xue Nianji didn't like arguing, so naturally he didn't want to get jealous with Lin Mei, so he just said, "You don't have to tell me. I've already made an appointment with him to come with me." Lin Mei did not appreciate it. So, the two girls, one on the left and one on the right, lined up in the team holding Lin Yi's hands. "No way. Here comes another one. Miss Lin actually has a soft spot for him too. Isn't Lin Mei the cold and aloof daughter of the Lin family, with a weird personality, who doesn't care about any young man? Why are you so proactive now? It's so sour. It's killing me. How can there be such a person in the world? Why? Just because this brat is handsome? This guy is not simple enough to win the hearts of two goddesses." There was another uproar outside the venue. Those young men in golden clothes looked at Lin Yi with green eyes. Looking at the female companion next to him, it was even more boring. If you compare yourself with others, you will die. If you compare goods with others, you will get thrown away. In terms of temperament, appearance, figure, and connotation, these female companions are not even as good as the toes of the two beauties. But now, both women are scrambling to get into Lin Yi's arms, which is simply infuriating. Of course, the three of them ignored him and continued reminiscing about the past. "Lin Yi, is there anything you are interested in at this auction?" Xue Nianji asked. If it were the Lin Yi of the past, she would definitely not invite him to attend such an event with her. After all, Lin Yi was a poor student with little money. But now Lin Yi is a wealthy man who drives a Lamborghini and has purchased the BI's restaurant. In the auction, he is certainly qualified to participate in the bidding. "Not yet." Lin Yi shook his head. "By the way, Lin Yi, do you know that there are many treasures in this auction, especially the painting of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, which was made by a master from China 3,000 years ago and is of extraordinary value?" Seeing Xue Nianji taking the initiative to talk to Lin Yi, Lin Mei, who was standing by, didn't want to be at a disadvantage, so he immediately interrupted. A picture of the 8 immortals crossing the sea? Lin Yi touched his chin. He did not see the introduction of the 8 immortals crossing the sea last night. But he had heard a little about the origin of this painting, and it was indeed a rare treasure. Although I am not very interested in calligraphy and painting, as a Chinese of pure blood, how can I not collect the treasures passed down by my ancestors? If they are passed on to foreign countries or into the hands of some unreliable collectors, I don't know if they can survive 100 years. Well, my old man also likes this picture. I came here just for it. Xuan Yan said on the side. Oh, really? That's a coincidence. I came here just to take this picture of the 8 immortals crossing the sea for my old man. Little Shua, I guess I have to say I'm sorry in advance. Lin Mei smiled. Hearing her provocative words, Xuan Yanji frowned. Today, the Lin family is one of the 4 great families in Yuncheng. If they take out 1/5 of their assets, it would be enough to take over the entire impoverished Shui family. If Lin Mei wants to compete with him, that would be bad. Chapter 71Y. Oh my god. Nianji, Xiaomei, you two are actually here. Suddenly, a boastful voice was heard. Then, a young and handsome man walked up to the 3 people in a dashing manner. Oh, it's you, Mr. Liu. Xuanyinji and Lin Mei showed a hint of disgust in their eyes and responded politely on the surface. Ha, I never thought I would have the honor to meet the 2 goddesses of the South China Sea. Today is really my lucky day. Young Master Liu stared at Xuanyinji and Lin Mei with his eyes wide open, not taking Lin Yi who was in the middle seriously at all. 2 beauties, why do you have to queue here? I have reserved the VIP fast track. If you two would do me the honor, you can come in with me. Master Liu stretched out his hands and motioned the 2 women to put their arms around him. After all, who wants to queue here when there is a fast lane? We appreciate Mr. Liu's kindness, but we don't need it. We like to queue. Lin Mei said with a hint of sternness. Xuan Yinji also nodded. The 2 women continued to stay by Lin Yi's side, with no intention of moving at all. Master Liu looked embarrassed. He had never expected to be rejected like this. That's how it is. Actually, I don't like this kind of privilege. It's meaningless. We are all ordinary people. Since the 2 beauties want to queue, I will queue with you. He was still intent on doing something evil and spoke in a flattering manner with a stern face. Then, he snapped his fingers in front of Lin Yi. Hey, kid, go line up in the back. I, Lu Qinggan, want this seat. He was arrogant and rude. If I could be between 2 goddesses, even if I couldn't do anything, it would be enough to make others envious. As for this stranger in front of him who was about the same age as him, he was at most a prince from a small family. He was not worth being afraid of at all. He has been in the upper-class society of Yuncheng for a long time. He knows all the famous young men. Therefore, in front of Lin Yi, he certainly has the capital to be domineering. However, Lin Yi turned a blind eye and didn't even look at him. Master Liu was immediately displeased. He raised his voice and asked, Boy, I, Lu Qinggan, asked you to go to the back. Are you deaf? Why don't you go to the back? Lin Yi asked back, still motionless. Hey, I didn't realize you were so awesome. Young Master Liu's eyes turned cold. Although he wanted to take action, he was embarrassed to be too rude with so many eyes watching him. I'm telling you, someone like you is not qualified to stand with the 2 young ladies and stand shoulder to shoulder with the 2 goddesses. Don't you feel humble? If you offend the 2 young ladies' eyes, what will be your crime? I'm doing this for your own good. He laughed sarcastically. I don't believe he has the nerve to continue to hold on despite such a vicious insult. Mr. Liu, you are wrong. Not only do I not mind, I am very happy about it. Yes, we like being with this young master. Unexpectedly, before Lin Yi could speak, Xuan Yanji and Lin Mei spoke almost at the same time. Not only did the 2 women not leave Lin Yi, but they moved closer to him. This. Young Master Liu's face turned pale and his eyes showed disbelief. He originally thought that this brat was able to be with the 2 goddesses by taking advantage of some opportunity. I never expected that the 2 girls would take the initiative to get close to this boy. The scene was very embarrassing. Young Master Liu thought he was in the limelight, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the most unpopular person. I was even more furious inside. Who is this brat? He can make 2 goddesses speak for him even at the cost of offending themselves, and stay with him openly and legally. And I, after pursuing these two girls for years, using both soft and hard tactics and showing great courtesy, couldn't even get a smile from them. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and hated Lin Yi in his heart. You want to steal my woman, you little brat? I'm going to ruin your reputation. He simply stopped pretending. He threatened Lin Yi fiercely, get out of here. I'll say it one last time. Why? Lin Yi smiled. This guy is so shameless, doesn't he think he is embarrassed enough? Why? Haha, let me tell you, I'm a VIP guest of the peak auction. I want you to get out, and I don't need any reason. Young Master Lu looked down on others and was extremely arrogant. The guests of the peak auction are also divided into different levels, and he is the highest level guest of this auction. As for the brat in front of him, it must have taken a lot of effort for him to be able to attend the auction. Of course, he couldn't be a distinguished guest like himself. What's more, he knew all the VIPs of the same level as himself, so it was impossible for them to have any relationship with this brat. What if I don't leave? Lin Yi sneered, as if looking at a clown. Then I'll kick you out. Waiter, call your general manager over here. Lu Qing'an's veins bulged, he waved his hand and shouted domineeringly. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a slightly plump figure, came out. Hello, I am the general manager of this auction, Wang Honglin. May I ask what can I do for you, Mr. Lu? He just asked slightly. Mr. Wang, let me ask you a question. As a VIP guest of this auction, if I feel that someone is an eyesore and want him to get out, is that possible? Young Master Lu said arrogantly. Of course, you are our honored guest and have this privilege. Do you want to expel that person from the venue? Mr. Wang nodded, roughly understood what was going on, and then asked. I want him to get out. Right now, immediately. Young Master Lu pointed at Lin Yi's nose and ordered. This. Mr. Wang glanced at Lin Yi, and suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Excuse me, are you Lin Yi, Mr. Lin? He ignored Lu Qing'an in front of him, immediately ran in front of Lin Yi, and asked hurriedly with a humble attitude. It's me. Lin Yi said calmly, his expression unchanged. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin Yi. I thought you would come through the VIP channel and wait there for a long time, but I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you well. Please forgive me. Suddenly, Mr. Wang knelt on one knee and bowed his head to apologize. What's going on? Lu Qing'an was stunned, and everyone present was also shocked. Lu Qing'an was a VIP guest, and President Wang did not even bow to him. But when he saw Lin Yi, he knelt down to salute. This made everyone unable to believe their eyes. Could it be that Lin Yi's status in this top auction is higher than that of a VIP? I don't blame you. Lin Yi said softly. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Lin. After hearing Lin Yi's emotionless words, Mr. Wang let out a long sigh, wiped the beads of sweat the size of soybeans from his forehead, and stood up tremblingly. He is the head of the South China Sea branch. He was busy today when he suddenly received a call from the boss at the headquarters, which scared him to death. After all, this was his boss's boss, the owner of the peak auction. The famous Zhou Tianfeng. Chapter 72 VIP? Bullshit. On ordinary days, he, a small manager, was not even qualified to meet him, let alone talk to him. What surprised him even more was that the big boss on the other end of the phone seemed even more flustered than he was. Although his tone was very restrained, he could still hear it. During the entire 20-minute phone call, he only explained one thing. That means that a big shot whose identity cannot be revealed but who has an extremely high status will drop into the venue soon. You must do your best to serve this customer and let him get everything he wants, even if it means giving him the entire venue. As long as he is satisfied, you can pay any price and never let him be neglected. Otherwise, the entire summit group will suffer a devastating disaster. This matter concerns our lives and property. You must do it at all costs. These are the boss's original words. Therefore, when he saw that the person Mr. Lu wanted to expel was Lin Yi, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Fortunately, the adults were generous and didn't bother with these rogues. Otherwise, if Lin Yi was really angry, he didn't know whether it would be easier to commit suicide or... Boss Wang, what are you doing? Could it be that this guy is also a VIP? Master Lu asked unwillingly, still unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Mr. Lu, please leave the venue. However, Mr. Wang turned around and just said coldly. What, let me leave? Are you crazy? Why? Young Master Lu roared as if struck by lightning. Based on the status of this customer, which is higher than that of a VIP, you should be treated as such for disturbing this distinguished guest. Mr. Wang explained with disdain. But, Master Lu looked pale. It's nothing. By the way, let me remind you that your VIP qualification has been revoked, and you have been added to the blacklist of the peak auction. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in the venue. Mr. Wang spoke in a cold tone, with a stern look on his face. Young Master Lu was completely dumbfounded. Although he is young and energetic, he is not a fool. Lin Yi, the fact that President Wang treated him with such courtesy and was willing to drive himself away for him, showed that Lin Yi's true identity was much more terrifying than he thought. This is definitely not something a little playboy like me can afford to offend. Oh no! This is going to be a disaster. If it brings trouble to the family. Thinking of this, he was even more frightened. Then, he immediately looked at Xuan Yanji and Lin Mei, and pleaded humbly, "Two beautiful ladies, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass this gentleman just now. I have a sharp tongue but a soft heart, you all know that, if you can say a few good words for me and let this gentleman calm down, I swear." Halfway through his words, he was about to cry. However, Lin Mei and Xuan Yanji acted as if they could not hear Mr. Lu's request and ignored him at all. This Lu Qingyan is like a dog who harasses the two women whenever he gets the chance. The two women have been displeased with him for a long time. If it weren't for face, they would have driven him away long ago. Now he looks down on others and even dares to speak rudely to Lin Yi. How can the two women speak for him? Upon seeing this, Master Lu lost all hope and his whole body was swaying like a kite with a broken string. Suddenly, several men in suits and ties walked up from behind Mr. Wang. Please follow me out. No, don't. Young Master Lu burst into tears. He never expected that the person who was asked to leave in the end was actually himself, a VIP guest. Originally, he just wanted to be with the two girls and show off, but who knew that he would make such a big mistake just because of a thought of looking down on others? But now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything. In front of a distinguished guest of this level, I am not even as good as an ant. Well. Feeling extremely desperate and regretful, he left the venue in disgrace. I'm so sorry to bother you. Mr. Wang apologized repeatedly and then invited Lin Yi and others into the VIP channel. Oh my god. What did I see? This guy is actually the top VIP guest of the peak auction? That Mr. Lu is a VIP, but he was sent away with just one sentence and even put on the blacklist. Not only a top VIP, but even Lu Tianfeng, the CEO of Dingfeng, wouldn't dare to act rashly like this. I understand. No wonder the two goddesses were moved by him. It turns out that he has the capital. You too, this is the VIP seat provided for you at the venue. From here you can overlook the entire auction. There are also special cameras for you to observe the details of the auction items. I wonder if you are satisfied. President Wang brought a few people to the meeting place and asked cautiously. Lin Yi nodded slightly. You go down first. I like quietness. I will tell you if I need anything. Mr. Wang immediately retreated wisely. Lin Yi, how can a word from you be more effective than the VIP privilege? Could it be that you know the CEO of the Summit Group? Lin Mei asked in confusion. You know, with her status, she has only reached the VIP threshold, and Lin Yi, a garbage collector, actually has such a great privilege, which she can't understand. This guy is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. It seems that you don't know Lin Yi very well. He is not as simple as he seems. Xuan Yanji smiled, feeling a little superior. Nothing. Lin Yi just laughed it off and didn't try to explain anything. The three of them were talking and laughing. Not long after, the auction officially began. The host came on stage and exhibited the first auction item. As the host of this auction, I welcome everyone here. I understand that everyone present here is the elite among the elites and that you are not interested in ordinary things. Therefore, the peak auction will first present an antique to dominate the event, which is the famous 8 immortals crossing the sea. What? It's actually a picture of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. It's too exciting to shoot for ancient treasures of this level right from the start. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone, my old man from the Li family really likes this painting. Please be kind and don't snatch it from me. Why? Just because your Li family likes it, my Wang family doesn't like it anymore? Stop arguing, I want this painting. Okay, then it all depends on your ability. The host explained the rules. The starting price is 3 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. The auction officially begins. 3.1 million. 3.2 million. 3.5 million. Everyone started bidding. Lin Yi sat quietly with a blank expression. Xuan Yanji, who was standing by, couldn't help but get excited and started to make an offer as well. I'll give you 4 million. 4.5 million. Just as she made her offer, Lin Li, who was sitting on Lin Yi's right, immediately offered a higher price. Chapter 73, Two Women Fighting. You. Xuan Yanji frowned. This was obviously directed at him. In her opinion, Lin Mei's statement that his grandfather liked this painting was just an excuse. She clearly just wanted to go against me. Lin Yi was right next to him, so Lin Li naturally wanted to take the opportunity to show his strength and suppress Xuan Yanji. Okay. Then I'll pay 4.7 million. Suya gritted his teeth. 4.8 million. 4.9 million. 5 million. As the two women continued to bid, the price became higher and higher, and many spectators were no longer able to participate. The few people who could afford the price stopped bidding and instead just watched the fun. But later on, as the prices got higher and higher, Xuan Yanji, whose family background was not as good as Lin Mei's, began to lose support and the voices of the bidders became quieter and quieter. After all, the people in the family only gave her so much money. This money was not her own, but was only for the purpose of buying paintings for the old man. Compared to Lin Mei, a wealthy girl, she was really short of money. Just when everyone thought Lin Mei had secured victory. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the meeting room. 6 million. The bidder was Lin Yi, who had remained silent all this time. What? Lin Yi, you? The two women were stunned. They never expected that Lin Yi would suddenly intervene at the last moment. Lin Yi, do you like this painting too? Why bother taking a photo with me? It's useless to me anyway. If you agree to my 3 conditions, I will give you this painting. Lin Mei said proudly. The reason why she and Xuan Yanji were fighting for the photo was because they wanted to get Lin Yi's appreciation. Huh, aren't you buying it for the old man? Xuan Yanji snorted, but also looked confused, wondering why Lin Yi would spend such a high price to buy this painting. I just think you two are being too noisy. Lin Yi shook his head. When these words came out, Lin Mei and Xuan Yanji were surprised, and then they looked at each other. They all blushed at the same time. Yes, the daughters of two large families were arguing over a painting like childish kids. Wasn't this a joke to others? Afterwards, the two of them stopped talking and just sat obediently beside Lin Yi, as quiet as a virgin. Okay, 6 million deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. The host made the final decision, announcing that Lin Yi became the owner of the 8 immortals crossing the sea diagram. Looking at Lin Yi on the big screen, everyone in the venue was talking about it. Sure enough, this young man spends money like water. He must be of extraordinary status. However, such a heroic young talent should be well known. How come he is unknown and I have never heard of him? Wait, I remember him. Isn't he the mysterious man who saved people and stopped medical disturbances at Jianda Hospital some time ago? Yes, it's him. But why is he here? I heard that day at Jianda Hospital, he offended someone he shouldn't have offended, insulted the Guo family, and beat up the Guo family. Oh my god, isn't he courting death by provoking the Guo family? Then why didn't he just run away and come to the auction instead? Huh, does he think that just because he is a big shot at the peak auction, he can walk around Cloud City with impunity? Innocent. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Ha, you are just showing off your arrogance and looking for death. He's just a local tycoon who's so ostentatious. I don't think he'll last long. There was no more envy in the eyes of the crowd, and they looked at Lin Yi as if he were a dead person. After searching everywhere for a long time, I finally found you. Lin Yi, I finally found you. Above the venue, a young man sneered. His name is Gui Yanfei, and he is the famous young master of the Guo family. Yesterday, upon hearing that Lin Yi had hurt one of their clansmen, the Guo family issued an order to find and severely punish this brat. But after searching for a whole day, there was no clue at all. Therefore, when he met Lin Yi now, Gui Yunfei was overjoyed. However, due to the summit venue, he couldn't act hastily. I didn't expect that this guy would hook up with the eldest daughters of the Shui and Lin families. He is so lucky. Well, since you love to show off so much, I will humiliate you until you are ashamed. Gui Yunfei's eyes were vicious. When Lin Yi bids later, he will offer a higher price and put him down so hard that he can't raise his head. By then, he will roll out of the venue in disgrace, which will give me the opportunity to kill him. However, it turned out that he did not understand Lin Yi. During the next few auctions, Lin Yi just sat there quietly, showing no interest at all. You little bastard, why don't you take a picture? This made Gui Yunfei furious. This feeling is like you gather up all your strength to hit someone, but that person doesn't show up. It's uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Everyone, please be quiet. The next auction is a mansion that represents the Shui family's heyday of Yunqing's economy. It was the Lin mansion back then. The host announced loudly. Everyone became excited when they heard this. Everyone knows how prosperous the Shui family was back then. The combined assets of the other 9 families ranked in the top 10 were less than 1/3 of the Shui family's. The Shui family's mansion occupies the best feng shui in the center of Yunqing. Any place in the mansion can overlook the entire Yunqing. Therefore, if you can live in the Shui family's mansion, it can be said to be an honor. Okay, let's officially start the auction now. The Shui family residence has a starting price of 100 million. When the host announced the reserve price, everyone's expressions changed. Are you kidding? Only 100 million? This is the Shui family's residence. The land in the manor alone is worth more than this amount of money. Host, did you read it wrong? Your professional skills are not up to standard. Oh, never mind if they pronounced it wrong, this is our great opportunity. Yes, if I could live here. Everyone was gearing up to participate in the auction. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He did not expect that the famous Shui family mansion would be sold at such a low price. Could there be some other mystery? Xuan Yinji, who was standing aside, sighed with regret. She still remembered that Shui's manor was the most luxurious landscape she had ever seen. Unfortunately, it's gone forever. The Shui family mansion back then ended up being auctioned off at a low price. I'll give you 200 million. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in the field. The person who spoke was Gui Yunfei, who had been unable to contain himself any longer. He knew that the Shui family mansion was of great value, and that Lin Yi was most likely attending the auction just for this house. Unfortunately, even if I bought it and burned it, there was no way he could take it away to please the beauty. Then he scanned the entire venue. Gao Ao said, I don't want anyone to compete with me, Gui Yunfei, otherwise, they will become enemies with my Gui family. You'd better think it through. He spoke in a domineering tone, without any regard for the feelings of others present. After all, the Gui family is one of the 4 major families in Yunqing today. Apart from the other 3 families that need to be guarded against, he naturally has the capital to act arrogantly. Chapter 74 I give you face. Ha, since it's Mr. Gui who set the price, of course we don't dare to snatch it. Yes, if Mr. Gui likes something, how can he not get it? I would like to congratulate Mr. Gui on winning the luxury house. Some young men and women from small families immediately began to flatter him. A young master from a small family who had the best relationship with Gui Yunfei came over and asked, Young Master Gui has countless properties. Is there any other use for this house? I understand. Young Master Gui wants to use it as a paradise for his beautiful daughter. Ha, don't forget to bring me along to enjoy it when the time comes. Oh, your idea is not bad. Holding a sea and sky party in a manner overlooking the entire Cloud City is really enjoyable. Ha, it suits my style. Hearing his words, Gui Yunfei showed excitement. That's too much, Gui Yunfei, how can you insult my ancestral home like this? Xuan Yinji couldn't stand it anymore and stood up in anger. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot that the beautiful lady from the Shui family is here too. I'm sorry, but the Shui family is no longer what it used to be. This house will naturally go to the highest bidder. If you are reluctant to part with this house, you are welcome to bid against me. Although you can't beat me, but I, Gui Yunfei, am not such a stingy person. You are always welcome to stay overnight at my house. Gui Yunfei laughed shamelessly. The Shui family had long been in decline, and the boy of the Shui family was just called that to give face to the Shui family. Any family present was richer and more powerful than the current Shui family. You bastard. Xuan Yinji was so angry that her face turned red, but she was helpless. Of course she wanted to take a picture of the house. But with her capital, she is not qualified to challenge Gui Yunfei. The Shui family was already heavily in debt and unable to support themselves. As the young master of the Gua family, Gui Yunfei's monthly pocket money alone was equivalent to the expenses of a small family for a whole year. Therefore, she could only watch Gui Yunfei run rampant, and there was no other way. Alas, if Grandpa was healthy, how could our Shui family have fallen to this point, a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog? She lamented inwardly. However, Lin Yi, who had been sitting quietly on the side, suddenly raised his head. Xuan Yinji, his good friend, helped him all the way when he was at his lowest point. The Shui family mansion, her former home, was where she spent her wonderful childhood, grew up, and laughed. And now, this upstart who had risen from behind actually wanted to use Xuan Yinji's home as a den of prostitution, and he was so overbearing that he didn't allow anyone else to bid with him. Ah, I really gave you face. Others are afraid of him, but Lin Yi is not. Mr. Gua offered 200 million. Is there a higher price? 200 million for the first time. 200 million for the second time. The host shouted silently. In fact, he himself knew that the auction was over and the Shui family mansion was already in Gui Yunfei's pocket. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Gui Yunfei was in high spirits and looked very proud. When the time comes to celebrate the housewarming, I will definitely invite everyone here to have a party. I'll give you 300 million. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. What? Who is it? Who is so ignorant that he dares to steal the limelight from Mr. Gua? Mr. Gua has already quoted a price, and you dare to raise another price? Isn't this courting death? Everyone looked at each other. No matter how good this villa is, it is not worth risking your life for. You have to know that if you anger Gui Yunfei, you will offend the Gua family, and no one will be able to get away with it. Good boy. Gui Yunfei glared at Lin Yi fiercely. He actually knew that Lin Yi would most likely dare to compete with him in the bidding. After all, this guy was incredibly courageous. Okay, then I'll give you 400 million. He broke the price again. And he added coldly, this Shui family mansion is mine. Anyone who dares to take it will die. He still didn't believe that Lin Yi would dare to bid again under the threat of his death. 500 million. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi said lightly. You are such a fool, you still dare to bid. Are you openly going against me, Gui Yunfei? Gui Yunfei was furious. He strode towards Lin Yi and pointed his finger at his nose. 600 million. However, Lin Yi not only ignored him, but also quoted a high price on his own. What the hell, what is going on? There was an uproar in the field. Well, am I seeing things right? It's okay that this kid dared to steal young Master Gua's things, but he kept suppressing them. Isn't this a slap in young Master Gua's face? Everyone gasped. This was no longer just causing trouble, this was clearly seeking death. Ah, this. Although Lin Yi offered a higher price, the host didn't dare to say anything. Because at this time, Gui Yunfei was so angry that his face turned blue, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You little brat. He was about to continue threatening Lin Yi, but Lin Yi glanced at him calmly and said with a smile, either continue, or get out. Oh my god, did I hear it right? He actually told Master Gua to get lost. Oh my god, this is clearly shitting on Mr. Gua's head. Crazy, too crazy. But who gave him the capital to be so rampant? Doesn't he know that if the Gua family wants to kill him, it's as easy as crushing an ant? Alas, he is young and frivolous after all. He thinks he is very brave, but he doesn't know whether he can survive tonight or not. Well, I think he's done for. Everyone shook their heads. You. Gui Yunfei was so angry that he was incoherent and didn't know what to do. In this venue, even if he was the eldest son of the Gua family, he couldn't act easily, but if he continued to bid, he didn't have that much money. This time, he brought a total of 400 million yuan with him. He thought that this capital alone was enough to stand out from the crowd, but he never expected that this unknown young man actually had such a huge sum of money. Good, very good. He said viciously. Lin Yi, I'll give you the house. I'll make you pay for what happened today. After saying that, he slammed the door and left with his followers. After Gui Yunfei left, the host wiped his sweat and announced the final result. 600 million, deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. Lin Yi, you're in trouble. Gui Yunfei is petty and ruthless. If you hit him in the face now, he won't let you go. Yes, he is different from the previous Lu Qinggan. He is a real rich young man. Lin Mei frowned and reminded Lin Yi, and Xuan Yanji also echoed him. Gui Yunfei's arrogance was not without reason. Everyone who angered him paid the price with his life. The two women had to worry about Lin Yi's personal safety. Don't worry, with all these rotten fish and shrimps from the Gua family, don't even think about touching a hair on my head. Lin Yi just smiled indifferently. Seeing Lin Yi so confident, the two women had no choice but to give up. You really have so much money. Lin Mei was surprised. There are not many people in the whole Yunqing who can come up with 600 million yuan at once. This is such a large sum of money. I don't have that much money. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi smiled shamelessly. Ah, you have no money. If you have no money and still take pictures, then you are. The two women panicked. Chapter 75. I have no money. Isn't this the legendary fraud? If Lin Yi were to be discovered by the organizer, he would be in trouble. Lin Yi disagreed. Although he has no money, the assets and power in his hands are the most valuable. He immediately called Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I want this house in the picture, but I don't have any money now. The two women looked horrified. What the hell, you cheated and didn't run away, and you even told the truth to others. Do you think you have so much face that others will give it to you? It's over, Lin Yi is probably going to have his legs broken this time. However, upon hearing this, Mr. Wang immediately bowed and said, Mr. Lin, are you kidding me? Do you want money for bidding? Even if you dare to give, I dare not ask for it. Everything in the venue belongs to the peak auction and is yours. If you want anything else, just tell me and I will send it to you right away. Mr. Wang's humble attitude is like that of a dog. The two women were stunned for a moment. Really sent it? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed such a ridiculous thing? You, not bad. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He felt very comfortable being licked by Mr. Wang. On the road. For such a capable and service-oriented person, he certainly would not let him work in vain. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out his business card and handed it to Mr. Wang in front of him. The moment you get the business card. Mr. Wang's face changed drastically and his eyes became pious, as if he had seen a god, and he was about to perform a great salute. No thanks. Lin Yi waved his hand. The business card he gave was the one given by the system when he inherited the Union of 4 provinces. Although the business card is low-key, luxurious and classy, the most powerful part is the big words President of the Joint Company of 4 provinces on it. Just with this business card, Lin Yi can walk around Yunqing with his head held high. Mr. Wang was deeply shocked and carefully put away the business card. He felt as if he was struck by lightning and could not calm down. No wonder his boss asked him to serve this distinguished guest well. It turns out that he is my boss's boss. The boss of the entire 4-province alliance. And today I am fortunate enough to serve such a distinguished guest. People even said he did a good job and gave him a business card as a small person. It's such an honor. Lin Mei and Xuan Yanji were confused. What kind of business card is this? Why did Mr. Wang have such a rich expression when he saw it? Didn't you say you were going to play an emotionally stable middle-aged man? Just now, Mr. Wang put away the business card so quickly that the two of them didn't see anything and they had to bear it in mind. In the parking lot of the venue, Gui Yunfei sat alone in a golden Jaguar supercar with a sinister look in his eyes. Is everyone ready? Young master, we have arranged all the manpower. Don't worry, this kid can't escape even if he has wings. Behind his car, a dozen jeeps were lined up neatly. Each car carried at least 5 thugs. These thugs were fully armed, wearing stab-proof clothing, helmets, knee pads and arm guards, and holding machetes, steel sticks and other weapons in their hands. Ah, good, very good. Gui Yunfei nodded with satisfaction. These people are an independent team of thugs that he supports. Each of them has a criminal record. They are ruthless and merciless, and have helped him solve a lot of troubles. He found out clearly that Lin Yi came alone this time. Even if this kid had special skills, he was no match for his dozens of thugs. But, Mr. Gua, we are just dealing with a young boy, isn't this a bit too much? The subordinate asked in confusion. No, just right. Gui Yunfei said coldly. His favorite thing to do is to bully the weak and humiliate his opponents. You little bastard, it's bad enough that you hurt my people, but you even dared to openly oppose me. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be named Gua. As for the painting of the 8 immortals crossing the sea in the Shui family mansion, won't they be in his pocket by then? Thinking of this, he smiled maliciously. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he get rid of his enemy, but he could also get 2 treasures without spending a penny. How cool! Moreover, the fact that Lin Yi slapped him in the face today must have spread throughout the Nanhai business circle. When he kills him and moves into the Shui family villa with the 8 immortals crossing the sea map, his name, Gui Yunfei, will surely spread throughout Yuncheng. His reputation will rise to a higher level. Report to Mr. Gua. That kid is out. The stalker reported. Gui Yunfei immediately became excited and issued an order: everyone keep an eye on them. When they get in the car and start moving, follow them quietly and wait until they reach a remote place before taking action. After all, the summit venue is in the parking lot, so it is not convenient for him to take action here. Clear. The men nodded one after another. At this moment, Lin Yi, Xuanyanji and Lin Mei walked out together. At this moment, Xuanyanji's phone rang, and she picked it up impatiently. Brother, tell me what's going on, I'm playing with my friends. Wait, what? Grandpa's illness relapsed again? At this point, she quickly hung up the phone and apologized to Lin Yi. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, something urgent happened at home, and I have to go there quickly. I'll accompany you next time. By the way, can you consider leaving a business card for me as well? Of course, she still remembered it. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yi nodded and handed over the black business card. Xuanyanji took the business card and saw the title on it, and couldn't help but turn pale. You are. She was very excited. Lin Mei, who was standing by, leaned his little head over and wanted to take a peek. However, Xuanyanji immediately put the business card away, an excited look on his face, and glanced at Lin Mei proudly, as if he had one. TCH, childish. Lin Mei snorted. She never thought that there would be a day when she would be jealous of Xuanyanji. Afterwards, Xuanyanji took a taxi and left. By the way, Lin Yi, I have something to do today, so I have to go. Lin Mei seemed to remember something and slapped his head. By the way, are you free tonight? How about we have dinner together? She asked reluctantly. Sure. Lin Yi nodded. So, you're not going to give me a business card? Lin Mei said shyly, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. Lin Yi smiled helplessly and then gave her the business card. Like Xuanyanji, Lin Mei turned pale when he saw the words President of the 4 Provinces United Company. I never expected that Lin Yi was so young and promising. As the daughter of a wealthy family, even if she didn't take care of household affairs, she was still very familiar with business affairs. The 4 Provinces United Company was the dominant force in the Chamber of Commerce in the 4 provinces. Although the company was not listed and no one knew how rich it was precisely because of this that people dared not underestimate it. No wonder Mr. Wang licked Lin Yi like he was seeing his father. Then she saw the phone number on it and was stunned. Chapter 76 Satellite Phone. Lin Yi, is this phone number printed wrong? Why is there 30 digits on it? Ordinary people's mobile phone numbers are usually around 11 digits long. This 30-digit mobile phone number completely overturned her perception of numbers. It seems to be correct. Lin Yi scratched his head, smiling on the surface but cursing inside. System, come out here. You can't even print the wrong business card. How do you do your job? Host, I like your inexperienced look. As the leader of the 4 Provinces United Company, your personal information is classified as S-level confidential information, so you need a private number that is not subject to any ground information control. Therefore, I customized this satellite number for the host. It is operated by 3 satellites of the Federal Military District, and each federal satellite has a 10-digit number. The numbers of these 3 satellites are connected to form your mobile phone number. This is the only way to ensure security. Even if the top figures in China want to find your number through the 4 Provinces United Company, it will be in vain. Lin Yi was shocked. Damn it, system, I wronged you. It turns out it's so awesome. Satellite personal phone. 1 satellite, 10 digits number. 30-digit number, 30-digit number. Oh my god, what a great display. Even Lin Yi himself didn't know that he was so awesome. Okay, if you keep me in suspense, I'll go back and ask my father, hee. Lin Mei stuck out his tongue. By the way, Lin Yi, see you tonight. Then she left happily. Ding dong. New product flash sales are now online. Lin Yi was about to get in the car and go home when he suddenly received a notification from the system. He opened the app and found nothing. It seemed like this was just another random activity. He flipped over a sign casually without caring. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden product. The future intelligent AI system Linglong has been added to the store. Oh shit, AI system of the future? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Is it an intelligent system similar to Jarvis and Iron Man? Lin Yi asked excitedly. No, it's better than that. The system said proudly. I'll go. If you don't buy this, are you still a human being? Lin Yi placed the order immediately. Congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. The future intelligent AI system, Linglong, has been wirelessly input into your body's neural network. Linglong, your smart home has been connected and upgraded. Linglong, your Lamborghini sports car has been connected and upgraded. Linglong, your Huawei smartphone has been connected and the chip is upgraded. This series of outrageous actions caught Lin Yi off guard. He picked up the phone and saw that his previous dingy 1,000 yuan smartphone had turned into a completely transparent, double-sided screen, futuristic-looking phone. Its appearance was so good that it beat all other phones. What's even more amazing is that as soon as Lin Yi thought about it, the phone started to operate automatically. No matter what Lin Yi wanted to do, he didn't even need to move his fingers, the phone would respond quickly. Moreover, its operating speed was comparable to that of high-end computers. There was no response between opening applications on ordinary mobile phones, and no blank space after various complex operations. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. What the hell? Just a cell phone was enough to make Lin Yi's jaw drop. He couldn't believe what his Lamborghini would become. Lin Yi walked towards his parking space. The Lamborghini has become a futuristic car, with a simple streamlined body, a high-end black and white color scheme, and a futuristic feel. If someone passes by inadvertently, they would think they have traveled through time. Master, please take a seat. The seat is heated. The temperature inside the car is 34.7 and the humidity is 20. It is the best environment for your body. Lin Yi was just about to get in, but unexpectedly, the car door swung open automatically and a voice sounded in his mind. I'll go. This is really smart. Lin Yi sat in excitedly. The interior decoration of the car has also changed a lot, giving you a feeling of driving a spaceship. The in-car system has been fully upgraded. Safety attribute, level 3, bulletproof and explosion-proof. Performance attributes, level 4, GF1 racing level speed. Comfort attribute, level 3, automatic adjustment. Linglong system, at your service, would you like to enable the driverless mode? Yes. Lin Yi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This is so cool. A sports car is a man's dream, and a sports car that pretends to have an intelligent system, my goodness. The sports car automatically took to the road, and its driving skills were better than his. Lin Yi simply stopped worrying and started browsing his phone. The cool futuristic design attracted countless eyes on the street. And at the same time, Master, safety system alert. Detected 13 vehicles are purposefully tracking you 50 meters behind your car. Danger factor, 99.8%. Lin Yi frowned. Who will track themselves? I don't even want to think about it, it must be the one called Gui Yunfei. I knew that kid was still harboring evil intentions. Master, do you want to activate the active attack mode? The 2 Malawian Kwacha's Patriot micro-missile has been activated. The estimated time to destroy the target is 3 seconds. Oh my god, missiles? Lin Yi was stunned. No. He immediately waved his hands. It would be too high profile to fight with missiles on the street, and it would cause innocent casualties. Besides, he had magical powers and was not afraid of Gui Yunfei. I have to say, this vehicle is really safe. As soon as he got into the car, he began to notice the other person's every move. It was so comfortable. Even if he didn't even look in that direction from beginning to end, he didn't have to worry about his personal safety. Active attack mode has been cancelled. Enemy known information reconnaissance chart, please take a look, Master. Linglong said to Lin Yi. In an instant, a chart appeared in the car window in front of Lin Yi. He couldn't help but be stunned. From this, we have a clear understanding of the enemy's personnel, equipment, morale, status, plans and routes. Too powerful. I have to say, this Gui Yunfei is really a bastard looking for death. This is an elaborate ambush, he wants to kill himself without a burial place. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. Up to now, he has never killed anyone, and the murderous intent revealed by Gui Yunfei today really angered him. Young master, it seems we have been discovered. The captain of Gui Yunfei's thug's eyes moved and he spoke immediately. Ha, you are quite capable, but what if you are discovered? Gui Yunfei laughed wildly, ordered someone to open the skylight on the top of the supercar, then stood on it and gave a big middle finger. Fuck you. You little bastard, I'm going to skin you alive today. Seeing this scene, before Lin Yi could say anything, the intelligence system Linglong was actually very angry. Damn bastards, master, let me teach them a lesson. Chapter 77, Fire Linglong. An emotional female voice made Lin Yi feel that this was not a system, but a person with flesh and blood. Just open your heart to it. Don't be angry. These scumbags can't threaten me. Besides, you are here with me. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. In his eyes, Gui Yunfei was no different from a circus monkey. What's more, there are missiles in your car, and you are showing off to me. You don't even know how you died. Master, why bother with these flies? Just do it, let me. Linglong's voice was extremely cold, and she couldn't wait to cut Gui Yunfei into pieces. It seems that you also have a bad temper. Lin Yi smiled and said, don't worry, I want to see what else these monkeys have to offer. Then he ordered Linglong to slow down the car. Hey, the other side noticed our tracking, and instead of speeding up, they slowed down. What's going on? The captain of the thugs was shocked. He has done so many things, but has never encountered a situation like this before. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid I can't catch up with him. Pass my order. Everyone, follow them immediately and surround them. Gui Yunfei laughed disdainfully. If you say that Lin Yi wants to resist or has any plan, it is clearly like hitting a rock with an egg or just bluffing. I am well prepared, how could I be scared by you? Afterwards, several jeeps rushed to the car of Lin Yi and others at a very fast speed. Gui Yunfei even rolled down the car window and said to Lin Yi fiercely, Hey, Mr. Lin, why can't you drive fast? Is it out of gas? Or are you thinking about how you will die? He was extremely arrogant and looked at Lin Yi as if he was a dead person. Yes, you have courage. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, but I'm curious, who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Ha, you coward, you're so funny talking. I've already found out that you're just a college student, and in Yunqing, I, Gui Yunfei, am the emperor. I want you to die on the third watch, and I won't let you live on the fourth watch. Gui Yunfei laughed arrogantly. What a pity, it's you who died. Lin Yi looked at Gui Yunfei with a smile, then closed the car window. Linglong, proceed according to the plan. He ordered dully. Okay, master, ha. Linglong smiled evilly, and the Lamborghini rushed towards a desolate garbage dump on the side of the road at an extremely fast speed, as if a phoenix was reborn. Hurry up, catch up. Gui Yunfei ordered in shock, thinking to himself, you want to run? No way. However, when more than a dozen jeeps rushed into the garbage dump, they discovered that Lin Yi's car had stopped quietly. Okay, surround them and let the hunt begin. Gui Yunfei was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Then, the jeep rushed to the left and right of the Lamborghini, forming an encirclement. Gui Yunfei couldn't wait to jump out of the car, looking at the car in front of him with a sneer. Dozens of thugs behind him were also ready to fight. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you throw yourself into it. Lin Yi, come down now and kowtow to me 100 times. I promise to give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Gui Yunfei said grimly. In his opinion, he had already secured victory. Lin Yi's life was in his hands. He had to do whatever he wanted. Of course, it is impossible to give him a quick death. If I don't torture him to death slowly, I will not be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. However, Lin Yi in the car didn't even look out the window. It's up to you, Linglong. Good. Suddenly, countless rays of light and shadows combined together in the passenger seat of the car, transforming into a woman with a hot body. Oh shit. Lin Yi was startled, but then he became fascinated. Beautiful, so beautiful. At this time, Linglong transformed into a human form. Her facial features were indescribably beautiful, and her long fiery red hair indicated her unruly personality. Lin Yi admitted that he had never seen such a cool girl. Master, am I beautiful? Linglong asked with a smile, a little shy in her eyes. That's so beautiful. Lin Yi told the truth. Thank you, Master. After receiving a positive answer, Huo Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. But I think you should be given a new name. Lin Yi admired her flaming long hair. What's the name? Fire, Huo Linglong. Thank you, Master. Then, Huo Linglong opened the car door and walked out. Fuck Lin Yi, you are so lucky. When he saw Huo Linglong, Gui Yunfei did not recognize that she was not a human at all, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Beautiful lady, I, Gui Yunfei, have always been kind to women and will not do anything to you. From now on, you will follow me. As for the master in your car, quickly tell him to get off and die. Gui Yunfei was very proud. What a joke! Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? However, Huo Linglong just looked at him with disdain. You are so shameless. Ha, I was wrong today. I guess you are this guy's bodyguard. Well, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go ahead and hack him to death. Gui Yunfei said viciously. Clear. More than a dozen men rushed over with machetes in hand. Lin Yi, watch out, this is what will happen to you. Gui Yunfei laughed loudly, as if he had already seen Huo Linglong being hacked to pieces and ending up in a horrible end. Although it's a bit of a pity, it's also a warning to others. You ignorant dog, you still dare to bark. Huo Linglong sneered, and then her figure danced among the crowd like a whirlwind. Boom! Boom! With just one hand, she punched all the dozen thugs to the ground one by one. Oh my god, how is this possible? Am I seeing this correctly? Gui Yunfei's laughter stopped abruptly and he was stunned. In less than a second, more than a dozen of his men were killed. This was too incredible. You know, these thugs of his were all ruthless men carefully selected from the prisoners, and each of them had excellent skills. But now, they were killed instantly by a woman with one hand. You pathetic, ignorant fool, do you know that my master is someone you can never afford to offend? You are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Huo Linglong spoke word by word, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and walked towards Gui Yunfei. Go, hurry up. Kill this woman and I'll reward you handsomely. Gui Yunfei shouted. Several fearless people rushed up immediately, but in an instant, they collapsed to the ground without even having time to scream. This time, Huo Linglong's speed of attack was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Oh my god, this is not a human at all. Run, let's run, or we'll die. Chapter 78 Wing Chun vs Muay Thai. The remaining thugs were all terrified. They dropped their weapons and fled like birds and beasts. In an instant, Gui Yunfei was the only one left on the field. He was trembling physically and mentally, sweating profusely, and was so frightened that he didn't even have the strength to run away. Who on earth did I offend? Is this guy really just a college student? You, who are you? Gui Yunfei said hysterically. You don't deserve to know. Huo Linglong glanced at him with disdain, and her palm slashed across his chest like a knife. In an instant, a flash of blood shot up into the sky. Gui Yunfei, the eldest son of the Guo family who was domineering in Yunqing, disappeared forever. It didn't know what it had done wrong until it died. And this is exactly what Lin Yi wanted. For such an arrogant guy, the best outcome for him is to die with his eyes open. Back in the car, Lin Yi was deeply stunned by Huo Linglong's beauty. I used to think that humans falling in love with AI was something that only happened in science fiction novels and movies. But what if all AI in the future are like Huo Linglong? Who doesn't love it? Xiaohua, I like you like this. From now on, if there is no one else, you can serve me in this form. Lin Yi said silently. Driving alone would be too lonely. Since Huo Linglong was driving as a driver, he could treat her as a human being. Understood, thank you, master. Huo Linglong was moved. Master, where are we going next? Go home. The time has reached 12 o'clock. After Lin Yi finished reading the novel he was following today, he opened the app early and waited for the next moment. Sure enough, at midnight, new goods were on the shelves. Ding dong. Today's new product, talented skills, internet writer. I'll go. Lin Yi was extremely excited. He has always had a dream of writing online articles, but unfortunately, he is very clumsy and has never dared to try. Now, with talent in hand, you are a god. What the hell am I afraid of? Write the fuck up. The next few days, Lin Yi turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside and focused only on typing. A novel titled 2 or 3 Things About Qin Fei came out of nowhere and swept the online literature world. The novel tells the story of the protagonist Qin Fei being framed by his family, thrown into a bottomless abyss, and rising up for revenge. Judging from the title alone, this book is out of place in online literature and is nothing more than a modern version of the Count of Monte Cristo story. However, its story is compact, the plot is closely linked, and the writing is vivid and realistic. All readers who have read it applauded and completely immersed themselves in the world of the protagonist Qin Fei, feeling his love, hatred, and emotions, and could not stop reading. In just 2 days, the book received tens of millions of hits, millions of collections, and even attracted the attention of some big names in the traditional literary world. Countless film and television companies have offered high prices to acquire this IP. However, neither readers, publishing houses, nor websites were able to contact Lin Yi himself. Apart from his editor, Lin Yi ignores everyone else. For him, this book was just written for fun, and it was expected that he would become famous overnight after being possessed by a great writer. However, he didn't expect to become this famous. But after all, it involves his own privacy. Lin Yi is not willing to make it public. He has always been a low-key person. As for setting up a project to shoot a web drama or a movie, not to mention that he doesn't like it, even if he wants to shoot it, Lin Yi will not give up this opportunity to make money to others. Of course, apart from writing, Lin Yi did not waste these 2 days. Because Wang Bi's managed Bi's restaurant very well and his loyalty was unquestionable, Lin Yi promoted him to acting director of the 4 Provinces joint company to help him merge the management of Hilton Hotel and Bi's restaurant, making himself happier as a hands-off boss. Of course, this is by no means easy. Hilton and other shareholders of Kitazawa Restaurant are all shrewd people. Faced with the merger management, they dare not object on the surface, but in fact, they are more resistant than each other in their hearts. After all, integration means that their pie will be divided up by others. There are also many people with ulterior motives who have secretly united together and are preparing to cause trouble. Wang Bi's was in trouble and asked Lin Yi to help. But Lin Yi was too lazy to deal with these minions. He sent an email to every shareholder. It begins with, President of the 4 Provinces joint company, Lin Yi. The major shareholder of his own company is actually the president of the United 4 Provinces? The shareholders naturally couldn't believe it, and relied on their own connections to find out the truth. When they found out that the old Prince of Kyoto, the previous president of the 4 Provinces Alliance, had unconditionally handed over the 4 Provinces Alliance to a mysterious man, they all changed their faces and expressed their willingness to obey all the requirements of the mysterious director and be loyal. On this day, after Lin Yi finished studying in the library, he planned to take a walk in the park. However, there were several people in kung fu costumes lying on the ground in all directions. Standing there were several young men wearing shorts and boxing gloves. You stupid Chinese martial arts dare to compete with our Muay Thai gym for people. Do you really think you have mastered some magical skills by doing some fitness exercises that fool the elderly? Chinese kung fu was nothing but fancy moves. The young men practicing Muay Thai laughed. Okay, let's call it a day. The next second, the person next to him put away his phone. The young men in kung fu costumes stood up immediately, as if nothing had happened. Posing. Lin Yi finally saw it clearly. This group of people are just looking for trouble. I thought it was because the kung fu practitioner was not as skilled as others and was defeated by the Muay Thai fighter. But who would have thought that it was these people in the Muay Thai gym who were willing to slander Chinese martial arts for the sake of business? Lin Yi was extremely angry. Chinese martial arts are in decline, but now, everyone wants to step on it, which is too much. This kind of guy who betrays his teacher and ancestors must be taught a lesson. You guys practice Muay Thai? Can you teach me a few moves? Lin Yi came forward. Want to learn? Sure, pay the tuition. The leading man glanced at Lin Yi and said disdainfully. Oh, can I try it first? Try? What do you mean? I want to fight you. If you win, I will pay the tuition. If you lose, why should I learn from you? What Lin Yi said seemed to make sense. The man was stunned for a moment, then sneered, You are making fun of me, right? Well, if I hurt you later, don't cry. He immediately took a stance, ready to teach Lin Yi a severe lesson. Muay Thai is a brutal boxing sport where elbows are like knives and knees and kicks are like guns. 1 or 2 moves are enough to render an ordinary person incapable of movement. In the eyes of men, a fair-skinned and tender otaku like Lin Yi might not be able to withstand even 1 move. Ha, you're looking for death. Quick, take some photos quickly, it will be perfect for our promotional materials. The Thai boxers sneered. Someone even whispered in his ear, hit him harder later, it will be more effective. After all, this kid volunteered. The man's eyes were grim and he was ready to take ruthless action. As long as no one is killed, there is no problem. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as he finished speaking, the man rushed over with a flying knee. Bang! Chapter 79 I am the master of Chinese martial arts. There was only a crisp sound of bone fracture. The next scene was jaw-dropping. The Muay Thai man's leg bones were actually bent. Oh, my legs! My legs! He rolled on the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Legs are broken, how is this possible? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Those who practice Muay Thai have to kick a small banana tree in half every month just for their leg training. The leg bones of Muay Thai fighters are as hard as steel, several times harder than the bones of ordinary people. How could they be broken by one move? Moreover, they didn't even see Lin Yi take action. Who else? Lin Yi clapped his hands. He didn't want to use such heavy force, but unfortunately the other party came to cripple him, so he had to be polite. This is actually only his third level of strength. If he really wants to be ruthless, it won't be as simple as breaking a leg. This guy is quite capable, let's attack together and don't hold back. 3 or 4 Muay Thai fighters surrounded Lin Yi with fierce eyes. No matter how fast Lin Yi is, they don't believe that 2 hands can defeat 8 hands. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. As Lin Yi made his move, the 4 of them fell to the ground almost at the same time. Some of them had broken arms, some had broken ribs, and they all gnashed their teeth and screamed in agony. You, who are you? What kind of kung fu is this? Everyone asked in panic. I am the Grandmaster of Wing Chun, Lin Yi. This time, I am here to teach you a lesson. Chinese martial arts are only for killing people, not for performance. They are not meant to be slandered by clowns like you. If it happens again, I will really destroy you. Lin Yi warned. I have the god-level Wing Chun. Then he turned and left. Oh my god, this handsome boy is so fierce. Not far away, a man and a woman took pictures of the whole process with their mobile phones. Did you take pictures of everything? I took the picture. Quick, post it on Douyin, this video will definitely make us a lot of money. Sure enough, a video titled Wing Chun Master Fighting 5 at 1 quickly became an internet sensation. This naturally caused an uproar today when Chinese martial arts are declining. Right now, Su Donghua is broadcasting live at this time. Su Donghua was once a professional fighter. After retiring, he became famous by live streaming fights and made a fortune. He was hitting a sandbag in his martial arts gym. Boom, boom, boom. Under the plaque of King of Anti-Counterfeiting, 2 swinging punches sent the huge sandbag flying left and right, causing a frenzy in the live broadcast room. Hiss, Dong Gu is indeed a master of mixed martial arts. This punch hurts me just by looking at it. A simple move that is fast, accurate and ruthless to the extreme. This is the real deal. That's right. Compared to the fancy acrobatics of Chuanwu, it's totally different. Brother above, can we be more rational? Although mixed martial arts is powerful, we can't just put one down and praise another. Chinese martial arts must have its merits since it has been passed down to this day. A rational netizen posted a comment. Yo, is your rationality to blame you now? There's nothing good about it. I only saw a martial arts master being knocked out in 3 seconds. Can you give me an example of a traditional martial arts beating a fighting style? If you can find it, I'll lick your dick. No, then shut up. The world is progressing, and something as backward as Chinese martial arts should be eliminated. You martial arts dogs, is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? In this world, the strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. The Chinese martial arts can only fool people like you who don't have any brains. Donggui's fans swarmed over him, each one more aggressive than the other, looking as domineering as if they were going to jump out of the screen and hit people. The malicious property manager even started the trend by pinning the netizen's comments to the top of the post. In an instant, the netizen was greeted with insults from all his ancestors. He didn't say anything and silently sent a video link. Shock. Wing Chun master beats Muay Thai master. It was the video of Lin Yi beating up those Thai boxers. Gradually, the live broadcast room fell silent. Many people clicked on the video with a mocking attitude, wanting to see how fake it was. After all, Chinese martial arts beats Muay Thai? It's either hype or acting. However, when they saw Lin Yi knocking several Thai boxers away with his invisible punch speed, they instantly lost their composure. It's obviously exaggerated. But there is no trace of performance. There are no wire suspensions or special effects, but instead there is a sense of empathy and impact. Fuck, is this true? If it's true, it's too fierce. Brothers, don't be too basic, just stay calm. After finishing his work, Su Donghua looked at the exclamation mark in the live broadcast room and thought that someone was praising himself, so he smiled proudly. This Wing Chun is so sharp. Until he saw this comment, his smile gradually disappeared. Wing Chun? He flipped through the pages in confusion, and only then did he understand the whole story. It turns out that the person he was talking about was not himself, but someone who practiced Wing Chun. Humph, where did this clown come from? Just at this moment, his assistant called and asked him to check Weibo immediately. What are you looking at? Am I famous again? He happily logged into Weibo. Sure enough, thousands of people circled themselves. He clicked on it and took a look. Wing Chun, Lin Yi? It's him again. What's going on? It turned out that after Lin Yi became famous, he was at the center of controversy. Many people thought that this was fake, but they couldn't argue with it, so they wanted to be the one to debunk it. God helps me. If Su Donghua doesn't take advantage of this wave of popularity, will he still be considered Donghua? No, is he still a human being? In fact, Su Donghua knew very well that there were masters in traditional martial arts, and there were many hidden talents in Chinese martial arts. It was definitely not just calisthenics. However, the reason why he became famous is because of his vision in selecting opponents. He can see at a glance those master jias who are full of big brains and have nothing to do except bragging. Therefore, he has always been victorious in fighting against counterfeiting. And this Lin Yi, a tender-skinned and tender young man, dares to call himself a master? This video must have been edited. The most powerful master he had ever seen could not be as fast as Lin Yi, so he could conclude that Lin Yi must be a master jia. If we win then, there will definitely be another wave of traffic. Thinking of this, he almost laughed out loud. Afterwards, an announcement was immediately issued, challenging Wing Chun Lin Yi to a duel, immediately exposing the fakery. At the same time, he also asked his men to look for Lin Yi's whereabouts. More than 10 days later, Lin Yi's postgraduate entrance examination entered the sprint stage. Next, he needed to review several major subjects. In order to consolidate his learning achievements, he also asked Song Yusin for help and approved himself to join the Study Mutual Aid Association. There were already many girls in the Mutual Aid Association. Lin Yi, who had outstanding looks, was naturally welcomed by everyone and soon became friends with everyone. Chapter 80. Lin Yi is not a human. During this period, Lin Yi's life was very fulfilling. Besides writing books, he was studying. Not only did he improve his grades, he also indirectly helped many students. However, the longer Lin Yi stayed, things slowly started to go wrong. Teacher, I suspect that Lin Yi is not a human being. In the teacher's office of Yunqing University, a beautiful girl with short hair and fair skin wearing a JK uniform whispered in the teacher's ear. Her name is Qinli, and she is one of the recognized campus beauties at Yunqing University. At this moment, her face was pale, her big eyes were flashing with panic, and she looked serious, and she definitely didn't look like she was lying. Teacher Suya was slightly shocked, then smiled. Yusin, April Fool's Day has long passed. You played this joke too late. But your acting is good. It really scared me. She stood up and pinched Qin Li's little face. As the goddess teacher of Yunqing, if it weren't for her proud height of 1.7 meters and her slender and tall figure, her skin would be almost the same as a junior high school student. Therefore, if they were not wearing teachers' uniforms, he and Qin Li would look like a pair of sisters to others. The relationship between the two is indeed as close as that of sisters, and they can talk about anything. And now, in Suya's opinion, the quirky Qin Li must be bored in making fun of herself again. Teacher Suya, I'm serious. I definitely didn't lie to you. Qin Li said this solemnly, but when she saw that the teacher didn't believe her, she suddenly became anxious. Why are you still getting mad? Okay, since you said that Lin Yi is not a human, then tell me, what is it about him that is not a human? Suya touched Qin Li's head and looked at him with a smile, as if she was cooperating with your performance. Anyway, the teacher was finally willing to listen to me. Don't be afraid of what I'm about to say. Don't worry, the teacher is a staunch atheist. No matter what you say, I will not be afraid. Suya smiled. Teacher, have you ever seen a person fly? Shinli said slightly. Fly? Suya was stunned. I have seen it before. I have seen it in the movies. Can't Superman fly? Thor can fly too. And there are Dragon Balls. She complained, inadvertently exposing the fact that she was a homebody. Shinli, without further explanation, took out her iPad and played a video almost close to Suya's face. The video is in a corner of the library. A tall man is floating in the air, his clothes swaying in the wind. There is a book floating in front of him. As the man whispers something, the pages of the book keep turning automatically. The whole video is indescribably mysterious and weird. But looking at it, there's a chilling feeling, as if you're looking directly at something terrible. But because it was shot in a dark environment, the entire video was blurry and the person's face could not be seen at all. The video's angle of view is abnormal and it was obviously shot secretly, so there are very few details. Is this the person on this video, Lin Yi? Where did this video come from? Suya's eyes were shocked and she couldn't help but ask. Yes, it was Lin Yi. I was studying with Lin Yi that day, and suddenly his phone rang, saying something like second kill success. I was very curious, so I secretly followed him and took a photo with my phone. Shinli nodded, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Ha, you made it look just like the real thing. You really put a lot of effort into scaring the teacher. Suya clapped her hands and couldn't help but sigh. After all, seeing is believing, and in this age of overused video effects, that no longer works. In addition, the video is so blurry. As an excellent professional university teacher and an atheist, with her IQ, it is certainly impossible for her to believe in such unscientific things. Teacher, the video may be fake, but the feeling it gives you is real. Don't you feel your scalp tingling, as if you were looking up at something scary? Shinli said hurriedly. Suya nodded first, then smiled. Yes, this video does give people a frightening feeling, but this effect is scientifically proven. It's called the uncanny valley effect. It says that when something that originally conforms to human cognition undergoes a subtle change, it gives people an unacceptable feeling. For example, a dog faces you but shows a human smile, or a person's facial features are out of proportion. The more you look at them, the more creepy you feel. There are so many similar examples. These things alone cannot explain anything. Suya crossed her arms over her chest. Not afraid at all. But this is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Shinli explained. Are you trying to say that Lin Yi is not a human because he has a mysterious power? My goodness, this story is really good, why don't you write a novel? Suya smiled. Also, although Lin Yi is handsome, you have to control yourself. If you follow him and take photos, people will think you are a nympho if they find out. Oh, teacher. Shinli stamped her feet and then took out a mask from her bag. Okay, then take a look at this. This is a well-made black mask without any fancy embellishments. Its thick, unique texture makes Suya unable to help but touch it. What material is this? It is not plastic, not plaster, and certainly not iron, but it has better elasticity than plastic, better molding ability than plaster, and is harder than steel. Suya was very surprised, and then she discovered that the mask had no rope or buckle to wear. How to wear this mask? She put it on her face curiously. Then, a magical scene happened. The mask fit his face perfectly. She was so frightened that she was about to scream. However, she immediately discovered that she did not feel anything on her face. The mask seemed like a thin, breathable mask that had become one with her face. Oh my god, automatic compound is so comfortable? This is too high-tech. It's just a mask, does it have to be so technically advanced? Suya was stunned. She then took off her mask and was safe and sound. Everything that happened just now seemed to have never happened. This is classmate Lin Yi's thing? He looked at Shinli and asked. Yes, it was another day. I asked him out for dinner and he secretly threw it in the trash can. You, aren't you a pervert? Suya was dumbfounded. Oh, teacher, that's not the point. Think about it carefully. What use is there for Lin Yi to have such an elegant, comfortable, high-tech mask? Chapter 81 Arctic Fishing. There is only one answer. He must not want to reveal his identity and wants to keep a low profile. So, teacher, do you remember the hostage-taking incident in Times Square that happened some time ago? Then, Li asked. Suya's face changed drastically. Of course he remembered that a few days ago, during the fireworks festival in Yunqing, an underground organization took hundreds of hostages in Times Square in the center of Yunqing, including many women and children. These dangerous elements were not only the most wanted criminals, but also had received strict military training, leaving all parties helpless. At the critical moment, the lives of hundreds of people hung by a thread. At this moment, a young man wearing a black mask walked into the heavily guarded square by unknown means. The incident was broadcast live on TV and many people witnessed it with their own eyes. They were all shocked and felt that the man was seeking death. However, after a burst of earth-shaking gunfire, the man walked out safely and disappeared into the darkness. When all parties entered the scene, they found that all members of the dangerous organization had been killed suddenly, with no one survived, while none of the hundreds of hostages were injured. This incident shocked people both at home and abroad and caused a sensation around the world. People also speculated about the man in the black mask. Some thought he was from the Chinese Special Forces, while others thought he was from the Chinese Supernatural Organization. But no one could guess the correct answer because no one had ever seen the masked man since then. This mysterious figure was admired by people all over the country. Men spontaneously put on black masks and black face masks to imitate the lone hero, and young women, hopelessly, fell in love with him. Even though he didn't show his face, his body was enough to drive his fans crazy and was even used as a criterion for choosing a mate. Several less famous men, because of their similar body shapes, followed the fame of this hero and became famous. When Suya thought of the mysterious hero, her face turned slightly red and her heart started beating fast. Ever since that incident, he has finally gotten a taste of what a real man looks like, and the star-chasing poster on his bedside table has also become of this man, until now. Wait. Are you saying that man is Lin Yi? She said incredulously. There's absolutely no mistake. When we were having dinner that day, this happened. Lin Yi saw the live broadcast on TV and suddenly said he had to go to the bathroom. When he came back, the hostages were rescued. At the time, of course, I didn't think so, but after picking up his mask, everything showed that Lin Yi was the hero. Li said. Suya's heart was shocked. If what Li said was true, then his guess was not unreasonable. After all, being able to rescue hundreds of hostages from so many dangerous elements and escape unscathed is something that not everyone can do. But she still couldn't believe it. Okay, let's stop here for now. Maybe Lin Yi also bought the same mask. Let's not overthink it. And you, don't follow Lin Yi anymore, or he'll call the police and arrest you. After Suya persuaded Li to leave, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then she patted her forehead and smiled self-deprecatingly. How could this be so ridiculous? Li must be trying to play a trick on her, and she must not be fooled. She then opened the school's student files and prepared to assess the overall scores for the students this semester. When I saw the file of Son Yusin, the student union president, the genius and academic master of Central South University, her face changed drastically. Student Lin Yi taught me 2 tricks today, which allowed me to successfully break through the firewall of the Overlord country, causing the network of the Overlord White Building to be completely paralyzed. Student Lin Yi cracked the Bosch network virus on the market today, saving millions of infected computers. Student Lin Yi defended against an attack from tens of thousands of hackers from America today and successfully fought back, causing the other party's network to be completely paralyzed. Student Lin Yi. These absurd remarks were openly saved by Song Yusin on her homepage. Suya was of course surprised. You know, Song Yusin is not just an excellent student. She respects her teachers, has a very high IQ, is good at everything, and has never done anything wrong. But now, she seemed to be suffering from a paranoid attack and described Lin Yi as an omnipotent top hacker. Is this a novel? Are all the girls in the student union holding a novel competition? The male protagonist is also Lin Yi, who has just joined the student union? It's nonsense. If it gets out of hand, Lin Yi will be in a lot of trouble. Suya got a headache just thinking about it. Such a good child had actually become outspoken and talked nonsense. If she allowed this to continue, and if his grades were affected, the reputation of Central South University would be ruined. Then she immediately called Song Yusin. Hello, teacher. Song Yusin had fair skin, bright eyes, and delicate features like a doll. She was reporting politely. Suya said gently, Yusin, the teacher asked you to come this time because he wanted to talk to you about classmate Lin Yi. Ah, classmate Lin Yi? He's not in school now, nor in Yuncheng. I'm afraid you can't find him. Song Yusin replied. Ha, isn't he in the postgraduate entrance examination stage? Where can he go? Suya smiled. It seems that Song Yusin is probably feeling guilty and wants to lie to herself. Student Lin Yi said he went fishing. Song Yusin answered obediently. Where are we going fishing? Arctic. Song Yusin blurted out, with an honest look on her face. After hearing this, Suya's forehead was filled with black lines. Go fishing in the Arctic, why doesn't Lin Yi go up to the sky? But it doesn't matter. No matter what, I have to get to the bottom of this matter. First of all, I will start with the protagonist of the matter, Lin Yi. Thinking of this, she asked Song Yusin to go back and left the office with her coat. After driving for half an hour, she arrived at her destination Hentang Highlands according to the updated address in the file. When the car stopped, Suya was a little surprised to see a majestic manner. I thought Lin Yi was dressed in ordinary clothes and had average living conditions, but I didn't expect that he actually lived in a top villa in Yuncheng. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. She got out of the car and looked inside. A simple style villa stands in the center of the manor, with red bricks and iron tiles, 4 corners and 3 floors, gorgeous doors and windows, and elegant pavilions. It is exquisitely designed and exudes an indescribable sense of mystery. This is not a villa. It's like a castle. Suya rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Looking inside, it certainly didn't look like anyone was home. She had no choice but to take out her cell phone and call Lin Yi according to the number on file. Chapter 82. Ever since you came, the female classmates have gone crazy. A young and handsome Chinese man was squatting on the glacier, holding a fishing rod and having a great time fishing. It was Lin Yi. Today, he won an all-purpose fishing rod on the app. No matter if it is a shark or a whale, as long as it is a fish, it can be caught. So he chose the uninhabited Arctic to test it out. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Although there is no signal in the Arctic, Lin Yi's mobile phone has been upgraded by Huolinglong and is connected to a 5G satellite independently, ensuring communication no matter where he is. He picked up the phone. Hello, are you Lin Yi? I'm Suya, a teacher from the student union. I want to talk to you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Suya politely explained her purpose. Oh, Teacher Suya, hello. Lin Yi didn't expect the teacher to call him, so he quickly greeted him. Excuse me, what's going on? I'm fishing in the Arctic right now. Suya was caught off guard and her face was filled with black lines. I just started chatting for a while, why did you start bragging? Moreover, you guys are telling the same story so unanimously, I guess you guys are in collusion. She forced a smile and said, it's like this, classmate Lin Yi, since you joined the student union, many girls' lives have been in trouble. As for the details, I want to talk to you in person. Suya felt ashamed of herself for saying this. What do you mean by just because you joined the student union, girls are abnormal? This is too much. What? Lin Yi frowned and immediately said, okay, teacher, please wait a moment, I will be back in 3 minutes. He hung up the phone in a hurry. Suya on the other end of the phone looked confused. 3 minutes? Where is the North Pole? If he was really in the Arctic, it would take more than 3 days to travel from the Arctic to southern China. 3 minutes, do you think you can teleport? TSK, you brag without thinking. She shook her head. It seems that the matter concerning Lin Yi is not just a problem of the 2 girls, Lin Yi himself is also responsible. As a responsible teacher, she must find out the truth. Huolinglong, let's go home. Lin Yi put away his fishing rod and snapped his fingers. With a loud bang, the Lamborghini appeared out of nowhere and hovered above him. At this time, it was transformed into a spaceship. It was pure black, and even bigger than an aircraft carrier. A purple particle energy shield surrounded the ship, and the energy gaps fluctuated greatly, stirring up layers of electronic dust. Compared with this UFO in the news, no matter its appearance, size or combat capability, it is totally not on the same level. It's like the difference between a fishing boat and an aircraft carrier. Immediately following, the flying saucer sucked Lin Yi into the cockpit, merged with the sky, and disappeared. 3 minutes later, Lin Yi appeared at the door of the house. Hello? The two met and exchanged greetings. Suya couldn't help but complain in her heart. Although I have seen Lin Yi several times, I have never looked at him so carefully. He can drive so many girls crazy. This guy is indeed handsome and elegant. However, he is a big talker. What a pity. Afterwards, Lin Yi invited Suya into his home. Lin Yi asked Suya to sit down and was busy pouring tea. Suya took the opportunity to look around the interior of the mansion. The decoration is unique and the style is elegant. I didn't expect that this guy has such good taste. 2 cups of tea were brought and Lin Yi sat down. Teacher Suya, you rushed here so quickly. I must have done something wrong and caused trouble for the student union. Lin Yi asked embarrassedly. He had been doing a lot of crazy lucky draws on the app recently and had come up with a lot of new things. He had also done experiments at school and it was very likely that he had caused some trouble. Suyawe said, it's not that I'm causing any trouble, but the comments of the girls who study with you have become more and more absurd recently. They talk very illogically, just like. Having said this, she suddenly stopped. Like what? Lin Yi looked at her with confusion. It's like talking in your sleep. Suya smiled awkwardly. I breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 words "you are the same" almost came out of my mouth, but fortunately I was smart and corrected it in time. Oh, I see. I understand your point of view. Lin Yi nodded seriously. Although we have already entered university, we have not yet come into contact with society and are still in the growth and formation period. Our psychology has not yet been formed. The education in our words and deeds will subtly affect our future 3 views. Your concerns are very reasonable. He analyzed and pointed out Suya's concerns directly. Suya was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Yi would have the same opinion as her. But, that sounds nice. Wasn't this incident caused by you? You are just a student, why do you talk as if you are the teacher? But, Mr. Su, may I ask what absurd things those female students said? Lin Yi asked. Okay, I took notes and will read them to you. Suya opened the file and read from the beginning. Student Lin Yi taught me 2 tricks today, which allowed me to successfully break through the firewall of the Overlord country, causing the network of the Overlord White Building to be completely paralyzed. Student Lin Yi cracked the Bosch network virus on the market today, saving millions of infected computers. Student Lin Yi defended against an attack from tens of thousands of hackers from America today and successfully fought back, causing the other party's entire network to be paralyzed. Student Lin Yi. Suya's pretty face turned red. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Lin Yi must have felt very embarrassed after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi nodded very calmly. He still remembers these things clearly. At that time, the hegemonic country launched a fierce cyber attack and Chinese hackers united to fight back, but unfortunately the other party was well prepared, and their real identities were dug out by the other party, and they were harassed and attacked. They were on the verge of defeat. At the critical moment, Lin Yi took action, used his own method to fight back, and strangled the other party's evil plan in the cradle. He didn't want to deceive Suya, so he admitted it openly. Seeing Lin Yi's expressionless face, Suya was a little confused. No, you're so calm? How come you act as if this is a matter of course? Is it because the effect is not enough? Forget it, what is coming next is even more exaggerated. I don't believe you 1T be moved. She continued reading. Classmate Shinli said you can fly, and it was you who saved people at the fireworks festival a few days ago. However, when Lin Yi heard these words, he felt nothing in his heart and even took a sip of tea. That's right, when he saw the scene on TV, he couldn't hold back and took action immediately. At that time, he was wearing the bulletproof mask that he had obtained from the app, which made him invulnerable to swords and guns. Therefore, the enemy did not hurt him at all. It was a pity that he could no longer use such a good mask. After all, using it would expose his identity, so he threw it away. I didn't expect that Shinli, that seemingly silly and cute girl, was actually so meticulous. But she had discovered it, and even if she admitted it, they had no substantial evidence. Who would believe it? Chapter 83 Wearing slippers to win glory for the country. Looking at Lin Yi's reminiscing expression, Suya was completely dumbfounded. Why are you still daydreaming and having wild thoughts? What's going on with this sad face? Student Lin Yi. She said softly. Oh, I'm fine, Teacher Suya, please continue. Lin Yi came out of his memories and nodded. Continue? You still want to listen? Suya was stunned. She patted her forehead weakly. She was convinced. She was really convinced. No wonder this happened. It turns out Ling Yi was the source of the whole thing. But she couldn't expose it directly. They are all good students in their studies. I can't make a big deal out of this matter and make them suffer tremendous pressure during the postgraduate entrance examination. Looking around the house, Lin Yi's parents were not there either. She had no choice but to say goodbye and make plans later. At the same time on Earth, the hegemonic country across the ocean, the world's most powerful aerospace agency, NASA, is in shock. Minister, we have discovered signs of human activity in the uninhabited area of the Arctic glacier. The photos captured by the spy satellite show that it is a young man. Director Buff, are you kidding me? The average temperature in the uninhabited area of the glacier is minus 35 degrees Celsius. It's a joke. Even polar bears find it too cold. Our scientific expedition team can't get in. Ordinary humans? It's the middle of the night. I think you must be crazy. At first, I wanted to believe that I was crazy, but there is no way there could be errors in satellite images. Just look. Oh my God. How is this possible? Quick! Immediately communicate with the relevant departments of Longwa and Russia to confirm and find out who this person is. Clear. At the same time, in the country of Longwa, China, the world's most advanced monitoring system center, the Beidou Satellite Monitoring Department, is also staging the same scene. Report to the commander. This is a picture detected by the Beidou satellite an hour ago. This is simply unbelievable. From the looks of it, is he one of ours? No relevant department has notified us. Who could that be? This is a matter of great importance. Give the order. Find out immediately at all costs. Roger that, sir. Soon, one after another, the 5 most powerful political entities on Blue Planet all discovered something unusual in the no man's land. For a time, suspicions arose, relevant departments of various countries were overwhelmed, researchers were under great pressure, and in secret, countless strategic departments and related groups were established like mushrooms after rain. Immediately afterwards, NASA, as a public sector, leaked the relevant information to the media as soon as possible. First it was TW, then WB. At this moment, the news networks of every country exploded simultaneously. Shock. A mysterious man appeared in the uninhabited area of the Arctic. As the satellite photos were exposed, netizens were talking about it. Oh my God, can humans survive in 35-degree weather? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. Fuck, if this news wasn't released by NASA, I wouldn't believe it even if you kill me. If I'm not mistaken, the big brother in this photo was wearing a short sleeve? WTF. Upstairs, yes, you read that right. If you look as carefully as I do, you will also notice that this guy is wearing slippers. Short-sleeved slippers, exploring the uninhabited area of the Arctic. What the hell is this? I, polar bear, would like to call you the strongest. Awesome. 6,666. 35 degrees below zero, what does that mean? You have to use a stick to pee. Are you still a human being? It must be aliens. Have you ever seen an alien wearing slippers, bro? I don't care about these. As a girl who has been obsessed with men for many years, I think this guy has an amazing body. And judging from his facial features, he must be a handsome guy. Ah. The picture is so blurry, how did you see it? You don't understand women's intuition. Yeah, even though the photo is blurry, I can tell from his appearance that this great man is not only handsome, but he must be Chinese. Yes, this appearance and dress is definitely Chinese. If you want to know why, it's because I have the same t-shirt and slippers. Ha, I also have the same pair of slippers as the great master. At this moment, I feel extremely honored. The whole internet went wild, and foreigners were all dumbfounded. This guy really made us proud. It's so awesome that the whole world knows about it. It's awesome. I am Chinese, and I am proud. My stupid foreign roommate actually asked me if the Chinese have magical powers to protect their bodies, so they are not afraid of the cold. I am also drunk. By the way, is this a superpower from the Dragon Group? Very likely. Ha, no matter what, we Chinese will accept the honor of being the first to explore the uninhabited area of the Arctic without hesitation. Oh no, guys. Korea insists this is someone from their country. At this moment, Suya, who had already arrived at Yunqing University and was resting in the office, also saw this news on her mobile phone. As a knowledgeable teacher, she naturally subconsciously thought it was fake news. But when I saw that the media pushing the message was CCTV, I couldn't help but feel shocked. Click on the picture immediately to take a look. She was even more frightened. Black short-sleeved shirt, khaki shorts, slippers. This Lin Yi's outfit? Moreover, through the blurred facial features in the photo, it can still be seen that this person has a sharp and three-dimensional appearance. Thinking of Lin Yi's handsome appearance. And time for news confirmation. Oh my god, he said he went to the Arctic to fish, could it be true? Suya was stunned. It's terrifying when you think about it. But, if it was really him, how could he get back to Cloud City from the North Pole in 5 minutes? This is too unscientific. She couldn't accept it and shook her head. I can only comfort myself that this must be a coincidence. Lin Yi, who was at home, naturally also saw this news. Where is the uninhabited area in the Arctic? I went there to fish in order not to attract other people's attention, but who knew that I would be photographed by a satellite? Well, let us go to Antarctica next time to go fishing. By the way, why isn't Gao Xiaoman at home today? Lin Yi turned on the intelligence system. Because he lives with a girl on weekdays, it is not convenient for Lin Yi to use the entire system to monitor the whole family, so the system has been kept closed. Level 1 alert. It has been detected that the owner's family member has been kidnapped. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Then the system projected a video. According to surveillance footage, an hour before she returned, Gao Xiaoman, who went to the supermarket to sell vegetables, was held hostage by 5 or 6 burly men in black and taken into a van. She never returned. Lin Yi's expression changed. In order to deal with me, they are willing to kidnap people around me. Who are these people? Chapter 84 Sky Eye System. Lin Yi watched the surveillance video carefully several times, but these people were wearing hoods and were wrapped tightly, so he could only see that they were men. As for the others, he had no idea where to start. The system is helping the master search. Hacking into the Sky Eye system. Start searching for the kidnapper's characteristics. Suddenly, the system hacked into the security department and began searching based on some characteristics of the kidnappers revealed in the surveillance. In just 3 minutes, based on a birthmark on the kidnapper's neck and a tattoo on another kidnapper's finger, the system displayed the 2 people's files. These 2 men are wanted criminals who have done all kinds of evil, but they have no grudges against Lin Yi and were obviously sent to carry out a mission. According to the final tracking of Sky Eye, they drove the car to a construction site in the suburbs. This construction site is a project that the Guo family is developing. The Guo family, as expected. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He knew that ever since the Gui Yunfei incident, the Guo family would not let him go. I just didn't expect that they would choose to start with the people around them. No, I must catch up quickly. Otherwise, if anything happened to Gao Xiaoman, I would be so sorry to her. At this moment, Huo Linglong realized that the situation was dangerous, and immediately transformed into a human form and appeared to the side. Master, this is a serious matter. I haven't had the chance to ask you what plans you have for the Guo family. Huo Linglong frowned. After careful data analysis, she came to the conclusion that the Guo family was not so easy to mess with. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. What's more, compared with the Guo family, Lin Yi now can't be considered a strong dragon at all. So in her opinion, this matter must be carefully planned, and the most important thing is that the master Lin Yi must not be hurt. I know what you mean. The Guo family is the overlord here. We can't confront them head-on. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Yi said. Huo Linglong nodded repeatedly. I secretly agreed in my heart that the master is worthy of being the master and can see the pros and cons at a glance. Master, what you mean is that we should not rush. We take the initiative. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said without hesitation. Ah. Huo Linglong, the artificial intelligence AI, showed a confused expression for the first time. Knowing that head-on confrontation won't work, why do you still take the initiative? Throwing an egg against a rock? Master, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. It could be dangerous. Compared to Gao Xiaoman, she always only cares about Lin Yi. The dangerous ones are the Guo family. Lin Yi said coldly, with a confident look in his eyes. He already had a plan. If you dare to tie up someone close to you, you are touching your own reverse scale. Originally, killing Gui Yunfei was just to teach the Gui family a lesson. Unexpectedly, the Gui family went even further and resorted to such conspiracy and trickery. Then you can't blame yourself for being cruel and ruthless. All at the master's command. Huo Linglong knelt on one knee. She knew that no matter what, Lin Yi had made up his mind and could not go back on it. Right now. In the basement of a construction site. Ha, you would rather die than surrender. It seems that you have a close relationship with that guy named Lin Yi. Could you be that guy's girlfriend? Hua Haitian looked at Gao Xiaoman. There are some fluctuations in my heart. Lin Yi is really lucky to be able to date a top internet celebrity. It seems he has some skills. I'm his girlfriend, so what? Let me tell you, if you touch a hair on my head, he will never let you go. Gao Xiaoman said angrily. Won't let me go? I won't let him go. To tell you the truth, little girl, Gui Haitian, will take the life of Lin. This entire suburb is the territory of my Gui family. If he dares to step into it, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Gui Haitian said viciously. You are Gui Haitian? Cao Xiaoman was horrified. Only then did I realize that the person in front of me was of great importance. Gui Haitian is the head of the Gui family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. He is in charge of most of the Gui family's business, and his youngest son is Gui Yunfei. Ever since Gui Yunfei disappeared, he has been collecting clues and finally found out that it was Lin Yi who did it. He then hatched this plan and prepared to lure Lin Yi out and kill him. Don't worry, little girl. When the time comes, I will personally send you 2 off together. Gui Haitian shook the glass and tasted the wine, then waved his hand and asked someone to take her away. The hatred of killing one's son is irreconcilable. Even if it is not clear who this kid is at the moment, no one can stop Gui Haitian from doing what he has decided to do. Master, Lin Ye's identity has been verified. Please have a look. The subordinates delivered the information. Gui Haitian took a closer look. Phew! The red wine in his mouth spurted out instantly, staining the high-end shirt red. College student at Central South University? Won the outstanding scholarship for 2 consecutive years? Student council member? A model of waste sorting in the student services department? He was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? The opponent who killed his own son and forced him to come out in person was actually a college student who sorted garbage? Are you kidding me again? Wait, there's more below. The actual controlling shareholder of Kitazawa Restaurant. The president of Hilton Hotel's major shareholder. Gui Haitian looked surprised. This kid, just a college student, actually has such ability? The Gui Group once wanted to take over the BI's restaurant, but after great efforts, it ultimately failed because Wang BI's was too shrewd and did not give them any chances. However, the Kitazawa restaurant, which he couldn't take over even by force or plunder, was actually taken over by a kid. Moreover, he also acquired high-end hotels such as Hilton. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the message was about the same person. Intelligence error? No, our own intelligence agencies can never make mistakes. Could it be that the identity of a college student is just a disguise for Lin Yi? What class of people would use this kind of disguise? Thinking of this, Gui Haitian's face darkened. Although he had a heart as hard as a rock, he actually felt a little flustered. This kid is definitely not simple. Have the people from the Tianan Society been called? He asked with a frown. Tianan Society is the strongest underground force in Yuncheng. They are efficient and ruthless in their work. The Gui family often hires them. Although it costs a lot of money, it also solves a lot of problems. Lin Yi's identity is mysterious. Now that I have kidnapped his people, even though I have evidence in my hand, I cannot act rashly. He would only feel at ease if he hired people from the Tianan Society for a large sum of money to take action. Even if this kid Lin Yi had 9 heads, the people from Tianan Society would definitely be able to kill him. Master, the people from Tianan Society have been arranged, but... There was a look of difficulty under his hands. Just what? President Lu Jinkue said that you only gave 3 million yuan, which was like sending away a beggar. The subordinate bowed his head. Humph, these hungry bastards, how much do they want? Gui Haitian said coldly. 30 million. 30 million? Chapter 85, Additional Money. Isn't this a big mouth? Gui Haitian was furious. That's right. They know you're going to say that, saying that you're asking for too much. The reason they say that is because they've also found out that Lin Ye's identity is not simple. To do such a big order, they have to pay more. Damn, taking advantage of the situation. Gui Haitian was angrily said, but there was nothing he could do. Apart from the Tianan Society, there is really no one in Yunqing who can do this job. Ordinary killers who know Lin Ye's background will definitely not dare to accept the order. Okay, I agree. Transfer the money to them and tell them that Lin Ye must die. Clear. For the sake of his dead younger son, Gui Haitian simply gave it his all. Not long. The development site of the Gui family. President Liu, this woman is Lin Ye's lover. We brought her here. A bald man nodded. He had a ferocious face and a strong build. He was none other than the famous leader of the Tianan Society, Liu Jinkui. He looked at Gao Xiaoman with rippling eyes. Hey, I haven't seen such a gorgeous girl in a long time. I'm thirsty. You guys, bring her to my room. Liu Jinkui smiled. With a wave of his hand. Don't want. Gao Xiaoman's eyes were filled with despair. At the critical moment. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. The screams of ah came one after another, very rhythmic. Liu Jinkui's face turned pale. Who the hell is singing so badly? Can't you see I'm doing something important? No, President Liu, someone is messing up the place. Several younger brothers said in panic. Ruin the place? Who? So bold? How dare you ruin my place, Liu Jinkui? It's your father. With a loud bang. The door was kicked open. Lin Yi walked in. Lin Yi, you're here. Gao Xiaoman said excitedly, hope burning in her eyes. Lin Yi, it's you, kid. How did you track him here? Liu Jinkui said in surprise. I wanted to use a trick to lure Lin Yi out, but I didn't expect that before I could use the trick, Lin Yi came to me on his own. The Sky Eye system has already seen the characteristics of those people from the Gui family clearly, and your hiding place has long been exposed. Lin Yi sneered. Sky Eye. Liu Jinkui couldn't believe it. Nonsense, how could you have the authority of the Sky Eye? A frog in a well. Lin Yi sneered. He didn't want to waste any more words with this group of people. Who do you think you are? How dare you scold me, Liu Jinkui? Liu Jinkui was furious. I'm going to beat you up, stop talking, I'm in a hurry, hurry up. Lin Yi said disdainfully. His eyes were full of disgust. After all, with my skills, beating these rotten fish and shrimps is not challenging at all, and I don't even want to dirty my hands. Ding dong. Random flash sales are now online. Everyone was about to take action. Lin Yi suddenly made a stop gesture. Wait a minute, I'll buy something. Everyone in the Tianan Society was stunned. We're all going to kill you, you little bastard. You still want to shop online? What to buy? A coffin. Just when everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Yi clicked into the app and flipped through a sign. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the successful instant kill. Obtained item, an intelligence reduction card. Reduce intelligence? Is there such a card? Lin Yi was amused by the system. Well, let us give it a try. Use the intelligence reduction card. The waste card was used successfully. Skill takes effect. Host, please enjoy. Lin Yi started watching the show. You little brat, you're in big trouble, yet you still dare to make fun of us. Go ahead, kill him. Liu Jinkui was angry. At the command. A tall thug stood up. Although he was huge, he moved as fast as lightning. In a blink of an eye, he had pounced on Lin Yi. Liu Jinkui snorted coldly. This person is his double-flowered red stick, a gold medal fighter. Despite his huge stature, he is agile and quick in his moves, often knocking down the enemy before they have time to defend themselves. Lin Yi, a student, is definitely not his opponent. However, it turned out that he was overthinking it. De Zhuan was tripped by a stone and flew out, with his head hitting the wall hard, leaving a pool of blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It wasn't a big injury. But he was going too fast, so the collision was too hard and he died very painfully. What the hell, a mysterious situation. Everyone was confused. Lu Jinkui was even more dumbfounded. Before the battle even started, a great general was lost. The key point is that the way he died was very unique. He tripped himself. This death is too frustrating. Could it be that this guy secretly drank fake wine before doing the deed without telling me? Good skills. Lin Yi clapped and couldn't help laughing. The IQ reducing card is indeed worthy of its reputation. NMD, don't be so proud. Second brother, come on, kill this guy for me. Lu Jinkui cursed angrily. Then, a pale man rushed out, holding a sheathed samurai sword in his hand, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Die. He sneered and rushed towards Lin Yi. Lu Jinkui finally felt relieved. The second brother is the most brutal killer under his command. He used to be a martial artist, proficient in swordsmanship. Later, he killed his master and was wanted by everyone in his sect. It was he who gave him a place to stay. Once his knife was unsheathed, blood would be drawn, and he never failed. It's your bad luck to meet him. Lu Jinkui's eyes were vicious. However, etc. Suddenly, the second brother froze in place. Because he found that he suddenly couldn't draw his samurai sword. What's going on? Can this get stuck? He lowered his head and started tinkering with it. Hey, swordsman, be careful, don't hurt yourself. Lin Yi reminded. When it comes to wielding a knife, I am your ancestor. You are not even qualified to be killed by my knife, and you still dare to point fingers at me? The second brother cursed angrily. Keep busy. Click. Finally, hard work pays off. His katana is unsheathed. Tell me, how do you want to die? Beheaded, or? He grinned. Suddenly, while laughing, I became a little unsteady. Dizziness and unsteadiness of steps. Fuck. Second brother, why are you covered in blood? Lu Jinkui shouted. The knife in the second brother's hand, when it was unsheathed, actually cut himself, and the place where he cut was not somewhere else, but the most dangerous aorta. The consequences are self-evident. Phew. The second brother bleeds out of his body, falls to the ground, and rolls his eyes. What the hell? Everyone was completely stunned. What happened to the promise of killing without spilling blood? What happened to the promise of never failing? How did he stab himself to death? This is too. Lu Jinkui was so angry that he was shaking. Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? Why are his own subordinates giving it away one by one? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a play. Pa. Lin Yi applauded again. I have to exclaim, brilliant. You little bastard, I want you dead. Lu Jinkui was so angry that his veins popped out, and he immediately sent out his strongest general. Chapter 86, Sweeping Away Gangs and Eliminating Evil. Go ahead, kill him for me. Understood, President Lu. I saw a big man coming out. His temples were bulging and his hands were covered with calluses. He looked like a veteran martial artist. This is none other than Lu Jinkui's personal bodyguard and the Tianan Society's #1 warrior. He was once the provincial martial arts champion, the 13th generation successor of the Iron Palm sect, and Zhang Yan, known as the Iron King Kong. Wait a minute, Zhang Yan, let me ask you first, didn't you drink with them? Lu Jinkui asked, he was really scared. No. Zhang Yan said. Well, okay. Lu Jinkui was finally relieved. Kill him in the most cruel way possible. Yes, sir. Zhang Yan took out a bottle of medicine and applied it on his palms. You don't use weapons? Lin Yi asked with a smile. You ignorant brat, my iron palms are the best weapons in the world. Moreover, they are quenched with 17 kinds of snake venom. With one palm strike, you will be left wishing for neither life nor death. Wow, is it that amazing? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. You'll know if it's amazing or not once you try it. Zhang Yan sneered and took a stance. In order to show his ferocity, he stuck out his tongue and licked his hand. At this moment, the world is quiet. Everyone was stunned. This? Only then did Zhang Yan realize what he had licked. He quickly grabbed his throat, trying to spit out the poison. However, it was too late. Suddenly, he had difficulty breathing. Out of breath. Immediately afterwards, the skin ulcerated and blood was vomited wildly. Then he died tragically on the spot. Oh my god. Lu Jinkui couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Is this fucking possible? 10,000 ways to die? Besides, Zhang Yan, you bastard, why are you licking the knife? What a suffocating operation this is? The knife is poisonous, and you still lick it? Are you willing to risk your life just to show off? Will you die if you don't pretend to be cool? What about IQ? Oh my god, that's really cruel. Lin Yi sighed. This guy didn't lie to me. This poison is indeed vicious. Unfortunately, people who use poison have low IQ. This wave of lowering IQ is too cool. Ha ha ha. Gao Xiaoman, who was standing by, was terrified the last second, but now she was laughing like a pig. Is this the Black Society? She didn't say anything about the first two, but she really didn't expect the last one, licking the knife. It's so spiritual. This is too weird. Lu Jinkui was heartbroken. These backbone members were trained by me with great efforts. I have been through so many bloody battles with him. But now, each death is more miserable than the last. Each one is funnier than the other. Why didn't I realize before that these guys were idiots? The more Lu Jinkui thought about it, the angrier he became. You little bastard, I'm going to make you pay with blood today. He roared. It's none of my business. I didn't do anything. Lin Yi spread his hands, looking innocent. Lu Jinkui was stunned. That seems to be the case. I don't care, you will definitely die today. In an instant, Lu Jinkui took action. He was as aggressive as a tiger descending from the mountain. He jumped up and threw a cross-punch at Lin Yi's chest. He was a martial artist, and the reason he was able to establish the Tianan Society was because of one word: he was good at fighting. The power of this punch is enough to break a big tree in half. However, one punch was delivered. Lin Yi was unharmed. He actually missed. I'll go. Lu Jinkui was stunned. This punch is the result of more than 20 years of hard work. I actually missed the target? How is this possible? The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Are you drifting away, or am I too weak to lift the knife? Lin Yi sneered. Lu Jinkui was stunned. He felt that Lin Yi must be unable to lift the knife. Bang! Lin Yi slapped him in the face. The explosion of extreme strength, without using any tricks, the force of this slap directly knocked Lu Jinkui away and broke through a concrete wall. What the hell? The younger brothers were all stunned. This kid is not a human being. Ghost, ghost. They were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. Afterwards, one by one, they all fled away, crawling. Lu Jinkui was covered in blood. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yi was already standing in front of him. He couldn't help but tremble all over and was frightened out of his wits. That's right, this kid is not human. I thought Lin Yi was just lucky, but that slap just now almost cost me my life. If this person is serious, killing himself will be as easy as killing a chicken. Master, are you really Lin Yi? He couldn't help but ask. That entrepreneur who appears to be a college student is secretly a martial arts genius? Who would dare to believe this if I said it out loud? Guess what? Lin Yi smiled. I dare not. Lu Jinkui, who was desperate to survive, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. As an old hand. What kind of awesome people hasn't he seen? But I've never seen anything so awesome. Master, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't know that you were so profound. I intended to attack you, which is a crime worthy of death. Please forgive me and let me go. As he spoke, he took out a black card. Here is 50 million. In addition to the 30 million the Gua family gave me to hire me, there is 20 million that I have saved over the years. Please accept it. A great man should not bear grudges against a small man. He handed the black card over with both hands. Although he felt pained, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of it. He was very clear about whether to choose money or life. Lin Yi yawned, took the money and handed it to Gao Xiaoman beside him. Gao Xiaoman was stunned at this moment and hadn't reacted yet. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Listen carefully. From now on, don't do anything evil. Don't let me see you and your people again. You understand? Lin Yi warned. He picked up a stone and punched a hole in the wall next to him. Looking at the hole, Lu Jinkui trembled all over and even urinated a few drops. I will reform myself from now on. I promise you will never see me again. Afterwards, after learning information about the Gua family from Lu Jinkui, Lin Yi immediately took Gao Xiaoman away. Lin Yi, thank you. This is the second time you saved me. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine. Gao Xiaoman couldn't imagine how miserable she would be if Lin Yi hadn't helped. Of course. I rushed into the tiger's den all by myself and traveled 1,000 miles to save your life. Are you touched? Lin Yi stretched out his hand and touched her head. Thinking of the power of Lin Yi's slap, Gao Xiaoman trembled all over. Don't dare to move. Lin Yi, I've figured it out. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoman gritted her teeth. What have you figured out? My life is yours from now on. I will do whatever you tell me to do. She said seriously. You do whatever I tell you to do? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 87, Nothing Works. Yes. So what can you do? I can. Gao Xiaoman thought about it. It seems like I can't do anything else except live streaming my cooking. Let us change the subject. By the way, Lin Yi, your kung fu is so good, but I have never asked you what kung fu you practiced, especially the palm technique you used today. Does it have a name? Gao Xiaoman asked in admiration. Lin Yi himself doesn't know this either. Let's call it 5 Thunderclap B Palm. He said casually. Lin Yi, I'm not well educated, don't lie to me, is this really the name? Don't worry, I'm well read and won't lie to you. Looking at Gao Xiaoman, who looked pitiful on the side, Lin Yi said nothing. In fact, I still feel very guilty inside. After all, this time she was kidnapped entirely because of her own reasons. Moreover, Gao Xiaoman doesn't have a car and relies on number 11 to travel. With her appearance, she is indeed easily targeted by bad guys. Well, it's time to buy this girl a car. Besides, my garage is so big, and it's a bit of a waste to park a Lamborghini in it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi first sent Gao Xiaoman home, and then went to the best car dealership in the city center. If I bring Gao Xiaoman with me, this girl will definitely not let me buy her a car. After thinking about it, I decided to do it myself. There is nothing you can do. If you have money, you can be willful. Came to the car dealership. Sir, would you like to buy a car? Take a look at this domestic car. Seeing Lin Yi, the sales lady came up and introduced him. Lin Yi shook his head. The cars in front of him are all worth tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars, which he doesn't like at the moment. After all, I am a successful person with assets worth hundreds of millions. Although my main job is still a garbage sorter as a college student, after driving a Lamborghini, other cars are really boring to me. He waved his hand and asked calmly, I don't like it. What models are there that cost more than $1 million? Million? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the salesgirl was startled, her eyes shining. Become extremely enthusiastic. He was almost falling on Lin Yi. There is a commission for selling cars. Selling a car worth more than $1 million is enough for her to make up for 5 months' salary. By then, the manager will have to respect her. Without saying a word, she immediately took Lin Yi to the high-end car area. He used his eloquent tongue to start selling products crazily. Handsome man, look at this car, the latest BMW M8, priced at $1.96 million. And this Rolls-Royce, $1.16 million. From an objective point of view, in terms of speed, the Rolls-Royce is better, but in terms of overall performance and comfort, I still strongly recommend you to buy the BMW. However, Lin Yi still shook his head. To put it bluntly, these cars are everywhere in wealthy areas. I've seen enough of it, and driving it is even more boring. Finally, he made a careful selection. Picked up a fiery red Ferrari. Sir, you have a keen eye. This is a Ferrari 812, and the price is about 4 million yuan. This is the best-looking car in our store. The marketing lady praised the car crazily, with a barrage of praises, from its appearance and performance to its noble background, saying that this Ferrari 812 was omnipotent. However, Lin Yi ignored her. Instead, he looked at the car behind the Ferrari. The two cars look the same, but the latter obviously gives people a sense of luxury and heaviness. Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. What is this car? You mean this one? The saleslady felt helpless for a moment. This car is our treasure. It is an upgraded version of the Ferrari 812, with metal bulletproof function. Only 10 cars were released worldwide. However, because the price is too high, no one is interested in buying it. Bulletproof metal? Lin Ye's expression changed. Walked forward and touched the thick bulletproof glass. Apply slight force to your palms. Internal forces flow through the vehicle's internal structure. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh that the bulletproof glass and body structure of this car are not ordinary. Just looking at its hardness, it is not ordinary bulletproof glass. You should know that ordinary bulletproof glass can only withstand direct fire from small caliber pistols and rifles, but cannot withstand large caliber firearms such as sniper rifles. But the feeling that Lin Yi got from this car was that it could remain intact except for direct hits from RPG and other missiles. Okay, that's it. Lin Yi clapped his hands and made a decision. Ah. The young lady looked confused. You're buying it before you even ask the price? This is too luxurious. Handsome guy, I have to remind you that this car costs 10 million. The salesperson kindly reminded me. Purchase. Lin Yi said decisively. He has always been frugal, but it is absolutely necessary to spend money wisely. The Guo family will make more moves in the future. He has already suffered a loss once. Although he is not afraid, he must ensure Gao Xiuman's safety. With such a powerful car to block the Guo family's open and secret attacks, he will feel much more at ease. Maybe it can save Gao Xiuman's life. Life is priceless. Without further ado, swipe your card and pay. When I saw the black card in Lin Yi's hand, the salesperson's eyes widened and he almost fainted. Judging from Lin Yi's appearance, he is only in his 20s, but he is so inhumane. The gap between people is really huge. She couldn't help but ask tentatively, handsome guy, excuse me, what do you do for a living? In her opinion, Lin Yi is definitely a rich second generation from a big family. Lin Yi smiled. I'm nothing but a garbage collector. The young lady was stunned instantly. Garbage collector? Which garbage collector spends 10 million to buy a bulletproof luxury car? What kind of joke is this? It's fine if you don't believe me, but actually, a year ago, I was just a poor loser. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed at himself. The salesgirl's eyes almost popped out. Poverty? If you are considered poor, then are there still rich people in China? Then may I ask, do you have a girlfriend? Suddenly, the salesgirl said shyly, her cheeks blushing. Lin Yi was startled. What? This is too proactive. I mean, do you have a girlfriend now? She continued. Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, he immediately said, if you don't have one, do you mind having one? Of course, if you have one, do you mind changing it? If you don't want to change it, do you mind having one more? Well, actually, I just want to ask you, what do you think of me? Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. What's that? Could you please help me with the paperwork first? It's too hot here, I need to go out for a walk. Lin Yi made an excuse and hurriedly walked out of the 4S store. This is too enthusiastic. Enthusiastic and even a little bit shy. He really couldn't bear it anymore. But to be honest, this young lady is sweet and cute, and her appearance is definitely 9 points. She has everything she wants, but unfortunately, she is too materialistic. There was also a person squatting at the door of the store, and he looked like a shamat. Chapter 88 Cough. Lin Yi walked over and handed him a cigarette. Come on, have a drink. No, I cough from smoking. Hua Zi doesn't cough. Thank you, but no, I also suggest you smoke less, it's not good for your health. Lin Yi said kindly. Ha, you don't smoke. You're more than half as big as me. Are you a man? The shamat sneered. Lin Yi was not angry, but asked with a smile. Looking at the way you smoke, you must be a heavy smoker. How many years have you been smoking? The shamat narrowed his eyes and blew out a big smoke ring to show off. No more, no less, 22 years. 22 years. Lin Yi calculated silently and said with a smile, brother, if you hadn't smoked for more than 20 years, you could have bought a Ferrari, you know. He. Shamat looked disdainful and asked back, then do you smoke? I told you, I don't smoke. Lin Yi smiled. Excuse me, where is your Ferrari? I can't see it. The shamat mocked loudly and laughed. Lin Yi did not argue with him. After all, we may not have a Ferrari, but we have a better blue bikini. It's just that you don't know. Seeing that Lin Yi remained silent, Shamat became even more proud. He stood up and pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Have you ever heard a joke? A beggar begged from a rich man. The rich man gave him a cigarette, but the poor man didn't want to smoke. The rich man grabbed the poor man. Guess what he said? He said, 'I'm going to take you back to show my wife what a man can do if he doesn't smoke.'" He. The Shamat danced with joy. Very happy. Lin Yi had nothing to say. About to leave. Suddenly, an eye-catching Ferrari luxury car drove over. Holy crap! Isn't this the bulletproof version of the Ferrari 812? This is one of the most expensive sports cars in the entire Cloud City. Who the hell is so rich that he can get this treasure? The Shamat were horrified and extremely excited. Then, a staff member got off the car and walked towards Lin Yi. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin Yi, I am the general manager of our store. All the driving procedures for your car have been completed. Please enjoy your driving journey. On behalf of all the employees of our store, I would like to express my highest respect to you." "Thank you very much," Lin Yi said softly. The staff left. The Shamat guy next to him opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a watermelon. Like a fool. "You must be joking. Shit, is this your car?" He was utterly shocked. "Yes." Lin Yi smiled slightly. Then he took the cigarette from his mouth and stomped it out. "Smoke less." Then he got in the car and drove away. Only the stunned killer was left. "Damn it, quit smoking. I want to buy my own Ferrari too." After a long while, he said viciously. Lin Yi drove the Ferrari with one hand and sped along the road. "I have to say, this car is pretty good. Although it is far inferior to my Lamborghini, it is still okay." Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, just as Lin Yi was enjoying driving, a Porsche overtook Lin Yi's Ferrari at a speed of nearly 200 mph and started to run wildly on the street. Burn tires and drift. Completely disregarding the people on the street and traffic order. Lin Yi was just feeling a little dissatisfied when several luxury cars came speeding from behind and overtook him. He took a quick glance. The worst of these cars are Jaguar supercars, and all of them are high-end sports cars worth over 1 million. Be careful. Run. Don't go into the middle of the road. Seeing these cars roaring like mad bulls, people would avoid them if possible and dare not provoke them. After all, even a fool knows that those who dare to make such a fuss are either second-generation rich people or young masters. Such playboys must have backgrounds behind them, and these ordinary people can't afford to offend them. Suddenly, a ragged homeless old lady was hit by a luxury car while passing by and fell to the ground. "Fuck, you old fool. You have no eyes, do you? You deserve to be hit to death if you dare to block my car." A young man stuck his head out of the car, spat, and cursed the bad luck. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He hated this kind of thing the most. "You like racing, right? Grandpa will have fun with you." As soon as Lin Yi stepped on the clutch, the Ferrari 812 whizzed away like the wind. With the powerful engine and Lin Yi's excellent driving skills, he quickly overtook the car on the curve and caught up with the last luxury car that hit the person. "This is a Jaguar." The car owner was stunned when he saw Lin Yi. "You're competing with me? Ha, I'll kill you." He immediately turned the steering wheel, blocking Lin Yi's way, and refused to let Lin Yi overtake him. This move is called the Dragon's Tail. It is his specialty. As long as the car speed can keep up, it is impossible to crack. However, this is impossible, only theoretically impossible. Most people do not dare to overtake forcibly because they are afraid of the huge safety hazards and economic compensation caused by a car crash. But for Lin Yi, it doesn't exist. Just do it. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator. The bulletproof Ferrari roared like a tiger and immediately knocked the Jaguar away. With a bang. All four tires of the Jaguar burst at the same time, and the rear end of the car was also cracked, paralyzed in place. The car owner even hit his head on the steering wheel, causing a bloody head injury. It was a horrible sight. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Yi's Ferrari. His expression changed drastically. His car was a total loss, but Lin Yi's Ferrari was intact, with not even much paint lost. "Oh my god, this Ferrari is so crash resistant. Is this car owner a crazy person who wants to kill himself?" Lin Yi did not stop. He continued to accelerate and caught up with several other cars in front. The onlookers on the street were all dumbfounded. Did you see that? Ferrari versus Jaguar. It was smashed to pieces. Fuck, take a picture now, I'm going to be famous. The owner of the Jaguar was photographed. Get angry out of shame. He immediately got out of the car and made a phone call. Master Xiang, a red Ferrari just came out of nowhere and hit me. Now it's heading towards you, so be careful. Young Master Xiang is the captain of their team and one of the 4 famous young masters in Yuncheng. What the hell, you are such a disgrace, you were actually beaten by someone who showed up out of nowhere. Don't ever say you're associated with Master Yun again. In the leading silver Porsche, Xiang Xiao said angrily. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and immediately notified all the team members. Listen, there's a red Ferrari chasing us, you know what to do. Mr. Xiang, don't worry, just watch me smash it to pieces. If it dares to catch up with me, I will make sure it never comes back. However, just as they ended the communication, Lin Yi drove the Ferrari and sped up. The flying speed left several people stunned. Chapter 89 Gao Yuxiang. Kid, where are you from? How dare you go against our team? Mr. Xiang rolled down the car window and said with a fierce look in his eyes. I'm not one of the gang members. I just don't like you guys. Lin Yi said lightly. Unhappy? There are so many people who are unhappy with me. Tell me when you can catch up with me. Mr. Xiang uttered a harsh word, and the Porsche under him accelerated again, rushing towards the bridge ahead. Hey, eat my exhaust, you little brat. Looking at Lin Yi getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror, he felt secretly proud. However, what he didn't notice was that there was a construction sign on the bridge ahead. What the hell? By the time he found out, it was too late. The Porsche hit the water tank, rolled down the slope and fell into the river. Mr. Xiang. It's over, we're in big trouble. The faces of the playboys changed drastically. Tumbling down a river dozens of meters deep at this speed is no different from falling onto concrete. Young Master Xiang is definitely in great danger. Fool. Lin Yi got out of the car and walked over, shaking his head. I had already noticed something was wrong through the navigation, and I wanted to tell him that the road ahead was prohibited, but who knew that this idiot would rush forward after saying something harsh? People like him deserve to die. However, thinking of the homeless old lady who had just been blown down, Lin Yi resolutely jumped into the river and dragged the no longer breathing Xiang Xiao to the shore. Mr. Xiang. Gone. Young Master Xiang is gone. This is bad. If the Gao family blames me. Several playboys were trembling all over. When they saw that Master Xiang had stopped breathing, they immediately got in the car and stepped on the accelerator to flee the scene. Bad company. Lin Yi shook his head. Then, he took out the silver needles he carried with him and inserted them into several important acupuncture points of Xiang Xiao. Just 5 seconds. Mr. Xiang suddenly coughed up a pool of water and came back to life. You saved me? When he opened his eyes and saw Lin Yi taking out the needle, he said in disbelief. Otherwise, do you count on your friends? Lin Yi sneered. Only then did Xiang Xiao realize that one of his usual good friends had disappeared. This. Passed through the gates of hell. His mind had changed a lot. There is a feeling of sudden enlightenment. He raced because he felt life was boring and wanted to seek excitement, but now he understood how luxurious his luxurious and boring life was to others, and how lucky he was to be alive. Thank you. I apologize. Young Master Xiang lowered his head and said. He regarded Lin Yi as his opponent, but at the critical moment, it was Lin Yi who saved him. How ironic. You don't need to apologize to me. The person you should apologize to is the old lady who hung up on you. Lin Yi spread his hands. I was wrong, but please let me thank you first. I will give you as much money as you want. My name is Gao Yuxiang, and I am from the Gao family. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. Gao Yuxiang stood up and said solemnly. If you have that money, you should compensate them. Of course Lin Yi looked down upon his meager gains. However, looking at his current appearance, he looks much better. Afterwards, he took Gao Yuxiang back to the scene of the incident. Gao Yuxiang immediately called someone to send the old lady to the hospital, and notified the family that he intended to take on the original responsibility and pay compensation and apologize. Seeing this, Lin Yi was very pleased. Just when Gao Yuxiang was about to thank Lin Yi had already disappeared. Back home, Lin Yi took a bath. He took Gao Xiaoman to the front of the car and gave her a surprise. It was a surprise indeed. When Gao Xiaoman learned that this car cost tens of millions, she was so excited that she almost fainted. Fortunately, she had followed Lin Yi for so long and had seen a lot of the world, so she could barely hold back the yelling. Gao Xiaoman planned to thank Lin Yi very much. So, 2 hours later, Lin Yi was finally freed. Afterwards, Lin Yi received a call. Seeing that it was Xuan Yinji calling, he quickly answered the call. Hey, Lin Yi, do you know any famous doctors? Xuan Yinji got straight to the point, his voice sounding panicked. Famous doctor? Of course I know him. Lin Yi replied. Aren't you a famous doctor? Very good. Xuan Yinji grabbed at straws. It turned out that the condition of Xue Qinan, the old man of the Xue family, had seriously deteriorated and he was dying. According to the diagnosis, he could only live for 3 days at most. If Xue Qinan passed away, it would be a catastrophe for the entire Xue family. The already impoverished Xue family would surely be taken advantage of by the major families and disintegrated into pieces. That's why Xuan Yinji looked for famous doctors everywhere. Thinking that Lin Yi was the boss of the 4 provinces union, he must know some capable people, so she came to him. There is no need to say much about the relationship between Lin Yi and Xuan Yinji, and Lin Yi decided to help him in every possible way. The two agreed to go to Xue's house early tomorrow morning to treat the old man. The next day, Lin Yi drove to the Xue family's residence, parked the car, and walked towards the Xue family. However, he didn't go far before he was stopped by several security guards. Sir, this is the Xue family's forbidden area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. Do you have a pass? Several security guards were tall and strong, looking at Lin Yi with some disdain in their hearts. They had seen countless people, but had never seen Lin Yi before. Moreover, Lin Yi was dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like an important figure. Another pass? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. I don't have it. I guess you don't either. This is not the place for you to come. You trespassed into the forbidden area of the Xue family. Do you know what this means? Get out of here right now. A few security guards noticed this and immediately expelled him rudely. You are wrong. It is not me who wants to come to the Xue family. It is the Xue family who invited me here. Lin Yi smiled and had no intention of leaving. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? How dare a nobody like you marry into the Xue family? The security guard sneered. The guests invited by the Xue family were all well-known figures in Yuncheng. Although they were now lonely, there were no ordinary people among them. How could a young boy like Lin Yi dare to say that he was invited by the Xue family? He was really bold. Lin Yi was too lazy to bother with them, so he took out his cell phone and planned to call Xuan Yinji to ask her to come out and pick him up. However, when the security guards saw that Lin Yi was indifferent, they immediately became angry. The leader took out a baton and was about to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Lin Yi shook his head and put the phone back into his pocket. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but if violence was to be resorted to, it wouldn't be his fault. With a bang, the security guard who took the first action flew out. What's going on? The remaining security guards were stunned for a moment. They are all retired personnel who have undergone rigorous training. Although they are not as good as top masters, it is impossible for them to be killed instantly. But the thin Lin Yi in front of them actually beat their security captain with one hand. What is going on? Quickly notify Butler Chow. The remaining security guard picked up the intercom and called for reinforcements. Chapter 90, Fighting Against Bajiquan. After a while, a man with a dignified look came over. A team of security guards followed behind him, all of them staring at Lin Yi with eager eyes. Butler Chow, this kid is causing trouble. He forced his way in without a pass and injured our captain. Several security guards immediately complained. Butler Chow's face turned pale. You are a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even deal with a stinky boy. You really bring shame to our Xue family. You can get out now, he said mercilessly, and the security guards were immediately taken away. Kid, who are you? Do you know where this place is? Manager Chow walked in front of Lin Yi and asked coldly. Of course I know, the Xue family. Lin Yi smiled. He could tell that the man in front of him was a tough cookie, far superior to the trash he had beaten before. However, there is no master in front of me. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Manager Chao's face turned extremely cold. Has my Shui family fallen to such a state that a mere nobody dares to make trouble? Either get out or die. He issued an ultimatum and could no longer hold back his desire to take action. This kid thinks his luck is too good to be true because he made Manager Chao angry. He is just a young boy, but he dares to compete with Manager Chao. He really doesn't know his own limitations. The security guards looked like they were enjoying the show. Manager Chao was once a legendary figure in Yuncheng. He was the orthodox descendant of Chao's Bajiquan and was in charge of the law enforcement team, fighting violence and upholding justice. Later, he was recruited by Xue Qinan, who was still starting a business at the time, and became the manager of the Xue family. Over the years, no one has been able to defeat his Bajiquan. There is not even anyone who can take a punch. It's been a while since I've seen someone as fearless as you. Well, I'll warm up today. Manager Chao smiled and performed a simple Bajiquan stance. Lin Yi must have some ability since he was able to defeat several security guards, but it was not worth it for him to use his full strength. If you can take one of my Bajiquan moves, I lose. He was full of confidence, and with one move of Iron Mountain leaning, he overwhelmed Lin Yi like a mountain, extremely powerful. Lin Yi's eyes moved. This power felt like a dump truck crashing into him. It's really amazing. But he had no intention of dodging, instead he smiled. Laugh? Ha, are you scared? Unfortunately, once you start working, there is no turning back. Manager Chao sneered inwardly, and with an Iron Mountain backstroke, he chased after Lin Yi like a steamroller. Boom! You lose. Lin Yi smiled. As the dust and smoke faded away, he took the Iron Mountain backbone attack with one hand. Manager Chao's attack did not cause him any harm at all. Oh my god! How is this possible? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone knows the power of Manager Chao's Bajiquan. As the saying goes, if you practice Tai Chi for 10 years without going out, you can kill people at level 8 in 1 year. Bajiquan is an extremely powerful boxing style. Coupled with Manager Chao's years of training, the impact force of his Iron Mountain backrest is comparable to that of a speeding car. How could Lin Yi possibly take it? Still one-handed. How could you? Manager Chao's expression changed drastically. You are the one who knows your own strength best. Even if you were slack in this move just now, its power is enough to kill a second-rate master in seconds. Even top-notch masters have to avoid him. But Lin Yi, not only did he not dodge, he also caught it with one hand, which made him question his life. There are always people who are better than you. Lin Yi has the demeanor of a master. Then he added, you won't go back on your word, will you? This nasty expression made Manager Chao very angry. But he could do nothing about it. Once words are spoken, they can be taken back. He values reputation the most in his life, and he has to admit his defeat even if it is a terrible loss. I lost. Well, that's good to know. Lin Yi said lightly. I have to say, he is definitely the strongest person I have ever seen. Manager Chao, I don't accept this. This guy is no match for you. He must have used some despicable means and was just lucky enough to block your move. You are the face of the Xue family, you can't admit defeat. Besides, this is our Xue family's territory. You can secretly deal with this guy and no one will know. Everyone was unwilling to acknowledge Lin Yi and started cursing. Shut up, everyone. The Xue family has always been upright and honest. I will not go back on my word. Manager Chao said coldly. Boy, who are you? Why are you here today? After saying that, he stared at Lin Yi closely and no longer underestimated his enemy. If Lin Yi came here today to cause trouble for the Xue family, it would be a real misfortune for the Xue family. However, even if he risked his life, he would kill him. My name is Lin Yi, and I'm here to save the Xue family today. Lin Yi smiled. Save the Xue family? What a big mouth. Just you. When everyone heard this, they became furious and felt insulted like never before. Manager Chao asked everyone to be quiet and continued to ask, you said you can save the Xue family, how do you do it? Cure Xue Qinan, and the Xue family will naturally be resurrected. Lin Yi said lightly. Manager Chao's expression changed. Are you a doctor? No, but I may be the only one in the world who can save him. Nonsense, you are not a doctor, and you have no connection with the Xue family, why do you think you can bring people back to health? Because I have the magic needle. Lin Yi smiled. Wait, the magic needle? The guy with the magic needle who caused a big fuss in Jianda Hospital a while ago? It's you! The security guards were in an uproar. The incident at Jianda Hospital had long been a hot topic in Yunqing, and they had watched the video countless times. Someone immediately took out the video and compared it with Lin Yi. The conclusion is completely consistent. Although the video is blurry and not very clear, based on his general appearance and figure, who else could that little miracle doctor be but Lin Yi? Although Manager Chow had only heard of it vaguely, he was also moved when he saw the video. If this video is not hype, then the Lin Yi in front of us must be the real deal. He has lived on the edge of danger for half his life and has seen all kinds of doctors. Just based on Lin Yi's acupuncture skills, they are definitely not to be underestimated. It's the little doctor. I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please come in. Manager Chow quickly invited him. In his heart, he couldn't help but look up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's skills are something he has never seen in the younger generation, but he has unique skills and is so proficient in medicine that he can truly be considered a genius that only appears once in a century. Maybe, with his skills in both medicine and martial arts, he can really cure the old man's illness. Everyone, step back and welcome the little doctor. Yes. The security guards no longer dared to look down on Lin Yi, but instead looked at him with admiration. Everyone welcomed Lin Yi into the Xue family residence. Lin Yi, you are here. Xuan Yinji immediately went to meet him. Miss, do you know the young doctor? Manager Chow looked surprised. Of course, he is the friend I invited. Wait, Manager Chow, you didn't stop him without reading the notice I gave you? Xuan Yinji asked. Please rest assured, Miss Xue. Although I tried to stop him, I couldn't. Your friend is a rare genius. Manager Chow smiled ashamedly. Chapter 91 I am not a famous doctor, I am a miracle doctor. By the way, Lin Yi, where is the famous doctor you brought with you? Why can't I see him there? Xuan Yinji asked curiously. That's me. Lin Yi smiled. What? You? You can heal illnesses? Xuan Yinji was horrified. She knew that Lin Yi was extraordinary, but to say that he could cure diseases was too magical. Of course, I am not only a famous doctor, but also a miracle doctor. Lin Yi smiled. Lin Yi, you are not kidding me. Xuan Yinji just thought it was ridiculous. No matter how wealthy Lin Yi's family was, he was just a college student. They were classmates. The major he studied had nothing to do with medicine, so how could he possibly cure diseases? Suddenly, Lin Yi grabbed her wrist. Your heart rate is too slow, and your qi and blood are attacking your heart. You were very worried about your grandfather's serious illness these past 2 days, so you had irregular eating habits and insomnia, which led to delayed menstruation and reduced metabolism. If I'm not mistaken, a doctor asked you to take Western medicine, but it didn't work at all, and instead caused allergic symptoms. In fact, this is just a mental illness. Once I cure your grandfather, your illness will naturally heal. Before Xuan Yinji could react, Lin Yi quickly listed her symptoms and treatment methods. Xuan Yinji was stunned. How do you know so clearly? The accuracy of what Lin Yi said was as if he had installed a surveillance camera on his head. It seems that Lin Yi did not lie to me. He really understands medicine and his medical skills are quite advanced. That's great, Lin Yi, you must do your best to treat my grandfather. Hey, Xuan Yinji, who is this man? Why are you so close to him? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard. A handsome man with cold eyes walked slowly towards them. Behind him, an old man holding a rosary walked out slowly, with a very imposing aura. Feng Kuei, it's none of your business who he is. What does it have to do with you if I talk to my friend? Xuan Yinji's eyes showed disgust, and he obviously hated this man. It's none of my business? Xuan Yinji, don't forget, we are engaged. You are destined to be mine. Even if you hate me, you can't escape. Feng Kuei said arrogantly, looking at Xuan Yinji with a pair of lustful eyes, full of greed. Feng Kuei, the engagement has been annulled. It's impossible for the two of us to be together. Besides, I've told you countless times that the Xue family doesn't welcome you. Xuan Yinji said with disdain. Although the Feng family is not an old family in Yunqing, it is the most powerful among the new families. Feng Kuei's father, Feng Haitao, is the leader of Yunqing's real estate and has a huge fortune. Feng Kuei also relies on his family's power to be arrogant and domineering. Although he has failed to see Xuan Yinji many times, he still has the evil intention to do so. The older generations of the two families were all acquaintances, so Xuan Yinji couldn't force him to leave. There is nothing I, Fang Kuei, cannot get, including you, Xuan Yinji. As long as you agree to be with me, I will guarantee that you will have a life of luxury and a carefree life, more luxurious than any of Yunshi's wives. Otherwise, being with an ordinary man would be a waste of your stunning beauty. Fang Kuei tempted. His family's business is booming, and he believes that it will soon become the fifth largest family in Yunshi. The Shui family has long been in decline and only remains in name. He believes that Xuan Yinji will never escape from his control. It was only a matter of time before she became her own doll. Humph, when the time comes and you obey me in everything, I will kick you away. Let you, the cold and aloof goddess, have a taste of what it feels like to be a dog. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited and felt so happy inside. SB. And at this moment, Lin Yi burst out laughing. What did you say? You dare to scold me? If you dare, say it again. Fang Kuei said angrily. He didn't expect that someone would dare to insult him like this. He is the eldest son of the Fang family. With the power of his father, even the senior members of the big family have to be courteous to him. How dare Lin Yi, this wild boy who came out of nowhere, openly insult him? You're addicted, okay, I'm going to scold you again, listen carefully. SB. Lin Yi speaks in a clear and loud voice. As if afraid that Fang Kuei couldn't hear her, she raised her voice and almost pointed at his nose and called him by name. You. Fang Kuei was so angry that his speech was incoherent. He had never been scolded like this before, and he didn't know what to do. Fuck, is this guy crazy? How dare he scold Fang Kuei? Remember the guy who accidentally stepped on Master Fang's shoes last time? I heard that his legs were broken the next day and he can't walk anymore. Yeah, everyone knows that Master Fang has a hot temper. Isn't he courting death? Everyone was talking about it. Everyone who knows Fang Kuei knows that he is moody and will hit people hard if they disagree with him, so they all try to avoid him. There is no other person in the entire Yunshi who dares to scold him to his face like Lin Yi. Lin Yi, don't be impulsive. Xuan Yinji reminded Lin Yi that although she knew that Lin Yi was not afraid of Fang Kuei at all, she still didn't want to cause a dispute between the two sides because of her. Okay, I'll listen to you and not bother with this idiot. Lin Yi smiled. You're still cursing. Fang Kuei was so angry that he was shaking all over. Who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? Even my father has never scolded me. He was furious. Oh no, he really pissed off Master Fang. It's over, get out of the way. Everyone showed fear on their faces and retreated. Manager Chao's face was also livid. Although he admired Lin Yi very much, Lin Yi shouldn't be so arrogant and provoke Fang Kuei. So what? Lin Yi smiled. This Fang Kuei takes himself too seriously. Okay, remember what you said, so that when you are about to die, you won't ask me why I want to kill you. Fang Kuei's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. He didn't know who Lin Yi was, but it seemed that he was at most a young master from a small family and he was more than capable of dealing with him. Go ahead and kill him. He gritted his teeth and was about to order the bodyguards behind him to deal with Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back, without a trace of panic. After all, if he takes action, he will be the one who suffers, not himself. Mr. Fang, don't be impulsive. At this moment, the old man behind Fang Kuei opened his eyes and spoke. Hearing this, Fang Kuei was very confused. Why, immortal? He is just a young boy, and he dares to insult me. It is a capital crime. The old man just whispered in his ear, young Master Fang, can't you see? He is deliberately forcing you to take action. It is easy for you to deal with him, but don't forget why we are here today. Hearing this, Fang Kuei immediately calmed down a lot. That's right, if he wanted Lin Yi to die, there were 100 ways to do it. Why did he have to do it at the Shui family? What's more, his plan today was the most important. Chapter 92 I am your father. You're lucky, little brat. I'm in a good mood today. For the sake of the Shui family, I won't bother with you. We'll settle today's score later. Fang Kuei made a harsh statement. Lin Yi looked at the old man behind him, his eyes moving. When I was reviewing a few days ago, I bought a skill called Super Ear from an app. No matter how small the sound is, I can hear it clearly. Therefore, Lin Yi heard the two people's whispered conversation just now. These two people keep talking about their motives. Could it be that they have some ill intentions towards the Xue family? At this time, Manager Chow stepped out and acted as a peacemaker. Please stop arguing. Mr. Lin Yi is here today to treat Mr. Xue. Please forgive him. Butler Chow, are you kidding me? Just rely on him? Ask him to treat Mr. Xue? Fang Kuei said contemptuously, as if he had heard a huge joke. Judging from Lin Yi's appearance, it would be more accurate to say that he is a lazy young man. How can he look like a doctor? Manager Chow said softly, you don't understand. Let me introduce you. This Mr. Lin is. It's your father. Before Manager Chow could finish his words, Lin Yi smiled. You damned fellow. Fang Kuei instantly became furious. Lin Yi's way of insulting himself was very childish, but the more childish it was, the more it showed that he didn't take himself seriously. He was about to have a fit. At this moment, the old man behind him patted Fang Kuei on the shoulder and shook his head. Suddenly, Fang Kuei was helpless even though he was shaking with anger. I had no choice but to say something harsh. Just wait for me, little bastard. Okay. Lin Yi was not moved at all. Just now he was just deliberately provoking Fang Kuei. Now it seems that he was right. The reason why Fang Kuei, such a cruel and brainless person, endured his provocation was because he had an ulterior motive for coming to the Xue family today. And that old man must be the core figure of this plan. Everyone is here, thank you for your hard work. There was a sound of footsteps, and a very elegant middle-aged man came up to the crowd. He is Xue Ling, who is now in charge of the Xue family in place of Xue Qinan, and is also Xue Nianji's second uncle. Second Uncle Xue. Fang Kuei called him shamelessly. Mr. Xue is the top figure in Yuncheng. He has a body of $1 million dragon. If we let such a young boy treat us, how can he take the responsibility if something happens to him? In my opinion, we should get rid of him as soon as possible so that he won't affect our treatment. Fang Kuei immediately wanted to drive Lin Yi away. When Xue Ling saw Lin Yi, his eyes moved. He only heard that Xue Nianji was going to invite a famous doctor today, but he didn't expect that it would be such a young doctor whom he had never seen before. That's not the case, Uncle Xue. Although the doctor I invited is not a famous one, I can guarantee that he is definitely an excellent doctor with strong medical skills. He may be able to cure Grandpa. At the critical moment, Xue Nianji came out to vouch for him. Who is this guy? Miss Xue actually vouched for him? And it seems that the relationship between the young lady and him is not simple. Shu, keep your voice down. Miss Nianji is our daughter. How could she be involved with an unknown boy? That's it, stop talking nonsense. Everyone in the Xue family was talking about it, and they were all surprised that Xue Nianji guaranteed Lin Yi. Powerful medical skills? The famous doctors in Yuncheng are all well known, how come I have never heard of this person? Fang Kuei laughed. Miss Nianji is right. This young man does have the skill of moving needles. At this moment, Manager Chow, who had been silent all the time, took out a tablet and played a video on the spot. It was the scene where Lin Yi saved people in Jianda Hospital at that time. Oh my god, it turned out to be him. The guy at Jianda Hospital who used acupuncture to bring people back to life. Yes, it's the little miracle doctor who was making a lot of noise a while ago. That's what I was saying, it looks a little familiar. If it's him, then the old man might really. Well, okay, let this little doctor try it. Seeing this, Xue Ling nodded. Not to mention that Lin Yi is somewhat famous, even if he is useless, he still has to give face to Xue Nianji. You bastard divine doctor, you think you can bring the dead back to life? It's just a video, who knows if it's real or fake? Even if he has such acupuncture skills, it's nothing but showing off in front of the divine doctor you. Fang Kuei said disdainfully and invited the old man behind him to come out. What? Divine doctor you? Are you talking about the famous Dr. Yu Ji? Everyone's face changed drastically and they were shocked. Yu Ji is the 18th generation heir of the Yu family, a family of traditional Chinese medicine in Yuncheng. He is proficient in ancient acupuncture treatments and his medical skills are so superb that he can be called a miracle doctor who can bring people back to life. He has saved countless people, most of whom are high-ranking officials and dignitaries. He is a well-known figure in Yuncheng's upper society. Fang Kuei. Is this old gentleman the famous divine doctor you? Xue Ling looked excited. When Mr. Xue first fell ill, the Xue family sent people to look for Yuji everywhere. However, they only got the news that Yuji had gone into seclusion in the mountains to practice, and there was no news from him since then. Unexpectedly, Fang Kuei actually invited Yuji here today, which naturally made the Xue family very excited. Second Uncle Xue, Mr. Xue is like my own grandfather. He is seriously ill, and I have been feeling pain all the time. What's more, seeing Nianji's sister crying all day long makes me feel even worse. Therefore, I went to great lengths to invite the old Dr. Yu to come out of retirement. Fang Kuei said with false righteousness, feeling very painful inside. He spent a lot of money to invite Yuji to come out of retirement, but no matter how much he spent, it was worth it. As long as I succeed today, the rewards will be 1,000 times greater. Fang Kuei, thank you so much, old doctor, please come in soon. Afterwards, Xue Ling immediately invited everyone into the ward. The Xue family members and others came forward to serve, leaving Lin Yi and Xue Nianji forgotten in the corner. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, I didn't know Fang Kuei could actually invite Dr. Yu to come. It seems that your medical skills will be of no use this time. But thank you for coming to help me. Xue Nianji said with some guilt. Yuji's medical skills were so strong that they were widely known throughout the aristocratic family circle. He once used only 6 needles to bring the Lu family's ancestor back to the world, and he was truly a miracle doctor reborn. Therefore, they absolutely believed that Yuji had the ability to save the Xue family's old man. It's okay, but you said it too early. Lin Yi didn't care. What's the meaning? Xue Nianji's face was blank. To cure an illness and save a life, you need to prescribe the right medicine. It's not a joke. That old guy is quite impressive, but whether he can save your grandfather is still unclear. Lin Yi sneered. Chapter 93, Taking Advantage of the Situation. He could see that this old man was an expert, but he was not worthy to be associated with the word god. However, seeing that this old guy was so pretentious, he wanted to see if he had any real skills. Then the two of them entered the ward. Xueqinan, who had a great reputation throughout his life, was now lying on the bed with a pale face, suffering from torture and pain. He looked no different from those dying old people in the hospital. It was hard to believe that he was the overlord who once called the wind and rain in Yuncheng. Alas, the old man was just weak at first, and occasionally felt cold, but then his health got worse day by day, his whole body felt like ice, the yin energy pierced his bones, and he was in excruciating pain. He has been unconscious for more than 10 days now. Xue Ling and others said solemnly. Yuji kept silent, stepped forward to check the old man's pulse, and then said, Master Xue, please rest assured, this disease is easy for me to cure. My family's magic needle, the Xuanri needle method, is masculine in nature and specializes in treating evil. It is the right medicine to treat the old man. He was full of confidence, as if it was a piece of cake. Very good. Everyone in the Xue family felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw and their faces were full of hope. In that case, please act quickly. Xue Ling was even more excited. It's easy to cure the disease, but... Suddenly, Yuji glanced sideways and said something with hidden meaning. Seeing this, Xue Ling immediately took out a gold card and said, Go ahead, godly doctor, save the man. This gold dragon card is just a token of my appreciation. As long as you can save the old man, you will be doing a favor to the Xue family. The Xue family will never treat you unfairly. Taking advantage of others' misfortune. Lin Yi on the side had a look of contempt on his face. Although it was natural to get money for saving people, taking advantage of people's danger to extort money was a manifestation of lack of medical ethics and was despicable. At this time, Fang Kuei on the side spoke. Uncle Xue, of course old immortal Yu knows that the Xue family is grateful, but Divine Doctor Yu is not an ordinary doctor. The maximum limit of a gold dragon card is hundreds of millions. Is it a bit to use this to get rid of Divine Doctor Yu? The disdain in his eyes was obvious. Then in your opinion, how should we repay the old gentleman? Xue Ling's eyes darkened. Fang Kuei smiled and his eyes became greedy. In my opinion, money is not as reliable as assets these days. If the Xue family is willing to use part of their property to thank Divine Doctor Yu, I'm sure Divine Doctor Yu will not refuse and will definitely do his best to save people. He finally revealed his wolfish ambitions. The reason why they spent a huge amount of money to invite Yuji was because he wanted the Xue family's property. He was blatantly taking advantage of the situation. Assets? What assets? Xue Ling asked. I am old and I am not a greedy person. As long as you are willing to give me 40% of the shares of Xue Group under the Xue family, I will be very satisfied. Yu stroked his beard and smiled with his eyes narrowed. 40%, what did you say? Xue Ling's expression changed, and everyone in the Xue family also became angry. Xue Qinan started from scratch, and all the Xue family members put in countless efforts to make the Xue group bigger and stronger to its current size. And an outsider asked for 40% of the shares, which is equivalent to directly taking half of their assets. This condition is undoubtedly too much. This is more than just taking advantage of someone's misfortune, it's simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune to kill them. Old Dr. Yu is a very good doctor. I don't know how good his medical skills are, but he takes advantage of people's misfortunes. He is like a lion opening its mouth wide, and he is not afraid of the wind blowing its tongue away. Lin Yi sneered with disdain. It turns out that the two were planning on the Xue family's property. Unfortunately, with me here, their wishful thinking cannot be realized. Mr. Lin, don't you see who you are? Do you have the right to speak here? The old doctor, you can definitely cure the disease and bring Mr. Xue back to life. There is no place for a barefoot doctor like you here, so get out of here. Fong Kuei looked up and expelled them. Even if this kid has some ability, he is nothing but a waste in front of the miracle doctor. No matter how you scold him, he can only bear it. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu was neither ashamed nor annoyed, but just smiled and said, "Yes, I am a barefoot doctor. I will not take advantage of others' misfortune. I am really too inferior. I can't compare with you." You. Fong Kuei knew he was in the wrong. His face turned pale and he was helpless. He gritted his teeth inwardly. After curing Mr. Xue, I will definitely give Lin Yi a good beating. That's enough, stop talking. At this time, Xue Ling spoke. His eyes moved, and he had already made a decision. Old Dr. Yu, I agree to your request. As long as you can cure Mr. Xue, I will give you 40% of the shares. As the head of the family, Xue Ling could naturally see that the two were in cahoots with each other, but Xue Qinan's life was hanging by a thread now. If he was gone, the Xue family would be finished as well, so he might as well take a gamble. He puts the overall situation first and distinguishes the pros and cons in an instant. Second, Uncle Xue is worthy of being the head of the Xue family. He is so straightforward. Hearing this, Fong Kuei was extremely excited, not hiding his greed at all. In his eyes, even if Xue Qinan was cured, the Xue family would only be a flash in the pan and would be doomed sooner or later. As long as this is accomplished, he will be half the owner of the Xue family. He is the eldest son of the Fong family. If he then occupies half of the Xue family, wouldn't that be a great honor? It is only a matter of time to annex the Xue family and unify the country. I feel a little excited when I think about it. Got the conditions I wanted. Yuji finally began to diagnose Xue Qinan. The old master is cold to the bone, and his yin energy is overwhelming. It turns out that he is poisoned by the cold. As I said before, you can rest assured that I will take care of it. He was confident that he would use his unique skills, the hanging sun needle technique. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Yi interrupted. Everyone's expression changed. If Lin Yi hadn't spoken, they would have forgotten the existence of this boy. Shut up. You bastard, you are really crazy. How dare you interrupt the doctor's diagnosis? What crime should you be punished for? Fong Kuei cursed loudly. 3 cups as punishment? Lin Yi sneered when he heard this. In terms of my own cultivation, I am almost the ancestor of Yuji, so there is no reason for me to disturb him. How ridiculous. I'm practicing medicine to save people, and you're talking nonsense. Should I save people, or should you save people? Yuji's eyes turned cold and he cursed. Of course I'll come to save him, because if I let you come, it will hurt him instead. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi spoke wildly. Everyone was surprised. Boy, you are too crazy. That's right. As a descendant, you are blessed to be able to see Divine Doctor you treat illnesses and save lives in your lifetime. How dare you doubt the miracle doctor? Just because you're an internet celebrity? The sound of laughter never ceased. Compared to Lin Yi, the rising star, everyone obviously prefers to believe in Yuji, the authority. Humph, what a joke. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and no one has ever dared to show off their skills in front of me. Well, tell me, what did I do wrong? Yuji asked coldly. Lin Yi, do you know what it means to overestimate your own abilities? Fong Kuei said sarcastically. Chapter 94. This disease can only be treated by me. Lin Yi ignored the two and just asked. Master Xue, I have a question for you. Did Mr. Shui ever have a serious illness in his early years? Yes, how did you know? Shuiling said in surprise. The old man started from scratch in his early years and was engaged in the medicinal materials business. One time, he personally went to Tianshan to transport snow lotus. After returning, he fell seriously ill and it took him a whole year to recover. Tianshan. Snow lotus. Yeah, that's right. According to my diagnosis, the old man should have been infected with a disease called cloud poison. Lin Yi spoke frankly. Cloud poison? Everyone looked confused, obviously very unfamiliar with this. Lin Yi explained, cloud poison is a type of altitude sickness, but it is different from ordinary altitude sickness. Because the pure snow on the Tianshan mountains has not melted for 100 years, there is a kind of parasite in the snow. The locals call it cloud insect, which means the insect hidden in the snow in the clouds. Cloud insects generally do not invade the human body. I speculate that the old patriarch must have consumed the local Cordyceps sinensis and contracted this disease. He talked incessantly. After acquiring the god-level medical skills, Lin Yi was able to easily master all kinds of pathologies and had innumerable amounts of relevant knowledge. It could be said that all the books in the medical libraries around the world combined could not compare to his brain. Cloud poison? Nonsense. I have never heard of such a thing. It's ridiculous. Yu Ji said disdainfully. Naturally, he didn't believe the nonsense that Lin Yi said. How can you understand something that you don't even understand? If you insist on doing it, you'll become a murderer. Lin Yi warned. He had no choice but to believe what he said. Humph, you have a very eloquent tongue, and you can really fool people. Lin Yi, you have delayed the old man's treatment. Even if I sell your whole family, I can't afford the compensation. Can you replace old man Yu and save the old patriarch? Feng Kuei pointed at Lin Yi's nose and cursed angrily. Of course. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said confidently. Everyone was stunned. This is too confident. He doesn't take others seriously at all. You, stop joking. If you can, Feng Kuei, will kneel down and kowtow to you. Feng Kuei laughed, and everyone thought that Lin Yi was just trying to attract attention and talking nonsense. Master Shui, it seems that I came at the wrong time today. Since there is a miracle doctor here, please ask him to treat Mr. Shui. I am leaving now. Yu Ji put on airs, trying to play hard to get. No, Dr. Yu, please don't be angry. Everyone in Yunqing knows that you are a master of traditional Chinese medicine. There are few people in the whole of China who can compare with you. This disease can only be cured by you. Shuiling immediately became anxious and tried to comfort him. No, I am just an ordinary man. How dare I call myself a miracle doctor? In my opinion, this little miracle doctor is the real master. Of course, if Master Shui trusts me, I am willing to treat him. However, I am afraid that I can't treat this disease with him around. Yu Ji sneered. After he said this, everyone immediately cast unfriendly looks at Lin Yi. In the eyes of the Shui family, Lin Yi has become the public enemy. Little doctor, in that case, please go and wait outside. Shui Ling had no choice but to speak to Lin Yi. Dr. Lin, please. Manager Chow was also helpless. Although he was expelled, Lin Yi just smiled and turned away nonchalantly. He came here out of Xuanyanji's favor. Otherwise, even if the entire Shui family came to beg him, he might not agree. So, of course he didn't care what these people said. Lin Yi, don't be angry. I'll go out with you, even for a walk. The considerate Xuanyanji took his hand and said. A quarter of an hour. Suddenly, Lin Yi said softly. What did you say? Feng Kuei and others looked confused. I said a quarter of an hour. I will only wait outside the Shui family for an hour, and I won't be back by then. Lin Yi said, and then went for a walk outside with Xuanyanji. Damn it, you're still stubborn and you still have another quarter of an hour. Who are you threatening? Do you think we will beg you? Feng Kuei laughed. Although the relationship between Xuanyanji and Lin Yi made him feel uncomfortable, when he thought that if he cured Shui Qinan, he would be half the master of the Shui family, then wouldn't Xuanyanji be able to be played with by him obediently? The patriarch is wise. This way, I can treat the old patriarch in peace. Yu Ji's face was as bright as spring breeze. You're just a brat, and you dare to speak nonsense in front of me. Now get out of here, okay? He then began treatment. Outside the Xue family. On the path of the manor. My second uncle asked you to come out to keep you away from the conflict. After all, saving people is more important. Lin Yi, you must not take it to heart. If you want to blame someone, just blame me. After all, it was me who asked you to come. Xue Nianji comforted him, fearing that Lin Yi might have some grudges. Nianji, you think too much. Lin Yi pinched her little face and smiled. Xue Nianji's face turned slightly red. By the way, Lin Yi, even though the old divine Dr. Yu asks for too much, he is also an expert in medical skills and our greatest hope right now. Why are you arguing with him? Xue Nianji asked. Ha, what a miracle doctor, he's more like a quack. Lin Yi waved his hand. There is always someone better than you. Yu Ji's so-called Xuanri needle technique is just a third-rate acupuncture technique and is not at all advanced. However, the cold poison in Xue Qinan's body is not that simple. As you can imagine, what happens next will be very interesting. So, in a quarter of an hour, your family will come to me crying and begging me. Just wait and see. Ah? Xue Nianji's face was blank. This is too exaggerated. How is that possible? You don't believe me, right? Hey, I'm going to take a nap. Remember to call me when you're done. Lin Yi lay down directly on the bench, leaned on Xue Nianji's shoulder, and fell into a deep sleep. Xue Nianji was completely confused. I fell asleep in 1 second. How sleepy are you? Although she believed in Lin Yi and knew that Lin Yi was reliable, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to say that her family would come to him for help. Although Yu Ji's character is not very good, he is actually a miracle doctor. Lin Yi, it looks like you're going to lose this time. Looking at the sleeping Lin Yi, Xue Nianji said in his heart. 10 minutes later. Xue family. Yu Ji. What on earth is going on? How come the old man stopped breathing as soon as you gave him the injection? The Xue family is in turmoil. Xue Ling and others gathered around Xue Qinan's bed, like ants on a hot pan. At this moment, there was not even a trace of movement in Xue Qinan's chest, and he had completely stopped breathing, looking no different from a dead person. This is impossible, how could this happen? Dr. Yu was trembling all over. He was so proud of himself before, but now he looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes were filled with panic. I have already used the Xuanri acupuncture method. Logically speaking, with one acupuncture, the cold poison will dissipate and Xue Qinan will come back to life. Chapter 95, What is a Miracle Doctor? But he never expected that the old man would die immediately after the injection. Heartbeat, breathing, all disappeared. The person who was alive just now turned into a corpse. What the hell is going on? Everyone panicked. You quack, didn't you say that once you take action, the old man will definitely be out of danger? Manager Chow was so angry that he slapped Yu Ji in the face and knocked him against the wall. I really don't know what's going on. Logically. Rationally? With a snap. Manager Chow slapped him again. The once famous Yu Ji now had a swollen face and nose like a pig, and was trembling with fear. He no longer had the majesty he had before. You are a miracle doctor, but you are just a charlatan. You swore that you could save people, but it turned out that you were just trying to get my property. Well, as the current head of the Xue family, I tell you that if the old man doesn't survive, I will bury you with him as a ghost. Xue Ling's eyes were extremely cold, and the Xue family members were staring at Yu Ji and Feng Kuei with a covetous look. Uncle Xue, don't be impulsive. Dr. Yu is famous, how could he make a mistake? This could just be a coincidence. Feng Kuei said tremblingly. It was so damn unlucky. I never expected that Yu Ji, the miracle doctor, was actually a quack. Instead of curing the patient, he killed him. He knew very well that if the Xue family blamed him, neither he nor Yu Ji would be able to leave the Xue family today. Coincidence? Feng Kuei, you bastard, seeing my Xue family in dire straits, you still add insult to injury and take advantage of the situation. Well, you two will be buried together when the time comes. Xue Ling gritted his teeth. Uncle Xue, this is none of my business. I didn't know Yu Ji was a quack. If I knew, how could I dare to invite him? Please let me go. Seeing this, Feng Kuei immediately chose to sell out his teammate and sent Yu Ji away. Master Feng, what did you say? It was you who asked me to propose conditions so that we could divide up the Xue family's assets. I only accepted 3 houses and 90 million from you. How could you let me die? Seeing this, Eugene naturally dragged him into the water unwillingly. Upon hearing the two men's dirty plan, Ling was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Manager Chow was furious and started punching and kicking the two men, turning them into a bloody mess. Screams rang out one after another. "Old man! Don't go! What on earth is going on? Could it be that the guy named Lin was right? I don't know who said this." Everyone remembered it immediately. Yes, Lin Yi had said long ago that if Yu took action, Xueqinan would definitely die. Now it seems that this is the case, isn't it? A quarter of an hour. Ling suddenly realized. It was now exactly 14 minutes past. 1 minute left. What are you still standing there for? Go get the little doctor. Everyone suddenly realized at this moment that Lin Yi's words were not just wind on their ears, but a lifeline. "Uncle Xue, I think we should call an ambulance. What use can that brat have? He's just bragging." Fong Kuei disagreed and said contemptuously. However, with a snap. Manager Chow slapped him again, knocking him to the ground. "I didn't hit you too hard just now, didn't I? If you hadn't hired a quack doctor to harm people, the old man wouldn't have died. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death today." Hearing this, Fong Kuei could only lower his head silently. He knew that Steward Chow's men had killed people, and if he dared to say another word, he would probably be buried together with old Master Xue. Suddenly, everyone in the Xue family rushed out of the mansion to look for Lin Yi's whereabouts. It's already the quarter of an hour. The old man may have been cured by now. Lin Yi, you should leave the Xue family first, or Fong Kuei will cause you trouble later. Xuan Yinji saw that the time was up and shook his head. Lin Yi disagreed. Xuan Yinji couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is too persistent. Do you have to wait for someone to come and drive you away? Little miracle doctor. Here. Suddenly, several servants of the Xue family came running over and said to Lin Yi, "Little doctor, the master of the family has ordered you to go back and treat the old master." Ah, this. Xuan Yinji was stunned for a moment. Lin Yi actually got it right. "How is Grandpa doing?" she asked anxiously. "Miss, the old master is no longer breathing. It's all the fault of that old quack Yuji. He stabbed the old man to death with a needle." "What do you mean dead? You crow-mouth, stop talking nonsense." Everyone was talking at once, extremely anxious. Lin Yi stood up calmly, stretched, and then lay down again. Everyone was confused. Just at this moment, Xue Ling arrived. "Little miracle doctor, I trusted you by mistake and drove you away. Little did I know that you are the real miracle doctor. I beg you to save the old man." Xue Ling bowed his head respectfully, and all the Xue family members also bent down and bowed, respectfully asking Lin Yi to take action. They are now regretting their decision to the point of death. If they had known that Lin Yi was the real miracle doctor, why would they have promised Yuji mountains of gold and silver? However, Lin Yi just shook his head. "It's not your fault," he said softly. Hearing this, Xue Ling and others suddenly realized. Manager Chow immediately threw Fong Kuei and Yuji in front of Lin Yi. "Damn you bastards, Dr. Lin is right in front of us, and you are slandering the innocence of the young doctor. Why don't you kowtow and apologize? Little doctor, you are right. I am just a mediocre doctor. I have no ability to treat patients. I am short-sighted and poorly trained in medicine. I only know how to take advantage of others' misfortunes and make money. I deserve to die, damn it." Yuji was smart. Without any backing, he immediately kowtowed to Lin Yi and admitted his mistake. Lin Yi didn't look at him, but just stared at Fong Kuei. "What do you mean? Master Xue, do you want me, the eldest son of the Fong family, to admit my mistake and apologize to this nobody?" Fong Kuei's veins popped out and he was furious. "Life and death are up to you." However, before Xue Ling could say anything, Manager Chow on the side said coldly and ruthlessly. The sound was ghostly and chilling, as if it came from hell. Hearing this, Fong Kuei trembled and almost peed his pants. Suddenly, he, who had been so arrogant, lowered his proud head like an ostrich. "I'm sorry, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, I was blind and offended you. I beg you to show some mercy and help me." He suppressed his reluctance and forced out these words through his teeth. "Only those who can stretch and shrink are real men. Even if I kowtow and admit my mistake now, it doesn't mean that I'm really scared. Anyway, I am still the young master of the Fong family. When I escape back home, the first thing I will do is to kill this kid. Then, let us see who has the last laugh. He is vicious at heart. Chapter 96, That's it? That's all? However, Lin Yi was not satisfied. What else do you want from me? Lin Yi, don't go too far. Fang Kuei stood up suddenly, pointed at Lin Yi's nose and yelled. I have already kowtowed and apologized, but this guy won't let me go. Is he going to punish himself personally? He didn't believe that Lin Yi would dare to do anything to him. Boom! Unexpectedly, Lin Yi punched out and directly knocked Fang Kuei 10 meters away. Fang Kuei's face turned pale, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered, even losing consciousness due to the pain. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would really dare to take action. I'm going to kill you. Fang Kuei couldn't swallow this and stood up with difficulty. However, before he could get up, Lin Yi's foot had already flown to his face. Fang Kuei, with a bruised face and nose, flew out again and fell flat on his face. Instantly, he burst into tears. Brother, I was wrong. I deserve death and should not be your enemy. Please spare my life. From now on, Fang Kuei, will be your dog. Whenever I see you, I will kneel down and kowtow to you, and serve you like a slave. He no longer had the dignity he once had, and looked like a prisoner about to be shot. Oh my god, I am not seeing things. This is too. I thought Master Fang was so tough. That's it? That's all. It's really embarrassing for the Fang family. Seeing Fang Kuei like this, everyone sighed. Let's go get treatment. Lin Yi was too lazy to look at him again and walked towards the Xue family. Xue Ling and others followed closely behind, in a mighty force. When they arrived at the ward, Lin Yi saw Xue Qinan, who had stopped breathing, and took his pulse. Little miracle doctor, the old man. Not dead. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said something shocking. But he's clearly not breathing. Yeah, there's no heartbeat either. This state is a symptom called suspended animation. Lin Yi shook his head. Then his hands moved as fast as lightning, and 17 flying needles blocked Xue Ling's internal organs. Cloud poison parasitizes on the human meridians, and the acupuncture method used by Lin Yi is the famous Bai Hai Qingdu needle, which has been lost for thousands of years. Although it was only a medium-level acupuncture technique that Lin Yi mastered, it was more than enough to treat Xue Qinan. Sure enough, 5 minutes later. As Xue Qinan coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his heartbeat gradually slowed down and his pulse became stable. Oh my god, it's amazing. A miracle doctor. This is a true miracle doctor. A medical miracle. Everyone in the Xue family was amazed, as if they had seen a god, and they knelt down in front of Lin Yi unconsciously. Xue Ling and others' faces changed drastically. Lin Yi's acupuncture technique fully demonstrates what it means to bring the dead back to life and what it means to restore youth. Such medical skills can be called the reincarnation of a miracle doctor. The old man's illness has been cured. He will recover in 3 days. Lin Yi took back the needle and said casually. Lin Yi, you are awesome. Seeing his grandfather's blood and energy recovered, Xuan Yinji cried with joy and hugged Lin Yi. The excitement in her heart was simply indescribable. You know, Lin Yi not only saved her grandfather, but also saved the entire Xue family. Xue Ling and others were even more excited and were convinced by Lin Yi. That night, the Xue family decorated the house with lights and colorful decorations. A wedding banquet was held for Lin Yi and the old man who had come back to life. At the banquet, Xue Ling called Lin Yi aside. He thanked him solemnly. Thanks to the little genius doctor's help, the old man was able to come back to life. This is a great favor, and the Xue family will always remember it. This is a small gift from me as the head of the family. Please don't despise it, little genius doctor. As he spoke, Xue Ling sent someone to present a pile of documents with both hands. Lin Yi opened it and found that these were all shares of companies under the Xue family. Adding up all the miscellaneous shares, they accounted for about 20%. Lin Yi was very surprised. He is not short of money, and these shares are much more useful to him than money. Thank you, Patriarch. Lin Yi simply accepted it generously. Seeing this, Xue Ling's eyes showed appreciation. If an ordinary person received these shares, he would probably be so excited that he would jump up and down, but Lin Yi was calm and composed, which made him look up to him. Then, Lin Yi politely declined Schwelling's offer of a private doctor job with an annual salary of tens of millions, and only after getting more than 20 people from the Xue family and butler Chow drunk at the table did he manage to escape. After saying goodbye to Xuan Yinji, I finally returned to my warm home. Ding dong. At this moment, the app sounded a notification. After the system upgrade, Lin Yi no longer needs to perform any operations on his mobile phone. Just a thought, and the scene in the app appeared in my mind. Well, random instant kills. A little disappointed. But mosquito legs are also neat. Lin Yi decisively flipped the card. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Thief. Oh my god, a thief? This skill is too useless. You are so rich, why do you steal things? Besides, even if he had no money, Lin Yi would not do such an immoral thing. Never mind, something is better than nothing. Afterwards, he took a shower at home, and before he had time to interact with Gao Xiaoman, he received another call from Lin Mei. It turned out that the little girl wanted to escape from a banquet and asked me to go over to help. Of course, Lin Yi was too lazy to make another trip. Refused decisively. However, the shameless Lin Mei threatened himself by making complaints to his student department and giving him bad reviews. Can you tolerate Lin Yi's violent temper? He had no choice but to drive again to the banquet venue. However, when he came here and met Lin Mei, he realized that he had been deceived. This little girl didn't want to escape from the party at all, she clearly wanted to attend the party, and I was her partner in the party. It's a blatant trick. Lin Yi, who is the king of tricks, was actually tricked by others. It really proves the old saying that you will pay for what you have done. There was no other way, Lin Yi could only bite the bullet and go to the banquet with her. I learned from Lin Mei that this banquet was initiated by Qin Xiao, one of the 4 great young masters of Yuncheng. The banquet was held at the Hilton Hotel. Lin Mei wore a gray high-shoulder dress today, which matched her flowing long hair and angelic face, making her look like a princess in a Disney movie. Lin Yi, who was suddenly pulled over by her, was wearing casual clothes. On the surface, the two of them seemed incompatible, but the intimacy in their conversation and laughter, and every move full of ambiguity, made people realize that they were a perfect match. Everyone in the venue was either rich or noble, and they were all well-known figures and famous families in Yuncheng City. Although it looked rather chaotic on the surface, the crowd was clearly divided into 2 groups. On one side were the elderly people from various families. They usually gathered together to discuss business, but now they were drinking and chatting happily, introducing each other, and most of them were smiling but with ulterior motives. On the other side is the world of young people. The new generation has their own topics, but like their elders, they seem to be on good terms with each other, laughing and chatting happily, but the comparisons and envy among them are that the younger generation is better than the older generation. Lin Mei held Lin Yi's hand and attracted countless eyes as soon as they entered the venue. Chapter 97, Eating Lobster. It is said that Yuncheng is rich in beauties. I am convinced only after seeing this beauty. You don't even know Lin Mei, the most beautiful woman in the 4 great families? The 4 young masters of Yunshi are all her top suitors. For the time being, only Miss Nianji from the Xue family can compare with her. Oh, now I remember. She is Lin Mei, who made young Master Qin infatuated. Then who is this guy next to her? A little-known kid dares to compete with the sons of the 4 major families for a woman. Looks like there will be something interesting to watch today. Although Lin Yi is handsome, in the eyes of a group of celebrities and elites, he is far from worthy of the legendary beauty around him. What's more, Lin Yi has already gotten into big trouble because he has a treasure in his hand. Lin Mei, you're here. Hey, who is this person? Lin Mei's girlfriends gathered in groups of 3 or 5. The one leading them had a pretty face and frowned at Lin Yi. Xiaoli, his name is Lin Yi, and he is a friend of mine. Lin Mei said with a smile. Lin Yi just nodded and said hello. Friends? I don't think they are just ordinary friends. The intimate actions between the two had already betrayed Lin Mei. What are you talking about? He just came here to accompany me. Lin Mei's face turned slightly red. Seeing this, all the girlfriends looked at Lin Yi, and their enthusiastic faces turned cold. Your old classmates are waiting for you. Go say hello. Brother Lin Yi, wait for me here. Thinking of his old classmates whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Lin Mei missed them a little. After saying something to Lin Yi, he was pulled away by everyone. It was a rare moment of free time, so Lin Yi arrived at the buffet early, ignoring the speculative looks of people around him. What a huge Australian lobster! Lin Yi only drank and didn't eat at the Shui family's banquet. Now that he saw the lobster, he couldn't control himself and started to gobble it up immediately. This is a table full of delicacies from land and sea. It would be a waste if we don't eat them. And as the boss of Hilton, I also have to test the quality of the ingredients. The people around couldn't help but laugh when they saw this, and even the waiter looked at them with contempt. You are a country bumpkin coming to the city. The party has just begun. How can you eat right after you come in? What an ignorant country bumpkin. Lin Mei, you are so blind, how could you like him? Little did she know that all this was seen by Lin Mei's best friend. There were many experienced socialites among them who could tell at a glance that Lin Yi had no power or influence. Lin Mei, as someone who has been through this, I have to advise you that when a couple is poor, they have many problems. Can being handsome be eaten? This kid can't even afford a lipstick, and he's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Listen to me, find a chance to kick him out. Yes, in terms of appearance and status, Lu Qingyan is far better than this country bumpkin. What's more, the young masters of the 4 major families all like you. How many women want to climb into their beds? Especially young Master Qin, who has a special liking for you. You must seize this opportunity that fell from the sky. Everyone tried to dissuade him earnestly. Lin Mei just frowned and said nothing. She knew that not only her father looked down on Lin Yi, but these good friends would also interfere. Alas, if I could expose Lin Yi's identity and cause him trouble, I really wanted to tell these blind guys how shocking Lin Yi's identity is. At this moment, a petite girl among her best friends secretly glanced at several men and women in the distance. Good. That boy is the only one left. A tall young man with an evil look in his eyes sneered and looked viciously at Lin Yi in the distance. Brother Hu, this kid dares to compete with young Master Qin for a woman. Let's see if we can't kill him this time. A short, fat, white-faced man echoed. They are all Qin Shao's cronies. Their family companies are more or less connected with Qin Shao's family. They often follow Qin Shao in bullying others and claiming to be the boss. Therefore, as soon as Lin Yi and Lin Mei entered the scene, Brother Hu and others began to plan to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Cloud City's #1 thief, the quick-handed and shadowless one, are you ready? Brother Hu took off his Rolex watch and handed it to the dark-skinned man next to him. The other party is just a country bumpkin. I can even steal the police chief's gun. Mr. Hu, Mr. Bai, please rest assured. I will do it. It will be foolproof. The dark-skinned man took the watch and put it in his arms. Although he was thin, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He is the best thief in Yunqing City. Be it his skills or means of substitution, there is no one in the whole city who can match him except his master. After the matter is done, we will ask young Master Qin for a reward. Young Master Qin has always been generous, and there will definitely be benefits for you and me. Brother Hu and the other man sneered with satisfaction and clinked the wineglasses in their hands. Handsome, you are very hungry. While Lin Yi was eating, a pair of gentle hands pressed on his shoulders. A plump beauty in revealing clothes and a mink coat sat next to him without any scruples. The strong and pungent smell of perfume made Lin Yi lose his appetite. He looked coldly at the wanton beauty in front of him. Under her long wavy hair was a face with delicate makeup. She lit a cigarette and seductively pushed her proud D-cup breasts, as if this huge thing made her a little uncomfortable. As she puffed out smoke, her coquettish femininity made Lin Yi a little at a loss. Although this wanton beauty has the temperament of a noble lady, she has a strong smell of worldly life. Her price should not be cheap. Lin Yi thought to himself, it's a pity that he doesn't like this kind of thing, and immediately turned his head away. The wanton beauty was slightly startled. This boy seemed easy to seduce, but he didn't fall for her tricks? If it were any other young and ferocious man, he would have been unable to control himself and made physical advances long ago. Her eyes moved and she continued her attack. My name is Mei Yang. Handsome guy, you are so horny, don't you want to eat something else? Under the table, her hand gently touched Lin Yi's legs. No man can resist this temptation. Lin Yi stared at the beauty with cold eyes. If the other party was not a woman, her wrist would have been broken by Lin Yi long ago. Mei Yang was startled and withdrew her hand. She knew that this was definitely not a flirting look. At this moment, Wu Ying passed by Lin Yi and bumped into him deliberately. His hands are as fast as lightning. It seemed like an unintentional action, but in fact he had put Brother Hu's Rolex watch into Lin Yi's pocket. Succeed. Mei Yang slowly stood up, threw a naughty look at Lin Yi, and prepared to leave. I see. Lin Yi's expression changed and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Suddenly, he grabbed Mei Yang, who was about to leave, and pulled her in front of him. Mei Yang was horrified and felt like a paper kite being sucked into a tornado, with no power to resist. Lin Yi smiled, put one hand around her waist and gently lifted her hair with the other hand. We're leaving now. Isn't the fun just beginning? A low voice sounded in Mei Yang's ears, and Mei Yang felt numb all over. Chapter 98, One Punch. Catch the thief. A burst of shouting. The two young masters who went by led several men in black to surround Lin Yi. Everyone, look carefully. This is the guy. I just saw him steal Mr. Hu's watch with my own eyes. Young Master Bai pointed at Lin Yi aggressively and said arrogantly. What? How dare you steal things from Mr. Hu's house? Mr. Hu is Mr. Qin's closest relative. Isn't this guy afraid of death? This kid has no right to attend the banquet. I knew he had other intentions. For a moment, the venue was filled with noise. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mei Yang immediately stood beside Master Hu. A burly man in a black suit walked between the two sides. I'm Yang Gang, the security director in charge of the security of this banquet. Mr. Hu, you just said this person stole your watch? Yang Gang's fierce eyes swept across Lin Yi's thin body, and he snorted coldly, not taking him seriously. Manager Yang, how could I lie? As long as you search this guy's body, you can definitely find my diving model Rolex back. It was obvious that Yang Gang was of some importance, so Master Hu did not dare to show off and just pointed at him. Yes, we are all witnesses. Mr. Bai added fuel to the fire and pointed at Mei Yang and others. Everyone nodded and pointed at Lin Yi. Catch this thief. Break his hands. Among the onlookers, there were many people who took advantage of the situation. Not only young Master Qin, who wouldn't want to possess Lin Yi, the first daughter of the Lin family. What he and others couldn't do was actually done by an outsider like Lin Yi. It's really enviable. Now he has been caught stealing red-handed, not to mention that it happened at the Qin family's banquet. This kid will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. They just regarded it as a good show. Do you consent to a body search? Yang Gang looked down at Lin Yi with a contemptuous tone. Obviously, he had to agree whether he agreed or not. Search me, you are not qualified to do so. Lin Yi said indifferently, and he remained unmoved even though he was criticized by thousands of people. Yang Gang's face turned grim, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. As the boxing king of Yunqing, he was nicknamed Iron Fist. Although he was an athlete, all the rich and powerful people were courteous to him and tried to win him over. No one dared to insult him in person. Not only did you steal, but you also dared to challenge me? If I punch you, you might die. Yang Gang said proudly, rolling up his sleeves, his thick muscles bulging with veins. It was chilling. You little brat, brother Yang Gang is not just the head of security, he is also the special guest of the banquet and the record holder of 8 consecutive boxing championships in Yunqing City. Wait until Champion Yang beats you to a pulp, and you'll be dead. You are so stubborn. You stole my things, I beat you until you kneel down and call me grandpa. Mr. Hu smiled maliciously. The frame-up of Lin Yi was successful, and Lin Yi angered Yang Gang, and his situation became even worse. I never steal other people's things, let alone things belonging to pigs and dogs. Lin Yi was not afraid at all. Humph. If you didn't steal it, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Master Hu laughed, while Wu Ying beside him stood with his hands behind his back, feeling very proud. In front of him, he, the number one thief, framed him, and behind him, boxing champion Yang Gang forced him. It's a done deal. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? If you didn't steal it, I'll dig your eyes out. Mr. Bai echoed. Boy, since you think I'm not qualified to search you, let's have a one-on-one duel. If you can take my punch, I'll let you go and promise not to hurt you. Yang Gang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists like a pair of hammers. As a boxing champion, my punch has a force of 300 pounds. This tremendous force was enough to make Lin Yi faint on the spot and suffer from a concussion from then on. What if I win? Lin Yi smiled, as if the person Yang Gang was threatening was not him. If you can win, I'll be your slave. You can do whatever you want. Yang Gang laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had heard today. How many times in the arena has my opponent been sent to the intensive care unit with just one punch? Although he is close to retirement, it is only due to his age that he is restricted. His boxing skills are getting better and better. This time, I was invited to accept the position of Qin family's security captain, but who knew I would encounter such a thing halfway? Good. I will use this kid as my token of loyalty to the Qin family. Okay, come on. Lin Yi just touched his nose and smiled. Courageous, but unfortunately. Yang Gang chuckled. You have no brains. He threw a fierce left hook directly at Lin Yi's chin. The hook is the most ferocious move in boxing, and the unexpected left hook is even more difficult to defend against. This is his winning move, known as the golden hook. The chin is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if you have muscles all over your body and are invulnerable to swords and guns, you will still fall if you are hit on the chin. Moreover, the power of his punch is enough to blow up a small tree. It's more than enough to deal with Lin Yi in front of him. What a hard punch. Lin Yi frowned. If Yang Gang wasn't so aggressive, I could give him some discounts. Now it seems that there is no need to hold back. Boom. Lin Yi raised his hand and used a Wing Chun bridge move to knock Yang Gang's fist back. As fast as lightning. Phew. Yang Gang's golden left hook hit him in the face unexpectedly. Suddenly, the blood started to flow non-stop, his entire cheek became a bloody mess, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, falling headfirst into the fountain next to him. This. Everyone was stunned. The entire banquet fell into silence. The boxing champion promised to beat up the rookie. How come this rookie managed to kill the boxing champion instantly? Lin Yi's attack was so fast that they couldn't see clearly. One can imagine how terrifying his strength is. Hey, why are you pretending so much? Lin Yi wiped his mouth, picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all. Upon seeing this, Masters Hu and Bai couldn't help but break out in sweat. They never imagined that this unknown kid could actually defeat boxing champion Yang Gang. What should I do now? Everyone looked at each other, you looked at me, I looked at you, and no one dared to fart. The one who had shouted the loudest to catch the thief just now remained silent and even dared not look Lin Yi in the eyes, for fear that he would also be punched by him. You want your watch back? Lin Yi walked towards Hu Bai and said with a slight smile. No, this could just be a misunderstanding. That's right, we don't want that watch anymore. Hu Bai and the other man quickly waved their hands and shook their heads. Watch or life, this is a very simple question. How can you do that? Your Rolex is not cheap. How can you just say you don't want it? Just stand here and don't move. I will return the watch to you. Lin Yi said enthusiastically, patting their shoulders. The two did not dare to move and could only nod. Then, Lin Yi rushed into the crowd in an instant, picked up a man like a chicken, and threw him on the ground. It was none other than the thief, Wu Ying, who had just taken the opportunity to frame someone else. Chapter 99. It's you again. This. Wu Ying was extremely confused at this time. Before he knew what was happening, Lin Yi threw him out. Lin Yi took the watch back from him effortlessly and then handed it to Hu Bai and the other man. Seeing this, Wu Ying was even more confused. What's going on? Didn't I already put the blame on you? When did it come back to me? Hu Bai and the others' faces changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with extreme fear. Could it be that Lin Yi had some special skills and put the watch back on Wu Ying instantly after Wu Ying took action? This is just too amazing. Sir, please confirm, is this your watch? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Yes, that's right, thank you, brother. Hu and Bai forced a smile. You damn thief, you stole my watch. I'll beat you to death. The two of them showed off their acting skills and started punching and kicking Wu Ying. Then the two of them looked at Lin Yi. He smiled and said, Brother, I'm determined to make you my friend. Lin Yi also laughed. Then. Bang! With a slap, he knocked the two young men to the ground. Tell me clearly what happened just now. Lin Yi said coldly. Of course he wouldn't let them go so easily. I'm sorry, big brother. We are Mr. Qin's men. We sent someone to secretly put the watch on you because we wanted to frame you. Please don't bear grudges. Please let us go. Hu Bai and the other man told the truth on the spot and knelt down to beg for mercy. So that's how it is. Fuck, that's really despicable. Nausea. Even if you're jealous, you don't have to blame others. Luckily, this guy is good at fighting, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Everyone was shocked and talked about it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, who and by were nailed to the pillar of shame and fled away in disgrace. The guests present clapped their hands unconsciously, applauding Lin Yi's behavior. "Brother Lin, it's you." At this moment, a young man at the scene recognized Lin Yin, rushed up immediately, and gave Lin Yi a bear hug. "Oh my god, what is going on?" Lin Yi took a closer look and realized that the person in front of him was Gao Yuxiang, the eldest son of the Gao family, whose life he had saved. "Brother, I didn't expect to see you so soon. I've been looking for you so hard lately." Gao Yuxiang was extremely excited. Ever since Lin Yi saved his life last time, he had a sudden realization and decided to turn over a new leaf and start a new life. He also wanted to find Lin Yi and thank him properly. "I didn't expect that after searching for so many places, I would actually meet him at the dinner party without any effort." Calm down, stop hugging and kissing each other, it's so inappropriate." Lin Yi slapped him on the back of his head. The feeling of being hugged by a man was hard to describe. "Hey, I'm just so excited to see you." Gao Yuxiang scratched his head embarrassedly. Just about to say something. Suddenly, several burly bodyguards in black came over with unfriendly faces. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Yi? Mr. Qin invites you to come with us." Their tone left no room for doubt. It was obvious that if Lin Yi didn't go with them, he would be in trouble. "Mr. Qin?" Gao Yuxiang's expression changed. "Brother Lin, do you know young Master Qin?" "I don't know him." Lin Yi shook his head. Seeing this, Gao Yuxiang looked a little flustered, and whispered, "Brother Lin, did you do something? Do you have a grudge against young Master Qin?" "Well, I didn't do anything. I just taught a few of his dogs a lesson," Lin Yi said nonchalantly. "What the hell?" Gao Yuxiang suddenly realized. Could it be that you were the one who caused the Hu and Bai guys to flee in panic just now? When Gao Yuxiang arrived, he just happened to see the two young masters fleeing. He was still curious. How come the two men, who usually relied on their power and were arrogant, were bruised and scared to death? It turned out that it was Lin Yi's fault. "This is bad." He secretly cried out that it was not good, and immediately reminded, "Brother Lin, you'd better leave quickly. This guy named Qin is narrow-minded and ruthless. If you hit his dog, he will never let you go." As he said this, he wanted to deal with the bodyguard to buy some time for Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi ignored him and just said to the bodyguard, "I don't have time to go over and talk to him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come over." "Ask him to come over?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. "What did you say? Let young Master Qin come out and talk to you? Who do you think you are? Master Qin invited you over to give you face, and you dare not appreciate it." Several bodyguards were furious. They stretched out their arms and were ready to use their sandbag-sized fists to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Obviously, they did not see what happened to Yang Gang. There was a crackling sound. In less than 5 seconds, several strong bodyguards collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. "What the hell?" Gao Yuxian was confused. "Boss, do you still have this skill? I originally thought that Lin Yi was a racing expert who knew some medical skills, but who would have thought that he also knew martial arts, and was a practical one at that? Qin Shao's bodyguards are the best among hundreds, and he has seen them before." But as soon as Lin Yi made a move, they all fell down. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Sharp. He looked adoring. But in a daze, he immediately remembered that these people were young Master Qin's personal bodyguards. Just now Lin Yi beat up the two young masters, and now he beat up young Master Qin's bodyguard. Doesn't that mean that he beat up everyone around young Master Qin? Oops, this is a big mess. Several bodyguards panicked and ran away in a hurry. "Brother Lin, let's go now," Gao Yuxiang said anxiously. No matter how good his martial arts are, he can't defeat the wealthy Qin family. "Go, why should I leave?" Lin Yi, however, looked confused. Gao Yuxiang was completely speechless, "A little crazy, my big brother, that's Master Qin. The young master of the Qin family, the most prosperous of the 4 major families. You beat up everyone around him, how do you think he will treat you?" He put it out there so that Lin Yi wouldn't misunderstand. Lin Yi smiled. "Oh, I see. You mean he's not easy to mess with, right?" Gao Yuxiang nodded, feeling relieved. It seemed that Lin Yi finally understood that it was really difficult to talk to this guy. What a pity. I'm even harder to mess with. However, Lin Yi then smiled, leisurely poured a glass of red wine, and enjoyed the taste. Ah. Looking at Lin Yi with a leisurely look on his face, Gao Yuxiang was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this just seeking death? How could someone who is such a smart driver be so confused about something like this? Forget it, since this guy doesn't want to leave, I'll stay with him. Let us see if I can plead for him and solve this problem. Gao Yuxiang was panicked, but still stood with Lin Yi. Chapter 100 Get Out. Although he is the young master of the Gao family and the Qin family are not the same. The elders in the family have repeatedly told him that unless it is absolutely necessary, he must not have a conflict with anyone in the Qin family, let alone the eldest young master Qin. He did this purely out of admiration for Lin Yi and out of gratitude for saving his life. This boy is quite loyal. Lin Yi smiled. Sure enough, it didn't take long. An extended version of Rolls-Royce drove directly into the banquet venue. Young Master Qin. It's young Master Qin who's here. The crowd gathered around. Several fully armed bodyguards got out of the car and opened the door. A handsome young man walked down slowly. He was dressed in noble attire, but his face was extremely cold. His eyes, like an eagle's, exuded a dangerous aura that made people afraid to approach him. It was the famous young master of the Qin family, Qin Shaolin. Young master, it's him. A bodyguard with a bruised face and nose pointed at Lin Linya, who was not far away. You useless piece of shit. You can't even take care of a brat. What do I need you for? Pull him down and break his legs. Qin Shaolin said mercilessly. The bodyguard was dragged into a corner of the banquet and then let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then he walked towards Lin Yi with a smile. Ha, who did I think it was? He's so close to Sister Lin, yet he dares to cause trouble for me. It turns out to be Mr. Lin Yi, the new owner of Beizhe Restaurant. Qin Xiaolong smiled on the surface, but his eyes were filled with hostility, which made people feel uncomfortable. Gao Yuxiang, who was standing by, was shaking with fear. Yes, it's me. Lin Yi nodded. It seems that Qin Shaolin is indeed not an ordinary playboy. Before dealing with me, he also looked up my relevant information and found out that I am the owner of Bei's restaurant. This is much better than the average dude. However, Bei's restaurant is just the tip of the iceberg of Lin Yi's assets. He obviously hasn't found out the details yet, otherwise he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Brother Lin Yi, we have no grudges against each other, but you injured my friend and my bodyguard. Don't you think this is very disrespectful to Qin Shaolin? Now that I'm here, shouldn't you apologize to me? Qin Shaolin laughed. Obviously, he wanted Lin Yi to apologize to him on the spot and admit his mistake. Of course, Lin Yi doesn't buy it. He shook his head. It was your friend who hurt me first, and your bodyguard also attacked me first, so I was acting in self-defense. If you want to apologize, you should be the one apologizing to me. I am giving him enough face by coming to his party. What does it have to do with me if Mr. Qin can't control his dog? What did you say? You want me to apologize to you just because you're the owner of Bei's restaurant? What a joke. Even the previous owner, Wang Bei's, wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Qin Shaolin's eyes turned cold and he warned. He wanted Lin Yi to recognize his position. Ha, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Lin Yi sneered, not showing any fear at all. Seeing this, Qin Shaolin couldn't help but grit his teeth. Everyone present was stunned. Nowadays, the Qin family is at its peak in Yunqing, and Qin Shaolin is truly the #1 young master in Yunqing. Even the heads of the 4 major families have to show him some courtesy. They didn't know where this young boy got the courage to go against him like this. Seeing that things were getting out of control, Gao Yuxiang on the side spoke while suppressing his fear. Master Qin, Lin Yi is my friend. He drank too much today and spoke without thinking. It was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive him this time for my sake, Gao Yuxiang. However, Qin Shaolin didn't take him seriously at all and scolded him rudely. Gao, you have nothing to do here. If you don't want to cause trouble for your family, just shut up. Gao Yuxiang was furious when he heard this, but he could do nothing about it. After all, in terms of wealth and power, 2 Gao families are no match for 1 Qin family. Get out of here. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi on the side suddenly spoke. What? Qin Shaolin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Boy, Are you sure? I hosted this party, and you should be the one to leave. Why do you want me to get out? His followers also laughed and started to mock him. You are probably daydreaming. This is the Hilton. Young Master Long is hosting a banquet here, and the money he spent is equivalent to the profit of your BI's restaurant for a quarter. Do you think you are worthy of asking young Master Qin to get out? Hearing this, Gao Yuxiang was also confused. Why did Lin Yi suddenly say such a thing? Doesn't he know that this banquet was hosted by Qin Shaolin? Saying this is just asking for humiliation. The guests at the banquet also cast gloating glances. As a guest, he actually expelled the host. This guy really doesn't know his place. You insult my friends, you insult me, so of course I have to kick you out. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi spoke with reason and evidence. Hearing this, Qin Shaolin burst into laughter. Well, since you, a clown, want to chase me away, I will use your method. Come on. Call out your general manager Hai Dafu. Qin Shaolin is high above. After a while, Hai Dafu, the general manager of Hilton Hotel, rushed over. Hello, Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? As a frequent VIP customer of Hilton and the host of this banquet, I think I have the right to expel someone and request that he be added to the Hilton Hotel's blacklist, right? Qin Shaolin's nostrils are facing the sky. Of course, even if you are not a VIP, our hotel will serve you wholeheartedly. Hai Dafu said politely. Very good, then kick this brat out now, and I don't want to see him in Hilton again. Qin Shaolin pointed at Lin Yi's nose domineeringly. The look is vicious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hai Dafu rushed forward. Instantly, he lowered his head, bent 90 degrees, and said to Lin Yi in front of him with great respect, Hello, Mr. Lin. I didn't know that Mr. Lin was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. What? Mr. Lin? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Qin Shaolin was even more confused. Manager Hai, what do you mean? Mr. Lin? Who is this brat called Mr. Lin? He questioned. Hai Dafu looked at him coldly and said sternly, Mr. Qin, Mr. Lin is the new boss of our Hilton. You don't know this, so it's understandable, but don't be disrespectful to Mr. Lin in this hotel, or I will turn my back on you. What? Hilton's boss? Just him. Qin Shaolin opened his mouth very wide, like a fool. Boy, aren't you the owner of Kitazawa Restaurant? When did you become the CEO of Hilton Hotel? He asked in surprise. Could it be that there was something wrong with my information? Chapter 101, The Tip of the Iceberg. No. Lin Yi shook his finger. I'm the owner of Kitazawa Restaurant and the CEO of Hilton Hotel. What's wrong with that? He smiled slightly. This. Qin Shaolin was dumbfounded. There is indeed nothing wrong with it. In an instant, his eyes dimmed. If it was just a small Kitazawa restaurant, I could ignore it. But Hilton Hotel is a world-class company of a multinational group. Even if Lin Yi only owns this hotel, his net worth is unimaginable. You know, the value of this prime land in the city center alone is immeasurable, not to mention that the Hilton Hotel is a golden brand. As long as it moves in, other hotel brands in any city can only compete for the second place. Otherwise, they will not be proud to hold a party here. And this guy is the boss here. Doesn't that mean that all the money I've spent during this period has gone into his pocket? Thinking of this, Qin Shaolin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But he didn't dare to get angry. Although he is the eldest son of the Qin family, he is not stupid. He knows clearly who he can afford to offend and who he cannot. Since Lin Yi owns the BI's restaurant and the Hilton Hotel, it means that his background is not simple. It is very likely that he does not only own these two assets. If he is really offended, it will undoubtedly bring trouble to the family. What should I do? How can I leave with dignity? Why don't you get out of here right now? However, Lin Yi didn't give him any so-called face at all. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Yi directly issued an order to expel him. The security of the Hilton Hotel immediately surrounded him, staring at Qin Shaolin with a fierce look, and directly crushed the bodyguards he brought with him. Qin Shaolin panicked instantly. As the number one young master in Yunqing, he had never been treated like this before. Good job, Lin Yi. I, Qin Shaolin, will take note of this account. Let's go. Helplessly, he had to leave the venue with his people in shame. Suddenly, The entire banquet fell into silence. After all, today was a banquet hosted by Qin Shaolin, and as the host of the banquet, he was actually expelled. Oh my god, was that real or fake? This is too magical. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Gao Yuxiang was even more shocked and extremely excited. Boss, you are actually the owner of the Hilton Hotel. Oh my god, real people don't show their true colors. But I know you must be extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with adoration. No wonder Lin Yi was as steady as a rock before and didn't take Qin Shaolin seriously at all. It turns out he has the capital to do so. The Hilton Hotel alone is worth as much as the total assets of all the second-rate families in Yunqing. And being able to take over the Hilton Hotel, one can imagine how strong Lin Yi's background is. Ha, I'm right to recognize myself as the boss. You kid, is it that serious? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. He didn't think there was anything wrong. If this kid knew that I was the boss of the Four Provinces Federation, wouldn't he faint from excitement? However, he still likes Gao Yuxiang's naive look. Lin Yi, are you okay? At this time, Lin Mei rushed back in a hurry. She heard that Lin Yi had provoked Qin Shaolin and was afraid that something might go wrong. But when she saw that Lin Yi was safe and sound, she felt relieved. By the way, Lin Yi, where is Qin Shaolin? She looked around, confused. Oh, I told him to go away. Lin Yi said calmly. Oh, well. Lin Mei nodded helplessly. What can she say? It's awesome. After all, Lin Yi's real identity is the president of the Federation of Four Provinces. Presumably, Qin Shaolin had pushed his feet too far and forced Lin Yi to reveal his identity, so Qin Shaolin left in disgrace. After all, a provincial consortium like the Four Provinces United Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth compared to Yunqing. Even if the assets of all the wealthy businessmen in Yunqing are added together, they are not even half as big as it. Ha, boss, you know the beautiful Lin. It's a pity that you didn't see the beautiful lady just now. Just now, when boss pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger and said that he was the boss of Hilton, Qin Shaolin's face was so wonderful. Gao Yuxiang, this funny guy, thought that Lin Yi was trying to pick up Lin Mei, so he immediately offered his assistance. What the hell? Are you still the boss of Hilton? Lin Mei was dumbfounded. I thought I already knew Lin Yi's true identity, but I didn't expect that he had another layer. Could it be that what I know about him is just the tip of the iceberg? Oh my god, what else does this guy not know? She couldn't imagine. Although Qin Shaolin was not there, the banquet continued. Of course, the protagonist naturally became Lin Yi. After seeing Lin Yi domineeringly expelling Qin Shao, countless young men and women came up to flatter him, hoping to climb up the big tree of Lin Yi. Of course, Lin Yi was not interested in this and sent them away one by one. Afterwards, he, Gao Yuxiang, and Lin Mei's girlfriends had a great time. For some reason, the girlfriends who had looked at him with contempt just now were actually flirting with him one by one. Even though Lin Yi was right next to them, these girls still had no scruples, especially the one named Xiao Li. She had looked at him with such disgust before, but now she was trying every means to ask for Lin Yi's contact information, and even leaned over to Lin Yi's ear and invited him to have some fun. Of course, Lin Yi naturally looked down upon such money-worshipping and vulgar women. No matter whether they were flirtatious, or pretended to be innocent, or acted cute, he sent them all away. Had a great time. Returned home in the evening. Lin Yi was about to fall asleep when his cell phone rang. When I looked at the time, it was exactly 12 o'clock. Well, it looks like there are new products online. Ding dong. The interface of the app appeared in my mind. This limited time item is skill, stock trading master. Effect, you can see the potential value of each stock. What the hell? Lin Yi was shocked. Isn't this the plot in most exciting novels? He also remembered that more than one protagonist possessed the skills of a stock god and reached the pinnacle of life by speculating in stocks. After all, if you want to try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle and get rich quickly in a short period of time, you can only do it through formal means, except winning the lottery, by speculating in stocks and real estate. I didn't expect that I would have such magical skills today. Of course I have to try it. Although Lin Yi is not short of money at present, the dividends he receives every week and every month are enough for him to support 100 mistresses and never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. But people always want to move up, and who has a lot of spare money? Moreover, when you invest in stocks, you get real equity in your hands, and maybe you can even get a few more companies to play with. After all, Lin Yi's favorite thing to do is to be a lazy and hands-off boss. Throw all the problems to others and keep all the money for yourself. Is there anything more satisfying than this? Let us go. Lin Yi immediately accepted the task. Chapter 102, Cut Me Hard. Ding dong. Host, please gather 1,000 people within 1 hour to kill. What the hell? 1,000 people, this is a bit difficult. However, if you have money, nothing is a problem. Lin Yi immediately opened the red envelope grabbing group he had previously set up. Through the last 2 red envelope showers, this group now includes not only my classmates, but also many good comrades from all over the world who came from nowhere. It has been 15 days since the last time he gave out money, but there are still people staying in the group every day, chatting and waiting for Lin Yi to send out red envelopes. When I looked at the number of people in the group, well, there are already 500 people. Not more, not less, just right. Lin Yi is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. He immediately sent a link to the group. The administrator is working. Who posted the ad? Not following the group rules? I'm going to kick you out. Why are you sending me a link in the middle of the night? Because Lin Yi changed his profile picture, people didn't notice it at first and almost kicked him out. Someone who had made a note of Lin Yi immediately discovered the truth. Fuck. Kick the fucking boss. What, boss? Oh my god, it's really the boss, take action. The boss is here. Comrades, come out and greet the boss. Here we go, brothers, the boss is giving out money. Harvest the rice. The crowd was excited, like farmers who had been waiting for rain after a year of drought. Ding ding ding. At the same time, in every corner of China, the cell phones of group members began to vibrate wildly. What the hell? Boss, you are here. Everyone stand up. Salute to the boss. Boss, I love you, just like. Word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Most of the group members received the notification immediately and were waiting for Lin Yi's next instructions. Yeah, Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Then a series of voice messages were sent. Brothers and sisters, it's still the same old rules, but this time I will select 10 lucky people, and each of them will get a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. It depends on who has the better luck among you. What? A big red envelope of 1,000 yuan. What the hell? The boss is generous. Dad, I'll use all 6 phones in the family to kill you every time, please be sure to choose me. Boss, I'm handing out flyers on the street. I'm kneeling down to beg everyone on the street to kill me. Boss, you must give me a red envelope. Fuck, who are you looking down on? I prepared 20 mobile phones, just waiting for this chance to grab the red envelopes. Boss, please choose me. Damn it, I almost got robbed by you idiots. Luckily, I'm a better person and dropped out of school to open a mobile phone store. Boss. I have hundreds of mobile phones for you to chop and kill. If you don't choose me, won't your conscience hurt? In an instant, everyone went crazy. Not only are there red envelope rewards for killing monsters, but there are also cash rewards of 1,000 yuan. For them, it was like gold coins raining from the sky. No one can resist money. In less than 5 minutes, 1,000 people had bargained together, and even 500 were over. Lin Yi was confused. He didn't expect that his mission would be completed so quickly. You know, there are 500 people in the group, and only 5 minutes have passed, and at most less than 300 people have received the message. Even if one person has 2 mobile phones, it is not enough. How could there be 1,500 hacking and killings? He couldn't figure it out. After pondering for a long time, there is only one explanation. Maybe this is the power of money. Received, thank you boss. The boss is generous. Ha, I have money for tonight's supper. I have enough money for a week's living expenses. That's great. I have been squatting here for 15 days. I heard people say that I can get red envelopes here. I didn't expect it to be true. Damn it, I recommended this group to my classmates, but they all said I was stupid. How could such a good thing happen? I'll send the screenshots to them right now so they can see who is the idiot. Wait, who won the 1,000 yuan? Someone in the group asked a question. Yes, who won Boss Lin's lucky prize? Aren't there 10 people? Who are they? Damn it, you guys are so mean. You want to make a fortune in silence, right? I got 1,000 yuan, why don't I give out red envelopes quickly? Yeah, you got it this time, but you won't get it next time. Why not give out a red envelope so that everyone can get a share? Immediately afterwards, 9 people sent screenshots, indicating that they had received the 1,000 yuan reward from Lin Yi, and sent several small red envelopes to other adults in the group. Instantly, everyone is happy. The group is more lively than during Chinese New Year. Ha! I counted, how come there are only 9 people? Yeah, isn't there another person? One is missing, who is it? Could it be that Boss Lin forgot one person? Shut up, will Boss Lin underestimate me? That's right, the boss will only pay more, not less. Yeah, is Boss Lin the one who is short of 1,000 yuan? It must be this old bastard who took the reward and is unwilling to give out red envelopes to everyone. You stingy guy, not only do you not want to send the red envelope, you don't even want to send the screenshot. Who are you? Come out. Stop hiding. Let me be frank with you. When I find out who it is, I will definitely kick him out. Finally, a female student said weakly in the group, stop scolding, it's me. But, although I got it, something is wrong. Something's wrong? It's okay for your boss to pay you. What's wrong with that? That's right, it's obvious that you don't want to give red envelopes to everyone, you're just being stingy. No, that's not it. The student girl quickly denied it and sent a screenshot. Please see for yourself. What's there to see? Isn't it just that Boss Lin gave you 1,000? Yes. Hey, wait. Why is this 1,000 so long? Why are there 2 extra zeros at the end? Fuck, this isn't 1,000, this is fucking 10,000. What 10,000? Are you fucking stupid? This is 100,000. Fuck, 100,000 yuan. In an instant, the whole group went wild. Is this true or false? It's not P, is it? 100,000 yuan. Why should the boss give you 100,000 yuan? Oh my god, it must be Boss Lin's hands that were shaking and he sent it by mistake. Yes, sister, you should return it to Boss Lin. Yes, the boss gives us red envelopes every day. It's really unfair for you to take so much extra money from him. Although Boss Lin is not short of money, he can't just take it for free. And if they call the police, you still have to give it back. Don't worry, I won't take the money for myself. The student girl said, then opened Lin Yi's chat box and mustered up the courage to return the 100,000 yuan. You received a transfer. Chapter 103, Keep it. Lin Yi, who had just acquired stock skills and was studying the stock trends on the computer, was confused. Who will transfer money to me? He was stunned when he saw the little girl's transfer. What's going on? The little girl nervously told the whole story. Oh, it turns out I sent you too much. Yes, please take it back. The little girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. No need, keep it, just consider it as your New Year's gift. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi was very generous. Keep it? This is 100,000 yuan. The little girl in front of the computer was pale and dumbfounded. Is Lin Yi joking? It's okay. If I tell you to keep it, then keep it. Stop talking. I'm busy. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said lightly. Closed the chat box. This. The little girl was completely stunned. Is this something a human would do? Let alone 100,000 yuan, even if 10 yuan is transferred by mistake, most people will ask for it back. And Lin Yi accidentally added 2 zeros to himself, and he was too lazy to even ask for it back. He is too rich. Soon, the little girl couldn't contain her excitement anymore and posted screenshots of the whole incident in the group. Fuck. All group members are envious, jealous, and hateful, almost everyone has gone crazy. 100,000 yuan is the savings of an ordinary person after working for 2 or 3 years. Most of them don't have that much money. And Boss Lin just gave it to them like that. And judging from your tone, you have no choice but to accept it. Oh my god, he's so rich. Too domineering. I swear, from now on, the boss will be my only idol. NB. Boss Lin, the eternal god. This is more than just grand, it's simply. I don't know how to describe it. Boss Lin is a kind man. Oh, if only I were the one taking the money. Sister, you must have done a lot of good deeds in your past life to be favored by Boss Lin. Send out red envelopes. Send out red envelopes. In order to comfort the group members, the little girl took out 20,000 yuan and distributed them in red envelopes. The group was boiling again. Well, I think I am basically a qualified stock god. In front of the computer, after some effort, Lin Yi finally figured out how to use his skills. As long as he activates the skill, he can immediately know the potential of each stock and predict its future trend with just one glance. In other words, as long as he buys stocks with high potential, he will make money as long as he can. So, the next day, Lin Yi came to the stock trading center in the city center to practice. It was Monday, so there shouldn't be many people in the stock trading center. However, today it was packed with people and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm, which was quite similar to yesterday when red envelopes were raining in my group. Moreover, there were many media and reporters, as well as various live streaming influencers, standing by the sidelines, as if they were waiting for someone. What is going on? Lin Yi was a little confused. Later, relying on his looks, he caught a young and beautiful female stock investor on the roadside and finally figured it out. It turns out that today a big shot, the legendary Kyoto stock god Wang Wenshan, will arrive at the venue in person to give lectures and guidance to everyone. Lin Yi had seen this Jingdong stock god Wang Wenshan when he was looking up information just now. It was said that he was a natural genius and had been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. However, he dropped out of Tsinghua University after only 1 year and instead began to study stock trends at home. Within 3 years, he became a well-known stock trader. Then, 5 years later, he became the only survivor of the Chinese stock market crash that year. While all the stock investors across the country suffered heavy losses, he earned hundreds of millions of dollars with his extraordinary vision. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and he has naturally become the most famous stock god in China, and even serves as a risk prevention consultant for many large companies. Well, it seems that everyone wants to jump on the bandwagon and make some money. So what? Lin Yi curled his lips and disagreed. Stock trading requires an account, and Lin Yi finally squeezed into a window to go through the account opening procedures. Lin Yi, who knew nothing about this, naturally suffered the cold shoulder from the staff. Humph, if you stand in the right place, even a pig can fly. Another one who follows the trend and wants to make a fortune. The staff secretly complained. A middle-aged man on the side was also laughing at Lin Yi's silly behavior. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Hey, kid, I can tell from the looks of it that you're a rookie. I've seen a lot of people like you. You're lucky this time, and you can make some money following the stock god. But, based on my many years of experience in stock trading, I bet that you'll lose so much money in the future that even your own mother won't recognize you. He laughed. Oh, you are very knowledgeable, you must be a veteran in the stock market? Lin Yi smiled. Ah, you have good vision. I'm not bragging. I've been trading stocks since I was 18 years old. I've been in the stock market for many years and have seen all kinds of ups and downs. I've traded more stocks than chefs have cooked. You're lucky to have met me. If you don't understand anything, just ask. The old bird said proudly, with the demeanor of a master. Lin Yi developed a little interest in him. I want to ask, since you are so great, why aren't you the stock god? Lin Yi teased deliberately. The old bird was stunned and speechless. Also, you must have made a lot of money from stock trading for so long. Why don't you tell me about it so that I can be envious and jealous? He continued to finish off the enemy with a wicked smile. The old man blushed and was completely speechless. He didn't make a penny from stock trading over the years. Instead, he lost a lot and was often scolded by his wife. How can I have the nerve to respond to Lin Yi's question? This kid is really weird. He just keeps bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic. Then he gritted his teeth and said, for me, stock trading is a kind of spiritual practice. As for making money, I have already taken out all my belongings this time. I will buy whatever the stock god tells me to buy this time. If I follow the stock god, I will definitely become rich. That's a shame. But Lin Yi poured a bucket of cold water on him. What a pity. The old bird couldn't help but ask. If you want to make money, you might as well follow me. I can make you count money until your hands cramp. Lin Yi smiled. This is the truth. TSK. Are you kidding me? I can't even compare to the stock god, and you? If I follow a rookie like you, I will lose everything. The old bird said with disdain, thinking Lin Yi was joking. Then he asked excitedly. Little brother, tell me the truth, How much money are you going to buy from the stock god this time? Are you going to bet everything you have on it like me, your brother? And no, I won't pay a dime. Lin Yi shook his head. I felt quite disdainful inside. If you want to follow, you should let others follow your lead and buy. Chapter 104, The Genuine Stock God. Humph, you're just playing dumb. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. The old bird snorted. I don't believe Lin Yi's nonsense. With the guidance of the stock god, this is a pie in the sky. Only a fool would not follow such a good opportunity to make a fortune. Lin Yi disagreed. Believe it or not. Here he comes. The horse stock god is here. At this moment, the stock god Wang Wenxiang finally appeared on the red carpet. He was about 50 years old, had a kind face, was very energetic and had no airs. Anyone who was somewhat famous couldn't wait to step forward and shake hands with him and greet him. His presence caused the whole audience to boil. Every stock investor seemed to go crazy, with admiration flashing in their eyes. As expected of the stock god, every move he makes is so imposing and shows the demeanor of a master. The god of wealth has arrived. The old bird jumped up excitedly, and the fat on his face trembled. Lin Yi almost thought he was about to cry. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? He laughed. His calm expression made him stand out among the enthusiastic crowd. The old bird couldn't help but give Lin Yi a blank look. I thought, the god of wealth is here, and this kid is still pretending to be so high and mighty. TSK, after the stock god gives you advice, you might run to buy it faster than anyone else. Hello, fellow stockholders, I am Wang Wenxiang. The stock god stepped onto the podium and gave a simple opening speech. At this moment, the whole place was silent, and everyone was looking forward to it with full concentration. Afterwards, the stock god lived up to expectations and first analyzed the current turbulent situation of the stock market, and then recommended several stocks that he personally liked. This caused countless investors to go crazy on the spot. People rushed to the window like a tide, scrambling to buy this stock. The old bird almost got into a fight with someone. Lin Yi was not moved at all. Do these stocks have potential? 29%. 38%. 33%. Lin Yi used his skills and a series of numbers appeared. The higher the number, the better the potential of the stock. Obviously, the stocks recommended by the stock god are good, but in Lin Yi's opinion, they are not worth buying. Although the stock god is not undeservedly named, he is nothing compared to himself. In the whole audience, Lin Yi was the only one left standing there, indifferent. Silly boy. What are you standing there for? The old bird was surprised. The stock god Wang Wenxiang was quite proud and looked happy. However, what he didn't know was that there was someone in the audience who not only did not admire him, but instead sneered at him. Lin Yi ignored the old man. Continue to look for stocks worth buying. 21%. 39%. 18%. 32%. 99.999%. Sudden. A long-term stock called Dihao Shopping Mall attracted his attention. This is the real highlight. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Sure enough, I am the real stock god. Although the stock price of Dihao department store is about to fall below the bottom price. But Lin Yi did not hesitate and bought a full 30 million shares. Almost spent all the money I had. But I don't care at all. Anyway, it won't be long before the 30 million will multiply several times and return to your hands. By then, I'm afraid even the profit of 300 million won't be enough. What a fighter among idiots. The old bird on the side couldn't help but sneer. I just used all my savings to buy the stocks recommended by the stock god. I am bound to make a fortune. I am already in a good mood. Now seeing Lin Yi buying shares of Dihao Shopping Mall, he felt extremely happy. You know, the old man is working at the Dihao Shopping Mall as a senior manager. As an insider, he naturally knows the situation of the hotel very well. Currently, the Dihao Shopping Mall is in chaos, extremely short of funds, and difficult to operate. It is expected that within 3 months, it will be acquired and closed down. Anyway, I'm going to become rich overnight and become successful, so I'm not afraid of losing my job. On the contrary, Lin Yi actually dared to buy shares of Dihao Shopping Mall. He was really courting death. By then, not only will you lose all your money, but you may also be trapped and your losses will double. The old bird immediately shouted, "How dare you buy Dihao Mall? You are so brave. I have been trading stocks for so many years, and I have never seen such an idiot as you. He looked vicious. Just paying money is not enough. I will also make you embarrassed and ashamed in public. Sure enough, investors around came to look. Oh my God. Who dares to buy shares of Dihao Shopping Mall? He must have a mine at home. Brand will go bankrupt soon. Even if we have a mine at home, we can't afford the compensation. Even with Mr. Wang's advice, you still want to buy the opposite. Are you crazy? Any normal person with a brain can see that the stock of Dihao department store not only has no potential, but is also very dangerous. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Yi had something wrong with his brain. However, Lin Yi didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled at everyone. Pay? Impossible. Love whoever you want, since you are so superstitious about the stock god, just let them lose money. There was a commotion among the crowd. At this time, even Wang Wenxiang on the stage noticed Lin Yi. He frowned slightly. Dihao department store is a physical industry and is on the verge of bankruptcy. Its stock price has been plummeting and there is a risk of collapse at any time. Therefore, it is more than just a junk stock, it can be said to be full of 5 poisons, anyone who touches it will die. Feeling that he couldn't bear to watch it any longer, Wang Wenxiang walked down from the podium. Little brother, I'm giving you a piece of advice. Sell this stock quickly, or you'll lose everything. He advised Lin Yi. In his opinion, Lin Yi is young and just confused for a moment. Given his status, if he gives any advice, he will naturally take care of himself. Not good. The old bird's face changed and he thought to himself that something was wrong. If Lin Yi repents, then we won't have to watch him make a fool of himself anymore. The stock god is highly respected and truly deserves his reputation. The shareholders present couldn't help but sigh and admire Wang Wenxiang even more. At the same time, she was also envious and jealous of this young boy Lin Yi. No matter who you are, it is a great honor to receive personal guidance from the stock god. The stock god is the king of Binhai stock market. The only idol of Binhai stockholders. Even being able to say a word to him is a great honor. Enough to brag for 3 years. And what about Lin Yi? He's just a young boy, a stupid rookie, he deserves to die. Ha ha. Lin Yi smiled. Since you gave me a piece of advice, I'll give you one too. The stocks you recommended are currently trending well, but they are by no means stable. If something goes wrong, not only will you not gain anything, but you will also suffer heavy losses. You'd better sell them quickly. What did you say? Wang Wenxiang's expression changed. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi started to teach him instead. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Everyone was stunned. You heard it right. The stock god was generous in giving me advice and teaching me with good intentions, but this kid not only didn't appreciate it, but instead gave me orders, as if he was the stock god himself. You are so shameless. The stock investors glared at Lin Yi. The old bird was overjoyed. Chapter 105. You'll lose a lot of money. Lin Yi is really hopeless. I was worried that this kid would go back on his word. Now it seems that fools will be punished by God, there is no need for this at all. You are a hopeless jerk. You are blessed to be taught by the stock god in your previous life. How dare you treat his kindness as an insult? You are so disrespectful and talking nonsense. Do you think you are better than the stock god? The old bird deliberately fanned the flames and cursed at Lin Yi. Of course. Lin Yi is not modest at all. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Ha, you dare to speak so arrogantly. If you buy this crappy stock now, by the time we become rich with the stock god, I'm afraid you will lose everything. You are really stubborn. If you don't accept it, just wait and see. The old bird hoped that Lin Yi would die immediately and mocked him loudly. Everyone also looked at him with gloating eyes. After all, he was losing money and it was none of his business. The more they lose, the more they enjoy watching the fun. Lin Yi didn't intend to waste time with them. After all, time will tell. He turned around and left the venue. Alas, young people nowadays. Looking at Lin Yi as departing back. Wang Wenxiang shook his head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the surface, everything seems normal, but China's stock market is not at peace. Just the second day after Wang Wenxiang's guidance in Yunqing, the stock market fluctuated. Many monster stocks were causing chaos in the market. All the stocks that were originally in the red fell, and even a certain old brand of Taiwanese liquor began to go downhill. Investors were in a panic, and experts even called it a stock market crash that is rare in a decade. And this time, the stock god Wang Wenxiang fell into the trap. Except for a few stocks that remained strong, the others all fell to the bottom. They were so expensive that even his mother couldn't recognize them. However, those old-timers who believed in the stock god and followed him to buy to the bottom lost everything they had, and a few fanatical believers even ended up buying stocks. So, after this catastrophe, the stock god became unusually low-key. Because he understands that there are always people better than you. Find me that young man right now. He is the real stock god. Wang Wenxiang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had not been so arrogant at that time, but had humbly asked this young brother for advice, things would not have turned out like this. However, some are sad while others are happy. Lin Yi naturally became the only survivor of this catastrophe. As expected, with its own transfusion, the stock price of Dihao Shopping Mall rose rapidly, even outrageously. With more and more capital injected, the company quickly got rid of bankruptcy, opened up the market, turned losses into profits, and the situation was very good. At the same time, the 30 million shares that Lin Yi bought at that time have now skyrocketed 15 times. With a capital of over 1 billion and a 40% stake, he naturally became the largest shareholder of Dihao Shopping Mall. Not only did he make a lot of money, he also founded a company. Naturally, Lin Yi was in a very good mood. On this day, after studying in the library, Lin Yi returned home. As soon as I got home, I saw Gao Xiaoman, radiant and dressed beautifully. I'm not home, and you're dressed up so nicely, what do you want to do? Lin Yi joked. TSK, don't you even look at what you are wearing? Gao Xiaoman looked at Lin Yi with disgust. What's wrong with me? Lin Yi stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. Well, I bought shorts for less than 100 yuan, a knockoff short-sleeved shirt from a famous brand, and slippers that came with the shorts. How should I put it? It's indeed a bit eye-catching. If it weren't for his good looks, an ordinary person wearing this outfit would look no different from a vegetable vendor. You're a billionaire, but you dress like a loser all day long. Don't you think you're wasting your looks? Gao Xiaoman scolded. Lin Yi is good in everything except his clothes. Especially that short-sleeved shirt that he has been wearing for a month without changing. Could it be that it has grown on him? She really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She was going to wash clothes for Lin Yi today, but she found out that Lin Yi had no clothes at all, so she decided to take Lin Yi out for a stroll and buy some brand name clothes for him to dress up. All right. Lin Yi naturally agreed. If you think about it carefully, sometimes you can't blame others for looking down on you. After all, wearing such an outfit, who would dare to believe that you are a big boss? Afterwards, Gao Xiaoman brought Lin Yi to Victoria Square in the city center. The shopping mall here is the highest end and most luxurious place in Yuncheng. Any product from a big brand is around 1,000 after a discount, which is very suitable for Lin Yi's current status. However, as he was walking around, Lin Yi found something wrong. Gao Xiaoman didn't buy any clothes for herself, but instead bought 2 big bags. Looking at the 2 bags in his left and right hands, Lin Yi's face turned black. You said you would buy clothes for yourself, but why did you only buy clothes for you? I ended up being the one carrying the luggage. I'm sorry, Lin Yi. I haven't gone shopping for a long time. I almost forgot. Gao Xiaoman slapped her forehead and finally came to her senses. So, she immediately took Lin Yi to the nearby Boss Men's clothing store. After some selection, she found a men's dinner suit priced at around 50,000 yuan. She was very satisfied with the style. She reached out and touched the fabric and praised it highly. Lin Yi, this one suits you best, go try it on. Hey, who told you to move around? Suddenly, a shrill voice was heard. A woman who looked like a salesperson came over, took a look at the 2 people's clothes, and looked very unhappy. Gao Xiaoman's outfit is okay, but she looks so young, she looks like a college student. This guy is wearing fake clothes, obviously a poor loser. It was obvious that these 2 people didn't have the money to buy the dress, so she was very rude. Do you know that I have to sort it out again after you touch it? If you don't want to buy it, don't touch it. Don't you understand such a simple truth? The female salesperson said with a dark face. Gao Xiaoman was stunned, obviously confused by the waiter's sarcastic tone. Lin Yi asked coldly, how do you know we won't buy it? Of course people who can't afford it won't buy it. I've seen a lot of people like you. You don't have much money in your wallet, but you come to the mall every day to try on clothes, then take pictures and buy the same knockoffs on Taobao. Humph, it's because of people like you that our physical store can't continue. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? The female salesperson was not polite at all, as if she owned the store. However, Lin Yi ignored her and directly picked up the clothes and walked into the fitting room. Chapter 106. I want it. Hey, why are you like this? I told you not to touch it, put it back. The saleswoman yelled, as if catching a thief. But Lin Yi turned a deaf ear to him, took off his clothes and started trying them on. There was no other way. The female employee didn't dare to directly lift the curtain and grab Lin Yi out, so she had to pick up the intercom and call for reinforcements. Hey, manager, there are people making trouble here and trying to steal clothes. Call someone over here. After a while, Manager Lu from the mall arrived at the scene, followed by a team of bodyguards. Who is causing trouble? He asked with a cold face. It's me. Suddenly, Lin Yi came out in a suit. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Lin Yi's figure and appearance are both top-notch. Now that he has changed into a high-end suit, he looks elegant and exudes a noble temperament that makes people dare not look directly at him. Oh my god, is this still that brat? The waitress was stunned. How can a loser suddenly become so elegant? If Lin Yi came to her store wearing this suit, how could she dare to challenge him? I'm afraid he would have already approached him and was as enthusiastic as if he had met his grandfather. The manager was also confused. This kid doesn't look like someone who would cause trouble at all. What on earth is going on? He asked. It's this suit. He can't afford it, but he still insists on wearing it. You little brat, why don't you take it off right away? If it gets dirty, can you afford to pay for it? The waitress yelled. The manager was a smart guy. He didn't dare to offend Lin Yi easily, fearing that he would play the pig to eat the tiger, so he stepped forward and said respectfully, Sir, are you going to buy this dress? Of course. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Ha, if you want to buy it, that's easy for you to say. Go ahead and pay for it. If you can afford this dress, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. The waitress said with disdain. This suit costs 50,000 yuan, which is half a year's salary. The average middle class can't bear to buy one. Lin Yi, a young boy, dares to say that he can afford it? It's pure bragging. She has seen countless people and has already determined that Lin Yi is just a poor guy. At this time, the manager saw the price of the clothes and his heart was moved. This suit is the most expensive in the store and not everyone can afford it. Just because this guy says I can buy it, can I buy it? Just when everyone was doubting, Lin Yi directly took out the China Golden Dragon card and slapped it in the face of the waiter next to him. You little bastard, how dare you hit me? The waitress was furious and was about to point at Lin Yi's nose to get angry. Suddenly, she saw the Golden Dragon card on the ground, and she froze in place, dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is the Golden Dragon card. Manager Lu's face changed drastically. As a shopping mall manager, he has naturally seen the world. Among the distinguished customers who frequently come to the mall to shop, only a very small number of wealthy people are qualified to own this kind of card. So far, the number he has seen can be counted on one hand. However, the young boy in front of him also has one. Are you kidding me? How about it? Can I afford it? Lin Yi glanced at a few people. There was silence. Suddenly, Manager Lu didn't say a word, he just stretched out his hand and slapped the waiter next to him, knocking him to the ground. You are such a jerk, you can't even see that this is a distinguished guest. Can't he afford it? The money he spends on a meal is more than enough to buy your life. The manager yelled. He was a shrewd man. He knew that although he had not used any harsh words in his previous inquiries, he had offended Lin Yi. To offend a person of this level, he must be determined not to do it anymore. Therefore, he is now trying every possible means to win Lin Yi's favor. Then, he respectfully led a team of security guards and bowed to Lin Yi and said, Dear sir, I am really sorry for giving you a bad shopping experience. This is our dereliction of duty and responsibility. On behalf of the entire mall, I apologize to you. Then he picked up the Golden Dragon card and handed it to Lin Yi. He immediately asked someone to pack a suit of the same style and presented it to him with both hands. Mr. Lin, this purchase will be recorded in our mall's account as compensation for you. In the next shopping, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. Seeing him being so respectful, Lin Yi couldn't blame him. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. After all, they have done this much, and I have not suffered any loss. I can even get a piece of clothing for free, so I have no reason to complain to their boss. Okay, that's it. Lin Yi waved his hand, took the clothes, and then left with Gao Xiaoman. Call. Manager Lu breathed a sigh of relief after the two men left. He wiped the cold sweat from his head and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this gentleman is very magnanimous, otherwise, his career as a manager would have been over. The user is God, but this saying does not apply to Victoria Square. For luxury consumption places like theirs, wealthy customers are king. And customers with golden dragon cards are goddess god. So, he was very grateful that Lin Yi did not make a big deal out of it. Manager Lu, how could that guy have a golden dragon card? He must have stolen it. Besides, we haven't tested it yet, so how do we know if the card is real or fake? At this time, the waitress who was sitting on the ground with her face covered and bruised spoke. She still couldn't believe that Lin Yi had such an identity. It seems that he is just an ordinary boy. How can you be wrong when you judge people? How dare you, a frog in a well, talk nonsense? Can't I tell whether it is a golden dragon card or not? Manager Lu cursed viciously and slapped him again. If this guy hadn't looked down on others, I wouldn't have to be so scared. By the way, you are no longer needed to work here, so get out of here. He said coldly that this time Lin Yi had a good temper and didn't care about it, but next time, who knows what kind of trouble this woman will cause. Manager Lu, no. The woman's eyes were filled with despair. She had no education and had gotten such a good job through connections. If she was fired here, who would dare to hire her? However, before she could react, she was taken to the Human Resources Department by the security guards to start settling her salary. Suddenly, she regretted it and burst into tears. If I had known that Lin Yi had the golden dragon card, I would have obediently become his grandson. I would not have ended up like this. Afterwards, Gao Xiaoman continued to sweep the streets with Lin Yi. Obviously, Manager Lu had already given instructions, and all the famous brand merchants in the mall treated Lin Yi like a guest of honor and were extremely enthusiastic. Spend some money. The shopping experience is pretty good. Gao Xiaoman bought more than 10 pieces of clothes for Lin Yi. I have to say that she has a good taste. Every piece of clothing suits Lin Yi very well, bringing out his height and good looks. After shopping, the two walked out of the mall and came to the food court next to it, planning to have a good meal. Chapter 107 Ask Your Mom. Suddenly, halfway through, a frivolous male anchor came up and stopped Gao Xiaoman casually. Beauty? You must be Goddess Xiaoman, right? Hi, I'm your fan Xiaoli, and also the anchor of Shark Platform. Can I ask you a few questions? He just stared at Gao Xiaoman and didn't pay any attention to Lin Yi beside him. Sorry, I'm shopping and don't want to answer any questions. Gao Xiaoman refused decisively, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. This anchor named Xiaoli is notorious. He specializes in conducting interviews outdoors and chooses some innocent and pretty-looking women to ask them some tricky driving questions, making it difficult for them to get off the stage. The most hateful thing about him is that he likes to ask these questions in front of people's boyfriends, and the boyfriends of those girls often dare not to get angry due to face saving, allowing him to take advantage. Relying on this shabby outdoor interview, he made a lot of money, and attracted many losers to support him, and became one of the anchors with millions of fans. But anyone with a sense of justice would look down on him. Hey, Goddess Xiaoman, please don't be so disrespectful to your peers. We are all on the same platform. What's wrong with me asking you a few questions? Xiao Li's face turned dark, but he still had no intention of letting Gao Xiaoman go. It's so hard to meet the goddess on the platform. If you don't tease her well and create some show effects, how can you survive in the future? At this moment, Lin Yi spoke. I allow you to interview her, but I have one condition. Lin Yi smiled slightly. What are the conditions? Tell me. There was a hint of excitement in Xiao Li's eyes. This guy looks like Xiaoman's boyfriend, and the show is really great. It's simple. Just ask your mother the questions you asked during the interview. Lin Yi smiled. What did you say? Xiao Li was stunned for a moment. The live broadcast room immediately went crazy. Oh my god, 6,666. Who is this kid? He's so good at playing. It's too ridiculous to ask your mother your own questions. Ha, that's right, brotherly, why don't you go interview your mother? The show will definitely be a blast. Shaoli was immediately furious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the one in the wrong. Then he glared at Lin Yi fiercely and left in shame. Gao Xiaoman took Lin Yi's hand, and the two of them went to enjoy the food. Another wonderful night. Lin Yi, who had just finished exercising and was sweating profusely, received a notification from the app. Another limited-time sale product. Lin Yi has long been accustomed to the surprises sent every midnight and has become somewhat numb. I am powerful enough now. Can't think of any room for improvement. Payment. Place your order. The system gave him a surprise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Detective. Effect, see through the details and find the truth. Oh my god. Lin Yi was a little excited. I have been reading Sherlock Holmes since I was a child and have always dreamed of being a detective. This skill really fulfilled my childhood dream. Unfortunately, I am not a JC, so I cannot develop this skill to its full potential. With regret, Lin Yi fell asleep. He received a call just after waking up in the morning. Song Yusin actually asked me to help her attend a parent-teacher meeting. Are you sure? Lin Yi was confused. I'm not your father. I'll give you a heads up. But Song Yusin insisted that the teacher had called him to come. Not knowing what was going on, Lin Yi had no choice but to go there. Outside the school lecture hall. Yusin, your boyfriend hasn't come yet? Suya asked gently. Song Yusin hugged Suya's arm and shook her head. Teacher Suya has always been very caring towards students like them, and Song Yusin has already treated her like her own sister. Come to think of it, I haven't met your boyfriend yet. He must be a pretty nice guy. Suya said expectantly. This was a parent-teacher meeting organized by the school, but Song Yusin's parents were far away and could not arrive in time, so she had to compromise and call her boyfriend. She has top grades, is well-behaved and sensible, and her boyfriend must also be an extremely outstanding person. Suya sighed deeply. Can't wait to meet him. Hi, boyfriend. Until Song Yusin threw herself into Lin Yi's arms. Look at this familiar and hateful face. Suya's fantasy was shattered. You are Yusin's boyfriend. Suya was stunned. What boyfriend? Lin Yi was confused. Teacher Su, didn't you ask me to ask my male friends to come? Song Yusin said in surprise. What male friend? I'm talking about your boyfriend. These two types of boyfriends are different, okay? Suya's face turned black, and then she understood what was going on. It turned out that Song Yusin had misunderstood and called her friend Lin Yi over. Lin Yi smiled wickedly and looked at Suya. Although she is wearing a teacher's uniform, her charming curves are still visible. She is graceful, elegant, and charming, which makes people unable to take their eyes off her. She is worthy of being the goddess teacher of Central South University. And you, Lin Yi, you haven't figured out what's going on. If you're asked to come, just come. This is a parents' meeting, don't you know? Suya said angrily. I met this bragging king again. He always makes me feel upset. What debt did I owe this gangster in my previous life? What is the relationship between you two? The subtle atmosphere confused Song Yusin. She had never seen Lin Yi smile so obscenely, and she had never seen the gentle and kind teacher Su gritting her teeth like this. Lin Yi chuckled, it's hard to put it into words. Then, the three of them walked into the lecture hall. That's outrageous. You guys, don't you know that you have to arrive half an hour early for the parent-teacher meeting? Suddenly, the vice principal on the stage scolded. In public, he was criticized by name. How embarrassing. All pairs of eyes looked at him. Lin Yi couldn't help but snort coldly. What, half an hour in advance? That's complete nonsense. The vice principal is a notorious bastard. He thinks he has a lot of power and is extremely greedy. He will make things difficult for parents who don't give him gifts, and he may even take action against students and hinder their studies. His family was poor, he had no money to honor him, and he didn't want to honor him, so he was targeted everywhere. At the very least, he was ridiculed, and at the worst, he was verbally abused. He had guessed that this guy would make things difficult for him again when he saw him today. This is so embarrassing, so pitiful. It's what he deserves. It's his fault that a poor guy insisted on being so arrogant and lowered the quality of the school. Yeah, why not just change to a random crappy school? Anyway, his family is poor, and it's useless for him to study well. He will still be working for others in the future and will be a wage earner for the rest of his life. Don't say that. I heard that this guy seems to have become rich recently. Ha, you guys don't even know that this guy is a gigolo? Fuck, tell me more, brother. Chapter 108, Detective Takes Action. Instead of sympathizing with Lin Yi, the parents started spreading gossip. Son Yusen's grades were so good that she always won the scholarships. Compared with her, their children were as stupid as retards. Over time, all the parents became jealous. And because Lin Yi had no money or power and was completely destitute, they looked down on him and acted with impunity. As punishment, you all have to stand and listen to this parents' meeting. Remember this lesson. The vice principal said majestically. Everyone was gloating. Only Suya was indignant and was about to speak up to defend the two. A dog looks down on people. However, Lin Yi sneered. He took Song Yusen and sat down directly. Blatant disregard for the vice principal. Everyone's expression changed. What did you say? Vice President Yu Lianbiao gritted his teeth. In the past, when I showed off my power, Lin Yi always remained silent. This time, you dared to contradict me. This poor bastard is so bold. He was about to explode, but snorted coldly. Well then. These losers don't even know what I did to them. There was a hint of conspiracy in his eyes. Ha ha. Right now, I'm going to make you cry without tears. Time has passed. However, the parent-teacher meeting has not started yet. Open it quickly. I have a business to discuss later. One parent said unhappily. You are stupid. Master Zhang hasn't arrived yet. Why are you opening the game? Someone around reminded me. The parents seemed to be frightened and immediately sat down obediently, not daring to complain again. Lin Yi frowned. Master Zhang refers to Zhang Sudong. He is called Master Zhang. He owns the largest transportation company in Yuncheng, with assets of over 1 billion and a huge influence. The reason why he could dominate the mixed transportation industry was because he had a strong background and was well versed in both the gray and white worlds. All his competitors were brought down by him through unfair means. He is a tyrant and domineering person, and his methods are cruel. Once two parents accused his two sons of being too arrogant, and he sent people to the hospital to beat them up, causing panic among the people. Therefore, before Zhang Sudong arrived, no one dared to start the parent-teacher meeting. It's fine if others wait for you, but you also want me to wait for you. What the hell? Lin Yi was very unhappy. In the past, he would not have dared to complain like this, for fear of getting into trouble. But now, he doesn't care even if it's the King of Heaven. Shoo! Lin Yi, keep your voice down, they are coming. Song Yusen said in panic. A dozen bodyguards in black led the way, and the famous Zhang Sudong finally arrived. Hello, Master Zhang. Mr. Zhang is so busy, yet you still come to visit us. It is a great honor for our school. The vice principal and all the parents came up to him with fawning looks on their faces. Zhang Sudong, with his fat face, just snorted and sat in the chief's seat on the podium. That condescending look, as if I am the only one who is superior. He had reason to be arrogant. The assets of all the parents of the middle school combined were less than 1/10 of his. In his eyes, these people are nothing but dispensable ants. Master Zhang, I have already done what you ordered. Don't worry, the positions have been found. They are just a bunch of losers, helpless and powerless. It is a blessing for them that you can take their place. I guarantee that these losers won't even dare to fart. The vice principal whispered. Very good. Zhang Sudong lit a cigar. Who am I? One of the top 5 richest people in Yuncheng. Now they are targeting 2 low-class untouchables. Naturally, they have no scruples. He didn't even bother to know their names. The parent-teacher conference has officially begun. Next, I will read out the list of the top 10 students in the last mock exam. At the same time, these people will be qualified to participate in the International Cambridge Teaching and Research Conference. The vice principal announced loudly. Very good. The students' parents were excited. The International Cambridge Teaching and Research Association is a gathering in exchange for elite international university students. Those who are selected are the elite among the elites. Going there is like being gilded with a layer of gilded gold. It is the dream of many students and parents. These 10 people are undoubtedly the lucky ones blessed by God. Lin Yi, there must be two of us this time. Song Yusin was very excited. Of course. Lin Yi smiled. Song Yusin is a top student, needless to say, she will definitely be qualified. But I have worked hard to achieve this result, alas, I really can't compare with the top student. Lu Xiaolong, Zhang Biao, Wang Wendian, and Zhang Wenliang, Zhang Yulong. Zhang Wenliang, Zhang Yulong, aren't these the two young masters of the Zhang family? Everyone was shocked. However, these two young masters of the Zhang family are arrogant and domineering, and have never attended a class properly. How could they be on the list? There must be something fishy going on here. Shut up, you're killing yourself. Although everyone knew that there was something fishy going on, no one dared to say anything. What shocked Lin Yi was that among these 10 people, neither he nor Song Yusin was there. Lin Yi, what's going on? Song Yusin was greatly disappointed. Lin Yi frowned. It's possible that I failed the exam, but Song Yusin is intelligent, hardworking, and studious. I know her best during the time I've spent with her. Even if she's not first or second, she definitely can't be out of the top 10. What's more, even a playboy like Zhang Sudong made it into the top 10, so how could Song Yusin be inferior to him? What a joke. Things are definitely not that simple. Lin Yi's eyes were cold. Born in poverty, he has seen the ups and downs of life and never mind speculating on people's hearts from the worst perspective. Could it be that their places had been taken by someone else? It is very possible. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with anger. The old dog, the vice president, must have accepted money from the Zhang family. That's why he chose us two to be the target. However, he cannot defame the innocence of innocent people. Oh, and detective skills. Lin Yi immediately used his detective skills. Sure enough, from the expressions on Zhang Sudong and Vice Principal U.S. faces, Lin Yi came to the conclusion. The two of them colluded with each other and let their two sons take their places. Because they were from poor families and all alone, they had no worries even if they were bullied too much. You don't take me seriously. Lin Yi snorted coldly. If it were in the past, I would have been powerless to resist because of my low abilities. But now, I have magical skills in my hands. I don't cause trouble, and I'm not afraid of trouble. I've been fed up with Zhang Sudong's pretentiousness for a long time. I'm too lazy to deal with you. But you came to me on your own initiative. Looking at Song Yusin with red eyes, Lin Yi made up his mind. Today, I will make you dogs pay the price 100 times. I guarantee in the name of the vice principal. This exam is open, fair, and just. There will be absolutely no favoritism or fraud. I hope everyone can accept the facts. The vice president vowed. Everyone was silent. Bullshit. Chapter 109, Making a Scene at the Parents' Meeting. Who knew? Lin Yi roared like a lion. Almost blew the roof off. It was deafening to everyone. Their faces changed drastically. The vice principal could not help but get furious. How dare you? Lin Yi, this is a school, you are swearing, how can you be so disrespectful? If you dare to say another word, I will kick you out. You old dog, for the sake of the Zhang family's dog food, you stole our places with the young master of the Zhang family. You are so heartless. You still know that this is a school. Apart from being greedy for personal gain and currying favor with the powerful, when have you ever taught and educated people? You are corrupt and violate the law, and you have corrupted the ethics of a teacher. You deserve to die. Lin Yi cursed like a machine gun. Everyone was shocked. The vice principal's face turned pale. Even Zhang Sudong's face darkened. Humph. Do you have any evidence? Master Zhang is extremely talented and performed exceptionally well in this exam, so it is only natural that he was qualified. On the contrary, you, the normally excellent students, were arrogant and did terribly in the exam. It's good enough that I didn't teach you a lesson, but you still dare to talk nonsense. This is really outrageous. The vice principal said coldly. Although I don't know how Lin Yi knew this. But even if he knew, what could he do? Except for the principal, he has the final say in the school. He did this so perfectly that no one can find any clues. Without any evidence and power, he could only feel helpless and furious. Everything should be based on evidence. Lin Yi, don't talk nonsense just because you are jealous of Mr. Zhang. Yeah, be careful, someone will sue you for defamation. The parents also blasted Lin Yi. They were jealous of Son Yusun's grades, but now they were finally able to surpass her. They were so happy. Who made you, Lin Yi, powerless and yet fond of showing off? If you don't die, who will? Fool. Suya looked at Lin Yi with resentment. His suspicion is very likely. But without evidence, everything is just empty talk. Instead of collecting evidence, he quarreled with the vice principal, which was undoubtedly a stupid act. Then, seeing that the situation was out of control, she immediately pulled Lin Yi out of the lecture hall. Then do you dare to make this result public for everyone to see? Lin Yi sneered. Asked a fatal question. This. The vice principal's face suddenly turned pale. I was extremely anxious. Oh my god, how did this guy know there was something fishy about this? Suddenly, Zhang Sudong, who had been sitting on the podium without saying a word, snapped his fingers and called the vice president behind the curtain. Bang! Zhang Sudong suddenly attacked. He slapped him hard and knocked him to the ground. You bastard, you are always a hindrance. Didn't you say that everything was done? How could a young boy find out? Zhang Sudong scolded. The cold tone is chilling. Master Zhang. I know I was wrong. The vice principal was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed. Humph, I don't want to make things too serious. Call that guy here now. I have something to say to him. Zhang Sudong gave the order without even looking at him again. Yes, sir. Afterwards, the vice principal called Lin Yi over. Looking at Lin Yi, Zhang Sudong said contemptuously, You little brat, how dare you make such a big fuss? Let me do it myself. Immediately afterwards, he asked someone to take out 1 million and threw it directly in front of Lin Yi. Even if that's the case, so what? Let me tell you, it's your great honor that my Zhang family has your quota. Pick up the money on the ground, kowtow to me and apologize, then get out. I'll spare your life. However, from now on, if I see you in Yunqing again, I'll make you disappear completely. Zhang Sudong said coldly. In his opinion, Lin Yi was being clever just to bargain. He was too lazy to waste time with an ant. So domineering. As expected of Master Zhang. It's 1 million. Master Zhang is really generous. This kid is really lucky. He didn't lose his life and got the money. He can't earn so much money in his whole life. The vice president and Zhang Sudong's subordinates exclaimed. With just this little money, how can you send away a beggar? Unexpectedly, Lin Yi sneered. Then, he turned and walked out of the lecture hall. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one knows what Lin Yi is up to. Only Lin Yi knows what he wants to do. Without evidence, everything is just empty talk. My top priority is to find the evidence and hand it over to the Ministry of Education so that the two people can be punished by national law. Lin Yi, hurry up and leave. Suya caught up with him and was finally relieved to see that Lin Yi still had some rationality. No, I must seek justice for me and Song Yusun in this matter. Suddenly, Lin Yi's face turned cold. Are you saying you want to deal with Zhang Sudong and Vice Principal Yu? Suya was slightly startled, then her brows furrowed. Lin Yi, there is indeed something wrong with this matter, but it is definitely not as simple as you think. I have investigated it several times, but there is still no clue. The implication was that he was persuading Lin Yi to give up this unrealistic plan. As the class teacher, I investigated with all my might, but I didn't even uncover the tip of the iceberg. You can imagine how deep the water is. Although Lin Yi has some money, he is penniless and powerless compared to Zhang Sudong, making it even more impossible for him to find out the culprit behind the scenes. At the moment, it seems that I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Ha, you don't have any clues, but I do. Who knew that Lin Yi could cut through iron and nails? It was Zhang Sudong who colluded with Vice Principal Yu and replaced our places. As long as I find evidence, everything will come to light. As soon as these words came out, Suya's face changed immediately. Shut up, you idiot. Do you know that this sentence will cost you your life? She said in panic and looked around. Luckily no one noticed. Lin Yi's guess is very likely, and he himself has his doubts. But in the entire Central South University, no matter who you offend, you must not offend Zhang Sudong. In the eyes of this big shot, Lin Yi is just an ant. How could he afford to provoke him? No one in this world can take my life. Even if Zhang Sudong has 9 heads, I will make him pay the price. Anyone who has anything to do with this matter, I, Lin Yi, will not let any of them go. However, instead of being afraid, Lin Yi smiled. Lin Yi. I don't want to say anything too harsh. In this world, money is everything. He is not only wealthy, but also powerful. He can force a poor person like you to death with just a flick of his finger. Even Vice Principal Yu is not someone you can deal with. Even if you are not afraid of death, you should still consider Song Yusin and not involve her. Suya said earnestly. Although he looked down on Lin Yi, a boaster, for Song Yusin's sake, he didn't want Lin Yi to fight against the enemy with an egg. He wanted to die in vain. Lin Yi, there will be another chance next time. With our abilities, we will definitely be able to pass the exam. Don't get stuck in a rut. Song Yusin also advised. Chapter 110, What we lack the least is evidence. She knew that Lin Yi was capable, but compared to Zhang Sudong's money, his hacking skills were useless. Even if she felt unwilling and aggrieved, she didn't want Lin Yi to make any mistakes. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. We are not meat on the chopping board. Let them pay the price. I, Lin Yi, will keep my word. However, Lin Yi said arrogantly. Then he turned around and rushed to the vice principal's office. You fool! Suya and Song Yusin screamed that something was wrong and wanted to stop him, but they could not catch up with Lin Yi's speed at all. With a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. Yu Lianbiao, who had just returned to the office, was so scared that he peed his pants and sat down on the ground. What are you doing here, little brat? When he saw clearly that the person coming was Lin Yi, his face suddenly became full of contempt. This poor guy must have regretted his decision and rushed here to honor me. Humph. You only know how to honor me now. It's too late. My vice principal's office, how can someone like you just walk in? Get out now. He shouted sharply. In the past, she thought that no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat, but now that she has climbed up to Zhang Sudong, she has begun to look down on Lin Yi. How much benefit can such a waste bring to him? He doesn't care. Instead, he feels unlucky. Who would have thought? Without saying anything, Lin Yi stepped forward and grabbed his collar. You old dog, for the sake of the Zhang family's dog food, you stole our quota and gave it to Zhang Sudong's son. Do you know your crime? Lin Yi said coldly. Humph, how dare you talk nonsense? The vice principal calmed down and bit back. Lin Yi, everything must be based on evidence. Don't talk nonsense just because you are jealous of Mr. Zhang. Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. He said confidently. Sneered in his heart. Although I don't know how Lin Yi knew this. But even if he knew, what could he do? Not to mention him, even if the JC came, they wouldn't be able to find any clues in this matter. Ah, reckless and brainless. How can you achieve anything? Suya, who came rushing over, lamented. Without evidence, everything is empty talk. She had long guessed that the young and impulsive Lin Yi was no match for the shrewd vice principal, who was an old fox. Evidence? Lin Yi smiled slightly. He had already activated his detective skills and found clues in the room. Then he quickly walked to the wall, took down a painting, and opened the secret door. Inside, there was actually a safe. You, what are you doing? Yu Lianbiao's face suddenly changed. You're invading my privacy, you know that? But he quickly calmed down. After all, it was such a big safe and Lin Yi didn't have the password, so what could happen? Boom! Unexpectedly, Lin Yi slapped the safe with his palm and actually broke the lock. The safe opens automatically. Inside were Lin Yi and Song Yusin's report cards. At the same time, there was also 1 million given to him by Zhang Sudong. Caught the criminal red-handed. Is this true? Suya and Song Yusin's expressions changed. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi was so powerful that he not only found the evidence instantly, but also opened the safe with force. How is that possible? Yu Lianbiao was terrified. But he immediately gritted his teeth and twisted his neck. Lin Yi. Don't be so proud. Even if you have evidence, so what? Humph. Let Master Zhang take your place because Master Zhang thinks highly of you. Don't you dare to go against Master Zhang? He grinned. If it weren't for the support of the Zhang family, he wouldn't dare to do such an illegal thing. He just couldn't believe that Lin Yi, a mere commoner, dared to go against the wealthy man in Yunchen. Suya and others had complicated expressions. That's right, Vice Principal Yu is just a little kid, and Zhang Sudong is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Toppling this mountain is not something that can be done just by having evidence. Tell Zhang Sudong to come over and see me. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi threw the phone on the desk to the vice principal and said with disdain. You. What did you say? The vice principal's expression changed drastically. Suya and the other person were even more stunned. Most people would avoid people like Zhang Sudong, but Lin Yi actually asked him to come and see him on his own initiative. Isn't this like a rat entering a cat's nest, seeking death? Ha, I understand. You want money. Lin Yi, there's no chance anymore. Master Zhang gave you money just now but you didn't want it. How can he bargain with a lowly person like you now? The vice principal immediately sneered. Lin Yi simply values money over his life. Wrong. I'm not interested in money. I want him to come over here, kneel on the ground, kowtow and apologize to both of us. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back, extremely arrogant. Lin Yi. You are crazy. Suya and Song Yusin were horrified. Letting Zhang Sudong come over was like walking a sheep into a tiger's mouth, but he still had the unrealistic idea of making Zhang Sudong kowtow and admit his mistake. How is this different from suicide? Vice Principal Yu took a deep breath. Lin Yi, who was as fearless as a newborn calf and didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, had no idea that just this one sentence was enough for Zhang Sudong to cut him into pieces. Okay. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Fearing that Lin Yi would go back on his word, Vice Principal Yu immediately made a phone call. Everyone wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Ha ha. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you throw yourself into it. Lin Yi, I want to see how you die in Master Sang's hands later. Vice Principal Yu sneered in his heart and looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at a dead person. Oh no. I have to do a BJ quickly, otherwise. Suya secretly thought that it was not good and immediately took out her cell phone. Yu Lianbiao was extremely arrogant. He walked in front of Lin Yi and said provocatively, You smart guy, you must be scared to death when you heard the name of Master Zhang. You kowtow to me and apologize now. I can also say a few good words for you in front of Master Zhang and let you keep your body intact, otherwise. Anyway, with Zhang Sudong's support, he didn't believe that this poor boy would dare to touch a hair on his head. Bang! However, Lin Yi slapped the vice principal in the face, causing him to see stars. Lin Yi. You are crazy. Suya turned pale. You're looking for death. As expected. Vice Principal Yu became furious and started cursing at Lin Yi, pointing at his nose. When Master Zhang arrives, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Then, let's see how you live a life worse than death. I will cry without tears. Let him go quickly, don't keep me waiting for too long. Lin Yi said impatiently. Lin Yi, staying here is just waiting to die. Before Zhang Sudong arrives, take Song Yusin away from here. The farther the better. Suya said hurriedly. As long as he escapes fast enough, Lin Yi might still have a chance of survival. Yes, Lin Yi, let's go. We still have a chance to get this spot next time. Song Yusin had no choice but to persuade him. Why are you leaving? The fun has just begun. Lin Yi looked at him with disdain and lay leisurely on the sofa. What do you mean by waiting to die? I am just sitting back and waiting for something to happen. Seeing this, Vice Principal Yu sneered in his heart and looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at a dead person. I was afraid that he would run away, but now it seems that this guy is so stupid that he is hopeless. Chapter 111 Who was afraid of whom? Even Song Yusin knows how powerful Zhang Sudong is. Lin Yi, how come you are not as good as a girl? Suya sighed. Soon, a dozen bodyguards in black came aggressively and surrounded Lin Yi and others without saying a word. Outside the door, there was smoke everywhere, and a middle-aged man with a fat face and luxurious clothes walked in. He had a high-end cigar in his mouth, his eyes were cold, and his face was arrogant. It was Zhang Sudong who just appeared in the lecture hall. You heard about it. Master Zhang just arrived. It is said that some ignorant parent provoked him. Now he is going to teach him a lesson. Is this true? There is such a fool? How dare you go against Master Zhang? You are courting death. Let's go. Go check it out. Zhang Sudong's arrival caused a sensation on the entire campus and attracted countless parents of students to come and watch. Oh no, he came so quickly. Suya was extremely nervous. At this rate, Lin Yi would probably be in trouble if the JC he called didn't show up yet. However, Lin Yi was not moved at all. When Zhang Sudong arrived, he was still lying on the sofa without even raising his eyebrows. Master Zhang. You are finally here. It's that kid. Vice Principal, you saw his savior. He immediately hid behind Zhang Sudong, pointing at Lin Yi. Bang! As expected, Zhang Sudong slapped the vice principal to the ground with his backhand. You useless bastard. You can't even handle a brat like this, and you still have the nerve to ask me to do it myself. Who the hell is he? Is he worthy of my help? Zhang Sudong said angrily. He had already entered the upper class of Yunqing, and he naturally sneered and disdained the lowly ants like Lin Yi. I have failed in my duties and deserve death. Please forgive me, Master Zhang. The vice principal knelt down and begged for mercy again. As expected of Master Zhang, he trains the vice principal like he's training a dog. Too domineering. The vice principal is nothing. Even if he is the principal, he can only serve tea and water to Master Zhang. That stupid boy lying on the sofa, is he the one who offended Master Zhang? Isn't that Lin Yi? He's a poor bastard. Who gave him the courage to provoke Master Zhang? Is it Fish Liang? Could this kid be deliberately trying to get beaten up and use Master Zhang's fame to hype himself up? Stupid. Master Zhang's attack will either kill or maim anyone. He's using his head to hype himself up. Either you are really stupid or you are mentally retarded. Everyone was impressed by Zhang Sudong's arrogance and looked down on Lin Yi. They didn't need any reason to gloat over others' misfortune. They just felt that Lin Yi had committed insubordination and deserved to die. Even if there were a few people who sympathized with Lin Yi, they dared not say anything because of Zhang Sudong. Zhang Sudong looked smug and said arrogantly, "Boy. My Zhang family is replacing you because we think highly of you. How dare you fight me?" Unexpectedly, Lin Yi, who was lying on the sofa, was motionless and looked like he was asleep. I was talking to him and he fell asleep. Zhang Sudong's eyes were filled with anger. This was the first time in his life that he was blatantly ignored. This guy is trying to play dead and get away with it. Everyone laughed. Break his arms and legs for me. Zhang Sudong said coldly, turned around, and didn't even look at Lin Yi. There is no need to waste time with such ants. At the command, the well-trained bodyguards rushed up immediately. Lin Yi, be careful. Suya and others were panicked. A cruel sneer appeared at the corner of Vice Principal Yu's mouth. Hey, hey! You're just showing off. You're courting death. When Lin Yi is completely helpless, I will step on his head and humiliate him severely. To avenge my previous humiliation. Suddenly, Lin Yi opened his eyes suddenly, and with a somersault. He was like a god descending from heaven. With 3 punches and 5 kicks, he knocked the bodyguards to the ground. His figure was as fast as lightning, and wherever he went, there were wailings everywhere. What's going on? Before Zhang Sudong turned around, Lin Yi's hand was already on his shoulder. Now, am I qualified? Zhang Sudong turned around and looked into Lin Yi's cold eyes. The cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. You, brat, who are you? Zhang Sudong rarely showed panic. He sensed a dangerous aura from Lin Yi. The most powerful killer he had ever seen was never so frightening. Lin Yi was too lazy to bother with him. He threw out a business card and slapped it on Zhang Sudong's face. The president of Hilton Hotels? You are actually the boss of Hilton? The guy who kicked young Master Qin out some time ago. Zhang Sudong was stunned for a moment. He never expected that this brat Lin Yi had such a prominent background. Some time ago, the incident in which Lin Yi slapped Qin Xiao in the face at the Hilton Hotel had already spread widely in the entire Yunqing upper-class circle. Everyone would say that a remarkable person had emerged in Yunqing. He had originally wanted to get to know her, but he didn't expect to meet her in this way. No wonder the other party looked down on the 1 million he gave. His net worth is at least 1 billion. Even if it's not more than mine, it's definitely not much less than his. Lin Yi, what do you want? He asked through gritted teeth. I ran into a tough guy today. He didn't know Lin Yi's background yet, so even though he was the local boss, he had to give him some leeway. You should know what to do. Lin Yi just sneered. These words have suppressed Zhang Sudong. Zhang Sudong had never suffered such a humiliation before, but he had no choice but to give the order and give up the quota. Lin Yi is not an ordinary person, so he naturally doesn't dare to take things by force. Otherwise, you will be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I will remember what happened today, Lin Yi. See you later. Let's go. He raised his arms and walked out of the office, and his men limped out after him. What's going on? Why does Master Zhang look like he's eaten shit? Yeah, what's going on? Everyone who had wanted to watch the show was stunned. Where is my brother Zhang, who promised to be the domineering one? Why were you kicked out? That face full of resentment, just like a little wife? Who made him so angry? Lin Yi? How is that possible? And the crowd of onlookers are not the most confused. The most fortunate ones are Su Ye and Song Yusin. The two women were now dumbfounded and stood there like wooden chickens. Is this true or false? Lin Yi used just a business card to get rid of the famous Zhang Sudong? Did we see it right? Vice Principal Yu was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Yi, begging for mercy. Student Lin, please let me go. I was wrong. From now on, as long as I am the vice principal, I will absolutely guarantee that you and student Song will pass every exam and will never fail. Please don't bother with me. If he had known that Mr. Zhang was no match for Lin Yi, how could he dare to show off to Lin Yi and snatch his place? I thought I had found the easiest one to deal with. Unexpectedly, he is the most difficult one to deal with. I am so unlucky. Chapter 112, Long Xiao's Revenge. Of course Lin Yi didn't intend to let him go. He had already sent the evidence to the Education Bureau, and in just half a day, the old guy would be sent in to pick up soap. This solved the problem perfectly. Lin Yi drove to the 4S shop and sent the car for maintenance. Then he rode a shared bicycle back to the community. I just arrived at the gate of the community and haven't entered yet. But I ran into a familiar figure. Zhao Xiaolu? Lin Yi's expression changed. At this moment, she was wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes, leaning against a purple Jaguar, with an arrogant look on her face. Lin Yi couldn't help but think back to when she first started dating him and she was still a depraved woman. The girlish aura she once had is now completely gone. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Lin Yi decisively ignored it. He would feel disgusted if he looked at it for even a second. This bastard is finally here. However, Zhao Xiaolu was staring at him. There was a flash of deep resentment in his eyes. After failing to get back together with Lin Yi, she met Lin Yi's old enemy, Long Xiao, at an accidental party. After learning that the other party also hated Lin Yi to the core, she threw herself into Wei Tianlong's arms. Finally waited for this day. I must take revenge. Lin Yi, what do you think this is? She patted her Jaguar ostentatiously and said disdainfully. A bicycle is a symbol of one's status. For a low-class person like you, even if you get lucky and become rich overnight, you are still poor at heart and can't enter the upper class. That's why you ride a bicycle everywhere without any fear of embarrassment. A Jaguar is more than enough to buy tens of thousands of bicycles. It was enough to leave Lin Yi speechless and humiliated. Lin Yi, however, was dismissive. You are like the person, and that's right. I'm as low-key as my bicycle, and you can drive a Jaguar during the day and eat a Jaguar at night, and there's nothing wrong with that. Lin Yi laughed. You. Zhao Xiaolu looked angry. Then he calmed down again. You are just a lowly person, you can only show off your power with words. I won't argue with you. Besides, if you dare to offend young Master Long, you are destined to die. She sneered. His eyes were extremely vicious. Did you become stupid from eating Jaguar? How could I have ever offended young Master Long? I clearly made him vomit in a drink and bullied him like a dog. Lin Yi couldn't help but correct. Did I remember it wrong, or are you guys getting carried away again? You are just a frog in a well, yet you dare to speak so shamelessly. Zhao Xiaolu became angry and embarrassed. Let me tell you that young Master Long is no longer the same as he was before. He was fortunate enough to be taught by a hermit master and learned magical skills. He is now a top master. Ordinary masters are not allowed to get close to him. Killing you is like killing a dog. Aren't you a good fighter? With your current strength, you are just dreaming if you want to defeat young Master Long. Zhao Xiaolu was very proud. When he mentioned the Hermit Master, his eyes were full of admiration. Fuck. A top master. Awesome. Powerful. I can't afford to offend him. But what does this have to do with him being my son? Whenever we meet, I will still beat him up and make him call me daddy. Lin Yi said proudly. I felt nothing inside, I even wanted to eat pizza. Ah, you ignorant bastard. Since you want to die, I'll give you a chance. Zhao Xiaolu sneered. 3 days later, at Jinling Hotel. Young Master Long is going to hold a banquet to pay homage to his teacher. Almost all the prominent figures in Yunqing will attend. Although you are not qualified to enter such an upper-class gathering, you can still help to entertain everyone as a clown. Moreover, I want to see if you can hurt young Master Long in the slightest. Zhao Xiaolu threw down an invitation and said viciously. Then, he walked away triumphantly. Lin Yi didn't take it seriously at all. After returning home, he found several missed calls. When I called her, I found out that Lu Yan was already very worried. Just as Zhao Xiaolu said, young Master Long spent a huge sum of money to hire a poison king from the border and learn voodoo techniques from him in order to do something unexpected to himself. This poison king's name is Ma Hongshan. He was once a disciple of the #1 poison king in the frontier. Later he turned against his master and made himself the king. He is proficient in poison techniques to such an extent that ordinary masters can do nothing to him. It seems that it is indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Yi frowned. After all, it is easier to avoid an open attack than to guard against an arrow from the dark. Young Master Long faced the opponent head-on and was not at a disadvantage. But I know nothing about poison techniques, so it is inevitable that I will suffer losses. However, Lin Yi is not without a solution. He possesses god-level medical skills. Although he cannot use poison, he knows all the poison prescriptions in the world and can concoct antidotes. Well, it seems necessary to buy some medicinal herbs to be prepared. Lin Yi set off immediately and rushed to the medicinal materials market in the suburbs. The market was crowded with people, most of whom were merchants from other places selling medicines. The ingredients were also a mixed bag, but fortunately Lin Yi was proficient in medical skills and had a keen eye for selecting medicinal materials. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had bought half of what was needed. But at the same time, his bulging wallet was also stared at by a pair of eyes in the corner. This person is none other than the famous thief from Yunqing, Xikong Jiaxing. Xikong Jiaxing is the older brother of Wu Ying, who is also a master thief and even more skilled than him. Now that he saw Lin Yi was unprepared, he naturally had an idea. Then, he pretended to pass by and prepared to take Lin Yi's wallet. Bang! However, he just reached out his hand to Lin Yi. His wrist was held tightly by Lin Yi. Who are you stealing, little brother? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Xikong Jiaxing was stunned for a moment. Let go. He struggled. What if I don't let it go? Then don't blame me. Although Xikong Jiaxing didn't want to hurt anyone, he had no choice but to squat and kick. As the #1 thief, the power of his sweeping kick is enough to break a small tree. A weak and fragile little boy. Look, I'm going to break your legs. However, with a click, his leg bones broke instantly. It feels like I kicked a steel plate. The heart-wrenching pain came. Xikong Jiaxing screamed miserably. You are the guy named Lin Yi. He looked at Lin Yi's face and suddenly remembered something. His younger brother was taught a lesson by a master some time ago. It is said that the master is young, handsome, and has extraordinary skills. Now it seems that this is referring to Lin Yi, isn't it? Yes, it's me. I see you still have some tricks up your sleeve. I'll give you 2 choices, either die or submit to me. Lin Yi said coldly. Some shameful things require this kind of guy to do. Knowing that I am no match. Xikong Jiaxing nodded helplessly. Lin Yi's eyes moved. Of course he knew that it was impossible for such a petty thief to truly surrender because he was always talking nonsense. Unless. Sudden. Lin Yi picked him up like a chicken. Xikong Jiaxing's face turned pale. Asking for mercy. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi whispered 2 words in his ear. It is the secret of having nothing in hand. Although it was just some superficial knowledge, it was enough to benefit him a lot. Really? Xikong Jiaxing's expression changed drastically. Chapter 113, Get a Younger Brother. Exquisite. The Pinnacle. My mediocre skills are just like showing off my skills in front of an expert. This is the real thief. He prostrated himself instantly. Thank you for teaching me the supreme skills. You are so powerful. I, Sikong Jaixing, am convinced. It is my great honor to be able to serve you. From now on, I will change my past mistakes and follow you to the ends of the earth, even if I die. He was filled with gratitude. Already loyal. Get up. A thief worships himself so much. Lin Yi felt a little weird. Then, the two had a conversation. Master, do you want to buy medicine? It's just a small matter, thank you for your help. I know this market inside out, just wait for me, I'll get it done right away. Sikong Jaixing moved a small stool from the stall next to him. Let Lin Yi sit down. He ran happily to buy medicine. The drug dealers around were all staring in amazement. This Sikong Jaixing has another nickname. His name is Sikong Disaster Star. Because he was so domineering, no one dared to offend him. Now, he was completely subdued. Who is that young man? After buying the medicine, Lin Yi went to the Hilton Hotel, planning to bring some food back for Gao Xiaoman. You can't always ask others to cook for you. I have a Michelin-level chef under my command, so why not make good use of him? Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the Hilton Hotel, Lin Yi discovered a noisy noise coming from the lobby. When I walked over, I saw an old man in tattered clothes and covered in dust, sitting at the dining table and asking the waiters to serve the food. What's going on? Lin Yi asked. The foreman recognized Lin Yi and immediately told him what had happened. It turned out that the old man wanted to eat a lot of fish and meat as soon as he came in. The waiters thought that the old man must have no money, so they wanted to send him away with leftovers. However, the old man got angry and refused to leave no matter how they persuaded him, and insisted that they look down on him. So that's how it is. If it was an ordinary beggar or a mentally ill person, Lin Yi would just ask someone to give him some money to get rid of him. But Lin Yi always felt that this old man was a little unusual. He possesses god-level medical skills, and the Wang and Wang, Wen, Qi, and Xian has been practiced to perfection. An ordinary homeless person has lifeless eyes, while a mentally ill person has eyes that reveal madness. The old man's eyes were sparkling, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Therefore, think twice. Lin Yi asked the security guard to leave, then walked forward alone and asked with a smile, Hello, old man, I am the boss here, Lin Yi. What do you want to eat? Just tell me. Consider it my treat. Please come down. Humph, you are just a young boy, and you claim to be the boss? You are probably trying to trick me into coming down and drive me away, humph, you wish? Unexpectedly, the old man looked at Lin Yi with disdain. Old man, I really am the boss here. Lin Yi explained with a smile. I don't believe it, and you want me to come down? You're dreaming. What do you want? Hee, it's very simple. As long as you can pull me down, I'm willing to leave here. The old man sat cross-legged and stuck out his tongue, looking like a naughty boy. Hearing this, the security guards immediately stepped forward, ready to show off in front of Lin Yi, and began to pull the old man down. However, no matter how hard the burly security guards tried, the old man didn't move at all, and instead they were exhausted. Oh my god, this old man is as heavy as an elephant. Is he a martial artist? What a strange person I met. Everyone was amazed. Master, let me try. Lin Yi rolled up his sleeves and walked over. As for you, forget it, lest you hurt your thin arms and legs. The old man snorted. However, in an instant, Lin Yi took action. He changed his Wing Chun fist into a palm and grabbed the old man. Strength can defeat skill. Yo-ha? The old man's face changed, and he immediately raised his leg and attacked Lin Yi involuntarily. I thought I could kick Lin Yi down with one kick. But then, Lin Yi used the move of Baoyue in his arms to neutralize the old man's attack and pulled him down. Instantly, everyone present was stunned. Is this person really the boss? How come the attack was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen? It's really a fight between gods. The old man who fell to the ground was stunned. Then he laughed and hugged Lin Yi. Good boy, I've been wandering around for so long and have never failed. You're the first. Okay, I'll leave now. He looked at Lin Yi deeply and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, Lin Yi stopped him. Tell the kitchen to bring up all the good dishes. Oh, and some good wine. I want to drink with the old gentleman. There was admiration in Lin Ye's eyes. Judging from the moves he just used, the old man's skills are not inferior to mine. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the old man was deliberately holding back. It is an honor to meet such a master, so Lin Yi naturally wants to get to know him. Good boy, okay, then I won't be polite. The old man looked at Lin Yi with admiration in his eyes. Afterwards, Lin Yi asked someone to deliver food to Gao Xiaoman at home and told her that he would not go back. The old man and the young man sat down, talked happily and drank a lot. After drinking this, it was already dawn. Both of them fell on the table with great pleasure. Old man, here we go again. Lin Yi raised his head and raised his glass, only to find that the old man had already left. I feel a little regretful. Apart from the fact that the old man's surname was Liu and he was from the border province of Yun, Lin Yi knew nothing else about him. Boss Lin, this is what the old man left for you before he passed away. Suddenly, Manager Hai handed over a small box with both hands. Lin Yi couldn't help but open it. Inside, there was actually a black pill. The seemingly ordinary pill was still lying on the ground, and no one would even take a second look at it. But in the eyes of Lin Yi, who possesses god-level medical skills, this pill is of the best quality. Tianya grass, heart-protecting seeds. With a light sniff, he could detect the presence of many rare medicinal herbs, many of which were in short supply and hard to come by. These ingredients all have the effect of detoxifying and avoiding turbidity. When combined together, they can be said to be immune to all poisons. So that's how it is. It seems that this old gentleman is also proficient in medicine, and he left this precious elixir to me because he sees me as his close friend. Lin Yi nodded silently. Take the pill. He just felt a warm current surging through his internal organs. At this moment, ordinary poisons could no longer have any effect on him. Lin Yi was overjoyed. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Young Master Long hired a poison master to deal with him, and he got an anti-poison pill. Now he is well prepared and has a sure win. Then, the alcohol wore off. He returned to the 4S store to retrieve the luxury car. Drove back home. I just got home and suddenly received a call from Wang Bi's. This is something new. Since being appointed as the acting director by Lin Yi, Wang Bi's has been very conscientious and responsible. He never dares to disturb Lin Yi, the hands-off boss. He usually sends Lin Yi an email in the evening to report on the day's work, although Lin Yi never reads it. Lin Yi answered the call immediately. Chapter 114, Another Family. It turned out that Wang Bi's wanted to finalize an acquisition and wanted to get his permission. The company is called Tianlan Cosmetics, and its main products are skin care products that integrate traditional Chinese medicine. It is well known in Yunqing and is a local brand. Although its sales volume cannot be compared with those of big brands of skin care products, what is commendable is that it has a good reputation locally and even in the whole of China, has a fixed sales group, and has its own production line from production to sales. As long as he buys this company, it means that Lin Yi will have another industry and will have the ability to produce skin care products. Now, Xue Min, the president of Tianlan Cosmetics, wants to transfer 40% of the company's shares for only 350 million yuan, so Wang Bi's was so tempted and contacted him quickly. However, although it is good, Lin Yi is very curious why this company, which is running well, is selling its shares at a low price and seeking external investment? There must be something fishy going on. So, Lin Yi informed Wang Bi's to temporarily suspend the acquisition and prepare for a thorough investigation. He used the clues collected by Wang Bi's and the financial reports obtained by hacking into Tianlan Cosmetics' internal network, and used his detective skills to conduct an analysis. Things are indeed not simple. The reason why Xue Min, the president of Tianlan Cosmetics, was willing to transfer most of the shares of the company in which he had put countless efforts, was because there were strong enemies outside. This powerful enemy who was eyeing him covetously was none other than Zhang Sudong, the man who had been slapped in the face by him a few days ago. Zhang Sudong had long wanted to forcibly acquire Tianlan Cosmetics, so he had been using various means to suppress it. Under the tactics of Sudong Group, Tianlan Cosmetics was obviously unable to resist, so it was forced to sell its shares at a low price and seek external forces to fight against Sudong Group. So that's how it is. Then there's nothing to worry about. So, Lin Yi immediately called Xue Min and revealed his identity. And she expressed her thoughts in detail. Xue Min was instantly disheartened. She knew that her little tricks could never deceive the world. After all, who in the entire Yunqing dares to go against Zhang Sudong? She wanted to say sorry and hang up the phone. I'm interested. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi made a prompt decision and planned to buy the shares. Are you serious? Xue Min was dumbfounded. Knowing it was a fire pit, he still jumped into it. The boss of Hilton is too tough. Isn't he afraid of Zhang Sudong? Lin Yi did not answer and ordered Wang Bi's to make the purchase immediately. When Xue Min got the news, he was even more surprised. What does it mean that a person is ruthless and doesn't talk much? Replying to myself in this way just shows that they are not afraid of Zhang Sudong at all. But she still had to remind him. Boss Lin, I know you have the capital and the strength, but Zhang Sudong is not an ordinary businessman. He once vowed to swallow up my company, and I'm afraid he won't give up just like that. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. However, Lin Yi didn't care. He already owns half of Tianlan Cosmetics, so he certainly won't hand it over to Zhang Sudong and let this old bastard interfere. Then he hung up the phone. Using detective skills, continue searching for key information inside Tianlan Cosmetics. Sure enough, I found the trick. From funding, to trademarks, to procurement channels, and inciting workers to strike. In order to suppress Tianlan Cosmetics, Zhang Sudong resorted to despicable means. It almost strangled Tianlan's neck. Without the need for detective skills, Lin Yi could see that there must be a traitor inside Tianlan. Otherwise, how could Zhang Sudong's attack be so smooth and accurate? Moreover, judging from how well Zhang Sudong knows Tianlan Cosmetics, the level of this insider is definitely not low. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He also used his hacking skills to break into Tianlan Cosmetics' Human Resources Department and retrieve the information of all middle and senior management. Not only that, Lin Yi also checked their bank card accounts and credit information. Sure enough, after such careful investigation, a target surfaced. That is the Deputy General Manager of Tianlan Cosmetics, Su Jiwen. This guy seems to be doing well on the surface, owning a house and a car in the city center, but he is secretly heavily in debt. Strangely, these debts were gradually wiped out in the past 6 months, and the investor was a company registered overseas. Even if it was overseas, it was not difficult for Lin Yi. He easily found out that the controlling shareholder of this company was a senior executive of Sudong Group. The truth is revealed. It was Zhang Sudong who hired this vice president and dealt a devastating blow to Tianlan Cosmetics. Good job, Zhang Sudong. That's quite sinister. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely find out this commercial spy directly. But Lin Yi didn't do that. The so-called long line to catch big fish. What's the point of catching this spy now? Zhang Sudong will continue to cause trouble. He wants to solve this problem once and for all. Afterwards, Lin Yi immediately called Sikong Jiaxing and gave him some instructions. 3 days later. The time has come for young Master Long to hold a banquet. Lin Yi came to Jinling Hotel alone. In front of the door. Stop, Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? What a coincidence, it turned out to be my old classmate Tian Qi. He is arrogant. Humph. He had suffered a defeat at the hands of that bastard before and was kicked out of Hilton, but at the critical moment, he met young Master Long, and now he has become young Master Long's #1 lackey, and can finally hold his head high. The guests who came today are all wealthy and powerful people and elites from all walks of life. Even if Lin Yi is the boss of Hilton, so what? With the support of young Master Long, he can mock him to his heart's content. Who knows? Bang! Lin Yi said nothing. Throw the invitation directly into his face. You! Look at the invitation. Tian Qi was stunned. Immediately he became angry and embarrassed. So what if you are a guest? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. I am now the #1 assistant of young Master Long. Now young Master Long has mastered his magical powers. As long as I beg him, he can take your life with just a flick of his finger. He takes advantage of the power of others. Harsh threats. Lin Yi sneered, you don't have to beg. Your master has hated me to the core and wants to kill me today to establish his authority. Bah, you shameless bastard, you only know how to flatter yourself. Anyone who dares to have a grudge against young Master Long and can make young master hate him to the core must be an important figure. Who do you think you are? Tian Qi sneered. Lin Yi must be afraid that he would have to ask young Master Long for help. That's nonsense. Let's wait and see. He was very proud of himself. Turn around and leave. We'll see. Lin Yi said disdainfully. After all, your uncle is still your uncle. Then, Lin Yi walked into the hotel. I didn't expect you to come and die. Zhao Xiaolu came towards me. Eyes like snakes and scorpions. It's not sending you to die, it's sending you off. Lin Yi said. See you off? Zhao Xiaolu was confused. Someone is always thinking about my head, which makes me unable to sleep well. I have to see him off. Lin Yi chuckled. Chapter 115, You're the only one who wants to kill me? Ha, you are really bragging. Young Master Long is now extremely powerful, not to mention he has a master with great magical powers. The master and disciple can kill you like a chicken. Who gave you the courage to say such a crazy thing? Zhao Xiaolu said disdainfully. Believe it or not. Lin Yi shrugged. Wave goodbye and leave. Humph. You're pretending to be calm when disaster strikes. When the time comes, I'll see how you die. Zhao Xiaolu mocked. At this time, the hotel was packed with people. Lin Yi was turning around. I actually met Xue Min. Lin Yi had only seen Xue Min's photo and knew that she was a beautiful, cold, and strong woman. I didn't expect that she is even more beautiful in real life, and her skin is especially delicate. No wonder her skin care products are so good. She is a living signboard. Hello, Mr. Xue. Lin Yi walked over gracefully. Hello, handsome guy, who are you? Xue Min looked confused. I'm Lin Yi. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, extending his hand. Oh my god, you are Mr. Lin? Xue Min was confused. In her imagination, Lin Yi should be a middle-aged man with a steady temperament, or a wise old man. Although Lin Yi's voice sounded very young on the phone yesterday, no matter how she thought about it, he shouldn't be a young boy. Lin Yi took out his business card to prove his identity. Xue Min finally accepted the reality and was secretly shocked. No wonder he is not afraid of Zhang Sudong. It turns out that he is a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Boss Lin, I didn't expect such a coincidence that you would also come to the banquet. But I just heard that today's banquet is not just a simple apprenticeship banquet. It seems that someone has offended Wei Tianlong, and Wei Tianlong wants to kill someone to establish his authority. Xue Min whispered. I know. Lin Yi smiled. As expected of Mr. Lin, you are well informed. Xue Min was a little surprised. I don't want to either. After all, the person Wei Tianlong wants to kill is me. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Xue Min was confused. I was still guessing who it was. It took a long time. It turns out to be Lin Yi. Oh my god. How many people does this guy want to offend? Then why are you here? Do you know how powerful Wei Tianlong is now? And his master is simply a living god. Mr. Lin, forgive me for being blunt, but aren't you here to die? Xue Min said madly. It's not a big deal. It's not certain who will die. Just do it and it's over. Lin Yi, however, remained calm and composed. Xue Min died. She thought Lin Yi must be crazy. Lin Yi. Suddenly, a man came over with a swagger. It's Wei Tianlong. He looked down on others and was extremely arrogant. You bastard, you really dare to come here. Fine, very good. Today I will make sure you die without a burial place. He was once made a fool of himself in public by Lin Yi's drinking, and the killer he sent out was also knocked down. He seemed to have become a joke. Now that he has learned poison skills, he is no longer the same as before. In his eyes, Lin Yi is just an ant. Killing him today is as easy as killing a chicken. The person who offended young Master Long is this unknown person? The onlookers were surprised, and they looked at Lin Yi, pointing and talking, some mocking, some despising, and some gloating. Is it really him? Tian Qi was shocked. But then his eyes became more and more vicious. He didn't need to beg for mercy now, Lin Yi was doomed to die. Zhao Xiaolu smiled maliciously. It's over. Xue Min shouted that something was wrong. As soon as Long Xiao appeared, Lin Yi didn't even have time to run away now. But Lin Yi didn't want to run away at all. He looked at the majestic Wei Tianlong. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Wei Tianlong was stunned. Everyone was also confused. You've gone through so much trouble to become my disciple and put on such a grand display, all just to let me kill you. I'll grant your wish. Lin Yi said helplessly. If you don't say something shocking, you will die. Where do you get the courage, clown? Zhao Xiaolu and Tianqi looked down on him. Everyone sneered. Even when death is imminent, you still dare to provoke young Master Long. Isn't this just courting death? Frog in the well, I think you are living in a dream. It is no exaggeration to say that with my current strength, even 100 of you are no match for me. Wei Tianlong said contemptuously. Fuck, this isn't an exaggeration. Are you misunderstanding what exaggeration is? Lin Yi held his forehead. I can't help but complain. Please return the cow to the cow also needs apricot to live. Well, then I will let you see the horror of my 5 poison skill. Wei Tianlong was furious. Take action instantly. A stream of purple dust sprinkled towards Lin Yi. It's poison powder, get out of the way. Xue Min turned pale. However, Lin Yi did not dodge or evade. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and sucked it all up. Fuck. Xue Min was petrified instantly. Everyone was also dead. What is this operation? Commit suicide? Ha, you are such a fool. This is the unique skill my master taught me, the 5 poison powder. 1 gram of the 5 poison powder is enough to kill an elephant. I just gave you 50 grams, which is more than enough to kill you 100 times. Wei Tianlong said viciously. Proud of oneself. But I don't feel anything. You're not good enough at learning, so you're going to take it out on yourself, right? Lin Yi asked seriously. Everyone burst into laughter. Wrong move. It's obvious that you sucked it all. This kid is really sick in the brain. You are fine now, but in 3 minutes, you will have blisters on your face, your whole body will be festering, and you will die. Young Master Long grinned. Waiting to die is more terrifying than death itself. Murderous and heartbreaking, young Master Long is really good at this. As expected of you, you are the direct disciple of the Poison King Ma Hongshan. Everyone was amazed. Looking at Lin Yi again, it was as if he was looking at a dead person. Zhao Xiaolu and Tianqi looked expectant. I wanted to take a good look at Lin Yi's miserable end. However, Lin Yi is seriously poisoned. But he sat on the ground calmly. You are waiting to die, why don't you go to the hospital? Xue Min said anxiously. I'm not waiting to die. Lin Yi said. So what are you doing, detoxifying? Xue Min asked. No, I'm just thinking about what to eat tonight. Lin Yi said. Zhao Xiaolu was confused. This guy probably didn't take his medicine before going out today. It's over. It's all over. Soon. 3 minutes passed. Lin Yi was still thinking about what to eat in the evening. It's nothing. What's going on? Wei Tianlong, who was looking at his watch, looked confused. Am I slow in my watch? Or was the poison administered too quickly? How come this kid is still fine? Where did the poison I put go? Mr. Long, your face. Sudden. Everyone exclaimed. Wei Tianlong touched his face. Oh shit. What a big bubble. It's the 5 poisons powder. No. This is impossible. He was struck by lightning in an instant. How come the poison I gave to this kid ended up poisoning me? He obviously sucked it all up. No way. He can also use poison. And his kung fu is far better than mine. Wei Tianlong suddenly realized. Pain is coming. He immediately pissed himself and rolled on the ground. Mr. Long. Zhao Xiaolu and Tianqi were horrified. Damn, the script is wrong. Everyone was stunned. This guy really got it right. Young Master Long was not very skilled in the art, and after spending a lot of time poisoning others, he ended up poisoning himself. What a sad story. Chapter 116, The Poison Saint Takes Action. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Lin Yi smiled. Is this true or false? Xue Min stared at Lin Yi blankly as if she was dreaming. Who dares to act rashly here? In an instant. A cold wind is blowing. An old man in purple robe walked out slowly. His face was gray, his eyes were disdainful, his hands were behind his back, and he looked superior. It was obvious at first glance that he was a top master. Master Ma. The crowd was instantly excited. The Poison King Ma Hongshan. He once killed 10 top masters of Yun province in a row. His poison skills were the best in 3 provinces and 5 regions. No one dared to mess with him. Many people came here not just for the Wei family's sake, but to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Master. Wei Tianlong rushed over excitedly. What the hell, who is this evildoer? Ma Hongshan was shocked. Kick it away. Wei Tianlong was a bloody mess, a horrible sight. It's my disciple Wei Tianlong, master. He was crying, but you couldn't see it. Ma Hongshan reacted. Immediately give him the antidote. Disciple, how did you get poisoned by the 5 poison powder? Could it be that the poison was given by mistake? He asked with a dark face. Master, this guy is also a poison master. He was the one who poisoned me. Wei Tianlong gnashed his teeth and said, You must avenge your disciple. No need to say more, I will make him pay the price. Understand what happened. Ma Hongshan's eyes were cold. This kid is so young, but he can defeat his own disciple. This talent, in time, may very likely pose a threat to me. This child cannot be kept. Suddenly, he was filled with murderous aura. It's over, this kid is in big trouble. The crowd watched from afar, afraid of being involved in this massacre. Zhao Xiaolu and Tianqi were overjoyed. The Poison King Ma Hongshan is not just famous for nothing. With this old man taking action, Lin Yi will definitely not escape death this time. You are so brave to hurt my disciple. Don't you take me, the Poison King Ma Hongshan, seriously? He walked towards Lin Yi aggressively. Ha, what's wrong with me hurting your disciple? I still want to fuck you. Who knows? Lin Yi was extremely arrogant. He didn't take the Poison King Ma Hongshan seriously at all. Everyone was shocked. A silver player who beat a bronze player, Long Xiao, dares to challenge the king, Ma Hongshan? It's not just overestimating one's own abilities, it's simply seeking one's own death. Xuanmen even took a breath of cold air. Say such big words. I couldn't even imagine how Ma Hongshan would attack Lin Yi. What a big tone. Who do you think you are? With your little ability, do you think you are worthy of fighting poison with me? Ma Hongshan smiled contemptuously. The arrogant look was as if he was looking at an interesting ant. Studying poison is like studying medicine. No matter how talented Lin Yi is, without decades of hard work, he will ultimately be just a rookie. He is the Poison King, he can be destroyed with a wave of his hand, so why should I be afraid? Boss Yi, run away. Xuanmen said hurriedly. No need to run, he is already a dead man. Ma Hongshan mocked. I have already calmly injected 37 kinds of poisons into your body. Each of them is 100 times more poisonous than the 5 poison powder. In just 2 minutes, you will die instantly. He stared at Lin Yi and sneered. Poisoning and killing people is a common occurrence for him. Poisoning from a distance. Oh my god, he is worthy of being called the Poison King. He really kills people without being noticed. This is the real top master. Everyone was deeply shocked and prostrated themselves. The winner is decided. Sure enough, even if this kid practices for another 100 years, he will still be no match for the Poison King. Wei Tianlong couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Lin Yi, this is what happens if you become my enemy. However, Lin Yi showed no fear. He said slowly, Violet, Sea Spider, Death Powder. List the 37 poisons one by one. Yes, you are quite capable, but unfortunately, what can you do about it? Ma Hongshan snorted coldly. No, you are wrong. What I am talking about is the poison I put in you. Lin Yi smiled slightly. What? Ma Hongshan's face was shocked. After practicing Qigong and regulating his breathing, he found that he was also poisoned. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. Poisoning from a distance. Does this kid have this ability? Poisoning the Poison King is like biting a tiger. How is this possible? Xuanmen was even more confused. I underestimated you. Unfortunately, you are dreaming if you want to drag me down with you. Ma Hongshan immediately said disdainfully. I am immune to all poisons below the heaven level. Your 37 kinds of poisons are all earth level poisons. They can't even hurt a hair on me. How can you kill me? He was very proud of himself. Wei Tianlong and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The look he gave Lin Yi was full of mockery. Immune to all poisons, same to each other. And, you are wrong again. My poisons appear to be 37 in number, but in fact they are 38. I improved the 37 poisons and integrated them into one, forming a more powerful poison called Qianhua. Lin Yi chuckled. Nonsense. Qianhua flower is a powerful heavenly poison that has been lost for 100 years. Even I have never seen it. How can a young boy like you be worthy of it? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten in the strong wind? Ma Hongshan was extremely contemptuous. Want to scare yourself? No way. Master. Your hand. Suddenly, Wei Tianlong and others screamed. Ma Hongshan raised his hand and took a look. Shocked. I saw black spots blooming on his hands like flower buds, spreading rapidly and densely. Qianhua. How is this possible? He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. I told you a long time ago, blame me? Lin Yi shrugged. He has god-level medical skills, how could he not know the formula of poison? Toxic attack. Ma Hongshan collapsed to the ground instantly. This. Everyone was stunned. What happened to the promise of being immune to all poisons? Where is the invincible Poison King? Actually lost. And he was defeated by a young boy. Are you kidding me? Wei Tianlong and others looked even more livid. Even the Poison King is no match for him. How strong is Lin Yi? Think of this. They were so terrified that they were shaking all over. This moment. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Yi. Yunqing, when did such a heaven-defying person appear? No wonder he dared to provoke young Master Long. With this kind of strength, it is more than enough to destroy the Wei family. Xue Min and Suya were stunned. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I thought it was an illusion. You little brat. Suddenly. Ma Hongshan stood up. His face was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot, like a demon. After a lifetime of success, he fell into the hands of a young boy. He is unwilling to accept it. Even if I die, I will take Lin Yi with me. He exhausted all his skills, and his violent aura erupted like a volcano. The attack was as fast as lightning. The 5 black and dry fingers pierced into Lin Yi's throat. Go to hell with me. He grinned. What the hell? What the hell? Lin Yi was instantly frightened to the point of peeing. This desperate struggle is something I cannot withstand with my current abilities. It seems that you are being a bit too pretentious. Stop being so arrogant, you rebel. At the critical moment. Chapter 117, Cleaning Up the House. An old man stood in front of Lin Yi. He had white hair, a weathered figure, and an overwhelming aura that instantly suppressed Ma Hongshan in front of him. Master, master. Ma Hongshan's face changed drastically. The bloodlust in his pupils instantly turned into deep fear. He fell to his knees involuntarily. The appearance of this person is more terrifying to him than death. Old man, it's you. Lin Yi looked at the old man. Somewhat unbelievable. Is this old man so domineering? Master? Traitor? Lin Yi suddenly realized. It turns out that the old man came down the mountain to Yunqing just to find Mahong Mountain. Ma Hongshan's master, isn't he the #1 poisoner in Yun province, the poison Saint Lu Chuiqing? The old man's identity is revealed. The whole audience fell silent for a moment. If the Poison King is a legendary master, then the poison Saint Lu Chuiqing is a god above the legend. They are so excited. It is a great honor to meet such a person. You must take a good look at it. However, everyone was very curious. How could Lu Chuiqing, who was detached from worldly affairs and had already transcended the mundane world, condescend to come to Yunqing? Ma Hongshan, you are such a bold and rebellious disciple. You are not good at martial arts, but you are greedy for fame and fortune and become a killer. You slaughtered your master and now you want to kill my best friend. What crime should you be punished for? Lu Chuiqing's eyes were as cold as ice. What, this guy is your friend? Ma Hongshan's face was pale. How many people in this world can be friends with Lu Chuiqing? How many people can be called close friends? It's over. It's all over. Ma Hongshan lowered his head. Feeling dead. Go to hell and repent. Lu Chuiqing slapped him on the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, Ma Hongshan's body turned into blood and he had no place to be buried. Everyone gasped. The Poison King had no chance to resist in the hands of the Poison Saint. How powerful is this? Little guy, I didn't hurt you, did I? Lu Chuiqing turned around and asked with concern. Now he no longer has the decisiveness and ruthlessness he had just now. No, thank you, old man, for your help. Lin Yi smiled. Old guy? Little guy? This kid actually has such a good relationship with Lu Chuiqing. Everyone was confused. Lin Yi, who exactly is he? Master Yi has great magical powers. I am a villain who has failed to recognize a great man. I am sorry for the offense. Master Yi, please spare my life. Spare my life. Wei Tianlong fell to his knees with a thud. Kowtow like pounding garlic. He was frightened out of his wits. Zhao Xiaolu and Tian Qi also knelt on the ground. He kept kowtowing and didn't even dare to open his mouth. If they had known that Lin Yi had such good fortune and such a backer, they would never have dared to cause trouble for Lin Yi even if they died. You all saw what happened to Ma Hongshan. From now on, I don't want to see you again. Lin Yi said contemptuously. They are just ants, nothing to worry about. Killing them will only dirty your hands. What's more, they are already scared out of their wits. From now on, when they hear my name, they will piss and shit themselves, and I will no longer be a threat. Thank you, Master Yi. The three of them escaped tumbling and crawling. With this, the two protagonists of the apprenticeship banquet, one died tragically, and the other fled in panic. The banquet had to be interrupted. But the guests showed no intention of leaving. These wealthy and powerful people are now planning how to establish relations with Lin Yi. It would be a great blessing to make friends with such a divine person. However, before this, everyone looked down on him and gloated over Lin Yi's misfortune. If I go there now, wouldn't that be seeking death? They were meek and could not help feeling remorseful. Then look at Lu Chuiqing, who is chatting and laughing with Lin Yi. Even more eclipsed. I understand that no matter how rich I am not worthy of marrying such a person. Xue Min was in a daze. Just do it and it's done. Once he did it, it was done. The more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. She couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with admiration. Maybe he can really help me deal with Zhang Sudong. Little guy, I have cleared the door and will return to Yun province to continue my retreat and cultivation. If you have anything to do, just call me and we can drink and eat together then. Lu Chuiqing said reluctantly and left his contact information to Lin Yi. Okay, I'll definitely visit you in Yun province when I have time. Lin Yi smiled. Then, the group left the hotel. Just got home. Lin Yi received a friend request from Xue Min. Agree decisively. Xue Min couldn't help but ask himself how he was going to deal with Zhang Sudong. Just do it and it's done. Still a classic reply. Afterwards, Xue Min sent a black question mark face emoticon. He said he didn't understand what Lin Yi was going to do. Ma Hongshan is the king of poison. He walks in dark areas and can fight poison with poison. But Zhang Sudong is a well-known entrepreneur in Yuncheng. Is Lin Yi going to take action against him? There's a traitor in Tianlong, I want to find him out. She seems to know nothing and seems very pitiful. Lin Yi revealed a little bit of information. Impossible. The backbone of my company are all loyal old employees. No one will betray me. Besides, you don't know much about our company. Can you tell who the traitor is just by looking at him? Xue Min sent a long message. Yes. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi only replied with 2 words. Then he made a confident panda head. Xue Min was speechless. I had just started to have some confidence in Lin Yi, but unexpectedly he started to have another attack. This guy is too unreliable. But he is now a major shareholder of Tianlong Cosmetics. What can she do? Let him be. Not to mention whether Lin Yi could help her or not, Xue Min would be thankful as long as he didn't cause her any trouble. End of the awkward chat. The app sent a notification. Let Lin Yi sign the contract quickly. Only then did Lin Yi realize that he had not signed in today. Speed. He immediately clicked to sign. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Congratulations on receiving the random reward, feeling uncomfortable card. Effect, makes people feel uncomfortable all over. What the hell? Lin Yi was confused. What's the use of this card? If I want to make people uncomfortable, one punch and your head will be knocked into your stomach. I just want to ask you if you feel uncomfortable. After all, there's nothing a punch can't solve. If so, then give it another punch. It's useless. Forget it. Keep it for now. It is a control skill after all. The traitor has been found. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to take action. After all, catching him now would be useless except to confuse these villains. Instead, it would alert the enemy. We must catch him red-handed and bring him to justice. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He received a message from Sikong Jiaxing saying that this group of guys had already started to take action and were planning to make a big news for Tianlan Cosmetics. Their methods are extremely vicious and vulgar. Unfortunately, no matter how vicious their plan is, it cannot be more vicious than themselves. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He called the master thief Sikong Jiaxing and gave him a mysterious task. Sikong Jiaxing, who was eager to show himself, was naturally delighted and vowed to complete it. Everything is ready except the east wind. Chapter 118, Catching Big Fish. Lin Yi chuckled. Want to cause trouble? Let me show you what fishing enforcement is. In the blink of an eye. The next day. Early in the morning. A mysterious call came in. No number is displayed. Lin Yi answered the call. Lin Yi, I heard that you bought half of the shares of Tianlan Cosmetics. Do you want to make money? Don't dream. Soon, I will make you lose all your money. A vicious voice came. The sound is muffled. It is specially processed by the software. Who are you? Lin Yi couldn't hear it. Want to know who I am? Just try to guess. Don't worry, you will understand when you are about to die. The man opposite mocked smugly. Okay, I'll take a guess then. Lin Yi sneered. He immediately followed the clues, hacked into the telephone company's network, and found the number information. Household head, Qin Shaolin. You are such a good Qin Shaolin, you dare to use software to harass me. Have you forgotten how I dealt with you last time? Lin Yi started cursing wildly. You? How do you know? Qin Shaolin on the other end of the phone was confused. As luck would have it, he and Zhang Sudong were distant relatives, so the task of bringing down Tianlan Cosmetics was given to him. It's a lucrative job. After learning that Lin Yi was the major shareholder of Tianlan, he was even more ecstatic. Kill two birds with one stone and get revenge. It's a godsend opportunity. That's why I wanted to scare Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, it was exposed in an instant. How did he guess so accurately? It's too weird. Qin Shaolin simply gave up. So what if you know? Let me tell you, Lin Yi, the business world is like a battlefield, where strength and brains are everything. You, a country bumpkin, are nothing but trash if you don't have the luck to protect you. This time, I'm going to use my brain to teach you a lesson. He is full of confidence and is very arrogant. The plan he carefully planned was flawless and would definitely make Lin Yi lose all his money. By then, he will be just a bankrupt pauper. There's nothing to be afraid of. You make it sound so refreshing to describe a low life like that. Are all members of the Tian family so shameless? Lin Yi said with disdain. You know nothing. In the business world, only winning and losing count, not good and evil. A fool like you is doomed to fail. But I am not unreasonable. When the time comes, you just kowtow and apologize, lick the soles of my shoes, and then let Shuem in, that stinky cousin, play with me. Maybe I will be happy and let you go. Qin Shaolin said viciously. Like a winner. You are living in a dream. However, your suggestion is good. When your evil plan is exposed and you are in a state worse than death, remember to lick the soles of my shoes, kneel down to apologize to Shuemin, and tell the truth. I will consider making you feel better. Lin Yi retaliated in his own way. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Well, we'll wait and see. Qin Shaolin hung up the phone confidently. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. Just wait and see. I'm not afraid of you. Time flies. 4 days later. A bombshell news swept across Cloud City. A batch of cosmetics produced by Tianlan Pharmaceutical Cosmetics had heavy metal content seriously exceeding the standard, causing consumers to be poisoned and hundreds of people to be hospitalized. This major medical accident, unprecedented in Yunqing, caused a huge uproar, causing the reputation of Tianlan Cosmetics to plummet and the company's stock price to plummet. At the same time, there were already crowds of people in front of the company. Various reporters came with their cameras and the patient's family members blocked the door to protest, causing a huge uproar. In the office, Xue Min looked depressed and worried. At this time, Deputy General Manager Su Jiwen walked in with Qin Shaolin. Xue Min, Master Zhang bought your broken company at a low price to give you face, don't be shameless. Qin Shaolin said proudly. You sinister villain, I will never coexist with you. Even if the company goes bankrupt, I will never sell it to you. Xue Min hit back angrily. President Xue, death is imminent, why are you struggling? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that you have no ability to go against Sudong Group? Su Jiwen sneered. Shut up, you damn traitor. Xue Min gritted his teeth. I feel so regretful. Lin Yi had already said that there was something fishy going on, but she found it ridiculous. Unexpectedly, the person who was wrong was actually me. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. If this matter is not resolved, everything will be over. Xue Min came out immediately. This accident was framed by someone. I will investigate it thoroughly. Please believe me. Tianlan would never. She faced the angry crowd alone. Crazy explanation. Why should we believe you? Do you have any evidence? However, the patient's family members did not give her any chance. Evidence. Xue Min was suddenly speechless. What evidence is there? Qin Shaolin did this matter perfectly, and with Su Jiwen's help from both inside and outside, there was no trace left at all. There is no way to save the situation. There was only despair in her beautiful eyes. Tianlan's bankruptcy is a foregone conclusion, and as the president, he is doomed. Not only will he be disgraced, but he will also face imprisonment. It's all over. Right now. In a private hospital somewhere in the city. 7 young women cried bitterly. Their faces were horrible. The heart is even more miserable. No matter whether they are beautiful or not, a woman's face is her life. He was of average appearance to begin with, and now that he is disfigured, he cannot even face people. My boyfriend broke up with me and there is no hope for marriage. What should I do in the future? They don't even want to live anymore. Well. An old doctor lamented. His name is Zhang Wenliang. He is the dean of this hospital and a famous medical professor in Yunqing. He is an authority in the medical field of Yunqing and is known as a rejuvenation expert. The faces of these 7 people were severely infected, and even I was helpless. The only way to recover is to be a god. Sudden. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Who are you and what do you want? Zhang Wenliang was slightly startled. My name is Lin Yi, I'm here to save people. Lin Yi walked straight towards the 7 people. Save people? Zhang Wenliang was confused. Sir, please stop messing around. I am the director of this hospital. I have made detailed diagnoses of these 7 patients and have determined that there is no way to treat them. Zhang Wenliang said righteously. It's not that he looked down on Lin Yi. This young man who came out of nowhere might not even be a doctor. Saving people? It's almost like killing people. You have no way, but I have a way. Lin Yi said proudly. He took out the pills and distributed them to 7 people. The aroma of herbs permeates the air. It's refreshing. The 7 people were confused. He clearly didn't trust Lin Yi at all. But for some unknown reason he took it. Traditional Chinese medicine? Zhang Wenliang became angry and embarrassed. For metal infection, oral medication is the most taboo, not to mention Chinese medicine, which is likely to lead to secondary infection. Do you want to fight poison with poison? That's right, it's fighting poison with poison. Lin Yi smiled. Zhang Wenliang was stunned. I originally thought that Lin Yi was just a barefoot doctor. Unexpectedly, he knew nothing about medicine. Chapter 119, Half Price in Supermarket. It's broken. It's broken. I don't know what the hell this kid fed the patient. It would be terrible if something unexpected happened. I'm going to call the police to arrest you, a quack. Zhang Wenliang took out his cell phone in frustration. Just about to call BJ. Sudden. He was stunned. It was seen that the wounds on the faces of the 7 women were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Oh shit. Zhang Wenliang was stunned. The phone fell to the ground. I must have seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes. Take another look. The faces of those 7 women looked like those of newborn babies. Your skin is smooth and supple, and your face is radiant. Not only did the previous injuries recover, all the acne spots and blemishes on the face disappeared. As beautiful as a flower. So beautiful. How is this possible? Zhang Wenliang was struck by lightning. Trembling. I can't believe it. I have been practicing medicine for decades, but I have never seen such a magical phenomenon. This is simply a miracle in medical history. Sisters, our faces. Oh my god, is this still me? So pretty. The 7 girls turned sadness into joy. He jumped off the bed excitedly. Pick up your phone and take selfies like crazy. I saw that even after turning off the beauty filter, my face is still so beautiful. They were going crazy with excitement. Brother Divine Doctor, I love you. I want to give birth to a monkey for you. He kissed and hugged Lin Yi. The situation got out of control in an instant. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. The effect of the medicine is a bit too much. It's not enough. After all, it's the first time I'm dispensing medicine. Take it easy next time. I am blind and don't know the magic elixir. I am sorry for the offense. Please forgive me, doctor. Zhang Wenliang had a look of admiration on his face. Shamefully. I am in awe. Lin Yi is young, but his medical skills are 100 times better than mine. He must be the eldest disciple of some hidden sect. For people like him, deans and professors can only look up to him. No problem. Lin Yi said. I didn't expect that the effect of the medicine would be so explosive the first time I prepared it. What's more, it's him. Zhang Wenliang looked up with joy. I was just about to get to know Lin Yi and ask him for some advice. However, Lin Yi disappeared. The dragon can only be seen from the head but not the tail. It is indeed extraordinary. It is wishful thinking and a lack of self-awareness for a mere mediocre doctor like me to want to make friends with such a genius. Zhang Wenliang sighed. Can't calm down for a long time. Master Qin, our people have also mixed in with the crowd. Okay, Xuemin, Lin Yi, this is a dead end, let's see what you two are going to do. Qin Shaolin hid in the crowd. Sneered continuously. Mr. Qin is very resourceful. It is a blessing for Sudong Group to have someone like you as its assistant. Su Jiwen flattered. Qin Shaolin was very proud. This matter has been completed successfully, and I have done a great job. Zhang Sudong will definitely reward me handsomely. You've done a good job. I'll propose to Master Zhang that you become the next president. Qin Shaolin patted Su Jiwen on the shoulder. Su Jiwen was overjoyed. Then he said worriedly, but, Mr. Qin, that kid named Lin Yi is still the company's major shareholder. Humph, what a piece of shit he is. When Tianlan goes bankrupt, this guy's shares will be worthless. Didn't you see that he doesn't even dare to come here? He's become a coward? Qin Shaolin said disdainfully. I have already won a great victory. I guess this kid is crying at home. Go against me? This is what happens to you. It's the spring breeze. Sudden. A hand grasped his shoulder. Qin Shaolin looked back. It was Lin Yi. He trembled all over, stepped back immediately, and almost fell. Keep a safe distance. He just said arrogantly, Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Are you trying to ask me to show some mercy? Lin Yi shook his head. I'm here to teach you how to be a man. How shameless. I have made a careful plan and the victory is certain. What else can you do except kneel down and beg for mercy? Qin Shaolin sneered. It's just a daydream to think that this country bumpkin can change the world. Su Jiwen also echoed, Mr. Qin is right, Lin Yi, if you know what's best for you, you should just hand over your shares. Shut up, you traitor. Did I allow you to talk? Lin Yi's eyes were stern. The coldness in his pupils seemed murderous. Su Jiwen was suddenly speechless. My legs and feet feel weak. I was too lazy to look at the two of them again. Lin Yi turned around. Walked towards Xue Min. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Meet Lin Yi. Xue Min's face was filled with guilt. Not only did he let Lin Yi down, he also failed to listen to his advice and dragged him into trouble. How can I face him? She couldn't hold back any longer, tears flowed like a spring, and her pretty cheeks were wet with tears. Who knows? Lin Yi helped her dry it. He praised, you did a good job and suffered. Xue Min was confused. Did I hear it wrong? I have anticipated all this. You don't have to worry. As long as I am still a shareholder of Tianlan, no one can persecute this company. Lin Yi said. Thank you for your comfort. Xue Min said softly. I hate Lin Yi's habit of bragging, but now, his bragging is the only thing that can give me some comfort. But, so what? The defeat is already inevitable. Mr. Yi, sell your shares now so you don't lose so much. Xue Min advised. Oh, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Lin Yi slapped his thigh. He immediately spent 80 million to buy the remaining shares of Tianlan Pharmaceutical. Now, Lin Yi owns 50% of the shares. He is a veritable major shareholder. Mr. Yi, you. Xue Min was dumbfounded. What is going on? The stock market is not a supermarket. Lin Yi, however, was like a supermarket with a sale, buying more and more. Do you think your compensation is too little? Ha, you are indeed a brainless country bumpkin. After hearing the news, Qin Shaolin almost laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. If the company's crisis is not resolved, the equity will become a hot potato and whoever takes it will be in trouble. People can't wait to sell their shares. Lin Yi, on the other hand, kept buying things when he could find a bargain. If you don't pay for this kind of idiot, who will? Received a large plate. Lin Yi, however, looked very happy. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not seeing through it. Mortals like them certainly don't understand such advanced operations as prediction. This guy is a major shareholder of Tianlan, he is also responsible. Qin Shaolin pointed at Lin Yi and yelled. Want to add fuel to the fire. Moment. The patient's family surrounded Lin Yi. My wife was never good looking to begin with, and now she's ugly. It's all your fault. My granddaughter is only 18 years old. After using your cosmetics, her face is covered with pustules. How can she face people in the future? I only have one daughter. You guys caused her to break up with her boyfriend. What will I do if I can't get married in the future? You must give us an explanation. The family members roared. Qin Shaolin felt happy. It's none of his business, please let him go. Xue Min hurriedly explained. Chapter 120 Reversal. Who said it's none of my business? As a shareholder of the company, I'm going to give you an explanation now. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said without hesitation. He made a phone call. After a while, several vans arrived one after another. What are you doing? Xue Min said hurriedly. It's so stuffy in the hospital. Such nice weather is a good opportunity to bring the patients over for a walk. Lin Yi smiled. Oh shit. Xue Min's face turned pale. At this critical juncture, the situation is out of control. Let those affected patients come over. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire and making things worse? Lin Yi has more than just a hole in his brain. This is not the way normal people think. Hurry, hurry, call those reporters to take pictures of everything, especially the faces of the patients. Qin Shaolin said viciously. I was so excited. These outrageous photos will be the last straw that breaks Tianlan's back. Lin Yi is such an idiot. It's really a dead end. Reporters, get ready. The van opens. Sudden. One after another, beautiful and charming women jumped out of the car. He ran towards Lin Yi in a flash. It was like meeting an idol. Surrounding Lin Yi, kissing and hugging him. Thank you, brother divine doctor. My ex wanted to get back together with me, but I dumped him. Now I don't like those ugly girls anymore. My boyfriend finally agreed to go out with me. Brother miracle doctor, you are simply our savior. Oh, brother, I love you. Moment. The whole audience was stunned. Wife, did you have plastic surgery? Daughter? Is that you? My dear granddaughter, what's going on? The family members looked at their family members who were so beautiful that they could not recognize them. It was like a dream. Dare not recognize each other. Not only did the miracle doctor cure our illness, he also used Tianlan Cosmeceuticals' new products to make us younger and more beautiful. Stop making trouble, brother divine doctor is our great benefactor. The beauties shed tears of gratitude. Immediately following, both sides had tears in their eyes and embraced each other passionately. The troublemakers didn't have time to thank Lin Yi. What else is there to make a fuss about? They all left. Shocking reversal. Reporters at the scene immediately posted the first-hand information online. Shock. Tianlan turned the tables. New products heal the wounded souls. Good news for women. As magical as beauty, the killer of Tianlan Cosmetics. What the hell? Qin Shaolin's eyes almost fell to the ground. How did Lin Yi do it? This is too amazing. Look at those reporters again. They all gathered around to interview Lin Yi. He was so angry that he vomited blood. They spent so much effort to plan this and spent money to invite so many reporters. It turns out that this is free advertising for Tianlan. You are shooting yourself in the foot. His current mood could no longer be described in words. Xuemin was even more dazed, as if he had been given anesthesia. She kept questioning herself. Is this true or false? Is this true or false? Hiss. Lin Yi took the initiative and pinched her arm. Xuemin was awakened by this. Lin Yi cured the patient secretly. Not only did it not cause any losses. Instead, it gave Tianlan a loud advertisement. So beautiful. It's simply a magical operation. Excuse me, is this accident just a hype by Tianlan Cosmetics? A TV reporter asked. No, Tianlan Cosmeceuticals is strong and does not need any hype. Our safety and efficacy are obvious to all. This accident was framed by Zhang Sudong, who sent Qin Shaolin to buy Tianlan. Lin Yi said decisively. Mr. Qin. The reporters were furious. No wonder Qin Shaolin invited them here this time. Don't listen to his nonsense, Lin Yi, you are clearly trying to attract attention and hype yourself up. I warn you, shut your stinky mouth. Qin Shaolin snorted coldly. Even if Lin Yi turns defeat into victory, his glory will only be temporary. I have nothing to fear. Want to drag yourself down? Dream on. You colluded with Deputy General Manager Su Jiwen and tampered with the product, causing the heavy metal content in the cosmetics to exceed the standard. Do you think I really don't know? Lin Yi said coldly. Tell the whole truth. How did he know? Su Jiwen was shocked. You are talking nonsense. How dare you slander me for colluding with others? Do you have any evidence? Be careful. I will sue you for defamation and put you in jail. Qin Shaolin's expression changed. Then he calmed down. My plan was flawless and there were no clues. As long as I refuse to admit it, Lin Yi has no evidence and naturally cannot do anything to me. On the contrary, I can sue him severely and make him stay in jail for a while. The reporters looked at each other. Without evidence, who would dare to report the scandal about Qin Shaolin and Zhang Sudong? That would be courting death. Xuemin looked flustered. Mr. Yi is young and hot-tempered, and too reckless. Who would believe him without any evidence? Evidence? Of course there is. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. A thin, dark man walked out from nowhere. He looked at Qin Shaolin and the other two jokingly. It is the master thief Sikong Jiaxing. Boss, they're all here. He bowed his head and respectfully presented a package. Then, Lin Yi took out a stack of photos. Make it public. On it, there was a scene of Su Jiwen and Qin Shaolin meeting secretly. 360 degrees without blind spots. The picture was taken so clearly. The biggest news of the year. The reporters were furious again. Crazy record. This. Qin Shaolin and Su Jiwen were horrified. When was this taken? In some of the photos, the angles were clearly right in front of the two people. But they didn't notice at all. This is unscientific. Xuemin was also shocked. This material is too strong. It's just a few photos. What can they prove? Young Master Qin and I are just ordinary friends. What's wrong with us having a meal together? Su Jiwen thought quickly and explained. Yes, a few photos, which may have been photoshopped, cannot be considered conclusive evidence. Everyone nodded. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Lin Yi sneered. He took out a recorder from his bag. Click play. Master Qin, I have secretly added heavy metals into the product. Please rest assured that I will do my job well. Very good, I will tell my uncle the good news now. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly after the matter is accomplished. Several recordings are crystal clear. End of playback. This. Qin Shaolin and the other man felt their legs and feet become weak and they could not even stand. Unexpectedly, his plan, which had been carried out secretly, was all under Lin Yi's surveillance. How about it, I still have a video, do you want to see it? Lin Yi sneered. Qin Shaolin, as the president of Tianlan Cosmetics, I am filing a formal lawsuit. I want to sue you and Zhang Sudong for using unfair competition methods to damage the reputation of my company and murder consumers. Xue Min was furious. Qin Shaolin's face turned pale. Not only did he fail to complete the task assigned by his uncle, he also messed it up and dragged himself into trouble as well as his uncle. It's over, it's all over. Chapter 121 Feeling Uncomfortable. Boss Yi, President Xue, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I was bewildered and believed Qin Shaolin's lies. That's why I did such a thing that is worse than pigs and dogs. I beg you two to show mercy and spare my life. Su Jiwen was so scared that he peed his pants. He fell to his knees, his head broken and bleeding. You damn loser, you didn't even know someone was following you, it's all your fault. Qin Shaolin was furious. He grabbed Su Jiwen's head and started beating and kicking him. Mr. Qin, didn't you notice it either? Su Jiwen said aggrievedly. Qin Shaolin became angry out of shame. Another round of punches and kicks. All of this was captured clearly by the reporters. Qin Shaolin, have you forgotten something? Lin Yi raised his foot. Laughed. Qin Shaolin's mentality exploded instantly. You son of a bitch, you are nothing. You want me to kneel down and beg for mercy? Dream on. And Xue Min, you stinky cousin, I will never let you two go. I have plenty of money. I will find the best lawyer to defend me. Let's see who can outlast the other. Qin Shaolin said arrogantly, as if he was invincible. Not to mention throwing away all hope, even if he died, he would never admit his mistakes to a country bumpkin like Lin Yi. Boss, do you want me to cut off this grandson's leg? Xikong Zhaixing's eyes were sinister. He dared to speak rudely to the boss. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have killed the little bastard. Qin Shaolin panicked instantly. No, and please hold back your murderous aura. I have told you so many times to be a civilized person and not to fight and kill. It is so bad. Lin Yi waved his hand. That's what the boss taught me. Xikong Zhaixing lowered his eyebrows and looked pleasing to the eye. Qin Shaolin let out a long sigh. Come to think of it, in front of so many people, would Lin Yi dare to touch a hair on me? You don't have to be afraid at all. Who are you trying to scare, you idiot? Lin Yi, if you have the guts, kill me. Don't you want to make my life worse than death? Come on. I'm afraid of you, you bastard. He cursed loudly. It was so refreshing. You. Xue Min was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Court death. Lin Yi smiled but said nothing. Use feeling uncomfortable card. Please select a destination. That stinky bastard. Target selected successfully, that idiot. Please select the level of discomfort. 1. I was wrong. 2. I was really wrong. 3. Aya. Of course, this kind of scumbag is the third one. Lin Yi sneered. Effect activated. Sudden. Qin Shaolin felt so good after scolding him that he wanted to scold him again. Stunned. He felt as if his internal organs were turning upside down. Vomiting and diarrhea occurred instantly. Shit and urine are everywhere. Ah. Then, it was as if a million ants were rubbing against his skin. He felt terribly itchy all over. Rolling on the ground. This roll is incredible. It's like a wind blowing through a desert, with yellow sand filling the sky. This is not over yet. Piercing pain came from between his fingers and toes. It felt like someone was pricking my fingernails with a toothpick, it was so painful. Sudden. A breathing space. He felt relieved, as if he had been given a shot of cardiotonic and had a feeling of being brought back to life. Is it over? Qin Shaolin was excited. But soon, he discovered. It's too early to get excited. The painful feeling did not end, but instead intensified. The breath I took just now was just to ensure that I would not die. Instead, it made him extremely sensitive. In other words, every feeling of pain was magnified countless times. The real pain has just begun. Then came several more rounds of torture. Everyone pinched their noses. A look of confusion. Oh my God. What's going on, Master Mu? Possessed by a ghost? Or epilepsy? This is God's punishment for him. Lin Yi smiled. I don't believe you. Xue Min rolled her eyes. It must be that Lin Yi poisoned them. After a while, Qin Shaolin, who seemed to have experienced 100 years of suffering, fell to his knees. Dad, Mom, I know I was wrong. I did all these things. I confess and plead guilty. Please kill me. Qin Shaolin was in a terrible state. Crazy and stupid, like an idiot. Recognized the father on the spot. It really caught Lin Yi off guard. Besides, when others beg for mercy, they are asking me to spare their lives, but how can he be like this, asking me to kill him? It seems that this discomfort card is more serious than I thought. What a great suffering this is. Then, the farce is over. Looking at Qin Shaolin, who was sent to the hospital, Xue Min couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yi is really powerful. I wanted to thank him, but Lin Yi disappeared in the blink of an eye. I have to call him quickly. She was about to go back to the company. Suddenly I found that Lin Yi actually walked out of the company, humming a little tune, looking very happy. Xue Min was confused. I originally thought that Lin Yi was very busy, so he didn't come in person. It turns out he has been hiding upstairs watching the show. Thank you, Lin Yi, she said gratefully. Red eyes. No way, this is what I should do. After all, I own 90% of your company's shares. Lin Yi smiled. 80%? Xue Min was confused. I had only given Lin Yi 40% of the shares before, and later he bought another 10%, which makes a total of 50%. Where did the 80% come from? What's the big deal? It's the same as a supermarket sale. If you're getting a good deal, of course you have to buy more. Lin Yi said calmly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he bought back all the shares that shareholders had sold at low prices and that no one dared to buy at bargain prices. Now, he is already a de facto major shareholder of Tianlun. In other words, in his own eyes, President Xue Min is just an employee. Supermarket discounts. Xue Min was convinced. I'm really convinced. She has seen many great people, but she is probably the only one who treats the stock market as a supermarket. Afterwards, Lin Yi told Xue Min the general idea of the new product. Limited to 3 each month. Let her find a way to package and sell the product so that it looks high-end and classy. After all, the advertisement has been launched. If you don't make money, are you still a human being? In the following few days, Tianlun was reborn. The magical advertising effect led to an unprecedented rush for products. Even though all the inventory was sold out, consumers were still enthusiastic and some even offered 10 times the price to buy second-hand products. The sales in 1 week were more than what we had achieved in half a year. Coupled with the launch of new products, Tianlun has been promoted to a first-tier brand. Stocks are rising. Lin Yi owns 80% of the shares, with a valuation of over 2 billion, and Xue Min is also honored to be among the top 15 on the Yunqing Rich List. Made a fortune. As expected, women are the main consumers in this world. Lin Yi sighed. And the other side. Zheng Sudong was furious. The plan to bring down Tianlun failed, but instead made Tianlun bigger and bigger. Qin Shaolin almost went crazy. None of this is the most important thing. The most important thing is that Lin Yi actually made himself foolish. I can't tolerate this. Chapter 122 Dilemma. If Lin Yi continues to develop, will Yunqing still have a place to stand? Zheng Sudong would never allow this to happen. He immediately gave the order, gambled all his capital, and was determined to kill Lin Yi at all costs. Soon, the Hilton Hotel, Bi's restaurant, and Tianlan drugstore, all under Lin Yi's command, were targeted by the Sudong group. The supply channels were cut off, partners ran away, online trolls gave malicious bad reviews, and all kinds of despicable means were used to the extreme. In just a few days, Lin Yi had suffered losses of tens of millions. Zhang Sudong was very proud. This day, even more high-spirited. When Lin Yi was in a meeting, he broke in, pointed at Lin Yi and shouted at him in person. "You little brat, do you know how powerful I am? Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it will be useless. I, Sudong, will crush you to death, and even the gods cannot stop me," he said arrogantly. "Show off your strength, as if you were sure of victory." Lin Yi was angry. "Clench your fists. Daring to come and provoke me, it means you don't take me seriously at all. Want to take action?" Zhang Sudong sneered. He was well prepared. Several big lawyers behind him were staring at Lin Yi with eager eyes. As long as Lin Yi takes action, he will be sued for intentional injury. What a wily old fox. This will make me sleep poorly. Lin Yi was distressed. I really want to put an end to his prestige. Unfortunately, there is no means. The recent rewards from app are of no use. Although I am the president of the United Chamber of Commerce of 4 provinces, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. For the time being, I really can't do anything to this old guy. I can't just watch him ruin me. Just at this moment, Lin Yi's phone rang and there was a new notification on the app. By the way, I was so busy dealing with Zhang Sudong today that I haven't signed in yet. Lin Yi signed the contract immediately. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the supplementary document. Receive a random reward, a low-level foresight card. Effect: you can roughly predict what will happen next. Precognition? Lin Yi was very excited. Since it is a low-level prediction card, it cannot be used to buy lottery tickets or anything like that. Just predict the date of this old guy's death. Use the precognition card. Congratulations to the host, the use was successful. System, please tell me when I will have the chance to kill this old guy. Lin Yi asked. According to the prediction card, the opportunity will come tomorrow. Tomorrow? Very good. Zhang Sudong, you will be punished by fate. Eat more good food now. Soon, I will make you cry without even being able to cry. Lin Yi smiled. The system has spoken, so all you have to do is wait. There is no point in feeling any pressure. Ha, you are just bragging without thinking. Do you have what it takes to punish me? Zhang Sudong sneered. He owns the Sudong group, and looking across the entire Yunqing, there are few people who can be his rivals. There is only one person who has the ability to suppress me. That is the legendary Yunqing legendary family, the Zhao family, which surpassed the 4 major families. There is no conflict of interest between the Zhao family and himself. He is also very smart and dare not be an enemy of the Zhao family. How can a little Lin Yi cure himself? This kid must be scared to death, he is just bluffing. Whether I have that ability or not, you will know when the time comes. Lin Yi sneered. Well, I want to see how long you can last, you daydreaming bastard. Zhang Sudong looked at him with disdain. Left arrogantly. Boss Yi, what should we do? Wang Bi's and others were worried. Perhaps in the entire Yunqing, Lin Yi is the only one who can be targeted by the overlord, Lord Sudong, with all his strength. Although the boss is very powerful, his opponent is Mr. Sudong, a big shot worth billions. There is a huge difference between him and the guys the boss has defeated before. Everyone was sweating profusely. This time it's really going to be very dangerous. Don't be afraid, just eat and drink, and everything will be fine. Lin Yi said calmly. Everyone was confused. Just wait and it's over. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid the company will go bankrupt. But seeing Lin Yi's confident look, they had no other choice. Just wait. After the meeting, Lin Yi just got home. I received a video call. Lin Yi answered the call. The person on the other end of the video is Lin Mei, who has a cute face. Lin Yi, do you know any good doctors? Lin Mei said anxiously. Are you ill? Lin Yi said. You are the one who is sick. Just tell me whether you recognize him or not. Lin Mei's face was filled with black lines. Of course I do. Lin Yi smiled. Who is it? Lin Mei asked. Do you know about Tianlan Cosmetics? Lin Yi said. You're talking about the secret miracle doctor. Lin Mei was shocked. A few days ago, the incident of Tianlan Cosmetics caused a lot of controversy. It was all thanks to a miracle doctor who used his amazing medical skills to avert the danger. Become a god in one battle. The whole Yunqing was in an uproar, with everyone talking about it, but no one knew his name. What else? Lin Yi chuckled. Oh my god. Lin Mei was very excited. After knowing that Tianlan had a miracle doctor, she asked the elders in her family to find President Xue Min and ask the miracle doctor for help. However, Xue Min admitted that he couldn't even hire that person. Apparently, Tianlan had classified the identity of the miracle doctor as top secret. I have already given up. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi actually knew this genius. Lin Yi, are you related to the top executives of Tianlan Cosmetics? She couldn't help but ask. Silly boy, I am Tianlan's boss behind the scenes. Lin Yi said with a smile. TSK, even if you have the capital, you can't brag like that. Lin Mei rolled his eyes. Kitazawa restaurant is his, Hilton Hotel is also his, and when will Tianlan drugstore become his too? Is this the rhythm of dominating Cloud City? If you are the boss, what does Xue Min mean to you? She asked with a smile. Oh, her, of course she works for me. Lin Yi is showing off. You will die if you don't brag. Lin Mei held his forehead with his hand. I regret making this call. At this moment, Wang Wenxian, the stock god of Kyoto, was visiting Lin Mei's home. Brother Wang, it's not that I won't help you, but the clues you provided are too few. Even if our Lin family takes action, we may not be able to find the whereabouts of that little stock god. Lin Jin, the head of the Lin family, shook his head helplessly. Alas, if the Lin family can't help me, then when will I be able to find that little stock god? Wang Wenxian lamented. Ever since he was enlightened by Lin Yi, he has tried his best to find Lin Yi's whereabouts and ask for his advice. But who knew that even the Lin family had no solution? Hey, wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? He suddenly heard a video call nearby. The person who spoke was Lin Yi. Looking at the familiar person in the video, Wang Wenxian was stunned for a moment. Great God, why are you here? He screamed, startling Lin Jin and Lin Mei who were standing beside him. God, do you still remember me? Oh, it's you, Wang Gushan. Lin Yi's face was full of black lines. How could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 123, Girlfriend in Trouble. No, in front of you, how dare I call myself the stock god? I was taught by the stock god, but I was stubborn and refused to learn my lesson. That's why I made a big mistake. If the stock god doesn't mind, please accept me as your disciple. In front of Lin Mei's cell phone, he was ready to perform a grand ceremony. Wait, I can make friends with you, but forget about accepting me as your disciple. I don't have the time to teach you. Lin Yi waved his hand. Besides, can he learn my vision? What are you learning from me? Are you pretending to beep? What? Lin Yi, are you the young man who defeated Master Wang before? Lin Mei and others were stunned. Mr. Wang, are you sure about this? Lin Jin was even more skeptical. No matter how he looked, he couldn't tell that Lin Yi had such ability. Master Lin, please don't make the same mistake as I did. The master is more than just this capable. Master, if I'm not mistaken, the mysterious person who swept up Tianlan Cosmetics shares a while ago must be you. At that time, when he learned that Tianlan was in crisis, he decided to take the opportunity to buy all the shares. He had analyzed it long ago and knew that even if Tianlan went bankrupt, the brand's influence would still be strong and it would definitely be acquired by a large group and would make a comeback sooner or later. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to take action, someone else got there first. Wang Wenxian was stunned at that time. Who has better vision than yourself? After thinking about it, the only one is Lin Yi. You discovered all this. Lin Yi smiled. The old guy is worthy of being called the stock god, he is quite capable. Ha, I knew that besides you, there was no one else who had this ability. Master is now a major shareholder of Tianlan. I must find time to congratulate you. Wang Wenxian looked admiring. Lin Mei, who was standing by, was stunned. Are you kidding me? This guy is really Tianlan's boss behind the scenes. She was skeptical. Although it may be bragging, we should still try it if there is hope. Lin Mei snatched the phone. Lin Yi, I believe you. Lin Yi was speechless. What are you guys doing? Can't you come one by one? Then. Lin Mei told the story slowly and leisurely. It turned out that her best friend was seriously ill and had been bedridden for 3 years. This disease is very strange and countless famous doctors are helpless. As time goes by, the condition gets worse and worse and the patient may be life-threatening at any time. Please help me, I must invite that miracle doctor, otherwise. Lin Mei couldn't bear it. I can hear it. Lin Mei has a deep relationship with her best friend. I have God-level medical skills, and theoretically speaking, I can even bring the dead back to life. It's just a strange disease, it's easy to cure. Since it wouldn't take much effort, Lin Yi decided to agree. Don't worry, given my bestie's family background, she can afford any amount of money and will definitely not let the miracle doctor come for nothing. Lin Mei added. Get money. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. How much? I don't know, probably at least a few $100 million. What the hell? It seems that the identity of Lin Mei's best friend is not simple. Don't worry, doctors are kind-hearted. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. A miracle doctor will never stand by and watch someone die. He agreed immediately. If you don't agree, are you still a human being? It's just like picking up money. Very good. Although he felt a little strange, Lin Mei was still ecstatic. Afterwards, the two agreed on a time and place. The call ends. Early the next morning. Lin Yi arrived as promised. See Lin Yi alone. Lin Mei was confused. Where is the miracle doctor you promised me? That's me. Lin Yi smiled. Lin Mei was petrified instantly. He angrily said, You liar. I lied to you that I am a puppy. I really am a miracle doctor. Lin Yi said aggrievedly. Seeing that Lin Mei refused to believe it. Grabbed her arm. Your blood pressure is high, your red blood cells are high, your hemoglobin level is low, your digestive tract is slightly inflamed, your metabolism is insufficient, and your heart rate is irregular. Lin Yi closed his eyes and said. A lot of blah blah. How did you know? Lin Mei said incredulously. I had just completed a physical examination a few days ago, and the results were exactly the same as what Lin Yi said. Moreover, this was detected. The key point is that he knew it even though it was not detected. That's too weird. Lin Yi continued, by the way, you're Lucaria. Stop talking. Lin Mei covered Lin Yi's mouth. Her face turned red like an apple due to shame. Oh, let's not talk about it. Anyway, your restlessness, dizziness, and afternoon fatigue are all because you don't rest well. As long as you have a regular schedule, you will recover soon. Lin Yi came to the conclusion. Compared to most people, Lin Mei is in very good health. But nowadays girls are always trying to lose weight, not eating well and staying up late, which can easily lead to health problems. Oh my god, you really are a doctor. How come I couldn't see it before? Lin Mei was stunned. And Lin Yi is not an ordinary doctor. He knew the symptoms just by touching my arm. I have never seen such a doctor in my life. Maybe he can really cure Zhao Jelly. Lin Mei had a little more trust in Lin Yi. She immediately took his hand and rushed to her best friend's house. Zhao family. A legendary family in Cloud City. The elders in the family span the business and political circles of Yunqing, and most of them are elites in various industries. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Chuanxiu, who has trained so many outstanding elites, is the embodiment of a legend. He is the undisputed number 1 on the Yunqing rich list, and the assets counted in the rich list are only a part of his assets. If the entire family's assets are included, he can even be among the top 10 in the province. There is a saying circulating in the business community of Yunqing that if Zhao Chuanxiu had not been too old and no longer managed the business himself, there would have been no place for other wealthy people in Yunqing. And now, Zhao Chuanxiu, who is admired by everyone, has a sad face. Just because his most beloved granddaughter Zhao Jili was dying. This unbeatable man gave up. He only begged that God would have mercy on him and let his granddaughter be reborn. Master, carry. Zhao Jili's father, Zhao Shanhai said sadly. The other family elders all lowered their heads and remained silent. You useless people, it's been 3 years and you can't even find a decent doctor? Zhao Chuanxiu was furious. No one dared to speak. They have tried their best and have invited many famous doctors from home and abroad, but Zhao Jelly's disease is so strange that there is no cure. Old man, the miraculous doctor who saved Tianlan from danger is still missing. Zhao Jelly's father, Zhao Shanhai, lamented. The other family elders all lowered their heads and remained silent. You useless people, keep looking for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find this miracle doctor. Zhao Chuanxiu said angrily. No one dared to speak. They have tried their best and have invited many famous doctors from home and abroad, but Zhao Jelly's disease is so strange that there is no cure. This miracle doctor is their only hope. But where is that miracle doctor? Chapter 124, Coming at the Wrong Time. Outside the Zhao family, Lin Yi and others arrived. Lin Mei was about to pull Lin Yi in. It's not appropriate to go in like this, Lin Yi said. The divine medical skill of observation, questioning and palpation can not only diagnose people, but also see the surrounding environment clearly. He could see that the area around the Zhao family was filled with negative energy and resentment from everyone. No wonder Lin Mei's best friend was so sick. Lin Mei rolled his eyes. Do you think you are a charlatan? You still have to check the almanac before doing anything. Without further ado, he pulled Lin Yi and walked inside. Report, someone outside wants to see you, the servant said. Where did you come from? Zhao Chuanxiu asked. Zhao Shanhai suddenly remembered. Old man, it's Carrie's friend Lin Mei. She said she's going to bring someone to see Carrie today. Let her in. Zhao Chuanxiu gave an order. The servant led Lin Mei and Lin Yi in. Hello, Mr. Zhao, hello, Uncle Zhao, Lin Mei said politely. Lin Yi just nodded. Seeing Lin Yi, a stranger, no one thought there was anything wrong. As the daughter of the stock god, who comes from a wealthy family, it is normal for her to carry a servant to carry her bags. It's just that he is just a bag carrier, and he is too arrogant. Nini, I haven't seen you for such a long time. You have become more and more beautiful. How is my father's health? Zhao Chuanxiu greeted with a kind look. Father is doing very well. Let me say hello to you, Lin Mei said. That's good. By the way, aren't you going to bring someone to see Carrie? Where's the doctor? Zhao Chuanxiu asked with a smile. He is the doctor. Lin Mei looked at Lin Yi with some guilt. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The smile on Zhao Chuanxiu's face also became a little stiff. Nini, you are not kidding me, are you? Old man, how dare I joke with you? Lin Mei said. Isn't this a joke? What can a young boy like this do? Everyone was whispering and making sarcastic remarks. Look, I'll tell you, Lin Yi said to Lin Mei proudly. People are making fun of you, why are you so happy? Lin Mei held his forehead with his hand. However, Lin Yi really guessed it right. You came at a really bad time. Reporting to the patriarch, young Master Feng has invited Dr. Jean to come. Suddenly, the servant rushed in. Immediately following, a white-haired old man walked in slowly, leaning on a cane. Miraculous Dr. Jean. Everyone was very excited. His face showed respect. Even Zhao Chuanxiu stood up to greet him, not daring to be negligent. Mr. Jean, whose real name is Jean Gaoying, is from the most famous and oldest medical family in the capital. He is the 8th generation heir of the Jean family and the person in charge of Jinyintang, the largest pharmacy in the capital. When he was young, he was a famous doctor, and his attainments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine were unmatched. As he got older, his medical skills became more advanced. Now, his medical skills are the best in the whole province, and he is known as the #1 doctor in Kyoto. Difficult and complicated diseases, terminal illnesses, and rare diseases are just a piece of cake for him. A tall and handsome man, chewing gum, followed closely behind. His name is Feng Jian, also known as Young Master Feng. He is an avid pursuer of Zhao Jelly and a well-known playboy in Kyoto. His father, Feng Peng, is a real estate tycoon in Kyoto with a net worth of billions and is also on the Kyoto rich list. He persuaded his father, spent more than 200 million yuan, and went through great pains to invite Mr. Jean out, just to become the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Once the Zhao family's century-old foundation falls into his hands, That's an astronomical figure of tens of billions. It's just 200 million, there's no need to feel bad about it. I didn't expect that he could actually invite Mr. Jean to come. Lin Mei was surprised. Looking at Feng Jian, his face was full of disgust. He is usually arrogant and dissolute, and has a very bad reputation. Lin Mei and Zhao Jieli have always looked down on him, but he keeps pestering them and even catches the eye of Lin Mei. It's disgusting. Oh shit, a miracle doctor? How come there is another miracle doctor? Are all the miracle doctors in China so worthless now? With such a great style, he must have such great abilities. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. I guess he is another scumbag who is just a name for nothing like Yu Ji. Lin Yi looked disdainful. Everyone greeted him respectfully. Mr. Jean is high and mighty, feeling very proud and triumphant. His status in the medical community of Kyoto is as unrivaled as Mount Tai, and even the Zhao family has to treat them with respect. Not to mention Yunqing, everyone would bow down to him. Until he found out. Lin Yi, who was in the distance, didn't even look at him and just sat there drinking tea. He was just a young boy, dressed in ordinary clothes, obviously from the lower class, yet he dared to ignore me. Mr. Jin's face suddenly turned cold. He asked, "Who is this person?" "This is a doctor invited by a friend to treat my granddaughter," Zhao Chuanxiu said embarrassedly. "Nonsense. You are so young and you have not learned much, yet you dare to cheat and deceive people. How can you cure this disease?" Mr. Jean was high up and gave a lecture. "If you can do it, then go ahead. Why are you trying to show off here? Be careful that you might end up getting fucked instead of showing off." Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said with disdain. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? You are just a third-rate doctor, and you dare to disrespect the world's greatest doctor." Feng Jian scolded. Sudden. Lin Yi pulled Lin Mei back several steps. Pinching his nose, he looked at Feng Jian with disdain. This retreat seemed to touch Feng Jian's sensitive nerves. He became angry and said, "Why are you retreating? And what's that expression on your face? Your mouth stinks." Lin Yi said. You fart." Feng Jian's face changed drastically. "This is my only shortcoming, and I have always kept it very secret. How did this guy know? What's the point of chewing gum? It's only a temporary solution. Chewing shit might be more elegant." Lin Yi said slowly. "You." Feng Jian was furious. "I was so angry that I swallowed my chewing gum. How rude. I don't want to associate with this person. Master Zhao, please drive him away, otherwise, I'm leaving." Mr. Jean said coldly. "I still don't believe that I can't deal with you, a little jerk. Go out with your friends and wait." Zhao Chuanxiu said tactfully. "You are quite polite. Okay, I will only wait for half an hour. If your daughter is attacked by the evil spirit, you must come to me quickly." Lin Yi said proudly. He turned and left with Lin Mei. "You ignorant bastard." Feng Jian and Mr. Jean were very proud. Then, everyone invited Mr. Jean into the ward. On the hospital bed. She is a woman with fair skin, beautiful face, and petite figure. Although she is about the same age as Lin Mei, she is much more delicate, like a little girl. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Jieli. At this moment, her little brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was in great pain. The cold air was everywhere, as if the body was sealed in ice. He was gasping for breath and unable to move. Mr. Jean took the patient's pulse. "How is it, Dr. Jean?" Zhao Chuanxiu said. "Such a cold syndrome is rare, but as long as I use the Jean family's unique skill, the 9-yang needle technique, I can dispel the evil cold and inject yang energy into Ling Qian Jean. Then she will recover and be safe and sound." Mr. Jean said proudly. Chapter 125, Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow. Very good. Everyone was overjoyed. In an instant, Mr. Jean made his move with confidence. Dozens of silver needles fell like rain, piercing various acupuncture points of Zhao Jieli, forming a 9-character formation, which seemed unpredictable. Sharp. Everyone was amazed. Zhao Chuanxiu's face showed admiration. The disease has been cured. Mr. Jean stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. Everyone was filled with gratitude. Looking at the petite Zhao Jieli lying on the hospital bed, Feng Jian was very excited. You are finally mine. Who knows? Zhao Jieli's face unexpectedly became distorted. Sudden. She vomited blood from her mouth. Twitching all over. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Mr. Jean was also confused. The 9 young divine needle had clearly been deployed. How could this happen? A cold breath hit me in the face. He suddenly realized. Oh no, it's the backlash of Yin Qi. He was horrified. Backlash of Yin Qi? Everyone looked pale. Wait, isn't this exactly the same as what that guy just said? They were stunned. Zhao Chuanxiu was shocked. As good as a god. That guy is the real miracle doctor. Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and call the little doctor over. In front of Zhao's house. Lin Yi, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Mei apologized. If they had listened to Lin Yi earlier, perhaps the two of them would not have been kicked out. Why are you leaving? Lin Yi had no intention of leaving. Instead, he lay down under the big tree in front of the door to enjoy the cool air. You've been kicked out, but you still refuse to leave. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Mei said. It doesn't cost money to act cool. I'm being kicked out now, but I'll be invited back in later. Just wait and see. Lin Yi said confidently. Lin Mei rolled his eyes. TSK, you're just bragging again. If that old guy surnamed Jean had helped, my bestie might have recovered by now. Lin Yi sneered, just that scumbag? You think too much. Lin Mei held his forehead with his hand. If the other party is a weakling, what are you? Lin Yi is full of nonsense and is really not serious. Walk. She pulled Lin Yi. No. Lin Yi didn't move at all. Walk. Lin Mei pulled his head, then his arms, then his thighs. No. Helpless, Lin Yi just didn't move. Lin Mei was panting from exhaustion. Okay, whatever you want. Humph, you'll give up soon. A miracle doctor. Sudden. The servants of the Zhao family came running over, tumbling and crawling. The head of the family begs the doctor to treat the young lady. Miracle doctor? Lin Mei was bewildered. I never expected that Lin Yi would be right again. You guys are not qualified. Let the old guy come in person. Also, bring those 2 guys with you. Lin Yi said dissatisfiedly. The servant ran back in a panic. Oh my god. Lin Mei almost dropped his jaw in shock. That's Zhao Chuanxiu, and Lin Yi actually asked him to beg him. That's too crazy. In the ward. Zhao Chuanxiu was worried. If that young miracle doctor left in a fit of anger. My granddaughter is dead. Master, Tianlan CEO Xuemin finally agreed and sent me the number of the miracle doctor. The housekeeper said. God helps me, and gives me timely help. Zhao Chuanxiu said excitedly. I quickly made a phone call. A phone call. He immediately explained his purpose and asked the miracle doctor to rush to the Zhao family. I'm right outside your house? Lin Ye's voice came from the other side. You are the little miracle doctor just now. Zhao Chuanxiu was shocked. Everyone's face changed drastically. This is such a coincidence. It was in vain that the Zhao family had searched for so long with all their efforts. I didn't even know someone came to my door. And they kicked them out. This is simply. At this time, the servant came and explained Lin Ye's intention. How can this be absurd, Mr. Zhao? You are the head of the Zhao family and the richest man in Yuncheng. How dare he ask you to personally invite a young boy like him? This is outrageous. Feng Jian said arrogantly. Yes, I am the best doctor in the province, and Feng Jian is the eldest son of the Feng family. Just because he made a random guess, he wants us, the big shots, to apologize to a lowly person like him. It's simply a daydream. Mr. Jean even sneered. Get over here. Who knows? Zhao Chuanxiu said coldly. Master, you. Feng Jian and Jean Gaoying were confused. Feng Jian, you are such a quack to fool me. I'm telling you too, if you can't cure my granddaughter today, none of you can leave. Zhao Chuanxiu said angrily. There was a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The tyrannical aura of a powerful leader instantly frightened the two of them. They nodded in panic. Zhao Chuanqiu immediately took the two of them to find Lin Yi. He bowed his head himself. My godly doctor, Zhao Chuanqiu, was blind and neglectful. This is really wrong. I hope that the little godly doctor will forgive my fault and save my granddaughter for the sake of Mimi. He said sincerely. Please leave it alone for now. Where are these two? Lin Yi said softly. I am a lowly person who looks down on others. Please forgive me, doctor. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Feng Jian and Jin Gaoying lowered their heads. The attitude is very perfunctory. Just this young man who was inexperienced could be fooled by just a few words. A real man can bend and stretch, and neither of us will lose a single hair. The words are correct, but the posture is wrong. Who knows? Lin Yi was dissatisfied. What do you mean? The two looked confused. Kneel down and say it again. Lin Yi said. Don't go too far. Mr. Jin was furious. I would rather die, jump off the building, than kneel down to a wretch like you. Feng Jian is a man of iron will. It was already a great honor for him to apologize to this kid, and he even dared to make him kneel down. Damn it, I'm the great master Feng, don't I have any face? You can kneel or not, I never force others to do so. Lin Yi turned around and was about to leave. Right now. Zhao Chuanqiu looked at the two of them. Confirmed by eye contact. A person who has killed someone. Both of them were horrified. With a plop. Fall to your knees. Little miracle doctor, we are so ignorant that we don't know how powerful you are. We deserve to die. Please, have mercy on us. Fuck your dignity and face. If you lose your life, you lose everything. What's more? Just kneel down, what's the big deal? Anyway, this incident happened in the Zhao family and no one else knew about it, so it's not embarrassing. Even if it were to get out, no one would believe such a ridiculous thing as the eldest son of the Feng family and the old genius Dr. Jin kneeling down to a young boy. Snap. The flash from Lin Yi's phone almost blinded the two men's eyes. What are you doing? Feng Jian and Jin Lao were confused. Take a picture as a souvenir. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Fuck you. The two were so angry that they almost vomited blood. But I dare not speak out. Is it fun? Lin Yi looked at Lin Mei. Lin Mei was already stunned by Lin Yi's series of bold actions. Now I am even more confused. It's fun. She said blankly. Okay, enough fun, let's go get treatment. Lin Yi strode forward. Zhao Chuanqiu and others were very excited and immediately led the way for him. Damn bastard. Feng Jian and Jin Lao stood up angrily. I am not the one who will not avenge this. Chapter 126. Are you crazy again? Did I ask you two to get up? Lin Yi suddenly said. It's like having eyes on its back. Zhao Chuanqiu gave another look. The two men continued to kneel down. Uncomfortable. I want to cry. How is this different from abuse? In the blink of an eye. Lin Yi came to the ward. What the hell? Looking at Zhao Jieli on the bed. His face changed. Divine doctor, what's wrong? Zhao Chuanqiu said hurriedly. Your eldest daughter is so beautiful. Lin Yi smiled. Everyone was thinking MMP. Godly doctor, please help. Zhao Chuanqiu said. The servant immediately presented silver needles, scalpels, hormones, and other medical supplies. Everyone was very nervous. The negative energy would backfire, and if she wasn't careful, the young lady would die. It all depends on how this little miracle doctor displays his earth-shaking medical skills. Hey, where did I put it? Who knows? Lin Yi was searching his pocket. After a while, found a small pill wrapped in toilet paper. Go away. With a sound of Bayu. It bounced into Zhao Jieli's cherry mouth. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. What is this operation? What did you do to the young lady? What is that toilet paper wrapped in? Several members of the Zhao family said angrily. Can't you see it yourself? Lin Yi, however, was dismissive. Ahem. Sudden. Zhao Jieli coughed a few times. Opened his eyes. A pair of cute big eyes blinking. Look around. As if he didn't know what happened. Ah! See Lin Yi in front of the bed. She screamed. I was so scared that I wrapped myself in a quilt like a dumpling. Oh shit. Lin Yi was startled by her. A little panicked. Wait, could it be that this child has become stupid because of the treatment he gave himself? Why do you look so stupid? The young lady has recovered. How stupid. Yes, it's her. Who knows? Everyone was so excited that they danced with joy. This time it was Lin Yi's turn to be confused. Kari. Zhao Chuanxia was so excited that he burst into tears. For 3 whole years, he had been dreaming of this moment. Now, it has finally come true. Thank you, little doctor, for your help. Everyone was filled with gratitude. He was even more impressed by Lin Yi's medical skills. Those people who had spoken rudely before were now filled with guilt. Outside the door. Jin Gaoying, you old man with a false reputation, tell me, what should we do now? Feng Jian said angrily. I spent a lot of money, but not only did I not get the beauty, but my knees became numb from kneeling. It was so uncomfortable. Young Master Feng, there is no need to panic. The backlash of Yin Qi is an incurable disease. Even I cannot save the situation. With this brat's skills, it would be strange if he can't kill the young lady. Mr. Jin sneered confidently. Feng Jian's expression changed. That's right, even old Jin couldn't cure it, so how could that kid cure it? If he ends up making things worse, how could Zhao Chuanxia let him off? Moreover, I will not let him go. Ha, it looks like this guy is doomed. He looked smug. Although you look embarrassed kneeling down, you look really arrogant when you say such harsh words. Lin Yi came out. On the side, Lin Mei was helping Zhao Jieli out to move around. How is this possible? Looking at the living Zhao Jieli, Mr. Jin was struck by lightning. Feng Jian was also dumbfounded. This is unscientific. On the surface, it seems that the young lady has been poisoned by a cold. In fact, she was born in a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin time. She originally has a body of 9 Yin. The extreme Yin energy in her body is also the energy that protects her body. Your 9 Yang divine needle drives away the energy that protects her body, which naturally causes the Yin energy to backfire. Lin Yi said slowly. Then how can you cure it? Mr. Jin didn't believe it. Even the founder of the Jin family was helpless against the backlash of Yin energy. He healed it easily. Could it be that his medical skills were far superior to his own? Even better than his ancestors? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Because I have the Dian Feng Dan. Lin Yi smiled. Dian Feng Dan? Mr. Jin's face changed drastically. Legend has it that this medicine can cure all women's stubborn diseases and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and it can be called a panacea. The ancestor of the Jin family, the first-generation genius Dr. Jin Wuliang, spent his entire life trying to create the Dianfeng pill to save his lover's life, but he ended up overworking himself and passed away without ever succeeding. I thought it was just a myth. I never thought it actually existed. Where did you get such a supreme medicine? Mr. Jin said tremblingly. I made it myself. Lin Yi said. You? Kim Go-young was stunned. He did it. Lin Mei on the side nodded. Otherwise, why would it be wrapped in toilet paper? There are always people who are better than you, and there are always better things than you. The miracle doctor has come to this world and has shown his magical powers. This old man has now opened his eyes and is convinced. Moment. Jin Gaoying was completely overwhelmed. Over the years, he has claimed to be the best doctor, obsessed with fame and fortune, and forgotten the truth that the ocean of medicine is endless. Now, after being enlightened by Lin Yi, he felt extremely regretful and ashamed. Kim Go-young, you. Feng Jian was so anxious that he jumped up and down. With just a few words, Lin Yi made his teammates look like traitors. This guy is a teammate who spent 200 million yuan on himself. Well, you little brat, remember, Feng Jian, will never let you go. Feng Jian was furious. Turn around and leave. How dare you say someone else stinks? Who knows? Lin Yi sneered. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Feng Jian turned around, his veins bulging. Fuck, that stinks. Lin Yi pinched his nose, looking disgusted. You bastard, you think you're so great just because you know some medical skills? My father is Feng Peng, the king of real estate. I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. Feng Peng died of suffocation and became extremely cruel. But what does this have to do with you having bad breath? Lin Yi said with a smile. Feng Jian was so angry that he couldn't speak. I hate Lin Yi to the core. Swear in your heart. Lin Yi must be made to suffer neither the desire to live nor the desire to die. We'll see. He left in a rage. Jean Gaoying felt deeply ashamed and disappeared in disgrace. Little miracle doctor, you are the lifesaver of our Zhao family. I cannot repay you for your kindness. This is a small token of our Zhao family's appreciation. Please don't despise it. Zhao Chuanxiu said gratefully. The servant handed over the check with both hands. 100 million is not a small amount. How could I despise it? You are worrying too much. Lin Yi took the check and put it in his arms. A look of surprise flashed across Zhao Chuanxiu's eyes. How does he know this is 100 million? Moreover, if it were any other young person, they would probably be extremely excited to receive a huge sum of 100 million yuan. Lin Yi, however, was neither humble nor arrogant, and was not moved at all. Such a mentality is truly rare. No wonder he has amazing medical skills at such a young age. He is truly a dragon among men. If I could use this kind of talent. If the patriarch has something to say, why not just say it? Lin Yi interrupted his thoughts. Little brother, I admire you very much. To be honest, I am old and have several medical businesses that are in need of people to take care of them. I wonder if you are willing to join the Zhao family and work with me for this great cause. Zhao Chuanxiu said proudly. Oh my god. Lin Mei was stunned. Chapter 127, The Hongmen Banquet. The rest of the Zhao family were also caught off guard and were stunned. The Zhao family has many industries, and the most profitable ones are entertainment, medical and manufacturing. Zhao Chuanxiu's words were equivalent to handing over 1/3 of the Zhao family's territory to Lin Yi. This is an industrial chain worth tens of billions. Even Zhao Zhenhai, the father of Zhao Zheli, who is the most promising person in the Zhao family, is not qualified to take on this important task. He is an outsider, but he is so appreciated by the old man. It's such a blessing. Zhao Chuanxiu looked very proud. Such a grand gesture. I don't believe this kid isn't tempted. I appreciate Mr. Zhao's kindness, but unfortunately, I already have 2 companies under my control, so it's not convenient for me to manage other businesses. Who knows? Lin Yi actually refused. Lin Yi, you. Lin Mei went crazy. Everyone was also confused. Did they hear it wrong? Such a good opportunity, which many people dream of, but he actually refused it. You know, as long as he seizes this opportunity, Lin Yi will be able to jump into the top 10 of the rich list. Moreover, as Zhao Chuanxiu's right-hand man, his future prospects will be limitless. Are you sure? Zhao Chuanxiu was very surprised. Sure. Lin Yi is calm and composed. Actually, it would be a lie to say that I'm not moved at all. But Lin Yi understood very well. Other people's things belong to other people after all. Zhao Chuanxiu could become the richest man in Yuncheng, so he is definitely not someone who would do business at a loss. On the surface, joining the Zhao family seems to be a high-class marriage and an honor. But in fact, Lin Yi knows how strong he is better than anyone else. Zhao Chuanxiu wants me to work for him? Doesn't exist. 1 year at most, by then, the Zhao family will be working for you. Lin Yi would not pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Okay, very good. I underestimated you, little brother. I will make you my friend. Sudden. Zhao Chuanxiu laughed out loud. Not only was he not angry at Lin Yi's ignorance of the current situation. Instead, more enthusiastic. It is an honor for me to be friends with the patriarch of the Zhao family. Lin Yi was neither humble nor arrogant. 100 million is just the reward for saving my granddaughter. Since we are friends, if there is anything I can help you with, just tell me. Zhao Chuanxiu said solemnly. Since I can't bribe Lin Yi, I have to please him and make friends with him. Lin Yi also understood his plan. He himself rejected other people's property. Of course we have to give him some face this time. Zhang Sudong, the president of Sudong Group, has been jumping around in front of me recently. Can you help me deal with him? Lin Yi thought about it. It's just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, brother, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Zhao Chuanxiu said without hesitation. Looking at the two of them, arm in arm, chatting and laughing. Everyone looked confused. What is going on here? 3 days later, Sudong Group suffered a devastating blow. All the methods that Zhang Sudong had used to deal with Lin Yi before were returned a hundredfold by Zhao Chuanxiu. Facing the behemoth Zhao family, no matter how arrogant Zhang Sudong was, he didn't dare to deal with it easily. Coupled with Lin Yi's fierce counterattack, great chaos occurred within the Sudong Group. Not long. Company executives resigned. The stock hit the limit down. The dignified Sudong Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. Zhang Sudong was so anxious that all his hair fell out. Because he was usually too overbearing, not only was no one willing to lend a helping hand, but they all took advantage of his misfortune. He saw that the foundation he had worked hard for half his life was about to be destroyed. Zhang Sudong lowered his head. He sent someone to invite Lin Yi to hold talks at Jinling Hotel. Of course, Lin Yi is not so easily fooled. To outsiders, this was an act of seeking peace. But Lin Yi knew that a dog will always eat shit, and this guy was most likely setting up a hangman banquet to deal with him. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lin Yi was not afraid at all. The next day, he brought Wang Bi's, Xuemin and others to Jinling Hotel as scheduled. Why hasn't Lin Yi come yet? Maybe he heard that Master Zhang invited Master Lu from the capital, so he doesn't dare to act rashly? Mr. Lu is famous in Kyoto and has never been to this small Yuncheng. When Lin Yi heard Mr. Lu's name, he must have been scared and dared not come. The VIPs of Jinling Hotel took their seats and the laughter continued. The seat of honor was an old man in gorgeous clothes. Next to him, Zhang Sudong and others were flattering and serving the old man. The old man's name is Lu Hai, and he is the patriarch of the Lu family, a wealthy family in Kyoto. Zhang Sudong spent a lot of time and effort to invite him here, just to give Lin Yi a good lesson. A man should not break his word. Lin Yi is really arrogant. He even dared to keep Mr. Lu waiting for a long time. Ha, you are an uneducated person, so you naturally don't know what punctuality is. I just want to thank Master Zhang for his kindness, but what's the point of being unable to support a useless person? Zhang Sudong's men deliberately made sarcastic remarks and exaggerated the matter. Zhang Sudong's eyes looked outside, with an extremely vicious look. He deliberately invited Mr. Lu and pretended to spread the news, but in fact he did not tell Lin Yi at all. The purpose was to make Mr. Lu angry and resentful towards him. Moreover, he also sent people to intercept Lin Yi, so it was impossible for Lin Yi to arrive on time. Sure enough, Lu Hai looked a little unhappy. I came here this time to mediate the feud between your two families for someone else's sake. This Lin Yi is really going too far. Hearing this, Zhang Sudong and others sneered inwardly. At this time, in front of Jinling Hotel. I've told you before, I don't know you, nor do I know who Lin Yi is. What kind of level is this Jinling Hotel? How can a young boy like you just barge in? Outside the hotel, a team of fully armed security guards shouted arrogantly. The people in front of him were Lin Yi and his group. Our President Lin came here because he was invited. How dare you embarrass us? Xuemin was very angry, but still wanted to reason. Ha, I don't care what kind of CEO he is. Anyway, I haven't received the message. Even if he is the king of heaven, don't even think about coming in. The security guard scoffed. Get out of here now, or I'll skin you alive. An aggressive security guard even took out a baton and wanted to take action. Seeing this, Wang Bi's was stunned. He could see that these security guards were not unfamiliar with Mr. Lin. On the contrary, they were intentionally trying to make things difficult for him and the others. Their goal was to prevent the three people from entering the hotel on time and making it to the dinner table. Get out of here. Come on. The faces of several security guards turned grim and they rushed over. The target is directly at Lin Yi. Wang Bi's immediately stood in front of Lin Yi. The security captain sneered and kicked him to the ground. He is obviously not an ordinary security guard, so he is more than capable of dealing with an ordinary person like Wang Bi's. You bastard. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind the security guard, and the shocking roar frightened him even more. Who do you think you are? How dare you ruin my good deeds? The captain was furious when he heard the voice and was about to turn around. Chapter 128 Nemesis. Before he could take any action, a hand was already pressed on his head. I am the nemesis of your dog, Master Zhang Sudong. An arrogant voice broke the silence. Lin Yi was standing in front of him. When did he come behind me? The security guard was so panicked that he didn't notice Lin Yi's breath at all. Didn't Master Zhang say that Lin Yi is just a young boy and that we can easily deal with him? The security guards were even more unbelievable. Boom! Suddenly, the head of the leading security guard sunk. Lin Yi only used one strike to make him lose his ability to move. Aren't you going to chase me away? Come on. Lin Yi clapped his hands and sneered, and the rest of the security guards all changed color and trembled. This guy is not a human being. Let's run. After a while, the security guard who had been so majestic just now had fled. What great skills! Wang Biais and Shuimin had never seen such a violent scene before and their faces were filled with shock. You two performed very well just now. I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Yi said. Loyalty cannot be bought with any amount of money. Looking at the security captain who fell to the ground, Lin Yi's eyes were cold. Sure enough, this was a hongmen banquet. There is no way that old guy Zhang Sudong would sincerely entertain me. He started to make things difficult for me as soon as I showed up. There must be something else hidden behind this. Well, knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, I still go there. They thought they could stop me, but they were totally wrong. I told you this guy is not worthy of being in a high-class place. Look at the time, he hasn't come yet. In the hotel, Zhang Sudong's men talked greedily. Lu Hai's expression became increasingly gloomy. Zhang Sudong couldn't help but sneer. The security guards outside the door were only the first line of defense. He did not expect a small group of security guards to be able to stop Lin Yi. Their main purpose was to buy time. The real killer move is in the corridor at the door. He has already spent a large sum of money to recruit top killers from outside the province, and they are lying in ambush in the hotel's corridor. As long as Lin Yi dares to show up, he will be in danger of death. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard outside the door. The screams were endless. Zhang Sudong was delighted. Success! However, immediately afterwards, a broken longsword passed through the corridor. He broke into the room and stabbed several people's desks. Oh shit! Everyone screamed in panic. I'm sorry for being late. Lin Yi walked in with big strides as if he was in an empty space. Wang Biais and Shuimin followed closely behind. Zhang Sudong, who regarded Lin Yi as a serious threat, could not help but show anger in his eyes. Unexpectedly, those useless killers failed to stop him. Where is the top killer? A bunch of gluttons. You almost hurt Mr. Lu from the capital. What crime should you be punished for? You are so good, Lin Yi. Master Zhang is so generous and polite to invite you to dinner. He also invited Master Lu to let you see the world, but you are late for half an hour. And you look so fierce. Do you want to rebel? Zhang Sudong's men started to attack. If you hadn't ordered your dogs to touch me, this knife wouldn't be hanging over your heads. It's all your own fault, and you deserve it. Lin Yi chuckled. Fuck. I'll kill you. Several of his men were furious and wanted to teach Lin Yi a lesson. However, Zhang Sudong dissuaded him in a low voice. Don't be impulsive, I have another clever plan. Afterwards, they just remained silent with a sinister look. There's something indescribably weird about these guys today. Lin Yi said in his heart. Forget it, never mind. There's nothing to be afraid of anyway. Then he sat down next to Master Lu in a carefree manner. In an instant, Zhang Sudong and his two men's expressions changed drastically. None of them dared to sit next to Master Lu. After all, this was the seat of honor, reserved for people with the most honorable status. However, Lin Yi sat close to Master Lu without any scruples. This instantly turned the three of them into servants. You little bastard. Master Lu was an honored guest, and you dare to sit in the seat of honor? Where is your manners? Even though he had a conspiracy in his mind, Zhang Sudong couldn't help but speak. Ha, eating is a formal occasion. Yelling and yelling is a sign of lack of manners. Even servants know that other than the sound of the bowl and chopsticks, no other noise can be made when eating. Lin Yi said lightly. In such a scene, the winner is immediately clear. Little bastard, I wonder how long you can be so proud. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Zhang Sudong felt like he had eaten shit, but he had no choice but to endure it. Then he waved his hand and said, "The dishes haven't been served yet, why are you in such a hurry?" Someone, serve the dishes. While the dishes were being served, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he had not signed in today. Then he opened the app and signed the contract decisively. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Congratulations on receiving the random reward, Skill Eye of Insight. You can open your eyes of insight and find out everything around you. Oh, this is good. Lin Yi was overjoyed. However, immediately afterwards, there was another ding dong. It was detected that the host made up for 3 consecutive days. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden achievement, Bad Memory. Received a random reward, 2 modification cards. Oh my god, a double hit. Lin Yi was very excited. System, you always come up with something new for me. The food is here. Then. The aroma is very nice. I saw a waiter come in with a cart and slowly walk towards the dining table. The expressions of Zhang Sudong and others suddenly became strange. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel curious. Use the Eye of Insight. Congratulations, the quality has been successfully used. Zhang Sudong. Relationship, enemies. Status, harsh intentions and holding a grudge. Malice Index, 20. Zhang Sudong's dog. Status, gnashing teeth, insidious and cunning. Viciousness Index, 18. Boss Lin, their target is you. With a ding sound, Lin Yi became more alert as he looked at the information displayed in front of him. It seems that this meal is not that simple. Zhang Sudong is going to trick himself here. The biggest problem is, what will they use against him? The Eye of Insight is still watching. Lin Yi's eyes were like a radar, calculating quickly. All living or inanimate objects around you, even a grain of rice on the ground or an ant under the floor, cannot escape your eyes. Soon, his eyes were fixed on the dish in the waiter's hand. Ha, it's a rare occasion for us to get together today. As the host, I have to entertain you well. These are just simple meals. There are also many more delicacies that you can't even imagine on weekdays. Come on, serve the dishes to Mr. Lin first. Zhang Sudong pretended to be amiable and spoke to Lin Yi with concern, as if he were an elder. When everyone saw this, they were so surprised that they were speechless. Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhang. You really change your attitude faster than taking off your pants. No, you are so magnanimous. I admire you. Lin Yi said with a smile, but he was on guard in his heart. Chapter 129 Hidden Evil Intentions. This old fellow made trouble out of nothing and prepared a special meal for himself and others. Lin Yi didn't know whether this delicacy was delicious or not. But Lin Yi, who had read Snow White, knew that the witch's apple was absolutely not edible. However, I am not afraid of any tricks this old bastard might play. No matter how many tricks he uses in front of me, he will only end up shooting himself in the foot. Lin Yi was determined to destroy his delusion. Your death is not far away, little brat. Although he smiled it off on the surface, Zhang Sudong was already so angry that he was about to suffer from high blood pressure. He clapped his hands lightly, and the waiters behind him began to serve the dishes. The food is perfect and the family is forever. These 2 dishes are prepared by the chef of Jinling Hotel and represent my sincerity. Lu Hai nodded slightly. No matter whether what Zhang Sudong said was true or false, it was a way to smooth things over. Although he was invited by Zhang Sudong to settle the matter, he also felt admiration for Lin Yi when he saw that he was so young. After all, heroes emerge from youth. He, alone, was able to suppress Zhang Sudong to this extent, which shows that he is not an ordinary person. He must have business talent, and his potential will be limitless in time. This is also the reason why Lu Hai did not deal with Lin Yi directly. 2 plates of emerald green and bright red dishes were brought up, smelling a tangy aroma, but Lin Yi did nothing. You don't dare to try it? Are you afraid that we will poison you? Zhang Sudong's men sneered, mocking Lin Yi for being timid and cowardly. The people on the side also started to watch the show. The dish was served, but whether they dared to eat it depended on Lin Yi's courage. Lu Hai didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Yi quietly. Never before had he observed a strange boy so carefully. Clearly, this is a test of courage. If it is poisonous, Lin Yi will definitely die. If it is not poisonous, he will be looked at with admiration by everyone. The old bastard has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He wants to take this opportunity to show me his power. Unfortunately, you lost another move. I saw a slight smile on Lin Yi's lips. The eye of insight has already analyzed the properties of the dishes thoroughly. This so-called perfection, the two eternal dishes, is nothing more than a mixture of more than a dozen kinds of vegetables. Among the attributes, the two words non-toxic are the key points that Lin Yi needs most. Zhang Sudong teased, well, since little brother Lin Yi doesn't dare, then forget it. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Yi started eating immediately, taking a few bites of each dish. This. Zhang Sudong and others' faces immediately turned pale, and the subordinates who had just mocked him were also stunned. Lin Yi, this bastard, is really brave. They dared to swallow the dishes they served without knowing whether they were poisonous or not. Boss Lin is really brave, but I don't know if he is reckless or smart. Yes, even we don't know whether Mr. Zhang will cheat or not. How can he be so sure and play with his own life? Everyone couldn't help but whisper. Lin Yi has become a mysterious existence in their hearts. Whether it is recklessness or courage and wisdom, Lin Yi's actions are enough to make people look at him with admiration. Good. Lin Yi, you really have some skills. A real man should be open and honest, not fussy about trivial matters. Lu Hai laughed loudly and drank a glass of wine. Then he asked someone to serve Lin Yi some wine so that he could drink a few glasses with him. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in bewilderment, and Mr. Zhang and others were extremely angry. Lu Hai was obviously invited by himself and others, but now, he was willing to drink face to face with Lin Yi. You know, this is a great gift and respect from heaven. They were even more jealous. Even they didn't have many opportunities to drink with Master Lu, but now Lin Yi had taken the lead. No, Master Lu, you are too kind. These two dishes look good, but I can't say they taste good. If Zhang Sudong eats this kind of food every day, I think the simple food I usually eat is not bad. At least it doesn't taste weird. Lin Yi didn't give Zhang Sudong any face at all and took the opportunity to mock him. Of course, he did this not just to vent his anger, but more to make Zhang Sudong lose his mind. Once he gets impulsive, then he will be close to using his killer move to deal with Lin Yi today. These two dishes are definitely non-toxic, so the ones to be used against Lin Yi are definitely not the dishes at the beginning. The best is yet to come. You are brave, aren't you? Fine, I will let you die because of your own arrogance. Zhang Sudong gritted his teeth and said secretly. If Lin Yi is not taught a lesson, I wonder if he will become even more arrogant. Since these two dishes don't suit Mr. Lin's taste, it seems I have no choice but to serve the best of the delicacies to satisfy your appetite. Waiter, why don't you serve Mr. Lin the dishes quickly? Don't embarrass me. Zhang Sudong forced a smile and said softly. When he said the last sentence, his tone became much heavier. At the same time, his men also interacted silently, exchanging glances with each other, and there was a hint of viciousness in each other's eyes. All this unrest did not escape Lin Yi's eyes. It seems that the highlight is finally here. With a cold snort in his heart, Lin Yi wanted to see what kind of nasty thing was hidden in Zhang Sudong's fox tail. The waiter took a deep breath silently, then calmly brought up a pot of fiery red dish. His expression was calm and smiling, and he was full of respect, but no matter how Lin Yi looked at him, he felt that there was something strange in it. Eye of insight activated. Character, waiter. Identity, senior executive of Sudong Group. Relationship, hostile. Emotion, insidious. I see. Lin Yi understood everything in an instant. It turned out that this waiter was actually one of Zhang Sudong's men in disguise, and he wanted to harm me. You old bastard, your methods are quite sinister. Unfortunately, I won to be fooled. This waiter is no ordinary person. Since he is a senior subordinate of Zhang Sudong, he must be his confidant and very scheming. I have to be extra careful with the dishes he personally serves. Then, Lin Yi's eyes fell on the dish in the golden basin. A strong aroma wafted out, and the waiter next to him swallowed his saliva quietly. Just smelling the strong aroma like fire was unbearable. This dish is called Hong Hong Hua Hua. It has a rough name but means good luck. It is the most traditional dish in Yuncheng. Although the flavor is strange, its taste is absolutely second to none. It is the specialty of our Jinling Hotel. I believe it will definitely satisfy Mr. Lin's appetite. The waiter introduced everything while slowly walking towards Lin Yi. The maokai in the golden basin was bubbling and boiling, even showing a glow of fire. As he approached, Lin Yi and others could even feel the heat of the flames. Soon, his eyes were fixed on the dish in the waiter's hand. Chapter 130, Burn You to Death. This so-called delicacy is very similar to hot pot. Attribute introduction, Jinling specialty Maokai, selected dishes, secret spicy recipe, strong taste. Health index, 1. Taste index, 7.5. Danger index? There is a big question mark written behind this message. Looking at this sudden question mark, Lin Yi frowned, and then the question mark unfolded. Disguise, it contains whale oil liquid, which, when boiling and ignited, can burn the body of a mortal, leaving no place for burial and the corpse reduced to ashes. Whale oil. Even though he was prepared, Lin Yi was still shocked. The fuel in the base of this so-called specialty dish was replaced with the horrible whale oil. The editor then displayed a note: whale oil is the corpse oil of giant whales in the deep sea. The liquid has a very low ignition point and can be ignited by a spark of fire. It is extremely dangerous. The fire that whale oil can turn into is not comparable to ordinary flames. It only needs to be a bit bigger than a toothpaste to turn an ordinary adult man into ashes. Zhang Sudong specially prepared this full basin of whale oil. Not to mention one Lin Yi, even if there were 100 Lin Yi, they would be devoured by the flames and turned into ashes. What a cruel heart. If it weren't for my sharp eyes, I would have been burned with desire. Once Lin Yi caught fire, Wang Biais and Xuemin beside him would also be doomed. The three of them must be burned to death in this VIP room. What a cruel heart. Zhang Sudong's cruel methods made Lin Yi's anger reach its peak. Well, since you want to burn me alive, I will give you a tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye. The closer the waiter got to Lin Yi, the more he sneered in his heart. Lin Yi, you can continue to be proud. The smile on your face will be your last expression. When whale oil is on your head, even the magic hands of the doctors at Tianlan Cosmetics can't bring you back to life. He had already thought of a clever plan, which was to pretend to fail and spill the whale oil on Lin Yi's body. Then, the raging flames will solve this big trouble. And you will be promoted and awarded a huge reward. Zhang Sudong and others are waiting with bated breath, ready to enjoy the show. However, just as the waiter walked past, an evil smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Current character attribute, waiter. Power, 8. Agility, 6. Well, he has the attributes of a normal person, and he is steady and almost impossible to make mistakes. It seems that this person was carefully selected by Zhang Sudong. Unfortunately, the person Zhang Sudong trusted the most was about to destroy his hopes. Lin Yi sneered and immediately started using the modification card. Used successfully. He immediately modified the waiter's physical attributes. Strength 6. Agility 8. Character attributes have been updated. Current character attributes. Character, waiter. Power, 2. Agility 2. After making some quick revisions, Lin Yi still sat quietly in the chair. Go to hell, you little bastard. The waiter roared in his heart and was about to put the brazier on Lin Yi with a sinister smile. At this time, with a bang, his right hand seemed to be broken and he lost consciousness. He couldn't hold the brazier steadily, and the flaming whale oil spilled to the right. Their target was Zhang Sudong's confused subordinates. He had no idea what was happening and was completely defenseless. When the whale oil washed his face with a sizzling sound, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! The sound broke through the hall and soared into the sky. Suddenly, he turned into a fireman. What's going on? Why is he on fire? How did he catch fire? This horrifying scene completely frightened everyone present. What the hell are you doing? Oh my god! Zhang Sudong reacted, his face distorted, and he screamed wildly. This fire should have been ignited on Lin Yi. It would have been fine if it had been the wrong target, but it actually burned his most valued confidant. Seeing the flames raging on this man's body with his own eyes made him feel worse than death. Everyone, don't be afraid. God sees everything. Lin Yi had a sneer on his face while comforting Wang Biais and Xuemin. He wouldn't say he did it, but he made sure to appreciate the scene before him. Zhang Sudong wants to burn them to death, so fine, I will fight back. Fight violence with violence. Who told them to underestimate their own intelligence and abilities? They want to kill me with such childish tricks? As the saying goes, if you learn physics and chemistry well, you will not be afraid of traveling around the world. And with Lin Yi having the modification card in hand, it is no problem for him to kill these guys. The waiter stood there in a daze, stunned. After all, you are the one who messed up. He originally wanted to use a vicious scheme to vent Master Zhang's anger so that he could be more respected and rewarded. Who knew that I suddenly felt weak all over and my hands suddenly slipped? It's over, it's all over, he murmured. There was chaos in the hotel. Zhang Sudong's confidant was screaming and struggling in the fire, and Zhang Sudong's face was also burned black. Why? Master Zhang, shouldn't this fire burn him to death? His men screamed in agony, and in so much pain he had no time to hide his conspiracy and almost told the truth. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Sudong was afraid that his plan would be exposed, so he quickly covered his confidant's mouth. Boom! This time, his hands instantly became as hard as a bear's paw. Oh my god! Several waiters were frightened to death by the sudden fire. For these timid people, the scene before them was like a bomb in their crotch, which was too stimulating. Are you arrogant? Are you arrogant again? Let us see whether your trick is more powerful or my cheat is more powerful. Lin Yi laughed so hard that he started singing in his heart as he looked at the 2 grilled black chickens in front of him. This time, I finally got my revenge. In order to make the waiter fail, he generously used the modification card. Not only did he escape danger, but he also cleverly killed 2 birds with 1 stone. This made the originally peaceful hotel become chaotic and everyone was terrified and desperate. The fire was raging. Lin Yi protected Wang Bi's and others, frowning slightly. Wait, he seemed to see someone go get a fire extinguisher. In other words, if you want to ruin this confidant, the fire is not big enough. It will be more fun if it's more lively. With the mentality of watching the fun and not being afraid of trouble, Lin Yi came up with another plan. No one can suspect me anyway, so if I want to have fun, I have to play bigger. That waiter, what are you doing? Throw some water on him. If you keep going like this, he'll be burnt to a crisp. Lin Yi pretended to remind the waiter with good intentions. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The waiter wanted to make amends, so he took action immediately and picked up a basin of water to pour it on his confidant. You're welcome. Lin Yi smiled slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. The modification card was used immediately. The so-called modification card can control everything within its own range. The so-called cause and effect are just strings of data in one's eyes and can be modified at will. Hey, I'm going to have some fun with you guys today.